In the year 227 of the revival calendar, after a prolonged period of spiritual energy resurgence, nations around the world have established comprehensive awakening systems. Unlike Western countries, which allocate schools after awakening, Shinjo holds on to its traditions. Here, even high school seniors must study history, political thought, scientific development, and literature diligently, just as they did before the revival calendar, before sitting for the college entrance exam. Only after entering a higher institution can they participate in the awakening ceremony. Those with average awakening abilities have specialized cultural courses to become advanced logistical personnel for Shinjo. On September 1st, 227 of the revival calendar, known as Shinjo's School Opening Day, the day gained a new name in the era of spiritual resurgence Awakening Day. Inside the awakening hall of Qinxing Academy, Yi Yulan, with her ponytail, curiously looked at the awakening beads and asked the quiet girl beside her, "How can such a small bead awaken the power within a person?" Qian Sixian calmly adjusted her glasses and corrected, "Who said these are ordinary beads? This is one of the 7 saints and 3 absolutes of Shinjo, the lifelong masterpiece of the array absolute. We can find information about the 3 saints and 1 absolute online, but the others are just titles," Yi Yulan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "I wonder why the state keeps such secrets." "The state has its reasons," Qian Sixian replied calmly, handing her book to her friend. "It's my turn. I'm going to awaken now." As the top scholar of Qinxing High School and the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam in Qinxing City, Qian Sixian has always been a brilliant academic talent. Her friend Yi Yulan, although not as outstanding, had no trouble getting into Qinxing Academy, one of Shinjo's top 10 academies. It's worth mentioning that Qinxing Academy was established after the revival calendar, and the entire city of Qinxing developed around it. There are 3 such academies in Shenzhou. After the revival calendar, humanity gradually mastered 2 types of powers to combat the mutated monsters on Blue Star and the spiritual beasts in Secret Realms. The first type is known as abilities, divided into elemental and beast transformation categories. The beast transformation category is further divided into ordinary, extraordinary, and mythical levels, with combat power increasing accordingly. Mythical beast transformations tend to suppress most other beast transformation abilities. The second type is known as sequences, with a total of 100 known types, collaboratively ranked by nations. Although overall not necessarily stronger than abilities, sequence holders often possess unique capabilities. For example, Shinjo's unique sequence 029, the Taoist, and the Western Knight Trio Paladin, Dragon Knight, and Undead Knight corresponding to sequences 091, 092, and 093. The Magician is a special sequence shared by both East and West, resembling a cultivatable profession. Freshman Qian Sixian, awakened sequence 042, Array Master. The announcement drew some discussions, but not much surprise. Although sequences are rarer than ordinary abilities, there are over 10,000 array masters in Shinjo, forming a complete system with a high ceiling. The publicly known array absolute is an array master. Yi Yulan genuinely envied her friend until it was her turn. She took a deep breath, placed her hand on the small crystal ball, and tried to appear obedient. However, to the passing teaching director, she clearly didn't seem like a well-behaved student. The patterns within the crystal ball flickered, activating the aura within Yi Yulan. The machine first displayed ability, elemental, thunder attribute. Then it showed sequence 055, swordsman. Yi Yulan blinked, seemingly unaware of her newfound destructive potential, merely feeling the warm flow within, and reached out to summon a few arcs of bright blue electricity. The teacher in charge of the machine immediately stopped Yi Yulan. Although both abilities are highly destructive, she was merely a first-level awakened individual. At Qinxing Academy, even the administrative staff are at least at the 4th-level spiritual nourishing realm, easily able to subdue the first-level novice. Yi Yulan walked off the awakening platform still in a daze. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, several class advisors were already vying for students. All right, said the passing teaching director, pressing his palms down. "Isn't Xiaosu just starting to teach this year? Leave some promising students for him. After all, the principal will be evaluating his teaching results for his tenure." The new, still intern Su Yi sat in the corner and looked up in confusion when he heard his name. His eyes revealed a clear naivety, typical of a recent college graduate. Though not qualified to be a professor, he had no trouble handling an ordinary class. Typically, 1 in 10 people can awaken a superpower, but only 1 in 1,000 can awaken a sequence. Although a sequence's abilities aren't necessarily stronger than superpowers, their rarity is undeniable. Those who can awaken both a sequence and a superpower are often called prodigies, as they not only have the perspective to develop superpowers, but also possess the diverse methods of a sequence. In a way, the more methods one has, the stronger they naturally become. So Yi had seen some prodigies with dual superpowers, but dual superpowers aren't particularly special. While they offer more methods, they aren't as effective as the combination of a sequence and a superpower. The classroom of Class 4, Grade 127, was once used by Senior Yin and his peers. After graduation, they didn't have their own classroom, which made Su-yi purse her lips as she lazily stretched and sat up. She glanced at the schedule on her wristband. As a counselor, she shouldn't have so much to do, but that was before the revival era. Now, she is a counselor after the revival era. Why are there 5 full days of classes? Su-ye's mouth twitched slightly as she wondered if she could accuse the principal of overworking the staff. She wasn't a professor, just someone who had spent a few years on the battlefield and knew a bit more. Since the first class was a homeroom session, she had to meet her students. In the post-revival era of Shenzhou, there are 3 strictest laws, with education law being the foremost. The supervision of teachers is extremely stringent, yet it appears particularly peculiar compared to before the revival era. This peculiarity will gradually become evident. But since Su-yi could become a teacher at one of Shenzhou's top 10 academies, Qinqing Academy, her professional competence is naturally strong. She walked into classroom B619 in Building 4, casually knocked off a bucket that had fallen from above, and showed a trace of helplessness on her face. At this moment, a rebellious young man widened his eyes in disbelief. Sequence 048, Qi Master, had decent talent, having mastered the art of controlling objects with Qi just 2 days after awakening. Su-yi casually placed her lesson plan on the desk and smiled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Huang Qi, from Chang'an. A few years ago, you moved with your parents to Qinqing City to work hard and eventually got into Qinqing Academy. Not bad. She glanced at the information in her hand, noticing the care the academy's teachers took for her. After all, with 30 students in a class, almost all were promising talents. However, Su-ye's mouth twitched slightly as she looked at the mischievous girl sitting next to the studious Qian Sixian in the front row. Feeling a bit helpless, she asked, Yulan, why are you here? The usually carefree, fearless girl instinctively shrank a bit and softly replied, Uncle. All right, we'll talk about it at home tonight. I have something to discuss with your mother today. Su-yi waved her hand casually, placed the lesson plan on the desk, and scanned the students before speaking. Su-yi stood at the front of the classroom, smiling as he introduced himself. My name is Su-yi, and I'll be your advisor and wilderness survival instructor for the next 4 years. He wasn't fond of the typical resume-style introductions and decided to engage with the students in a more relaxed manner. Next, I'll pick 5 students to each ask me one question, but the questions can only be about me personally. I'll send information about the school and your upcoming responsibilities to the class group later. His gaze swept over the classroom and finally landed on Huang Qi. First question, it's your turn, Huang Qi. Su-ye's tone carried a hint of humor, seemingly unbothered by Huang Qi's earlier prank. After all, he had similar mischievous students in his class back in the day, and now that student had become a guardian of a secret realm. For teachers at Qinqing Academy, as long as students have boundaries and are willing to work hard, a little playful challenge to the teacher is harmless. Mr. Su. Huang Qi stood up, his face no longer showing the arrogance from earlier, but rather a hint of curiosity. How did you know there would be a bucket at the classroom door? Su-yi calmly replied, 4th level of spirit nurturing, which is the stage of cultivating one's divine sense. After reaching the 4th level, we develop our own divine sense, primarily used for detection. Not all ability users keep their divine sense active all the time, as it consumes mental energy. However, I didn't rely on divine sense to detect your prank. Simply put, my sequence is 021, astrologer. Among all known divination sequences, astrologer ranks the highest and is the rarest. My divination methods have almost become an intuition, similar to a passive skill of a game hero. To me, your little tricks are really insignificant. As he spoke, Su-ye's eyes briefly flashed with a silvery light, as brilliant as the stars. Also, young man, remember to write a reflection paper and submit it to my office after class. Huang Qi's face turned pale instantly, but Su-yi didn't pay him further attention and instead turned his gaze to Qian Sixian. Qian, the next question is yours. As the top student of this year's class in Qinqing City, Qian Sixian stood up, adjusted his glasses, and asked, Mr. Su, are you an alumnus of Qinqing Academy? If so, could you please tell me how to access the 4th floor of the library? Su-yi narrowed his eyes slightly and responded, prove to me that you have mastered 4th level formations and spells, and I'll give you my signature. Or once you break through to the 3rd level yourself, you can access it. Of course, borrowing some books requires credits, and I'll explain the credit system to you later. Qian Sixian was clearly smart, as teachers can grant students early access to the 4th floor of the library, which is not openly disclosed in the materials. Generally, only students favored by teachers receive this privilege. If Qian Sixian hadn't asked, Su-ye's laid-back nature might not have led him to reveal this access. The library at Qinqing Academy has 5 floors. The first 3 are open, while the 4th and 5th require certain cultivation levels and permissions. Next student, the one at the back. Wei Su, Su-yi continued. Wei Su, a young man with an obvious military demeanor, stood up and asked, as our wilderness survival instructor, I'd like to know, what is your cultivation level? I'm not very high, just about average among the teachers at Qinxing Academy, Suyi shrugged. Transcendent level, which is what you typically call the 5th level. Not very strong, but for all your education before graduation, it's no problem for me. After all, I'm only 4 years older than you, and as you grow, so do I. Who knows, by the time you graduate, I might be at the 6th or 7th level. All right, there are 2 more questions. Anyone who wants to ask, please raise your hand. Suyi chuckled softly, waving his hand. Yi Yulan, put your hand down. He glanced at the yenimed girl sitting below, seemingly teasing her for her eager gesture. Mr. Su, do you have a partner? Suyi's lips twitched slightly at the unexpected question from his students. It seemed this group was far more interested in gossip than his skills or abilities. He shrugged, half-jokingly saying, someone as charming, talented, and powerful as your teacher Su would naturally. Before he could finish, Yi Yulan quietly interjected. Uncle, Grandma said if you don't find a partner this year, don't bother coming home for the holidays. The moment she finished speaking, the young girl named Yi lowered her head, shrinking back cautiously, avoiding eye contact with her uncle, who was only 4 years her senior. She knew that if she continued to provoke him, her allowance for the month might really be in jeopardy. After all, her young uncle had often found ways to deplete her pocket money over the years. At this moment, Su Ye's gaze swept to the back of the classroom. Last question, it's yours. He casually pointed to a girl sitting at the end. Sun Eason, right? Your sequence is 043, the scholar sequence. It's an interesting one, but it lacks combat power before reaching the 3rd stage and requires protection. Mr. Su. Sun Eason stood up, looking at him seriously. Without combat abilities early on, how can a sequence improve its combat power? Suyi thought for a moment before answering. This topic isn't exactly personal, but it does relate to me. Divination sequences are notoriously lacking in combat power initially. Currently, sequence 045, the warrior sequence, has the highest cultivation level. You've all heard of the martial saint, but no one has truly seen him. Without the warrior sequence, the martial arts limit is mostly at the 3rd stage, and mastering any advanced martial skills is difficult. Of course, basic combat techniques can be learned, and there are fundamental martial skills, but the threshold is quite high. He paused, explaining, the current martial arts limit, as deduced, is the 3rd stage, but that doesn't mean it can only reach the 3rd stage. Simply put, most sequences and abilities gain significant combat power after the 3rd stage, so we don't need to focus too much on further martial arts deducing. However, if you're truly interested, you can seek out the martial saint. The students below were instantly intrigued. Seek the martial saint. Curious voices rose. The martial saint is one of the 7 saints and 3 absolutes, rarely appearing in public. How could it be so easy to meet him? Suyi shrugged. Didn't I mention? Once you officially awaken and become awakeners, most of the 7 saints and 3 absolutes will gradually unveil their mysteries. Moreover, the martial saint is a disciple of our dean and an alumnus of Qinxing Academy. He blinked, feigning mystery. Haven't you heard? Among the 10 academies, 6 have produced the 7 saints and 3 absolutes, 7 masters. The martial saint and the recently joined star saint are both from Qinxing Academy. From what I know, the martial saint returned a few years ago, and I saw him myself during our martial arts introductory class. If you want to meet him, I can apply to have him invited back for the first martial arts class next week. Normally, as long as he's available, he won't refuse. Suyi paused, his expression slightly regretful. However, the martial saint is likely very busy these days, so the chances of a successful invitation are actually slim. Suyi shrugged, glanced at the clock behind him, and discreetly opened his hand before closing his fingers one by one. 5, 4, 3. The students below clearly hadn't grasped the teacher's meaning and sat there blankly. 1. As the bell rang, Suyi looked up and nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his basic skills hadn't faltered. Class is dismissed. Boarding students, please return to your dorms. There will be a history class tomorrow afternoon and a simulation training session in the evening, Suyi continued. I probably won't be present. Huangqi, remember to submit your reflection paper to my office before 2 p.m. tomorrow. Come after 1:30, because I might not be there before then. Huangqi cautiously raised his hand. Teacher, are you sure it's not because you won't be awake before 1:30? Suyi, add 200 more words to your reflection, Mr. Su said, squinting with a tone of disapproval. Huangqi, you shouldn't have been so cheeky. Suyi shook his head helplessly. A moment later, in the 4th cafeteria of the school. As a top-tier institution nationwide, Qinxing Academy naturally boasts the best facilities, featuring 12 cafeterias and dorms that are either 6-person villas or spacious 2-person flats. As the principal put it, while you must endure hardships in battle, the academy is like home. If you can't rest well at home, then isn't that unnecessarily harsh? In a corner on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, Suyi sat across from Yi Yulan and Qian Sixian with a tray of food. Uncle, when you said you'd treat me to a meal, you meant the cafeteria? Yi Yulan's mouth twitched slightly. It had been 3 years since they last met. and he seemed to have become even more frugal. No money, Suyi shrugged, feigning indifference. I just got back from the war zone, and most of my money has been converted into points for myself. Where would I find the money to treat you to a meal? You'd be better off hoping your mom cooks something nice tonight. At this, Suyi took out his phone to check new messages, his mouth twitching slightly. All right, don't bother hoping for dinner tonight, he said, spreading his hands. Your mom found out I became your teacher and wants me to take you to the school's basic secret realm to test your combat skills. Of course, as your uncle, I'm vehemently opposed to this suggestion. You've only just awakened a few days ago. How can you enter such a dangerous secret realm? Qian Sixian blinked, seemingly trusting the teacher's words to some extent. After all, no uncle would be unconcerned about his niece's well-being. So I got you a slot for a secret realm. I'll throw you in there later, Suyi said. Qian Sixian? Yi Yulan nodded calmly, as if not questioning her uncle's actions. As for tonight, forget it. If I take you, your mom will definitely scold me. I'll take you out for hot pot and introduce you to some friends, Suyi said, turning to Qian Sixian. Would you like to join us, Qian? Qian Sixian paused. Her family also lived in Qinqing City, but she lived with Yi Yulan at the school, going home once a week. Today was Sunday, and she was supposed to go home, marking her first return since the semester started. Even if it's a teacher's invitation and my best friend, I have a friend who's a level 4 formation master. You can ask him about formations, Suyi said. I'll call my parents, Qian Sixian nodded. It turns out that the only thing that can attract a top student is knowledge, and the only thing that can attract a group of top students is a vast amount of knowledge. Yi Yulan sighed, feeling that her uncle indeed had made many friends, all of whom were at least at the 4th level of cultivation, which was considered quite capable in a big city like Qinqing City. However, the group of people in front of her left her feeling helpless. After dinner, as the aroma of hot pot still lingered in the air, the atmosphere shifted when Qian Sixian took out a notebook from his pocket. Two of her uncle's friends were arguing over a problem and decided to head to the library to look up information. The young woman beside Yi Yulan squinted slightly and said, if it weren't for your uncle's card, we wouldn't be able to get in. By the way, I'm Wei Chi-Chi, your firearms training teacher, she continued. I don't have a sequence. My ability is a beast transformation type, specifically an extraordinary beast transformation into a red-feathered eagle, with a latest-stage 4th level cultivation. In our graduating class, people like your uncle, who reached the 5th level, are indeed rare. Her tone carried a hint of resignation. Even at a top institution like Qinqing Academy, the vast majority of students cannot surpass the 4th level by graduation. I guess I'm barely considered excellent. Your uncle was almost the most talented in our class, and by the way, he was also the class president. A complex emotion flickered in Wei Chi-Chi's eyes. She continued, among the recorded beast transformation abilities in Xinzhou, the power of the red-feathered eagle is just barely extraordinary. Although cultivation potential is unrelated to the type of beast transformation, the quality of the beast bloodline does affect cultivation progress. For someone like me, I might only reach the 5th level in my lifetime. For ordinary people, that's already quite high, but for students at a top institution, it's the greatest tragedy. Yi Yulan felt a stir of curiosity and asked, isn't this the small library in the west of the city? Why can't you enter without my uncle's card? Because it's 2 in the morning and your uncle has high clearance. He can enter the closed library at this hour with just a facial scan. Wei Chi-Chi shrugged and, sensing something, suddenly turned her head and murmured softly, a spatial passageway? At that moment, Su Yi, who had been reading nearby, stood up with starlight light flickering in her eyes. She confirmed, yes, the fluctuation isn't very strong, probably between the 3rd and 4th levels, and it's quite close to us. However, this is the west of the city, a distance from the city walls and also from the city center, so the defensive strength might not be very strong. Let's go. It's a good opportunity for these youngsters to gain some experience. As Suyi spoke, she took a step forward and transformed into a massive black crow. It was a black-feathered crow, an extraordinary beast transformation type spirit beast proficient in using feathers. Suyi's ability seemed to have some variation, allowing her to control a bit of fire, but limited to fireball spells. Your teacher is not an ordinary person. She possesses both a sequence and an ability, said Yi Qiyun, a 4th level array master, indicating for everyone to follow. Let's go. I'll take you there. As Yi Qiyun spoke, he lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and the group was swiftly enveloped by a simple teleportation formation, moving quickly. Qinqing City is divided into 8 major districts, each containing 6 smaller areas. The area where Qinqing Academy is located is almost in the city center, while the hot pot restaurant they were heading to today is actually an estate situated in a relatively suburban area. The choice of this location was partly due to the estate's top-quality ingredients, and partly because of misunderstandings about the astrologer profession. Yi Qiyun said, do you guys have a misconception about astrologers? Suyi deliberately brought you here. Meanwhile, at the Central Enforcement Team headquarters of Qinqing City, alarms suddenly blared. The leader calmly prepared to dispatch nearby enforcement teams to Area 00974. where an anomaly, possibly a spatial fluctuation, had been detected. Each small area has an enforcement team of about 15 members, with the captain being at the 4th level and most team members at around the 3rd level. As one of the safest cities within the Shenzhou region, Qinghai City's enforcement teams are notably strong. Closer to the central area, team captains are generally at the 5th level, with team members at the 4th level. On the outskirts, the enforcement team's strength is comparable to that of the central area. Area 00974 is situated midway, neither on the edge nor at the center, so its defense is somewhat weaker. However, nearby enforcement teams can quickly provide support. The enforcement team's main duties are twofold: to handle awakened humans attempting to cause disturbances within the city and to respond to suddenly appearing spatial channels. Initial assessments indicated that the energy fluctuation of the spatial channel was at the 4th level. The head of the Enforcement Management Bureau frowned and ordered, "Issue a task. See if there are any exploration teams nearby." Exploration teams differ from enforcement teams. They are semi-officially formed, self-established, and reported to authorities, responsible for exploring secret realms and special places on Blue Star. The Changfeng team was on their way, led by Lu Shiji, a 4th-level peak elemental wind user. Accompanying them was Su Yi, a 5th-level astrologer from Qinghai Academy. The leader seemed to relax, muttering to himself, "These kids, the code names they come up with are more and more pretentious." Meanwhile, in Area 00974, several black feathers slowly descended, passing before the eyes of the enforcement team captain, then transforming into a young man. The young man wore dark gold combat attire, with eyes shining like stars. Zhao Sai, the captain of Enforcement Team 074, said, "I'll take over here. Fortunately, there aren't many civilians nearby, so it's a good opportunity to let my 2 young subordinates get some practice." This is a common unwritten rule. As long as there is someone stronger and from a lawful faction willing to take responsibility, it's common to let juniors gain experience, provided no civilians are harmed. The middle-aged man named Zhao Sai looked at the young man in front of him, his gaze falling on the ID the young man had just tossed over. After a moment of silence, he said, "All right, but we need to be nearby." Su Yi nodded, took back the ID Zhao Sai handed over, and then pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing it in Zhao Sai's hand. The middle-aged man hesitated for a while, but eventually took one out and lit it naturally. "Aren't you going to smoke?" Su Yi waved his hand casually and replied, "I don't smoke. I just carry a few packs around. An old man once told me to understand the ways of the world." At that moment, a light suddenly shone beside Su Yi, and several figures appeared. Leading them was a tall woman with a calm demeanor, like a gentle breeze passing over this small patch of land. She was a 4th-tier peak ability user, Lu Shiji of the Long Wind. "Hey, Uncle Zhao, where did you get the good cigarettes?" Although a woman, Lu Shiji clearly didn't see herself as one, and she stepped forward, casually trying to snatch a cigarette from Zhao Sai's hand. "Get lost." Zhao Sai visibly relaxed upon seeing her. Earlier, he was worried that the young man in front of him, with his 5th-tier strength, might try to handle the space channel alone. The Long Wind team was quite well known in Qinghai City, and Zhao Sai had interacted with them a few times. Seeing Lu Shiji, he couldn't help but feel more at ease. "This young man gave it to me," Zhao Sai said, pointing at Su Yi, although he didn't know Su Yi personally, only noticing the teacher's ID Su Yi had thrown out earlier. Well, in this world, a teacher's ID, especially from Qinghai Academy, is highly valuable. In a sense, with Su Ye's ID and 5th-tier cultivation, he could easily secure a minor position in some battle zones. "Never mind then." Lu Shiji shrugged, a bit disappointed, and then looked at Su Yi. "So, how about letting a few slip through for you?" Su Yi suggested, glancing at Qian Sixian and Yi Yulan beside him. "4 of them, 1st tier. These small creatures are plentiful, just leave a few." "Wait, uncle, you don't expect me to just jump into this, do you?" Yi Yulan's mouth twitched slightly, filled with doubt. "I haven't really learned anything yet. The use of abilities, the manipulation of spiritual energy, and the techniques of the swordsman sequence, I haven't practiced any of them. We've only awakened our abilities for less than a week, and we're already supposed to fight? Shouldn't the academy focus on improving our cultivation before we face magical beasts?" Su Yi shrugged casually and replied, "Exactly. You said it yourself, it's basic. Don't overthink it. It's just 2 first-level magical beasts. What's there to worry about? You're a swordsman, understand? In all known sequences, the swordsman's damage potential ranks in the top 10 at the same level. As long as you have a sword, just go for it. A swordsman's intuition will guide you. Where's the sword?" Yi Yulan spread her hands in resignation. At that moment, a long sword with a faint purple glow suddenly landed in her hands. "This is a 5th-level sword. I had it prepared for you when you awakened. If you can kill the 2 beasts, the sword is yours," Su Yi said, looking at Yi Yulan with anticipation. "If you can't, you'll have to wait until you're at the 4th level to get it." Yi Yulan was momentarily stunned, then decisively nodded. This was the first precious gift her uncle had given her in years. Faced with this, she decided to go ahead and swing the sword a couple of times. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, as if her inner violent instincts had been awakened. Watching this unfold, Zhao Xi's mouth twitched slightly, reflecting on the scene. It was the first time he'd seen such a method of mentoring the younger generation, though it seemed extravagant. It was genuinely extravagant. Teacher, Qian Sixian quietly raised her hand. As a formation master, she knew well that formation masters excel in defensive battles at levels 1 to 3. If allowed to set up formations, no one could defeat them. Without formations, they were still formidable. More importantly, Qian Sixian only knew a few basic formations with no offensive power. Set up your formation. I'll catch 2 first-level magical beasts and put them in your formation. If you can control them, you'll win. If you manage to hold them until all the creatures emerging from the spatial passage are killed, I'll give you a gift, a life-saving Oni 5th-level formation disc. If you set up a formation that I believe can trap 4 to 5 first-level beasts, I'll take you to the 4th floor of the library to choose 3 formation books once you reach the 2nd level. Hearing about the formation disc, Qian Sixian's heart leaped with joy. Her eyes brightened as she quickly retrieved a few small stones from her pocket, carefully using her spiritual energy to turn them into formation bases. Although they were quite inferior spiritual stones, Suye's lips curled into a slight smile, understanding that most awakeners start their cultivation with such stones. If these stones hadn't been mass-produced in recent years, schools wouldn't have distributed so many at the start of the academic year. However, Qian Sixian, that little girl, seems to have quite the talent. If her character holds up, it might be possible to pull some strings and get her directly into the Array Masters Association after a while. After all, she's the close friend of my niece. In this world, it's incredibly important to have someone you can rely on when venturing outside. Suyi blinked, his eyes twinkling with starlight, but he quickly shook his head to dispel it. With his hands clasped behind his back, he watched as Yi Yulan charged straight into the horde of magical beasts with her sword. Suyi silently calculated in his mind. Neither his parents nor his sister and brother-in-law were ever this reckless. Could it be that Yi Yulan inherited some reckless genes from her grandfather's side? With a sigh, Suyi extended a hand, and a few feathers gently floated down from the sky, eventually landing on Yi Yulan's shoulder, emitting a faint aura. This was mainly to deter magical beasts of the 2nd tier and above, as first-tier beasts couldn't even sense such an aura and had only the pure instinct to charge forward. As an uncle, all Suyi could do was barely protect her. Ultimately, growth requires personal experience. At that moment, Captain Lu Shiji shouted, "Squad leader, there's a 5th tier." Suyi finally reacted, transforming into a massive black raven and appearing at the entrance of the spatial passage. These magical beasts mostly resembled monkeys, frequently recorded in official documents as white-butt monkeys, named for their conspicuous white behinds. Instinctively, Suyi shielded his old classmate, standing alone in front of the spatial passage. Every time a spatial passage appeared, it usually involved a whole group, and naturally, there would be a king among them. The white-butt monkey king before him was newly advanced to the 5th tier, barely formidable. Suyi glanced at Lu Shiji beside him and asked, "Do you want to give it a try yourself? You might break through to the 5th tier with this opportunity." Lu Shiji hesitated, knowing the significant gap between the 4th and 5th tiers. The difference between the 3rd and 4th tiers was one of strength, while between the 4th and 5th, it was a difference in existence, as the 5th tier is known as the transcendent realm, often referred to as extraordinary. "Don't worry, just fight. I'm here to back you up," Suyi said casually. "Besides, have you forgotten my sequence?" Lu Shiji seemed to remember something and patted his head. Suyi's sequence was that of an astrologer, ranking 1st in divination. Surely, he wouldn't lead him astray? So should I go for it? Lu Shiji looked at Suyi, then steadied himself, with wild winds swirling around him as he charged towards the towering 4 to 5 meter white-butt monkey king. So he thought to himself that calling it an ape or gorilla seemed more fitting. Why insist on calling it a monkey? However, Lu Shiji's chances of breaking through to the 5th tier weren't that high. The likelihood post-battle was only about 40 to 50%. With this in mind, Suyi focused and turned his gaze towards his student and niece. What kind of bizarre array is this? Suyi watched as Qian Sixian set up the array, his mouth twitching slightly. There were only 4 or 5 arrays, given Qian Sixian's limited resources and knowledge. Yet, these few arrays formed about 20 different variations. Who taught her such a complex array? Or perhaps it wasn't any orthodox array at all. Could this girl have figured it out on her own? Suyi stroked his chin and turned to look at his niece. In the midst of a group of 1st-tier magical beasts, Yi Yulan seemed unstoppable, and Suyi's mouth twitched again. It was apparent that without much training in swordsmanship, Yi Yulan's fundamentals were lacking. But who charges recklessly into a horde of magical beasts like this? Suyi rubbed his forehead. Swordsmen typically have high attack but low defense. They are fragile. Although with advanced training, one could eventually do this. She was still just a regular fragile fighter. Why be so reckless? Feeling helpless, Su Yi saw Lu Shiji similarly wielding the wild winds, charging forward as if invincible. Su Yi thought to himself, "You're a mage, Lu Shiji." It is well known that elemental ability awakeners generally have low durability before reaching the 5th tier, except for those who are specifically awakened with earth attributes. Others often lose their combat ability quickly when attacked. As a wind attribute awakener and the leader of the exploration team, Lu Shiji should be well aware of this common knowledge and not act so recklessly. Perhaps Su Ye's casual mention of the possibility of a breakthrough ignited hope in her heart, prompting her to charge forward without hesitation. Su Yi sighed quietly and transformed into a black crow, with black feathers falling like fine rain, instantly covering the white-butt monkeys in the spatial passage. Whether they were 1st tier or 4th tier monkeys, they lost their vitality almost instantaneously. At this moment, Yi Yulan, Qian Sixian, and the other 7 members of the Changfeng team were pulled aside by Su Yi, watching Lu Shiji's confrontation with the 5th tier magical beast from a distance. Su Yi was not worried, but Yi Qiun, standing beside him, anxiously said, "Squad leader, the captain has a good chance of breaking through, but she must master elementalization during the process, even if only partially. The 5th tier is the first major milestone for ability users. After breaking through, elemental ability users can actively undergo elementalization and can continue using their powers until their spiritual energy is exhausted. In an elementalized state, physical attacks can hardly harm her. If she can anticipate and partially elementalize her body, even elemental attacks from enemies would be ineffective because they essentially don't hit her." Meanwhile, 5th tier beast transformation awakeners gain powerful regenerative abilities, almost akin to an immortal body. Although not truly immortal, their recovery ability is extremely strong, allowing them to heal within seconds after being injured. The life-preserving capabilities of 5th tier awakeners significantly improve, which is undeniable. Researchers point out that beast transformation and elemental abilities follow 2 completely different paths. Elemental awakeners become closer to nature, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, while beast transformation awakeners incorporate power into themselves. Su Yi suddenly squinted, and a cyan jade appeared in his hand at some point. With a casual flick, the jade flew towards Lu Shiji, shattering into starlight along the way and finally landing on her, causing her aura to surge dramatically. The white-butt monkey king sensed the threat and swung a punch to try to interrupt Lu Shiji, but the attack had no effect, leaving it puzzled as it grasped at a wisp of wind. At this moment, strong winds began to rise between heaven and earth, seemingly heralding some great event. A giant hand gently pressed on Lu Shiji's shoulder, while a feather quietly landed on the forehead of the white-butt monkey king. "All right, it's late at night, and that's enough excitement for now. Until you fully control this power, don't use it in the city. When the time comes, find a secluded place to practice," Su Yi said, as he erased the consciousness of the white-bottomed monkey king. Continuing to fight would disturb the nearby residents, and the noise was too much. Besides, causing a commotion might even require writing a report, which is more trouble than it's worth. Lu Shiji's pupils narrowed slightly, seemingly surprised. "Class leader, be honest, what level are you at now?" Lu Shiji asked. "Just 1 step away from the 6th level, which isn't very fast among a few of us. You should know who I'm talking about," Su Yi replied, glancing at Lu Shiji. "Of course, I know," Lu Shiji replied, rolling her eyes. "All right, I'll leave the scene to you guys. I'll take these 2 kids and head out. They have classes tomorrow." Su Yi clapped his hands, leaving the responsibility to others. Fortunately, Lu Shiji, or rather the Changfeng squad, had handled such situations many times, so she just nodded. "By the way, make sure to register your strength at the Explorer Association tomorrow, so your team can advance and access more secret realms." Su Yi continued, "If you run into any trouble, just mention my name. After all, we're classmates." In Su Ye's class, 6 out of 30 students died in battle, and only 24 successfully graduated. Besides the Changfeng squad founded by Lu Shiji, the remaining students were scattered across 4 or 5 small teams. Su Yi had helped them all a bit, because in this era, awakened individuals are often at risk, and lending a helping hand when possible is just the right thing to do. Lu Shiji nodded thoughtfully, then watched as Su Yi left with the 2 kids. "Yi Yulan, once you reach the 2nd level, I'll find you a swordsmanship teacher. Your sword skills are a bit clumsy right now," Su Yi said to Yi Yulan. "As for throwing you into a secret realm like I mentioned before, let's forget about that for now. Wait until your strength improves. You're still too weak," Su Yi continued. "And Qian Sixian, you did well this time. I promised you that once you reach the 2nd level, I'll take you to the 4th floor of the school library to pick out a couple of formation books," Su Yi said, looking at Qian Sixian with satisfaction. "Also, our class needs a class leader. If you don't mind, you can take on the role," Su Yi added. Hearing this, Qian Sixian looked down, as if contemplating something, while Yi Yulan excitedly raised her hand. Su Yi rolled his eyes. Typically, class leaders are chosen from students with strong abilities and average family backgrounds. Like Su Yi back then, His abilities were too strong, and not making him class leader would have caused an uproar. At that moment, Qian Sixian raised his head. All right, I'll do it, he said firmly, clearly understanding the importance of resources. Qian Sixian's parents were awakened individuals with little combat ability, both around the second level, working in small companies in administrative roles. As a formation master in the early stages, resources are scarce. The day after the spatial portal appeared, at 5 in the morning, Su Yi yawned as he walked into the training hall. As an instructor for the wilderness survival course, he couldn't help but wonder why he was attending a basic training class. Sun Yong, one of the only 5 6th-level teachers at Qinqing Academy, was Su Ye's teacher and also the person who initiated over 70% of the students into cultivation. His elemental ability was of the wood attribute, and he was in the late stage of the 6th level. Although this level had a somewhat pretentious title, Master Realm, people usually referred to it as the 6th level because Master sounded awkward. At this level, teachers could oversee a small city, and in a major city like Qinqing, there were at least 10 6th-level individuals. Look at how slack you've become, Sun Yong said with a tone of disappointment. Ever since you went to the battle zone, I feel like you've gotten lazier. You can't even get up for morning exercises. If I hadn't gone to your dorm this morning, I bet you wouldn't have gotten out of bed. Yeah, I just didn't want to get up, Su Yi replied matter-of-factly, not seeing anything wrong with it. He just wanted to sleep a bit more. After being constantly on edge in the battlefield, couldn't he rest a bit more now that he was back in a safe and peaceful place? He shrugged, while Sun Yong felt a twinge of inexplicable guilt. All right, get up quickly, stand straight, and make a good impression on your students, Sun Yong said helplessly. Just then, a small head peeked through the slightly open door. Seeing Su Yi, the eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled another girl in with her. Uncle, here's your breakfast, the girl said casually, tossing a bag over to him. Su Ye's mouth twitched slightly. This girl never looked at the distance when throwing things, but he still caught the bag with his spiritual power and took out some buns and soy milk, also preparing a portion for Sun Yong beside him. For 6th-level cultivators, ordinary food was no longer necessary. But if I don't eat, I'm afraid I'll forget I'm human, Su Yi shrugged. 5th-level cultivators felt the same way. After the leap in life level, the need for ordinary food almost disappeared. Have some, it's from Aunt Sun's stall in canteen number 2. If you don't get up early, you can't get it. Sun Yong paused, and then took the bag, pulling up a chair to sit down. Su Yi waved to the 2 young ones and introduced them. This is my niece, and this is our class president, quite talented. Hearing, quite talented, Sun Yong looked up, seemingly understanding something. It's against the rules. If you brought one alone, your niece is a junior to me, and it's customary to give a meeting gift. But your class president is just an ordinary student to me. The buns you're holding were bought by Qian Sixian, Su Yi said. Sun Yong's lips twitched slightly. Although he felt a bit of pain in his heart, he didn't mind much, considering the 2 little ones had brought him breakfast. He took out a bracelet from his pocket and said with a smile, "Wow, so generous. A space bracelet as a meeting gift. This should be around 200 cubic meters, quite a valuable item." Su Yi raised an eyebrow and teased, "What are you thinking?" Sun Yong playfully scolded him, joking that Su Yi had become more smooth-talking after spending some time in the war zone. Then, Sun Yong took out 2 crystals from the bracelet and placed them in the hands of the 2 little ones. The crystals were a beautiful cyan color, which surprised Su Yi. "Mr. Sun, you're really generous," Su Yi remarked with a pout, then turned to the 2 little ones and said, "Keep these safe, they're life-saving. For anyone below the 6th tier, it would take at least 10 minutes to break this protection. Wood attributes are naturally good at control, defense, and healing, and Sun Yong had perfected these traits." Sun Yong knew well why he was giving these gifts. Since Su Yi said his talent was good, it must be true. Giving something to build a good relationship wasn't a big deal. These were just a few protective charms he had made himself. The cultivation class was an early one, starting at 6 o'clock, and students were arriving one after another. A boy named Huang Qi ran over to Yi Yulan, eagerly bringing breakfast. Seeing this, Su Yi asked curiously, "Hey, what are you up to?" Fortunately, his little niece clearly had no intention of entertaining him and even subtly pulled out the sword he had given her, placing it against Huang Qi's neck. Su Yi was satisfied with this and nodded approvingly. Soon, Sun Yong clapped his hands and took out a whistle, blowing it with a sharp sound. "Everyone, gather up. Girls in the front, boys in the back. The energetic-looking guy in the back, go to the equipment room and bring back 30 cushions. Su Yi, you go with him." The energetic guy was Wei Su. Shortly after, everyone was seated, and Sun Yong nodded, beginning to speak. "Before teaching you how to cultivate, you need to understand what cultivation is." He continued, "There are currently 2 common methods of cultivation in Shenzhou. One is the 5 viscera and 6 bowels cultivation method, derived from martial lineage research, suitable for all close combat abilities and sequences. The 6 bowels refer to the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner, which have the physiological characteristic of draining but not storing, solid but not full, and are the main source of qi and blood energy for awakeners. The five viscera are the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, which store essence and qi without draining, thus full but not solid. For awakeners, the heart mobilizes qi and blood, the lungs accelerate its flow, the spleen and liver store it, and the kidneys preserve innate essence, crucial for breaking through the first three realms. Therefore, close combat cultivators should avoid losing their virginity before breaking through the fourth tier. He added, of course, this method seems scientific, developed over generations, while the other is relatively conceptual. The Three Souls refinement method is suitable for cultivators with long-range attack types. The three souls refer to the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and human soul, traditionally called fetal light, refreshing spirit, and secluded essence. This cultivation method involves engaging with the body's three souls to enhance one's spiritual power. If you want to practice both methods, that's fine, provided you prove your aptitude to me. Sun Yong said seriously, having seen too many people who overestimated themselves but achieved nothing. From the very beginning, when Suyi first took attendance, he could vaguely sense which students in the class would become top performers. The cultivation of an awaken one's abilities is different from regular learning, as it requires a distinct level of talent. Wei Su, a young man from the military district, exudes a soldier's aura. Despite his seemingly ordinary superpower, supernatural beast transformation into a devouring gold tiger possesses a tenacity that is not to be underestimated. At least until the fourth tier, he is unlikely to encounter any bottlenecks. Sun Yisin, a scholar of sequence 043, stands out due to the peculiarity of this sequence. Those with the scholar sequence often appear obsessive, perfectly embodying the saying, there's a fine line between genius and madness. Qian Sixian, the top scorer in Qinxing City, is an array master of sequence 042, already recognized for his formidable talent in arrays. As for Yi Yulan, Suyi preferred not to comment much. On the contrary, Huang Qi was quite special. Suyi glanced at Huang Qi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, raised an eyebrow slightly, and turned to ask teacher's son, what do you think of that kid? Not bad. Among this year's freshmen, he has a high chance of ranking in the top 10. In recent years, our academy has produced quite a few prodigies, so for now, I'd say he's just decent, Sun Yong replied nonchalantly. Anyway, just teach them as you see fit. Aren't you just teaching one course on outdoor survival? Why bother with this? Suyi said half-jokingly. Well, Suyi mysteriously pulled out a medal with flame-like patterns and a series of numbers engraved below, 02007. Sun Yong raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding something, but shook his head. Not suitable. Suyi nodded, understanding that the purpose of showing the medal was simply to let Sun Yong know what he was currently involved in. In 3 months, there would be a competition among the 10 major academies. Suyi said, you can choose a few people to participate in the internal selection. What kind of competition? Is it the same as our year? Suyi raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested in the topic. Every year is different. Who knows what they'll come up with this time? Mainly, this year it's hosted by Hanhai Academy, so they might throw these kids out onto the sea to compete, Sun Yong replied. Who hosted it in your year? Sun Yong asked. Those old Taoists, Suyi shrugged, recalling the competition organized by the old Taoists of Longhu Academy back then, feeling a sense of helplessness. Just then, an alarm sounded abruptly. Suyi and Sun Yong's smart wristbands almost simultaneously received a message, and their phones rang shortly after. Sun Yong glanced at his wristband. Emergency summons. Yours is probably the same. Yes, the principal sent specific details in the teacher's group. Suyi waved his phone and stood up. Let's go. Sun Yong then whistled, signaling that due to the emergency, classes were temporarily suspended, and everyone needed to return to their dormitories. If any unusual sounds were heard, they should immediately activate the small array in their dormitory. However, Suyi half-jokingly remarked, at that point, the array might not be of much use. Sun Yong gave him a stern look in response. Almost simultaneously, the two of them vanished from sight. Moments later, Sun Yong and Suyi scanned their surroundings, both frowning unconsciously. 7 individuals like Suyi, at the peak of the 5th tier, could barely contend with a 6th tier. The 4 6th tier teachers at the academy, combined with the 8 5th tier peak and 4 6th tier, equated to the combat power of 12 ordinary 6th tiers. This represented the bulk of Qinxing Academy's strength, as well as a significant portion of Qinxing City's power. Shortly after, a dignified elder entered the room and stood before them. There is a spatial tunnel fluctuation in Area 00963, currently estimated at the 6th tier. There's a chance of encountering 7th tier beasts, but don't worry, I will handle that. You only need to deal with anything below the 7th tier. Although it was a 6th tier spatial tunnel, not all beasts within were 6th tier. Most were 4th or 5th tier, requiring someone like Suyi to handle them. The elder, Zhao Muji, the principal of Qinxing Academy and a 7th tier powerhouse, stood there with an imposing presence, much like his outstanding disciple, the martial saint. It was hard to imagine the explosive strength hidden beneath his shirt. Let's go, Su. Sun Yong patted Su Yi on the shoulder. It's just a spatial tunnel, no big deal. The spatial tunnel itself wasn't the main issue. The real question was why such a high-level spatial tunnel appeared within Qinqing City. Su Yi squinted, his gaze deep, glanced at Zhao Muji, and said, Principal, I want to go somewhere. Go ahead, Zhao Muji replied, seeming to understand Su Yi's intentions. With me here, I'll be much more at ease. Su Yi nodded and quickly left the meeting room. Sun Yong and the other 6th-tier teachers pondered while the 5th-tier peak teachers looked on with curiosity, not quite grasping the tacit understanding between Zhao Muji and Su Yi. Su Yi soon disappeared from everyone's view. Meanwhile, in the dormitory area of Qinqing Academy, Yi Yulan, lying idly on her bed, received a message. The world's top Qigong master. Anyone interested in finding out what's happening? Oh, it was from their small class group without any teachers, a nickname of Huang Qi. Huang Qi's suggestion intrigued her, as Yi Yulan was naturally curious and wondered why her uncle and teachers had suddenly vanished. The issue was that she shared a room with Qian Sixian, who, given her character, was unlikely to agree to an outing. If you want to go ahead. I'll bring some things, Qian Sixian suddenly said. Yi Yulan raised a questioning eyebrow as she watched Qian Sixian pack some items into her small bag before standing up. I'm also curious about what could make 6th-tier teachers leave so abruptly. If something happened at the city wall, we would have been sent to the shelter by now. It's likely a high-tier spatial tunnel appeared inside the city, Qian Sixian said. Let's just wander around the school. If we find out, great. If not, it won't matter much. In a restroom of a shopping mall in District 00963 of Qinqing City, a small spatial portal stood quietly. Fan Sijio, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, a refined young man, was standing in front of the portal with a cigarette in his mouth. He was a peak 6th-level Earth Element ability user, a prominent figure among the higher-ups in Shenzhou. Before long, an elderly man arrived. Fan Sijio immediately bowed and greeted him. Hello, Principal. Long time no see. This elder was none other than Zhao Muji, a 7th-level expert and the disciple of a martial saint. Zhao Muji waved dismissively. Enough with the flattery, tell me the situation. Fan Sijio offered a cigarette, which Zhao Muji took along with the whole pack, and then awkwardly reported, the spatial portal fluctuations will peak in 15 to 20 minutes, after which the beasts will appear. This situation is quite unusual. Zhao Muji nodded. I know. Qinqing City was chosen to avoid strong spatial portals, but this is out of the ordinary. He squinted. Xiaofan, prepare for a tough battle. I might not be able to help much. There are 3 7th-level presences inside. Fan Sijio gasped, extinguished his cigarette, and loosened up his muscles. Did you call for backup? He asked, knowing that Qinqing City only had 2 7th-level warriors, one being present and the other unable to leave the city walls. Zhao Muji responded, I did. My grand disciple is on his way and should arrive in about half an hour. Don't worry, I'm a tough martial artist. Fan Sijio's mouth twitched, realizing the situation had shifted from confident to resilient. Nonetheless, he pinned his hopes on the imminent arrival of the martial saint's disciple, hoping they could turn the tide. Fan Sijio's thoughts drifted back to the carefree and unkempt martial saint. He twitched the corner of his mouth and silently took out his phone to send a distress message to the headquarters of the Enforcement Bureau. An inexplicable distrust of the martial saint lineage prompted him to do so. 15 minutes later, the Enforcement Bureau's prediction came true. A rift opened in the spatial passage, and a pair of sharp claws extended out, followed by the appearance of a magical beast in front of everyone. This beast had a rabbit-like body but bore terrifyingly sharp claws, exuding a formidable aura of the 6th tier. The first one is already 6th tier. Fan Sijio narrowed his eyes. It seems your investigation was correct. There are at least 3 7th tier magical beasts behind this spatial passage. Moreover, these beasts are quite tricky. Fan Sijio conjured a stone spear and hurled it fiercely. The rabbit easily shattered the stone spear with its claws and looked up, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. This is a killer rabbit, Fan Sijio explained. Though the name doesn't quite fit, the naming of magical beasts on Blue Star is usually decided by the first discoverer, so many names are rather abstract. Comparatively, killer rabbit is quite normal. As the first rabbit appeared, more of its kind poured out of the spatial passage. They were all 6th tier beasts, with the weakest possessing early 6th tier strength. Eventually, 20 killer rabbits stood before the group 3 were 7th tier, and 17 were 6th tier. Zhao Muji's mouth twitched as he muttered, this is really going to be a tough fight. His energy surged as he charged towards the 3 7th tier killer rabbits hiding in the back. With a punch, he smashed the head of one. However, this did not completely kill the beast. Fan Sijio explained, like human practitioners, magical beasts undergo a qualitative change after the 5th tier. To kill them, there are basically 2 methods. Either exhaust their internal energy or suppress them with overwhelming strength. Although Zhao Muji was powerful, possibly stronger than the 3 7th tier killer rabbits combined, he couldn't resolve them quickly. This is why high-tier combat power can dominate the battlefield. However, With Zhao Muji's seasoned 7th tier strength, holding off 3 7th tier opponents for the time being was more than sufficient. Fan Sijio faced the strongest beast aside from the 3 7th tier ones. He thought to himself that the emergence of a spatial passage signified a group beginning their invasion of Blue Star. It's worth noting that these magical beasts, appearing in groups, differ from ordinary exotic beasts in that they possess almost no intelligence, making them easy to contain. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Qinqing City, in a mountain range, a pair of cold vertical pupils suddenly opened. The massive body, as large as the mountains, began to move, gazing towards Qinqing City as if sensing a similar powerful energy fluctuation. A 7th tier battle. A voice like thunder echoed through the mountain range, vibrating the eardrums of every living creature. Black Eagle, go check if that Lin fellow is on the city wall. If he is, come back. If not, kill two and then return. Launching a massive attack now is a foolish move. As soon as these words were spoken, a giant eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters soared into the sky, flying towards Qinqing City. From a high vantage point, the creature giving orders was revealed to be a giant python, several kilometers long, opposing Qinqing City. Its body blended perfectly into the mountainous landscape, as if one with the earth. At Qinqing Academy, a group of teenagers was walking along the path. It wasn't exactly quiet, as the boy leading them, Huang Qi, was excitedly looking around. Among the three following him, Yi Yulan seemed excited but hesitant to show it, while Qian Xixian's eyes were filled with curiosity. To ensure their safety, Wei Su reluctantly followed behind. Despite the bustling paths of Qinqing Academy, with many staff checking if students returned to their dorms on time, some people were unaware of the situation. In case of emergencies, usually only a portion of people would be evacuated, especially those who accidentally found out. The previous area 00963 had been temporarily isolated by a barrier, which everyone understood, given that they lived in a time of constant potential crisis. At that moment, Huang Qi suddenly stopped and greeted a man who clearly wasn't from Qinqing Academy. "Hello, sir." His expression was genuinely innocent. Wei Su and Qian Sixian, following behind, were taken aback, then saw Huang Qi gesture for them to stay still. The middle-aged man paused, inwardly wondering if all Qinqing Academy students were naive, not realizing that such small gestures couldn't be hidden from someone above the 4th awakening tier. However, mindful of his mission, he only paused briefly before nodding and striding away, clearly unconcerned with Huang Qi. As he turned, Qian Sixian noticed a conspicuous tattoo on the man's neck and glanced at Wei Su. They both blinked in unison. It was a blood-red scorpion. Once the man was out of their sensory range, Huang Qi stepped forward and whispered to them. That man had a faint smell of human blood. Qi masters control Qi, or rather, aura, and I could sense he had just killed someone. This was his rare talent, as Qi masters themselves were uncommon. "We're calling for backup," Wei Su said, pulling out his phone. "I'm contacting my brother." His brother was a warrior on the city wall, a 5th-tier strength, considered quite formidable. More importantly, if Wei Su and Qian Sixian weren't mistaken, the blood scorpion symbol on the man's body indicated he was from one of the most notorious terrorist organizations in China, and even the World Blood Scorpion. "I reached out to Teacher Su, as he's the strongest I know, and also contacted Senior Lu," Qian Sixian added. Seeing their three friends looking serious, Yi Yulan appeared a bit curious. Just then, both Qian Sixian and Wei Su's phones rang simultaneously. They checked their phones, and their expressions turned serious, breaking out in a cold sweat. Whether it was Wei Su's brother or Lu Shiji, they both responded with a single word: "Run." In the next moment, a purple long sword suddenly unsheathed, blocking the massive axe that followed. However, in an instant, the sword was knocked away, and Yi Yulan was sent flying backward. Despite the swordswoman's heightened instincts, the overwhelming difference in power made her reaction futile, leaving a bloody mark on her chest. A 5th-tier sword, she must be from a wealthy family. The burly man casually rested his long-handled battle axe on his shoulder, licking his lips in apparent satisfaction. He muttered, "What a shame. In normal times, a delicate girl like this would be in high demand." Perhaps because her friend was hurt, Qian Sixian flipped open the book in her hand and threw out the 5th-tier array disc given by Su Yi, a life-saving move. But the next moment, the disc vanished. The man tossed the array disc in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. "A good item, isn't it? Didn't the person who gave it to you teach you to activate it secretly?" He glanced to the side, only to find that Huang Qi had somehow already brought Yi Yulan back to their side, forcibly sealing her wound with a strand of energy. Then, a tiger's roar echoed, followed by a long sword flying out, piercing through the man's body. The man touched his mouth, thinking to himself, "Using the array disc to distract me and bring their partner back to safety." The extraordinary beast transformation from bloodline intimidation indeed made me falter for a moment. At that moment, the man suddenly stopped and retreated 2 hurried steps as a bright blue light struck where he had just stood, exploding with a roar. A young figure appeared in front of the group, crouching down to take out a vial of potion. carefully lifting Yi Yulan to administer it. Turning around, his eyes, deep as the night sky, fixed on the man, his voice calm, yet filled with menace. Was it you who hurt my niece? The young man swung his arm, unleashing a terrifying aura, and in an instant, it seemed as if he grasped the stars, trapping the man within a galaxy of stars. Black feathers rained down, each one leaving a wound on the man's body. By the time the rain of feathers ceased, the man was lifeless, unable to withstand the hidden lethality of each feather despite his fifth-tier regenerative abilities. The young man slightly smiled, glancing back at the group of youngsters, nodding in satisfaction. Suddenly, he collapsed forward. Only then did everyone notice the gruesome scar stretching across Su Ye's back and left arm. Mr. Su, they exclaimed. Huang Qi looked at the half-empty vial of potion left after the teacher had fed Yi Yulan, seemingly understanding something. He stepped forward, supporting Su Yi, and using the energy of a Qi master, he administered the potion to Su Yi. Hey, isn't that Xiao Su? A voice rang out, waking Su Yi from his slumber. Dressed in a hospital gown, he opened his eyes and rubbed his aching head, his gaze falling on Sun Yong sitting nearby. With a hint of a mischievous smile, Sun Yong said, "Oh, you're awake? I've got some good news and some bad news. The good news is that the seal beneath the academy held up, so you didn't mess it up. Honestly, I'm amazed you came back after fighting a latest level 6, and even took down a regular level 5 in seconds. I have to admit, I'm a bit impressed." He continued, "The principal will come to see you in a couple of days to give you a reward. By the way, Zhou Yu is here too. He says he knows you." Su Yi was slightly taken aback, a hint of unease crossing his mind. "I know him, but we're not particularly close." He pondered, his lips twitching as he asked, "How's Yi Yulan's injury?" Sun Yong's expression turned peculiar. "You used a level 5 life-preserving potion on that kid yourself. How could there be any trouble? You could have just used a level 2 or 3, but it's not like you couldn't. Besides, didn't I give those kids some life-saving measures? If they were really in a crisis, the crystal I gave would automatically replenish their life force. It's just worry getting the better of you. The bad news is, your sister is at the door. Once I leave, she'll come in." Sun Yong's words made Su Ye's heart tighten. "Mr. Sun, can't you stay a bit longer?" Su Lan, Su Ye's elder sister, was 17 years his senior. With their parents often working on the front lines, Su Lan seldom saw them growing up. In her memory, her parents were always busy. The longest they spent with her was when she was 16, and their mother became pregnant again with Su Yi. Before that, they were rarely around. Su Lan was also quite gifted, fully qualified to join the front lines, and their parents wanted her to follow them. But looking at her then 2- or 3-year-old brother, she resolutely refused. She understood that in those times, such a choice was common, but she always felt her brother shouldn't grow up the way she did. She knew the despair of growing up without family, and she didn't want her brother to go through the same. The phrase, "an elder sister is like a mother," held deep meaning for Su Yi. However, his talent was greater, and his yearning for freedom and grand scenes led him to sneak off to the war zone without much hesitation. In truth, he felt a bit guilty, so upon returning to Qinqing City, he didn't contact Su Lan right away. Instead, Su Lan, learning that Yi Yulan's teacher was Su Yi, felt relieved and reached out to him. Just days later, news of Su Ye's severe injury spread. "So, you better come up with a good reason to explain why you ended up facing a latest level 6, Sun Yong said with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The woman, who still looked remarkably young, had a slight smile at the corners of her mouth and squinted at the young man in front of her. In her eyes, Su Yi was nothing more than a mischievous child. After all, to Su Lan, Su Yi would always be the little brother who needed looking after. "I'm an astrologer," Su Yi sighed helplessly before explaining. "It's abnormal for a spatial portal of this magnitude to suddenly appear in a large city like Qinqing. There must be an organization behind it. However, no organization would dare send combat power of the 7th tier or higher into Qinqing City, as that would violate Shenzhou's boundaries. And as for me, a teacher at Qinqing Academy who is officially only a 5th tier combatant, but secretly possesses 6th tier strength. Only a very few know this. Once all known 6th tier powers were deployed elsewhere for support, I became the final piece in their plan." With a hint of pride, Su Yi continued, "This is what they call destiny. The stars in the sky reveal everything to me, not because I seek answers, but because they respect me and are willing to guide me." "Read fewer of those juvenile books," Su Lan said without hesitation, delivering a playful chop to Su Ye's head with her hand, a move she often used, known as the elder sister's hand chop. Su Yi rubbed his head silently, but then noticed Su Lan pause before saying, "The sword you gave to Yulan has cracked, but she doesn't intend to replace it. As a swordsman, a good sword is crucial. You need to persuade her, or give her another one." "It cracked." Su Yi frowned in thought. The sword's material wasn't bad. How could it crack from a regular 5th tier awakener's hit? Unless... He suddenly looked up at Su Lan. "Did that girl also sleep for a few days like me?" "Yes, and she seemed to have symptoms of excessive vitality," Su Lan replied. Su Yi rubbed his temples. "Sis, Do you know how badly a first-tier awakener would be injured after taking a direct hit from a fifth tier? Half a vial of fifth-tier potion might only save her life. But Yulan now has an excess of vitality, meaning she wasn't that severely injured. Yet, the sword I gave her cracked. That sword was a work of the Forgers Guild president in his youth, a fifth-tier item, close to possessing a soul. And Yulan is in the swordsman sequence. What an incredible talent. The afternoon sunlight shone on the young man's face, adding a touch of mystery to him. A divine item with a spirit. Achieving such compatibility on the third day of receiving the sword is rare, even in Shinjo since the revival era. Once I recover, I need to visit the sword forge with the captain, Suyi said. The sword forge. Su Lan frowned, looking worried. Can you even access that level? Hey, sis, the merits I've earned in the battle zone are just a bit higher than what mom and dad achieved back then, Suyi said, exaggeratingly pinching his fingers as if that little difference spanned the universe. Su Lan merely frowned slightly, glanced at her brother, and then said, remember to come home this weekend. Your brother-in-law is cooking. Okay. The young man, who had been talking non-stop, simply nodded. Zhou Yudhua, the second disciple of the martial saint and the grand disciple of Zhao Muji, had reached the early stage of the 7th tier in his cultivation. As a martial artist, his rank naturally followed the lineage. He had spent a long time in the war zone and was somewhat familiar with Su Yi. Upon seeing Su Ye's condition after a few days apart, Zhou Yudhua couldn't help but tease. Well, isn't this Su Yi? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you look like this. Being beaten up by someone at the late 6th tier, how embarrassing. Could you have beaten a late 6th tier opponent when you were at the peak of the 5th tier? Su Ye's mouth twitched slightly as he replied. No, I couldn't. Zhou Yudhua confidently remarked. But I'm already at the 7th tier, so why worry about that? Do you know what the 7th tier is called? It's the Emperor Seal stage. Su Yi glanced at Zhou Yudhua with a hint of disdain in his tone. Officer Zhou, I respect you as my superior in the war zone, but when it comes to military achievements, I might have surpassed you. Now, as an injured soldier, I need rest. According to the battlefield's iron rule, life takes precedence over everything, and no one is allowed to disturb an injured soldier's rest. This is a rule set by the Sage of War. I hope you haven't forgotten it. Zhou Yudhua responded helplessly. All right, I can't argue with you. I'm here to deliver something at our teacher's request. With that, he took out a box from his pocket. Su Yi frowned and placed his hand on the box. After a scan, he saw the blue pendant inside and sighed in relief. He took the pendant and hung it around his neck, feeling more confident. What is this? Zhou Yudhua asked curiously. For now, your clearance isn't high enough, Su Yi replied after a pause. Zhou Yudhua raised an eyebrow. My clearance is already at LV16, and there are only a few dozen people in all of Shinjo with higher clearance. You say mine isn't high enough. It's not enough. This concerns one of the 7 saints, and with your current clearance, you're not qualified yet, Su Yi explained. My clearance is higher than yours, and yet you, a 7th tier Emperor Seal stage expert, are too focused on cultivation, leading to fewer contributions to Shinjo, Su Yi retorted with a tone full of sarcasm. Zhou Yudhua could only swallow his pride, knowing that higher clearance meant greater contributions to Shinjo. The martial saint's teachings always prioritize the nation above all else. All right, you should head back now. Doesn't the principal need to see you? And remember to check the south, and see if you can scare off that big snake. The principal might not mention it, but it's something you can handle, Su Yi said, rubbing his temples. Since returning to Qinqing City, he had a lot on his plate. And, on your way out, call in those kids for me. A bunch of little troublemakers, Su Yi added. Got it. Zhou Yudhua waved his hand and left the ward, calling to the kids waiting outside the door. Subsequently, four little ones entered the ward, standing obediently by Su Ye's side. You've got some nerve, Su Ye's voice echoed, causing the 4 little ones to shiver. Everyone knew that when a teacher said such things to students, it usually meant someone was in trouble, possibly more than one. Huang Qi, you're quite the adventurer, aren't you? Why don't you go on an adventure by yourself instead of dragging others along? Are you trying to make yourself look great? Do you want me to handcuff you and throw you into a war zone? Until you reach tier 3, you're not allowed to go to any war zone. Huang Qi quietly raised his hand, feeling a bit uneasy. Talking back, are we? 5,000 words of reflection, handwritten, due by next Monday. Got it. Huang Qi shrank back and hid in the back. And you, Wei Su, I know your intentions are to protect your classmates, and I understand. But without adequate strength, acting recklessly is just foolish. When someone is in danger, I believe helping them isn't about the level of strength. Wei Su said seriously. Su Yi looked at him, thinking that this kid is really suited to be a soldier. Qian Sixian, why are you joining the commotion? Keeping a healthy curiosity is essential for a formation master's progress, Qian Sixian replied. Su Yi was silent for a moment, then nodded. He didn't have much to blame Qian Sixian for, more so curious. Remember, formation masters are not strong in close combat, so don't rush to the front like a brute. Just protect yourself, Su Yi said, then glanced at Yi Yulan, pursing his lips. You too, 5,000 words of reflection due by next Monday. Yi Yulan complained, saying the first two got off easy. But why was it suddenly a reflection for her without even a word to spare? Uncle, this is unfair. Tough luck, and at school, call me teacher. Su Yi retorted without hesitation. Yi Yulan quietly stood aside, drawing circles on the ground with Huang Qi. Overall, your reactions this time were decent. The swordsman's instinct, though a bit like throwing eggs at a rock, was passable. Even though I wasn't there, I could feel that you did well, really well. 4 Tier 1 kids managed to injure a Tier 5, even if the Tier 5 was careless. Usually, a Tier 5 awakened being wouldn't be harmed by 4 Tier 1s. Despite your reckless behavior, which deserves a scolding, you can now tell me what reward you want. Su Yi spread his hands, looking at the 4 little ones in front of him. Honestly, while he was somewhat exasperated by their unauthorized outing, he was impressed by their quick thinking. The 4 youngsters exchanged glances, then looked up in surprise. Really? Why would I lie to you? Su Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Are you planning something together, or separately? I want a recommendation letter to go to the war zone. This voice was naturally Wei Su's. Su Yi glanced at him and nodded. Students from all academies can go to the war zone after reaching Tier 3, but a recommendation letter gives a better start. I want to learn Tier 3 level formations. Qian Sixian paused. Technically that course was 2 years away, but the Formation Masters Association offers it. All right. I know what you want to say, don't worry. I have connections at the Formation Masters Association, and we can go in a couple of days. A killing formation, a trapping formation, and a defense formation, doable? Thank you, teacher. Qian Sixian nodded. Huang Qi paused for a moment before finally speaking. I want to go beyond the city walls and see for myself. The elders always say that even though it's been over 200 years since the revival, we still live in a wild world. There are so many cities connected to each other, yet we still feel insignificant. Su Yi looked at Huang Qi, thought for a moment, and nodded. Originally, you would have to wait until next year's wilderness survival class to go beyond the city walls. This year's classes are only in controlled secret realms and primitive areas. However, if you really want to go, wait for 2 days. After the cultivation class on Tuesday, I'll take you beyond the walls. I need to find a few more people because I can't watch over you all by myself. Su Yi glanced at the 4 little ones, thinking to himself that Huang Qi's words shouldn't leave the other 3 behind. Huang Qi nodded, while Su Yi turned to Yi Yulan and asked, what do you want? Yi Yulan blinked and replied, Uncle, I think you're not being honest enough. You should be telling us what you can offer, not asking what we want. Our knowledge is limited, isn't it? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look at Qian Sixian before smiling at his niece. All right, I'll give you 3 choices. First, an opportunity to meet the strongest in Shenzhou. You might learn a thing or 2 from him, or you might gain nothing. The strongest? Qian Sixian interjected, seemingly dissatisfied. The 7 saints and 3 supremes, Su Yi answered nonchalantly. Can I change my mind and not choose the 3rd level formation? Qian Sixian asked. Second, I can give you a recommendation letter to Jinlu. Do you know Jinlu? It's a paradise for swordsmen, and its master is the world's foremost swordsman, close to the 8th level. Su Yi continued, though he was naturally a bit biased towards his family. If Yi Yulan chooses this, I would be very pleased, he thought to himself. Third, a spot. Honestly, from the beginning, I didn't think you were qualified to take on this role. Su Yi sat on the bed, his eyes showing unprecedented sharpness as he slowly said, have you heard of the pioneers? Since its establishment, there have been only 187 pioneers, bearing all the pressure from another place, often quietly sacrificing in the shadows. Perhaps they will never be known to the public in their lifetime. However, to press forward with the spirit of being a pioneer is already the greatest honor. Yi Yulan shivered slightly. She had never heard of this title before and felt that the weight of pioneer was suffocating, seemingly beyond what someone of her personality could bear. She swallowed, completely unaware of the glint in Qian Sixian's eyes beside her. Su Yi also looked at Yi Yulan, understanding that his niece's belief in becoming a pioneer was nearly hopeless. I choose the first one. Yi Yulan blinked, eager to see how powerful the 7 sages and 3 absolutes truly were. Su Yi thought to himself that, as expected, this girl would choose the most useless yet most entertaining option for her. However, it would be good to broaden her horizons. Then Su Yi said, also, get ready to go. In a few days, I'll take you to see what's beyond the city walls. Well, today is Friday. Yi Yulan, you don't have to leave. Wait for me at the school gate. Su Yi glanced at the 4 little ones who were frozen in place and urged, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get out. Or do you want to watch me change clothes? The 4 little ones quickly ran out of the ward, leaving Su Yi alone, muttering to himself, beyond the city walls. To be honest, it's a bit early to take these kids out now. After all, they're not me. But, as a certain someone said, it's necessary to see the world. Meanwhile, Su Yi pondered which of the 7 sages and 3 absolutes of Shenzhou to introduce to Yulan. After all, he was familiar with them. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of clothes rustling, and she took out her phone to make a call. Lu Shiji, are you free next Tuesday? I've promised a few students to take them to see what it's like beyond the city walls. Can you help me arrange it? The documents for going beyond the city walls are no problem. I can handle that myself. Just see if there's a slightly safer place. It's just to broaden their horizons. Suyi continued. Oh, a new small secret realm has been discovered in the west of the city? No problem. You guys take the task. As long as I'm there, I can keep them safe. Lu Shiji happily waved her fist, feeling secretly pleased. When exploring secret realms, having someone in the team who can foresee the future greatly increases safety. She thought, assigning 1 or 2 people to watch over 4 kids who are only at the first level shouldn't be an issue. After all, they were a group of 4th level and 1 5th level experts. Surely they could watch over a few kids? Thinking of this, Lu Shiji nodded in satisfaction and informed her team members, feeling she had gained a lot. On the other side, Suyi got into a car with Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan curiously asked, Uncle, when did you buy a car? 3 years ago, during my first year of college, with the first money I earned through divination, I bought this car, Suyi replied, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. It was just sitting in the school's parking lot collecting dust for years until I came back recently. Wait, Uncle, how much did this car cost? Yi Yulan continued to ask. Cars aren't that expensive now, probably around 100,000, Suyi said offhandedly. What's my parents' monthly income again? My sister and brother-in-law are both government officers, and their combined monthly salary is about 30,000. Yi Yulan thought to herself, suddenly feeling a strong desire to learn divination. In District 00924 of Qinqing City, within a neighborhood called Xinghui, Yi Yulan excitedly knocked on the door of a particular house, with Suyi in tow. Although she had her fingerprint registered in the electronic lock, she preferred the lively act of knocking, eager to return to the bustling atmosphere of home. Before long, a refined middle-aged man opened the door. Upon seeing his daughter and Suyi, his expression softened considerably. Come on in, he said with a smile. This man was Yi Shuyang, in some ways Su Lan's childhood friend, with a gentle personality. Despite having average talent and cultivation, he excelled in his clerical work. Brother-in-law. Suyi greeted Yi Shuyang, then took out a small box from his pocket and handed it to him. This is 6th grade health tea. Just use 1 piece at a time. More than that might be too much for you. Who are you underestimating? You're a 3rd-level awakener yourself, Yi Shuyang joked, waving the spatula in his hand, causing his apron to sway slightly. Come on in. Your sister went to pick up your nephew from school. They'll be back in about 10 minutes, and dinner will be ready in half an hour. Come help me out. Yi Yulan pouted and headed straight for the sofa, lazily sprawling out, clearly not planning to help. Go give Coffee Bean a bath. That little guy only behaves when you're around. Coffee Bean. Suye's mouth twitched slightly as she walked inside and saw a golden tabby cat lounging on the sofa, engrossed in watching cartoons. Oh, Coffee Bean, she thought to herself, amused by whoever had the creativity to name a cat Coffee Bean. Coffee Bean was picked up by my brother from the street last year. It has a faint exotic beast bloodline, barely reaching 1st-level strength, and is usually quite mischievous, Yi Yulan explained to Suyi. Suyi approached and gently pinched the back of Coffee Bean's neck. The little creature was about to resist, showing a hint of displeasure, but upon sensing the aura Suyi deliberately released, it saw the illusion of a giant black crow in its mind. Meow, all right, I'll handle the bath. Yulan, you go help your dad, Suyi said, satisfied as she cradled the little creature and gently stroked its head. Just then, the door opened again, and Su Lan entered with a young boy about 15 or 16 years old. This boy was Yi Yulan's brother, Yi Qinglin, currently in high school and feeling the pressure of his studies. Although high school wasn't as stressful as it was before the revival era, he still felt an invisible pressure, especially with a family full of Qinqing Academy graduates. The thought of not getting into Qinqing Academy made him feel a bit embarrassed. Wow, you've grown so much. Su Yi waved and patted Yi Qinglin's head. Uncle, the boy responded, a shy smile spreading across his face. Yi Qinglin was now nearly as tall as Su Yi, but his youth made him seem less imposing in front of Su Yi. Su Yi took out a pendant from his pocket and casually tossed it to Yi Qinglin, saying lightly, "This is for you. You'll understand its use once you start cultivating. For now, just wear it. It'll keep you cool in the summer, which is a small benefit." Then, Su Yi handed a box to Yi Qinglin. "Uncle, why don't you give me something?" Yi Yulan's plaintive voice came from behind. Su Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, "Didn't you just get a new phone?" He had planned to give Yi Yulan a new phone upon returning, but he heard she had already upgraded to a new model when she started college. For those who frequently travel for missions, like awakened individuals, phones are mainly for passing time in the city. They mostly use the smart wristbands provided by the government. "I want a pendant too," Yi Yulan demanded. "That pendant is only 4th tier. The sword I gave you is 5th tier. If you don't want it, you can give it back," Su Yi shrugged indifferently. Yi Yulan pouted in dissatisfaction, but Su Yi turned his attention back to Yi Qinglin. In truth, he hadn't planned to give away the pendant. Only the phone was intended as a gift. Giving items too early could affect non-awakened individuals' awakening. However, After seeing Yi Qinglin, Su Yi found this pendant he'd accidentally acquired in his storage ring and tossed it to him without hesitation. Yi Qinglin exuded a natural icy aura, which intrigued Su Yi, leading him to wonder if Yi Qinglin might become an early awakener too. Thinking about the ice sequence, Su Yi recalled the Fire Saint, a name familiar even among ordinary people. He pondered whether Yi Qinglin might one day achieve similar accomplishments. Su Yi's lips twitched slightly, unsure of what to say, but he quickly let it go. After all, the Fire Saint's success wasn't solely due to personal effort, and Su Yi was willing to offer his nephew some connections. Wash your hands, dinner's ready. Why are you all just standing there? Yi Shuyang called out from the kitchen, sounding annoyed. The group collectively shrank back, as Yi Shuyang's authority in the family was unmistakable. The girl named Yi Yulan teased. Usually, Dad ranks behind coffee beans. Then, Yi Shuyang took a few bottles of beer from the fridge and looked at Su Yi, raising an eyebrow. Hey, Xiao Su, can you drink? Su Yi smirked, sensing a hint of longing from Yi Shuyang, and glanced at his sister, nodding as if understanding something. Ah, it seems Su Lan usually didn't allow Yi Shuyang to drink. So, Su Yi took the beer, leaving one bottle each, and advised, drink a little, all right? Yi Shuyang seemed to catch Su Ye's drift and put the remaining bottles back in the fridge. Next Tuesday afternoon, Su Yi plans to take Yulan and a few other students on an adventure outside the city walls. After dinner, while a diligent homemaker begins washing the dishes, Su Yi sits on the sofa and asks his older sister, Su Lan, are you going alone? No, I've invited Lu Shiji and others, the members of the Changfeng team. This way, they can look after the little ones, and I can help them explore a small secret realm, Su Yi replies. Lu Shiji. Su Lan touches her chin, recalling the pretty girl from the class, and then asks, what do you think? Does she have any? Stop, sis, I'm only 22. I'm not in a rush to get married and haven't thought about finding a partner yet, so please don't push me. Su Yi says, clasping his hands together and shaking them gently. If Mom and Dad were still in Qinxing City, I wouldn't be pushing you, Su Lan says, rolling her eyes in exasperation. It's simple logic. This era is not like the pre-Renaissance era. Back then, 25 or 26 was the common age for young people to get married. Now, the country encourages early marriage and childbirth, Su Lan laughs lightly. Of course, personal preference is still the priority. If you don't want to find a partner, there's no problem with being alone for life, Su Lan adds teasingly. Of course, someone might just be unwanted. Su Yi, it turns out that reverse psychology is still quite effective on young people your age, Su Yi responds helplessly. All right, sister, it's not that I'm unwanted. I just don't see the need for it right now, Su Yi says, stretching lazily. At this point, Yi Qinglin, who is playing with a new phone, interjects. Uncle, can I go outside the city walls with you? No, you can't. Su Lan squints her eyes and refuses mercilessly. In the kitchen, Yi Shuyang tries to make his presence known. Su Yi touches his chin, raises a finger, and thinks aloud. Actually, if you can handle one sheep, you can handle a flock. So, Su Lan asks, frowning. A child whose talent is uncertain and who might not even become an awakened one, how can you take him outside the dangerous city walls just to satisfy his curiosity? Su Yi, have you become too bold after spending so much time in the war zone? Su Lan looks at her brother disapprovingly. Well, Su Yi, holding a kitten named Coffee Bean, turns to look at the two little ones and finally tells Yulan, take your brother back to the room. Brother-in-law, have you finished washing the dishes? Come out. I need to talk to you about something. Su Lan suddenly says, with the last sentence transmitted in a special way only to Su Lan and Yi Shuyang. Not knowing what is happening, Yi Qinglin just sees his uncle raise an eyebrow, then follow his sister into the room, taking Coffee Bean along. Don't worry. Uncle is probably persuading Mom and Dad to take you along, Yulan whispers to Yi Qinglin. Yi Qinglin isn't surprised by this and nods, choosing to trust him. After all, even though his uncle isn't much older, he's always been exceptionally good to them. Yi Qinglin vividly remembers when Su Yi, then a high school student, came back to stand up for him when he was in 3rd grade. As for his own sister, Su Yi thought to himself, better not. When they were kids, their uncle would always take their pocket money first, then the sister would have a go, and finally, the uncle would secretly give a little back. But thinking about it, wasn't that still taking it? After a moment, Su Yi spoke up. All right, you guys can come out now. The matter is settled. Qinglin, I'll pick you up from school next Tuesday around 1 in the afternoon. Remember to ask your teacher for leave in advance and have them call me directly, or let your mom do it. By the way, what's your teacher's name? Our homeroom teacher? Yi Qinglin paused, pondering. I always feel our teacher is quite mysterious. His name is Su Qieli, with the Su having a double person radical, and Qie and Li following. Su Yi was momentarily stunned, her mouth twitching slightly, as if recalling some not-so-pleasant memories. She took a deep breath, a glint flashing in her eyes. Su Qieli, huh? Yes, I know him, quite well actually. Just have him call me directly. Her mouth twitched again. Yi Qinglin noticed her odd reaction, but nodded nonetheless. So it was settled. 4 days later, on Tuesday afternoon at 1, Su Yi picked up Yi Qing Lin and another person at the entrance of Qinqing 4th High School. It was Su Qian, old senior from Qinqing Academy. Knew you'd come, Su Yi said with a slight smile. Did you intervene last week? No, Su Qian replied calmly, adjusting his glasses. He then took a piece of chocolate from his pocket, hesitated for a moment, and asked, want some? Oh, learn to share, Senior Su? Su Yi teased, raising an eyebrow. Not easy, huh? Does this chocolate not suit your taste? It's just all right, Su Qian nodded, his tone indifferent. It's a bit too sweet. He was a heavy sweet tooth, a sequence 073 gourmet, possessing fire element abilities. Actually, I only got reassigned to Qinqing City last Wednesday. I wasn't originally your nephew's homeroom teacher. I'd rather be a chef, you know. But my brother said since there's a little nephew at Qinqing 4th, I might as well be a teacher. Sounds good. After all, people like us are destined to have an identity others don't know about, Su Qian continued. My brother is an ordinary person, hasn't awakened. As for my little nephew, find some time to check his talent for me. In this day and age, those who awaken do indeed get better treatment. My brother's family doesn't ask for much, just hoping he can awaken. Just hoping for awakening? Su Yi frowned. Got it, I'll help. Bring your nephew to my place next weekend. Same old place, my sister's home. All right. Su Qian nodded, a hint of gratitude in his tone. Awakened ones receive better treatment because we constantly bear pressures that ordinary people can't. We're always ready to be at the forefront, protecting everyone, not just awakening for comfort. Make sure your nephew understands this before anything else, Su Yi said earnestly. Su Qian nodded helplessly. I'm supposed to be your guide, and now you're lecturing me? At the west gate of Qinqing City, a fully armed military unit stood on high alert, meticulously checking everyone entering and exiting. Each departing group had to undergo a rigorous inspection process, primarily to assess their ability to survive outside the city walls and verify their identification documents. Most of those who passed through the gates were exploration teams. Ordinary awakened individuals and regular citizens wishing to travel to other cities had to take special flights, with at least one fifth-tier awakened individual on board for protection, theoretically sufficient to handle most dangers. Over the years, air routes had been developed to avoid the large beasts known to humans. Captain Liu, I understand your desire to let the younger generation experience the world, said a young man in military uniform at the security checkpoint, adjusting his glasses with a serious tone. But we have regulations. No awakened individual below the peak of the 5th tier can leave the city with a 1st-tier awakened individual. Moreover, the number of people you're taking exceeds the limit 5 1st-tier awakened individuals is more than one peak 5th tier can handle. And you're only a newly advanced 5th tier. Hey, Li Ku, a voice called from the side. A young man approached, casually patting Li Ku on the shoulder. Long time no see. Let them through. I'm taking these youngsters with me. Su Yi. Li Ku frowned. You do have peak 5th tier strength, but that only allows you to take 3. There are 6 now. You can only take half. Wait, 6. Su Yi glanced around, spotting Yi Yulan, Huang Qi, Wei Su, Qian Xixian, and Sun Yisan, then frowned. Sun Yisan, why are you here too? Teacher, her sequence is scholar, plus someone has a big mouth, Qian Xixian explained, glancing at Huang Qi. Never mind, taking one more isn't a big deal, Su Yi said, then introduced. This is my nephew. He's 3 years younger than you, 15 years old, studying at Qinqing 4th High School, and hasn't awakened yet. You kids keep an eye on him. Su Yi, didn't you hear what I said? Li Ku's mouth twitched slightly, feeling helpless. He was 2 years senior to Su Yi and Lu Shi, like an elder. I heard, so I brought someone. Su Yi pointed at the young man following him. At this moment, the young man was unwrapping a lollipop and putting it in his mouth. Seeing their gazes, he paused and raised his hand. Want one? Senior Su. Li Ku visibly relaxed, realizing that this group of juniors hadn't put him in a difficult position. At least they found someone. He recognized Su Qieli, a legendary figure in Qinqing Academy, with strength at least on par with Su Yi. All right, give me your identification, and I'll let you through, Li Ku said, watching as Su Yi and Su Qieli simultaneously took out medals engraved with flames and handed them over. One read 02007, the other 01902. Li Ku's lips twitched slightly as the furious soldier stamped the document and, gritting his teeth, told his colleague next to him, let them through. Consequently, the group passed through the barriers separating the city wall from the outside world, entering a bustling space. This area, created by a 7th-tier spatial awakener, served as the gathering point for the exploration team. Lu Shiji earnestly took on the role of the guide. Thinking to herself, she never expected the class leader to call in outside help. And that help was none other than Su Qieli, a legendary figure who, a few years ago, was on par with the class leader and had boldly forged a new path for the gourmet sequence. I'll take you to the Changfeng squad's base to pick up some things first. Then we'll head out, Lu Shiji said. What do we need to prepare? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, appearing indifferent. Can't we just bulldoze our way through? The secret realm is over 80 kilometers from here. Do you expect these kids to run there? If they were 6 beast-type first-tier awakeners, maybe. But look at them scholars, formation masters, all known for their lack of physical strength. The Qigong practitioner looks frail too. The swordsman can run, but how long can a first-tier awakener's aura and stamina last? Only this little beast-type guy can actually run. But by the time he gets there, it'll be night, and the wilderness at night is much more dangerous than the secret realm. We have a large vehicle that can seat 15 people, and it's inscribed with formations to ensure some level of safety, Lu Shiji explained. Wait, 15 people. So you seem to recall something. Your team has 8 people, right? I have 6 plus 2, which is also 8. So who's the extra one? You fly yourself, Lu Shiji replied irritably. Who knew you'd bring so many people? It was supposed to fit perfectly. Anyway, flying is healthier, and look at you. You've put on weight. Su Qieli, while putting away the stick of the lollipop he had just finished, popped 2 pieces of gum into his mouth. You have the nerve to say that to me? Su Ye's lips twitched slightly. You're a crow, flying is no problem. If Ji Qianming were here, it would be a different story, Lu Shiji urged. Just fly, hurry up and fly, Su Yi said, casting an annoyed glance at Lu Shiji. In Lu Shiji's team, only she could fly because she was a wind element user. In fact, aside from a few special ability users, most awakeners couldn't fly until they reached the 6th tier. Oh, and Wei Qi, the red-feathered hawk, could also fly, but her flying was too conspicuous and could easily attract attacks due to her lack of power. All things considered, Su Yi was the most suitable to fly alongside the vehicle. Having figured it out, Su Yi nodded and waved his hand grandly. Let's go. Let's show these kids the world. After stepping out of the final light screen, Lu Shi deliberately paused for a moment before ushering everyone into the vehicle. Her intention was to let the youngsters experience what a true wasteland was like. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the world has undergone tremendous changes, with over 90% of existing cities rebuilt after the catastrophe. As you can see, the impact of this resurgence has caused significant changes in many animals and plants. In simple terms, many plants now thrive by absorbing others, and animals require large amounts of food. Due to incomplete evolution, the food chain has been severely disrupted, leading to the near disappearance of grasslands in just a few decades, transforming them into the wastelands we see today. Only areas with lush vegetation have become havens for large exotic beasts. China responded promptly by building cities to separate them from the wastelands, providing ample land for agriculture. This is the world beyond the city walls that you've been eager to see. How do you feel now? Su Yi patted Huang Qi on the shoulder and continued. The older generation wasn't wrong. The wasteland is indeed terrifying. This terror comes not only from the omnipresent dangers, but also from within. People who witness such a scene usually experience one of two feelings: an intense curiosity and desire to conquer, or a profound sense of insignificance. Which one are you? As soon as he finished speaking, a massive figure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing onto a giant beast in the distance. Unlike us, most exotic beasts evolve by becoming larger and more powerful. Did you see that vulture with a wingspan of at least 4 meters? That's only a 3rd-tier creature. In fact, outside of exotic beast gathering places, surviving in the normal wasteland generally requires being at least 3rd tier. 2nd-tier creatures are often relegated to being prey. After Su Yi spoke at length, he turned to look at his students. Yi Yulan gripped her sword, waving it excitedly. Wei Su stood firm, his gaze resolute, as if imagining expanding territories. Qian Sixian and Sun Yisan, one a formation master and the other a scholar, both displayed deep curiosity in their eyes. Huang Qi shrank back momentarily upon seeing the large bird, but then raised his fist, seemingly eager for a fight. Su Yi, not bad. It's good that nobody is afraid, Yi Qinglin quietly remarked. Can you get me one to raise? Su Yi shook his head helplessly. All right, enough talk. It's getting boring, and there's no need to continue. Get in the car, quickly, stop staring. With that, she urged everyone to board the vehicle. The formation of the wasteland has been a long process spanning over 100 years. Although Su Ye's explanation gave them a glimpse, the countless secret realms within the wasteland can only be truly understood once they have the ability to explore independently. Su Yi thought about it, and then transformed into a black crow, deliberately shrinking his size to stand on the car roof. If he didn't intentionally shrink, Su Ye's beast form would appear extremely large. Sitting inside the car, Su Qieli seemed to recall something and thought to himself, honestly, I've never seen a transcendent beast transformation to such an extent. Although he didn't know Su Ye's current true size, when Su Yi first reached the 5th tier, his wingspan was nearly 40 meters. To be honest, flying on his back would definitely be faster than sitting in the car. At that moment, Su Qieli involuntarily shrank his head, just in time to see a crow staring at him through the car window with a somewhat threatening gaze. 40 minutes later, Lu Shiji spoke up, suggesting they find a place to park the car, while glancing at the secret realm entrance floating about 10 meters high in the air nearby. Su Qieli teased, saying, "You exploration teams really are poor." With that, he shook his hand, storing the car into a spatial bracelet, then took out a new spatial bracelet from his pocket and tossed it to Lu Shiji. "This is a new compact model my teammate recently developed, 100 cubic meters, it's yours." Lu Shiji was surprised and asked, "Where did this generous person come from?" "No need to be polite," Suyi said as he reverted from crow back to human form. "One of his teammates is a spatial awakener. These things aren't valuable to him." Su Qieli nodded, then took out a candied hawthorn from somewhere and put it in his mouth. "The constitution of a gourmet is great. You can absorb anything you eat." Suyi looked at Su Qieli, his mouth twitching slightly. Lu Shiji took a deep breath, summoned a gust of wind, and flew the group towards the secret realm entrance about 7 to 8 meters above the ground, then stepped inside. Before them was a small military base, consisting only of a fence and a few tents. Lu Shiji, the leader of the third-tier exploration team, had previously received a military district task about exploring this secret realm. He spoke with a person who appeared to be an officer, explaining that this was a newly opened secret realm requiring exploration by teams, but due to low energy fluctuations, the threshold wasn't high. The officer glanced at the 6 weak-looking young ones behind him and frowned. Su Yi nudged Su Qieli, who swallowed the hawthorn and stepped forward, releasing his aura in sync with Su Yi. One aura was nearly at the 6th tier, and the other was top tier within the 6th tier. The officer breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was seniors bringing juniors to gain experience, which was allowed as long as it didn't affect the exploration since this wasn't a large-scale secret realm. "Alright, place your things and lead your team in, be careful." Currently, the strongest spiritual beast in the secret realm is only at the late 4th tier and is considered docile, posing low danger. The specialized exploration instruments are here. Remember to bring them and submit the map before leaving. We'll assess based on the exploration's extent and completeness and distribute points. For small secret realm explorations, only 12% tax is required. Okay, you can set off now. This secret realm is temporarily named Sunran. The name Mysterious Forest Realm sounds quite poetic, but Suyi couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed familiar. He stroked his chin, thinking it made sense since there were many such realms across the country. Su Qieli, munching on some candy, shrugged and said, "Alright, let's head west. There should be something good over there." Suyi turned to Lu Shiji and said. Without hesitation, Lu Shiji led the team westward. Suyi watched as the young ones donned the protective suits he had prepared in advance, each looking like an astronaut, and nodded in satisfaction. He cautioned them seriously, "Your protective aura is too weak to fend off unknown dangers, especially toxins. I won't be able to save you in time. These suits are precious, so make sure you wear them properly and don't damage them." Su Qieli gave Su Yi a sidelong glance. "Didn't you extort these things? It's really unlucky being your teammate." Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "What are you saying? They gave them to me willingly. Besides, what would I do with a protective suit back then? It can only withstand up to a 3rd-level attack." Before he could finish, Su Qieli interrupted. "Stop talking nonsense and look at your students." Over there, one of the little girls with Lu Shiji seemed about to take apart her gear. Su Yi called out softly, "Sun Yi-san, put your helmet on." A few minutes later, Su Yi felt assured enough to move to the front of the group, instructing Su Qieli to cover the rear. Lu Shiji suddenly asked curiously, "Leader, do you know what the core area of the realm is?" Su Yi sighed. "Lu Shiji, I'm an astrologer, not a god. Don't mistake divination for divine power. I can sense which path offers more rewards and less danger, but I don't have a godseya view to see every corner. Besides, this realm has no stars, which weakens my divination ability. It's still better than those who can only divine in tints with crystal balls, but it's not as magical as you think." As he spoke, Su Yi pointed to a tree ahead where a small creature was watching them. "As a wind ability user, you should have noticed it before me." He shook his head. "Never mind, I'll teach you a skill that very few can learn." Su Yi sighed, grasped Lu Shiji's right hand, and a unique energy flowed out. It was the astrologer's starlight. In essence, wind and starlight both belong to the forces of nature. Su Yi explained, "The technique I want to teach you is called Breath of Nature." Then, he softly chanted, and an invisible wave accompanied by a gentle breeze spread from him. This detection ability surpassed spiritual perception, offering a broader and clearer sense with lower consumption. Lu Shiji's eyes lit up, delighted to discover the energy waves around her. But she quickly realized Su Yi was still holding her hand. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly pulled away. Su Yi scratched his head, shrugged, and showed a hint of helplessness. The eyes of the people following behind suddenly lit up, especially Yi Yulan and Huang Qi. They paused simultaneously and then turned to look at Su Qieli at the back. Su Yi asked, "Uncle Su, does my uncle have a partner?" She had previously mentioned to Yi Yulan that Su Qieli was her colleague, trustworthy, and likely to know some gossip. As of now, no? Su Qieli shook his head. It's not that the guy is clueless. He just doesn't care. He's always been close to those around him, and with his naturally warm demeanor, many women are quite fond of him. He rubbed his chin, as if recalling something. But most of them are blocked by a certain hot-tempered girl. At this, the corner of Su Qieli's mouth twitched slightly. Really? Yi Yulan's eyes gleamed, and she eagerly leaned in. Uncle Su, tell us more. At that moment, Su Qieli jokingly swung his hand through the air towards Yi Yulan's head and said, "See, now you're getting hit." Yi Yulan stubbornly lifted her head, seemingly unfazed by such minor things. "Sis, don't push it. Let's talk about it at home. Don't you have Uncle Su's contact? Just ask him later," Yi Qinglin said helplessly, sometimes feeling that his sister wasn't very bright. Suddenly, a loud noise startled the little ones, causing them to quickly hide behind Su Qieli, like chicks behind a mother hen during a hawk's attack. Su Yi, rubbing her chin, looked at the enormous green lizard before her and turned to the members of the Changfeng team behind her. "I'll keep an eye on it today. This big guy is at the peak of the 4th tier. Who wants to give it a try?" Before long, Yi Qiyun stepped forward, holding a formation disc in his hand, and resolutely said, "I'll do it. Let's see if I can find the threshold to break through to the 5th tier. At the 5th tier, all awakeners, exotic beasts, magical beasts, and spirit beasts significantly enhance their survival abilities. Elemental awakeners can become elemental, while physical-type sequences and beast-transforming awakeners gain what's known as immortality. Meanwhile, formation masters have a special technique to hide within formations, developed to help them survive through linked formations. That kid is close to the 5th tier, Su Qieli commented from the back. But just a peak 4th tier creature isn't enough to push him to take that last step. As a seasoned 6th tier, he knew what it took to break through to the 5th tier. The gap from the 3rd to the 4th tier is a difference in combat power, the first level of development of one's sequence and abilities. From the 4th to the 5th tier is a difference in the level of life, initially merging oneself with the awakened abilities. From the 5th to the 6th tier, it's about developing a unique characteristic of their abilities, where awakeners gain their special ability. He doesn't know about the transition from the 6th to the 7th tier yet, as he's still working on it. Su Qieli adjusted his glasses and casually popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth, mumbling, "The downside of being a foodie is having such a persistent appetite." Nonetheless, he continued, "A formation master's breakthrough relies more on personal accumulation." He looked up, and as expected, despite his efforts, Yi Qiyun hadn't succeeded. "Failing to make a breakthrough is perfectly normal," Su Yi said. Lu Shiji also consoled, "It really is quite normal. Perhaps the pressure just isn't great enough." He paused and continued, "It seems more like you've hit a bottleneck. For an array master, breaking through requires patience and persistent effort. You should go back and accumulate more knowledge, master a few more formations, and you'll likely break through." "Class leader, Captain, have you ever hit a bottleneck?" Yi Qiyun asked. Lu Shiji answered without hesitation. "Of course, I was stuck for a long time when advancing from the 4th to the 5th tier." Su Yi shrugged casually and said, "Nope, bottlenecks and such, I've never really experienced them. Even now, it's just that I don't want to break through to the 6th tier yet. I could manage it with some seclusion. All right, let's keep exploring. Make sure to note everything down. There might be an opportunity in that mountain range up ahead, perhaps some spiritual, or," Su Yi said with a wave of his hand. But in the next moment, he suddenly froze, mechanically turning his head to look at Su Qieli standing behind him. Almost immediately, a long howl echoed from the mountain peak, and a massive claw emerged from the lava, slamming between the mountains. It was a claw stretching tens of meters long. "Lu Shiji, take all your team members and the younger ones and head for the exit." Su Qieli stepped forward and said seriously to Su Yi, "You go find the military at the entrance of the secret realm. Can you hold them off?" Su Yi glanced at Su Qieli, then at the pendant on his chest, and firmly replied, "I can hold them off. Once I get through this, I'll reach the 7th tier." Su Qieli put away his glasses and said urgently, "But not for long. Finish up with the military and fly back to assist me." "Understood, senior." Su Yi turned to look, realizing that the secret realm was vast, and they had already ventured nearly 100 kilometers deep within a few hours. Then he transformed into a giant raven, with a wingspan of over 50 meters, yet appearing like a child compared to the massive creature. The enormous spiritual beast had claws nearly 50 meters long. Lu Shiji used the strong wind to bring everyone onto Su Ye's back, and then the giant raven flapped its wings, heading towards the entrance. The journey of nearly 100 kilometers was neither short nor long, but at Su Ye's current speed, it would take 3 to 4 minutes. At this moment, as a black-feathered raven, he could briefly reach supersonic speeds. Moments later, Su Yi brought the group to the sky above the entrance military base, then reverted to his original form, landing with the help of the wind. "Are you coming from the area where there was a sudden massive energy fluctuation?" The leading officer approached, his expression serious. Su Yi didn't waste words, directly tossing out a flame-embossed badge. "Pioneer Su Yi, ID 02007, taking full control of all matters here. Everyone must exit the secret realm, including the military and exploration teams inside." "Officer, Please help escort my students and a few juniors back to Chinching City. Once out of the secret realm, quickly notify Chinching City for reinforcements. The old principal should still be in that volcano. Suyi paused, then continued. There's a seventh-tier creature. Before the officer could respond, he saw an equally overwhelming aura rise to the sky, standing guard before the volcano. That's my senior, a guide, Pioneer ID 01902, Su Qieli, a peak 6th-tier awakener. We can't hold on much longer, please hurry. Suyi gazed intently at the officer in front of him, earnestly imploring. Zhou Yaqing, a first-class soldier of the Shenzhou Chinching City garrison, firmly assured that he would complete the mission. The officer saluted, then swiftly turned around to organize everyone to pack up and prepare to leave. He dispatched his most capable subordinate to exit the secret realm and seek assistance from Chinching City. If the secret realm only contained 6th-tier spirit beasts, it wouldn't be a major issue, just a matter of sending reinforcements to develop the area. However, 7th-tier spirit beasts were a different story. They possessed the ability to tear through the secret realm's entrance and reach Blue Star, posing a potential threat. Thus, it was imperative to confine this danger within the secret realm. This was the responsibility of the awakened and the duty of soldiers. Suyi also turned and flew decisively towards the volcano. He had faith that the soldiers of Shenzhou could handle everything. But at this moment, he needed to head to his own battlefield. Su Qieli, hang in there. Meanwhile, deep within the volcano, a terrifying giant beast gradually revealed its full form. Surprisingly, the beast slumbering in the volcano was an enormous turtle. Its eyes, filled with the agitation of being abruptly awakened, seemed to burn with anger. Spotting the young man radiating immense energy before it, the turtle found an outlet for its rage and swiped its massive claws at him. However, flames as intense as the beast itself ignited around the young man. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear atop the beast's head. He clenched his hand, and a wisp of white flame appeared on the turtle's shell, burning fiercely. Su Qieli, with a 6th-tier special ability of fire, wielded the devouring flame, capable of using anything as fuel, consuming all, and then burning. The flame was of a naturally high rank, but still not enough, not nearly enough to truly harm the giant turtle before him. He needed more power. Su Qieli reached out, a fork appearing in his left hand and a knife in his right. He closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly, his face lit with unprecedented madness. In an instant, the turtle was drawn into a space where a bright chandelier hung above and the ground beneath was pristine white. Seemingly confused, it looked up to see a gigantic face Su Qieli's own bearing in indescribable frenzy. Gourmet sequence, 6th-tier special ability, gluttonous feast. The white ground beneath the turtle was a gigantic platter. Su Qieli extended his hand, and a massive knife came down, striking the turtle's shell without budging it. After all, the turtle was a 7th-tier spirit beast, and even if caught off guard in this space, it was not something Su Qieli could easily cut through. Yet, Su Qieli's face first showed surprise, then burned with anger. I am the gourmet. I am the diner. How can mere ingredients resist my knife? You are the delicacy on my plate, and should submit. Even a 7th-tier spirit beast, within the gluttonous feast, could only become food. The devouring flame flared up, scorching a mark on the turtle's shell. The knife then fell, striking precisely on that mark. In the next moment, the 7th-tier shell began to crack slightly, and the knife plunged deep into the turtle's shell. The turtle roared in pain, its 7th-tier strength erupting as it swung its claws. The gluttonous feast shattered with a boom. As the feast of the gluttonous beast shattered, the sky instantly darkened, and endless light poured in from all directions, illuminating the surroundings. Su Ye's figure suddenly appeared behind Su Qieli, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Star power flowed, and they instantly relocated. Su Yi extended his hand, making a distant grasp, using star power to connect with the stars beyond the secret realm, this small world. The power from the countless stars was held in his hand, transforming into tiny points of light that formed the star map in Su Ye's mind. This map was then imprinted onto the giant turtle's shell. Su Yi clenched his fist, bringing his fingers together, and the stars came to an end. He softly uttered a word, explode. Immediately, the stars on the turtle's shell burst open, accompanied by continuous booming sounds echoing across the sky. Su Yi looked at the large creature below and smiled slightly, knowing it possessed its own intelligence. He introduced himself. My name is Su Yi, a pioneer of Shenzhou, pioneer number 02007. Perhaps we can talk. At this moment, Su Ye's hands were behind his back, appearing more composed than Su Qieli, who had just unleashed the feast of the gluttonous beast. His words were not in Chinese but conveyed through the vibrations of the soul. Before long, Su Yi heard a roar, conveying the general meaning. You came at me wanting to eat me, threw things at me, and now you want to talk? Forget it. The negotiation failed. Su Yi glanced at Su Qieli beside him and said calmly, Senior, eat it. Su Qieli pondered for a moment and remarked, Actually, from a certain perspective, this giant turtle is right. We did initiate the attack, wanting to eliminate it. But the logic is simple, they don't dare to gamble. On Blue Star, there are indeed creatures that coexist well with humans, and those that live harmoniously with them. But generally, only two kinds can live alongside humans, those raised from a young age or those subdued into a contract. Additionally, there's a basic requirement: they must not have truly harmed humans. However, a 7th-level spirit beast, regardless of its intentions, was too risky for them. Allowing such a creature to appear on Blue Star without restriction would lead to the formation of beast gatherings at unimaginable speeds. After all beasts are drawn to strength, and as long as there is a sufficiently powerful beast as a leader, countless others will follow. When Su Yi first joined the pioneers, he asked Su Qieli, should all races hostile to humans be eliminated? Su Qieli's answer was, they should, and they must be eliminated. From a standpoint, regardless of the race or creature, whether plant or animal, if they show hostility towards humans, they should be killed. This is not the stable world before the era of revival. In those times, we could keep threatening carnivores in enclosures, protect them under the guise of conservation. However, after the revival of spiritual energy, everything changed. The world now is extremely harsh, and for us, there are only two types of people: friends and enemies. When friends arrive, we must protect them, live together, and share the joys of life. The enemy has appeared, and the only path forward is to completely eliminate them. From the perspective of humanity, hesitating is not an option. This is a war concerning the survival of a race and the fate of a nation. Dealing with the enemy is the only solution. Su Qieli took a deep breath and turned to Su Yi beside him. How long until the principal arrives? He thought to himself that it would take at least 10 more minutes from the time they received the message to when the principal could arrive. Su Yi flexed his arms, his gaze fixed on the increasingly agitated giant beast, but his expression had become much calmer. 10 minutes, it's both a long and short time. Su Qieli, a peak 6th-tier warrior, was currently facing off against a 7th-tier giant turtle and had already held his ground for 5 minutes. His energy was gradually waning, nearly dropping to the edge of the 6th tier, while Su Ye's 6th-tier strength relied heavily on the power of the stars. However, this place was a secret realm, equivalent to an independent small world, and what he had borrowed was merely a projection, not the true power. The situation now is that two incomplete 6th-tier cultivators are facing a nearly uninjured 7th-tier spirit beast, one with fire attributes and strong offensive capabilities. We have to hold on for 10 minutes. A sense of despair crept in, and Su Ye's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the azure pendant on his chest, wondering if it was worth it. Su Yi. Su Qieli suddenly spoke. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. My body tells me that if I consume this guy, I might ascend to the 7th tier. The gourmet sequence grows by eating. The more you eat, the faster you grow. This giant turtle, which has lived for who knows how many years, would be a massive temptation for any gourmet if it were made into a broth. Moreover, its fire attributed, perfectly aligning with my abilities, making it the perfect ingredient. Then let's see if we can hold on until the principal arrives to finish it off, and then you can have it, Su Yi suggested. No, I'm worried that the opportunity for a breakthrough might not be there in 10 minutes, so I have to deal with this guy as soon as possible. Su Qieli's face showed a calm, yet crazed expression. Are you sure? Su Yi reached out, channeling light that turned into starlight, blocking the lava spewed at them. I'm sure, Su Qieli said firmly. Su Yi nodded and retrieved a blue crystal from the depths of his spatial bracelet. This is the star power I've stored since my awakening. Since you found the opportunity, use it. He took a deep breath. Su Senior, watch closely. Although I'm not sure if it will help your subsequent breakthrough. In theory, this is 7th-tier power. Su Yi crushed the blue crystal, and an almost infinite star power surged from it, transforming into countless stars that merged into his body, forming a star map. He took 3 steps forward, and his aura surged as if the sky had cracked open, his eyes shining with starlight. One move. Su Yi extended a finger, and the starlight manifested, this time not as a projection but emerging from within him. Then, with a sudden roar, the turtle's shell shattered, a black curtain appeared before the severely injured giant turtle, and a white plate appeared at his feet. With the same calm yet crazed face, a dining knife fell, slicing the giant turtle in half, rendering its immortality ineffective. Having forcibly unleashed this attack, Su Qieli was barely clinging to life, staggering forward to the front of the giant turtle, then drinking a mouthful of its blood. The blood was as hot as lava, with a hint of sweetness, and life returned as Su Qieli drank more and more. When Zhao Muji arrived, the scene before him had changed dramatically. Inside the empty tortoise shell sat a robust young man, surrounded by what seemed like flames, radiating intense heat. Zhao Muji immediately realized that this young man had broken through to the 7th level. The old man's expression twitched slightly, sensing trouble. Hovering in the air, he surveyed the surroundings and spotted the unconscious Su Yi deep in the forest. Zhao Muji hurried over, noticing Su Yi covered in numerous blood marks, clearly severely injured. His expression tightened as he wondered if the young man had used that power. But upon seeing the blue pendant still around Su Ye's neck, Zhao Muji relaxed. He took out a precious potion from his collection and gently poured it into Su Ye's mouth, inwardly lamenting how reckless this young man was, despite having a background in divination. It reminded him of someone from the past, and he sighed softly. Then, he infused a thread of his own energy into Su Ye's body, feeling more at ease. However, to prevent any damage to Su Ye's foundation, Zhao Muji decided to consult an old friend. He stroked his beard, tidied his slightly disheveled Zhongshan suit, and used his energy to shake off the bloodstains on him. Casually, he slung Su Yi over his shoulder and turned to look at the giant tortoise behind him. Now, only an empty shell remained, with a deep crack in the center. Zhao Muji thought to himself that those gourmet connoisseurs wouldn't leave any remnants. These voracious creatures wouldn't allow any leftovers from their meals. He shrugged, considering that Su Ye's condition was stable enough for now. It was better to observe the young man's breakthrough to the 7th level, as witnessing such an event was a rare opportunity even for an experienced 7th level practitioner like Zhao Muji. About 3 or 4 minutes later, the aura reached its peak and then broke through. Su Qieli, sitting in the tortoise shell, suddenly opened his eyes, stood up anxiously, and rushed out of the shell's confines. Seeing the burly old man and Su Yi on his shoulder, he let out a sigh of relief. "Principal, I'm curious, how did you two deal with this 7th level beast?" Su Qieli asked. "It was him." Zhao Muji pointed at Su Yi. Su Qieli remarked that Su Yi was worried he couldn't handle it, as he took out a dangerous-looking crystal from his spatial bracelet and crushed it. Instantly, his aura reached the 7th level, and with a casual gesture, he severely injured the giant tortoise. Su Qieli couldn't help but comment. This behavior is even more reckless than a warrior. Saying this, he took a candy from his spatial bracelet and placed it in Su Ye's hand. "You really helped me out this time. No matter what, thank you." Su Qieli looked at Su Yi and spoke slowly. Zhao Muji raised an eyebrow, considering that if Su Yi had stored several years' worth of star power and combined it with his own skills, he could indeed unleash a 7th-tier level attack. No wonder his injuries were so evenly distributed. It was evident that his body couldn't withstand such a level of power, resulting in cracks. However, that candy turned out to be nougat from the workshop in the east of Qinqing City, a favorite among those with a sweet tooth. As a gourmet with a love for sweets, Su Qieli entrusted something he considered extremely valuable to Su Yi. Zhao Muji nodded in satisfaction and then said, "All right, kid, go pack up the turtle shell. We're heading back to the city. Although you've nearly exhausted that big guy's energy, the turtle shell is tough enough. We can hand it over to the Blacksmith's Guild to craft some good 6th-tier items. Don't expect anything else." Zhao Muji patted Su Qieli on the head and continued, "You really are something, eating everything so cleanly. Don't you know how to hold back a bit? I'll have someone come to develop this secret realm later." He glanced at Su Yi, who was being carried, and shook his head with a sigh. "Why does trouble follow you everywhere?" 3 days later, Su Yi awoke again in a Qinqing Academy hospital room. "Hey, uncle, you're awake." Yi Yulan sat in a chair nearby, idly playing on her phone. "Why are you here?" Su Yi stretched and moved his body. "Oh, usually it's teacher's son who looks after you. Uncle Su comes at night, and mom and dad came by just on the first day for a quick look. I just finished my classes and thought I'd drop by. Didn't expect you to wake up just now," Yi Yulan explained, preparing to message Uncle Su and the others. "My injuries healed pretty quickly. Was it teacher's son who treated me?" Su Yi closed his eyes, using spiritual energy to check his body. "No, when you first got back a few days ago, an auntie came by and gave you some pills. It was the first time I saw pills. Usually, it's all kinds of potions," Yi Yulan replied. "Pills are indeed rare because alchemists are scarce. But isn't the highest-ranked alchemist in Qinqing City only 5th tier? And I remember it being an old grandpa." Su Yi trailed off, a drop of cold sweat appearing on his face. "Did that auntie have a golden mark on her forehead?" "Yeah, why? Do you know her, uncle?" Yi Yulan asked, her expression curious. "Uncle, do you have a thing for women much older than you? Take my advice, chasing after a sugar mama isn't good." Seeing his uncle seem as if he'd encountered something terrifying, Yi Yulan hurriedly took out her phone, plugged it in, and turned it on. Then, he quickly put the phone down, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, looked up at the sky, and wore a look of despair. Yi Yulan curiously peeked at the chat interface. A user with the nickname, "Whose wind listens to my wind," had sent several messages to Su Yi. "Old Zhao got in touch with my teacher, saying you were seriously injured? What did you get into this time? Wait for me. I'll be there in 3 days after I finish my work." Su Yi suddenly sat up and asked, "Yulan, what day of my coma is this?" "It's the 3rd day," Yi Yulan replied. "Then there's still time to run," Su Yi remarked. It was too late to run now. A girl had been standing at the hospital room door for quite some time, arms crossed, eyes fixed on Su Yi, who was trying to make a quick escape. She chuckled softly, then reached out and gently placed a hand on Su Ye's shoulder. "Su Yi, go back and lie down." I'll be taking care of you for the time being, the unfamiliar girl said, her tone carrying a hint of determination. Su Yi was taken aback, wondering why Yi Yulan, his niece, seemed to show such deep resignation and a hidden hint of fear toward this situation for the first time. I'm fine now, aren't I? Aunt Shue's medicine works wonders, Su Yi replied in a whisper. Immediately, the girl shot him a fierce glare, and Su Yi instinctively shrunk back, feeling disgruntled, and stomped his foot in protest before obediently returning to the bed. Yi Yulan, his niece, was utterly bewildered by the scene. This is my niece, Su Yi pointed to Yi Yulan, introducing her. Her name is Yi Yulan. He added, Yulan, this is Nangong Qinyu, a teammate of mine with a bit of a temper. Before he could finish, a fist landed squarely on Su Ye's head. So I'm just this guy to you now, Nangong Qinyu said, turning to the startled Yi Yulan, her demeanor shifting as she bent down and winked. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Here, take this, she said, handing Yi Yulan a crystal from her spatial bracelet. Wow, a lightning element crystal. The Alchemist Association sure is wealthy, Su Yi remarked, peeking over with curiosity in his eyes. What's it to you? Nangong Qinyu retorted, rolling her eyes before turning back to Yi Yulan, who was holding the valuable crystal with some trepidation. She silently admired its worth, knowing such crystals were only useful to those at the 5th awakening level or higher. All right, Yulan, keep it. In a way, the Alchemist Association is so rich it has nothing but money, Su Yi continued. And she's my teammate, so don't call her sister, call her aunt, or you'll mess up the generations. As soon as he finished speaking, a brick seemingly appeared out of nowhere and hit Su Yi in the face. Su Yi, Yi Yulan. Nangong Qinyu dusted her hands off, then turned around, seemingly sensing something, before turning back. A certain gourmet, about to enjoy the drama, stroked their chin, pondering how much stronger this girl seemed to have become in such a short time. Let me introduce her properly, Su Yi said, brushing off the brick debris. At his level, a regular brick couldn't harm him. His skin was practically impenetrable. This is Nangong Qinyu, a student in the 223rd class of Sky Academy, same year as me. Her rank is 044, an alchemist, with wind-based abilities, and she's at the peak of the 5th level. Su Yi paused, somewhat deliberately lowering his head. Yi Yulan was surprisingly curious, mimicking a thoughtful chin-stroking gesture. Although it had no real purpose, it made her feel cool and sophisticated. At her age, girls didn't ponder much, except for gossip. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something fishy between her uncle and this sister, and she harbored a certain degree of suspicion. When Nangong Qinyu raised an eyebrow, Su Yi realized she was indeed resting. He couldn't help but tease. All right, I came all this way, and you're not even inviting me for a meal? Weren't you the one who told me to lie down? Su Yi then smirked slightly, but the girl in front of him playfully tapped his head with her hand shaped like a knife. While I can still speak to you calmly, don't push me to hit you, she said. At that moment, Su Yi, who had just gathered the stars with such flair, quickly got up and appeared at the hospital room door. He casually patted Su Qieli standing at the door, took out the nougat Su Qieli had given him, and tossed it to Nangong Qinyu. Anyway, thanks for coming to find me right away, Su Yi said with a light chuckle, scratching his head. Then he turned to Senior Su and said, let's go. Take us to a good place to eat. You're the foodie after all. Nangong Qinyu watched as the young man pushed Su Qieli out of the room, glanced at Yi Yulan, and finally smiled as she unwrapped the nougat and popped it into her mouth. The delicate sweetness blossomed on her tongue. She tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, walked forward, and stood on tiptoe to pat Yi Yulan's head. Yi Yulan was about 1.72 meters tall, while Nangong Qinyu was around 1.68 meters. At that moment, Yi Yulan felt an innate gentleness emanating from the slightly shorter girl. All right, let's go out and grab a meal together, Nangong Qinyu said softly, and Yi Yulan nodded. Moments later, Sun Yong hummed a tune as he entered the hospital room, only to find it empty. His mouth twitched slightly. Well, the attending doctor is still here, but the patient has run off. Even though he was used to Su Ye's antics, Sun Yong could only sigh softly. Hey, principal, Su Ye has taken off. No need to worry, right? As long as he shows up for work on Monday. Speaking of which, hasn't that kid missed every class since the start of the term? And what about the students in his class? Oh, I did forget. With everything going on these past 2 weeks, there haven't been any classes from Wednesday to Friday. The whole school was closed. Sun Yong shrugged, seemingly accustomed to the principal's laid-back attitude, stretched, and left the school hospital. Meanwhile, in a manor somewhere in Qinxing City, Su Qieli led the group inside, excitedly calling out to an old friend, claiming he would prepare a feast. Su Yi looked at the scene before him and chuckled softly. A foodie always has their friends, and as a place dedicated to food, it should taste good. Moments later, Su Yi found himself staring at a table full of caramelized sweet potatoes, caramelized bananas, and caramelized apples, lost in thought. He stood up and beckoned Nangong Qinyu and Yi Yulan to leave the manor. Even a roadside barbecue stand would be more normal than eating here. the young man named Su Yi remarked helplessly. Xiao Su, I've arranged for Nangong Qinyu to stay in a faculty dormitory next door to you. Let's try to keep her here with us, Su Yi said, putting down his phone with a wry smile. I've been wanting to annoy that old guy, Tian Jiuhong, for a while now. Let's see if this time he'll get mad enough to come find trouble himself. Tian Jiuhong, the old principal of Chongkong Academy, was a peer of Zhao Muji and a rare senior among the awakened ones. Su Yi casually shrugged, his tone relaxed yet meaningful. Looks like you finally got a place to stay. It's a pity though, I was thinking of crashing at your place. Nangong Qinyu squinted slightly, her expression indifferent. I live at my sister's place. There probably aren't any spare rooms there. Su Yi chuckled, half jokingly. No worries, I can share a room with you. Nangong Qinyu glanced at Su Yi, a slight mischievous smile playing on her lips. Su Yi remained silent, merely shrugging. Behind them, Yulan had been quietly following along, feeling a bit out of place. The scene before her made her sense a subtle dynamic between the two. She didn't intervene. Instead, she discreetly took out her phone, capturing the moment and sending the video to her mother. Before long, her phone screen lit up with a message. Su Lan, tell Su Yi to bring that girl back to me immediately. Su Lan rubbed her hands together in excitement, her eyes shining with anticipation, as if the breakthrough she'd been waiting for had finally arrived. However, Yulan stubbornly replied, no. She believed it was better for her uncle and Nangong Qinyu to maintain the status quo. If her mother got involved, problems would surely arise. She tucked her phone deep into her pocket without replying further, instead waving at Su Yi. Uncle, Sister Nangong, I'm heading home now. The words, heading home, were clear to everyone. She was bound to face her mother's wrath, so she had preemptively arranged to stay at Qian Xixian's place for a couple of days. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at Qian Xixian's doorstep that evening, she was confronted by Su Lan, who dragged her back with a face full of resignation. 5 days later, on Wednesday, the class finally had their first outdoor survival training session scheduled. Simply put, it was a chance to apply what they'd learned in practice. However, the real training would begin after the third period when they ventured into the wilderness. The initial classes were planned to proceed smoothly, but they were repeatedly interrupted by unforeseen incidents. The 5-member group Yi Yulan, Qian Xixian, Wei Su, Huang Qi, and Sun Yixin whispered among themselves. Let's see. The first cancellation was because the teacher got seriously injured, and the second one was for the same reason. How unlucky can a teacher get? Huang Qi frowned, unable to hold back his complaints. Standing at the podium, Su Yi said coldly, Huang Qi, I want a 5,000 word reflection from you by next Monday. Teacher, it's not your fault. What happened this time? Huang Qi protested, dissatisfied. Su Yi glanced at him. Simply put, it's because you were talking behind the teacher's back. Plus, your suggestion nearly got me into trouble outside. That reflection needs to be written, whether you like it or not. Huang Qi's face darkened at the thought. Since the start of the semester, in just 3 weeks, the reflections he'd written had already exceeded 10,000 words. All right, Su Yi gestured. Let me introduce someone to you, a friend of mine. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl's head peeked through the classroom door, and she walked in. Nangong Qinyu from Chongkong Academy is at the peak of the 5th level, just like me, with wind as her elemental ability, making her quite powerful. This time, she will join me in ensuring your safety. Nangong Qinyu gave a gentle smile and waved lightly, her voice clear and bright. Hello, everyone. Yi Yulan whispered to a few friends with a hint of suspicion. I feel like there's definitely something going on between this sister and my uncle. Qian Xixian's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself that even a fool could see that. All right, everyone, pack your things, Su Yi said seriously after clearing his throat. Qinyu, give each person a space bracelet containing a small portion of your necessary supplies. Other classes carry backpacks, but this time we're traveling light. As your teacher, I'm willing to foot the bill. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Qinyu immediately reached out, pinching Su Ye's ear lightly and giving it a gentle twist. The education law stipulates that unless it's a direct disciple or a special relationship officially recognized, teachers cannot give students high-value items as individuals. Otherwise, the wealth gap between teachers would directly translate into a disparity among students. She said with a gentle yet reproachful tone. You took the teacher certification exam 3 times, and now you've forgotten the rules? But this regulation only applies to current teachers. After graduation, I can make decisions for you. Nangong Qinyu began taking out backpacks from her space bracelet, saying, upon graduation, I will arrange for your teacher to provide each of you with a 10-cubic space bracelet. Now, I'll call names one by one. Take your backpack and line up outside. She took out a pair of non-prescription glasses from the bracelet and carefully put them on, appearing even more professional. Yi Yulan cautiously spoke. Uncle, I feel Sister Nangong is more like a teacher. Su Yi, Yi Yulan, both of you write a 5,000 word reflection and submit it to me by next Monday. Nangong Qinyu calmly instructed. Su Yi sighed helplessly. All right, don't mind him, quickly line up. She glanced at Su Yi, her lips slightly pursed, her eyes showing a meaningful look. Don't worry, your teacher won't be left penniless. These supplies were prepared by the school long ago. As for the space bracelets, our team happens to have a member who specializes in making them. Teachers usually employ a get-something-for-nothing strategy, Nangang Qinyu explained. Su Yi replied helplessly. Qinyu, at least give me some face. She sighed, putting the 30 space bracelets she had prepared back into her bag, then into her own space bracelet. Unactivated space bracelets have no internal space, so they can be stored in other spatial devices. This is already giving you face. At least I didn't hit you with a brick. Nangang Qinyu raised an eyebrow. Su Yi merely pouted lightly. A moment later, on the bus, Su Yi looked up at everyone in the vehicle with a serious gaze. We're heading to the outskirts of Qinxing City, an independently designated primitive area for student training. The strongest exotic beast here can reach the second level, and getting caught by one would be a real embarrassment. The surrounding students held their breath and listened as Su Yi continued. Next, the rules for wilderness survival. First, always stay alert. Danger could be lurking in any corner, even behind every leaf. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, many risks are extremely hard to detect. Her voice was low and powerful. Second, always maintain a sense of respect and never underestimate any exotic beast. I've seen a first-level exotic beast the size of a sesame seed with toxins potent enough to kill a third-level beast. Each exotic beast evolves differently, and we can't confirm all their abilities. Third, you are all students now, and in any situation, life is the most important. Each of you has a badge in your bag. If you encounter danger, crush it immediately. Given the size of the primitive area, I can reach you in 20 seconds at most, understood? Su Ye's gaze was deep as she scanned the students below, finally showing a hint of a teacher-like expression. Nangang Qinyu gently adjusted her glasses, a satisfied look in her eyes. At the northern city wall of Qinxing City, a school bus slowly came to a stop. Su Yi bid farewell to the driver and turned to face the line of students. His gaze swept over their young faces, catching a rare glimpse of intense curiosity. This is the number 4 primitive zone, Su Yi began, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Although there are relatively fewer special and ambush-type exotic beasts here, it doesn't mean you can let your guard down. Staying vigilant is crucial. He shrugged and continued. Follow me. There's a teleportation array at the entrance that will randomly transport you to any corner within the zone. Don't worry, your wristbands have a map function. He succinctly outlined their task. Within 5 hours, hunt down a first-tier exotic beast and bring back its most valuable part. The map marks the entrance and exit locations, so finding your way shouldn't be a problem. Glancing at his phone, Su Yi noted it was exactly 9 a.m. If you're quick, you might make it back in time for lunch. Remember, when surviving in the wild, always keep your energy levels up. Eat the compressed biscuits in your backpack if you feel hungry. If you encounter a situation you can't handle, there's no shame in running away. After all, this is your first real combat experience. He surveyed the students once more, sighed lightly, and waved his hand. Go ahead. The gates slowly opened, and the students filed in. Turning to his side, Su Yi grinned at Nangang Qinyu. Qinyu, since you're here, I'll leave it to you. I can take it easy for a bit. Nangang Qinyu shot him a look of mild annoyance. Your Qinxing Academy sure takes good care of its freshmen. Su Yi shrugged, explaining, it's normal. The training at Changkong Academy is indeed the toughest, considering you have the most students heading to the front lines. We're still somewhat in the rear, and the situation isn't as urgent, so why not let them take it slow? Nangang Qinyu stepped forward and gestured with her hand. In an instant, a gust of wind roared from the sky, sweeping through every corner of the primitive zone. Though not vast, at about 700 acres, or over 400,000 square meters, for a forest, it wasn't enormous, but with 30 students scattered within, it felt quite spacious. The wind passed clearly over every inch of land, and the few awakened protectors within the zone felt its presence simultaneously. They opened their eyes in unison, following the wind's trail to locate the girl at the storm's center and the calm young man beside her. The leader cautiously retracted his head, withdrawing his unique divine sense from the spirit-nurturing realm. Nangang Qinyu pondered for a moment before speaking. There are 6 people from the spirit-nurturing realm inside, likely officials. Also, that little girl named Qian Sixian seems to have sensed my presence. Su Yi raised an eyebrow with interest. Oh? It seems her talent is higher than I imagined. In that case, I agree we should include her in the evaluation. Nangang Qinyu looked at Su Yi earnestly. If you want to find someone with enough talent and potential in this class at Qinxing Academy, she's among the best. Even compared to your niece's swordsmanship talent, I still think this girl Qian Sixian has better potential and is worth nurturing. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. We'll see. Ultimately, it's my choice anyway, and maybe I'll make the decision next time. It's up to you. Nangang Qinyu nodded and then reminded. Also, could you use your divine sense to check what that boy named Huang Qi is up to? Supported by the stars, Su Ye's divine sense covered the entire primitive area, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary fifth-tier cultivators. His gaze landed on Huang Qi, who was burying his head in the dirt. Su Ye's mouth twitched. What's he doing? Nangong Qinyu explained. He found a latest-stage first-tier mole, gentle in nature, and seems to want to capture it alive. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a breeze carried Huang Qi's murmurs. This mole is kind of cute. If I catch it and give it to Yulan, she might be happy. Su Ye's anger flared. Great, that kid is finished. At a time like this, he's still doing this? I'll add another 100,000 words to his reflection essay. Thinking about my niece. I'll deal with him. He rolled up his sleeves indignantly, but Nangong Qinyu held him back with one hand. Nangong Qinyu calmly said, it's a matter for the younger generation. The elders shouldn't interfere, as the teacher said. Su Yi pouted, saying no more. In truth, he was mostly joking, as it's best not to meddle in such matters. Besides, his sister would probably be more than happy for Yi Yulan to find a suitor quickly, although his brother-in-law's opinion likely wouldn't carry much weight at home. Suddenly, both Su Yi and Nangong Qinyu looked up towards the distance. A streak of purple sword light shot into the sky, followed by a tiger's roar echoing through the mountains. Su Yi was surprised. No way, that girl has some luck. That's the only powerful combat beast among the 6 second-tier exotic beasts in the 4th primitive area, the mountain-shaking tiger. Nangong Qinyu was puzzled. Isn't the mountain-shaking tiger supposed to be a 5th-tier beast? Su Yi explained. Yes, it originally was. A few years ago, an upperclassman took one down in seconds, and the remaining blood was casually given to the academy. They did an experiment and ended up with this little 2nd-tier tiger. The lab folks were too lazy to name it, so they kept calling it the mountain-shaking tiger. Nangong Qinyu pursed his lips, thinking to himself, to be fair, Morningstar Academy really is different from Sky Academy. The people here have a natural ease about them. There's no need to dwell on the past. Su Yi raised a hand to stop Nangong Qinyu. Huang Qi and Wei Su were not far off. They would arrive soon. If they couldn't recognize that sword light, they would be unworthy of my trust. What if they don't come? Nangong Qinyu glanced at Su Yi. Su Yi didn't speak, but his eyes conveyed his meaning. If someone sees a comrade struggling in battle and does not help, that person is not worth nurturing. This has been a principle on the land of Shenzhou since ancient times, except in cases of unavoidable military orders or suicide squads. Life is always paramount, and those who don't know how to protect should not possess power greater than others. If they do, they will be collectively opposed by the people of Shenzhou. This is a pride passed down for thousands of years. Su Yi saw Huang Qi casually toss a mole into his backpack. Then the Qigong master burst forth with all his might, dashing towards Yi Yulan. Wei Su transformed into a fierce tiger, the wind roaring around him, his tiger's roar resonating in response to that sword light. The young teacher's lips curled into a slight smile. He turned to Nangong Qinyu and softly said, See, I told you, my students won't let me down. He had given them enough confidence. Nangong Qinyu looked at Su Ye's tightly clenched fist and shook her head with a helpless smile, knowing that she was actually the most nervous but stubbornly refused to admit it. Still, this was not a bad thing. She smiled gently, crossed her arms, and gazed into the distance alongside Su Yi. Meanwhile, Yi Yulan unexpectedly encountered one of the biggest bosses in this primitive area. The thunderous sword light flashed, effortlessly severing the claws of the mountain-shaking tiger. Even though Yi Yulan couldn't unleash the full power of her 5th-tier sword, its sharpness remained. However, losing its claws didn't faze the beast much. For the mountain-shaking tiger, even at the 2nd tier, its claws could easily regenerate. Yi Yulan, on the other hand, had to sever the claws each time while evading the tiger's paws. At the initial stage, beasts are generally stronger than humans. As long as their vitality is intact, they are nearly invulnerable. Yi Yulan frowned, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her teleportation had been so abrupt that she hadn't had time to retrieve her life-saving equipment. She slashed a sword towards the sky, hoping to draw attention, but after waiting for a long time with no one in sight, she grew anxious. Just then, a tiger's roar echoed, and a white tiger charged at the mountain-shaking tiger's side, turning to fiercely stare down the giant tiger. Its golden eyes locked onto the yellow giant tiger before it, and the mountain-shaking tiger raised its head to meet the gaze. 2 tiger roars sounded simultaneously, leaving both Yi Yulan and the white tiger momentarily stunned. The shock of the mountain-shaking tiger wasn't suppression, but intimidation. In that moment of distraction, the giant tiger raised its paw and struck heavily, but it slightly missed, hitting the white tiger's left side instead. The force of the airflow made the blow exceptionally powerful. A figure suddenly appeared and struck with a punch, the force like an arrow hitting the mountain-shaking tiger. The figure quickly retreated, taking a person and a tiger with him. He took out basic potions from his backpack and tossed them to the 2 individuals. Wei Su, where's your backpack? Huang Qi asked, raising an eyebrow at the white tiger. From the tiger's mouth came Wei Su's voice. I find the school-issued backpack really unfriendly for beast-type ability users. It turns out that Wei Su's ability is the Devouring Gold Tiger, a super beast transformation class. After transforming, his size increased several times, causing the backpack straps to snap instantly. Sensing the crisis on Yi Yulan's side, he rushed over without time to think, leaving the backpack behind in the forest. Huang Qi squinted and said from behind Wei Su, "As you know, a first-tier Qi master can mostly control, so you two are the main force. Since the teachers haven't arrived yet, they probably see this big guy as our test. Wei Su, you go up front. Beast transformation types have tough skin. Yulan, get ready to charge up. We'll create an opportunity for you, but you might only have one chance to strike, so make it count. Wei Su, what are you waiting for? Hit it, Hedon. Old Wei, I trust you completely." Huang Qi urged. The white tiger hesitated for a moment, then let out a thunderous roar. Surprisingly, the roar of the mountain-shaking tiger had little effect on the three of them. "Don't worry, that big guy's roar is essentially a soundwave attack. I've temporarily blocked your hearing with my qi," Huang Qi explained. A qi master's energy comes from within. Although it doesn't have the large-scale destructive power of a wind element awakener, its control and functionality far surpass those of the same tier. After the 5th tier, a qi master's close combat ability is on par with a warrior of the same level, and its destructive power is not weaker than an elemental ability user. But before the 5th tier, they mostly play a supportive role. Huang Qi continued. Qi masters once thought of sending qi into an opponent's body to damage internal organs. But it was ineffective because, before the 5th tier, qi couldn't penetrate the body. After the 5th tier, with near immortality, internal injuries heal instantly, rendering it less effective. So before the 5th tier, qi masters often serve as support, much like puppet masters, both considered strategists. Then, the devouring gold tiger, transformed from Wei Su, lunged at the mountain-shaking tiger, and the two tigers grappled. Despite its smaller size, the devouring gold tiger's every strike targeted vulnerable spots. Meanwhile, the mountain-shaking tiger's deadly attacks narrowly missed at the last moment. Suddenly, Huang Qi clenched his hand with force, and the qi accumulated within him erupted. Wei Su, duck. Yulan now. The three moved in perfect harmony. The qi held the mountain-shaking tiger in place. Wei Su dodged aside, and a purple sword light shot forth, aiming straight for the tiger's head. The sharpness of the 5th-tier sword was undeniable, and the mountain-shaking tiger's head fell with a thud. The scene was awe-inspiring, yet Wei Su felt a tinge of helplessness. Looking back, he saw Huang Qi had fainted from qi exhaustion, and Yi Yulan had collapsed from exertion. Ironically, he, who had been at the forefront, was still in decent shape. Wei Su shook his massive tiger head, stepped forward to pick up the two of them onto his back, and then grabbed the mountain-shaking tiger's head. After orienting himself, he walked steadily toward the exit. 3 people taking down a 2nd-tier beast should meet Teacher Su's expectations, right? Wei Su thought to himself as he headed towards the assessment's endpoint. The first outdoor training class was considered a success, at least from Su Ye's perspective. As for those students who collapsed from exhaustion and had to spend several days recovering in the hospital, their experience might not have been so positive. Then there were the teachers who hadn't shown up since the start of the semester, adding to the normality and frequency of unexpected incidents. However, such regular occurrences were actually quite rare. Just like Wei Qiqi, who hadn't attended a single class since the semester began. For awakened individuals, especially those of lower ranks, mastering firearms is an essential skill. After all, when facing beasts below Tier 4 in the wild, firearms still play a significant role. However, Shenzhou maintains strict control over firearms, and even though the destructive power of awakened individuals now far exceeds that of guns, each firearm has a unique serial number and registration. Qinqing Academy, although granted official permission for students to carry firearms, allows their actual use only when entering the wilderness or in the 2nd year of study. Outside of the firearms training facility, students are not allowed to carry guns freely. Of course, there are exceptions to these rules. For instance, there's Zhou Yumao from Class 3 next door, a sniper with a Sequence 060 talent, which allows him to train with firearms regularly. His shooting skills surpass any teacher in the classroom. Is it over there? Nangong Qianyu asked, pointing to a student training alone on the field. That's right. To be honest, the teachers in this class can't match his mastery of firearms, and the gap is quite significant. After all, the talent of a sequence is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Su Yi shrugged, his tone tinged with a bit of helplessness. Then why did you bring me here? Nangong Qianyu looked up, a hint of resignation in his eyes, as if he knew what Su Yi was thinking. Boredom, Su Yi replied bluntly. Honestly, when I first saw the class schedule at the start of the semester, I thought I'd be too busy to catch my breath. But it turned out it wasn't my schedule. It was the collective schedule for the entire class. What kind of teacher schedules 5 outdoor training sessions a week for students? It's ridiculous. Nangong Qianyu was about to say, you could use this time to train, but before he could finish, Su Yi interrupted. Come on, only Longkong Academy maintains such high-intensity training. To be honest, if Dean Nangong were alive to see your training, he'd find it excessive. We are living in times of war. Nangong Chinyu gave Su Yi a deep look. No one says awakened individuals can't relax during wartime. High-intensity training is essential, but there should at least be a gradual adaptation process. Su Yi met his gaze, unwavering. The training and teaching at Longkong Academy were considered the most rigorous and even brutal among all academies. Apart from its coastal location, frequently threatened by marine beasts, another reason is the indelible legacy of the academy's founder. Successive deans are determined not to let their students lose face or tarnish this illustrious history. Although Su Yi lived in a relatively comfortable environment, he had a deep understanding of the intense training at Chongkong Academy. He vaguely felt that the students there lived under too much pressure. However, he had no intention of interfering in these matters, even if he had the capacity to do so. Every academy had its own style, and Qinqing Academy exhibited a unique sense of relaxation. Nangong Qinyu and Su Yi entered the cafeteria and, after a bout of fan frenzy, finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat at a table in the corner. As a rising star in the Alchemist Association and a descendant of the founder of Chongkong Academy, Nangong Qinyu was quite famous. Even far from Chongkong City, in Qinqing City, she had her share of young female admirers. As for the male fans, although they existed, everyone knew that the man beside Nangong Qinyu was her teacher, so the boys cautiously kept their distance, wary of angering her, knowing Su Yi would not let them off easily. Your juniors seem to be quite afraid of you. I'm curious about what you did in the past, Nangong Qinyu asked. Su Yi shrugged, recalling an incident from his freshman year. A senior had a crush on a girl in the class who wasn't interested in dating, and he began to harass her. The girl turned to Su Yi, the strongest of the freshmen, for help. He decided to intervene and challenge the senior to a fight, eventually burying him in the small woods of the school. The story spread throughout the school and only died down after the senior graduated, though he later returned as a teacher. What do you mean by burying him in the woods? Nangong Qinyu blinked. Feet first, buried upright, leaving just his head above ground. The physique of an awakened individual can withstand the pressure of the soil, though it's a bit embarrassing. Su Yi explained helplessly. Nangong Qinyu chuckled, lightly tapping Su Yi on the forehead. Su Yi instinctively leaned back, but a gentle breeze brushed past, leaving his head unmoved, while his fingertip lightly touched Nangong Qinyu's forehead instead. Your phone is ringing, Nangong Qinyu reminded him. Su Yi awkwardly retracted his hand, picking up the phone on the table. Upon answering, he heard Su Qieli's voice. Su Yi, come quickly to Qinqing No. 4 High School. Your nephew has frozen my classroom. Though Su Qieli had advanced to the 7th tier, he was still teaching high school. Su Yi frowned, as if recalling something. Spontaneous awakening? Nangong Qinyu asked. Very likely, but I didn't expect it this early. And freezing a classroom during spontaneous awakening is beyond what I imagined, Su Yi said, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Unless it's... He raised an eyebrow, standing up. Let's go. Qinyu, come with me to check it out. Nangong Qinyu blinked and stood up, her gaze lingering on the table, seemingly reluctant to leave behind today's braised chicken with rice. Su Yi adeptly took out a takeout box, packed the food, and placed it in his spatial bracelet before lifting his head with determination. Let's go. Qinqing 4th High School, commonly known as Qinqing No. 4 High School, stands as a pillar in the re-established educational system following the revival era. Although students in high school have yet to awaken and cannot foresee if they are suited to become awakeners, the uniqueness of the nation of Xinzhou lies in its approach to talent cultivation, which does not solely rely on post-awakening abilities. Instead, personal cultural literacy and moral character are of significant importance in talent selection. At this moment, the principal of Qinqing No. 4 High School, a nearly 70-year-old ordinary second-tier awakener, stands in a daze. His gaze is fixed on an unremarkable-looking teacher before him. The teacher, with a lollipop in his mouth, skillfully manipulates flames, striving to contain the icy aura leaking from the classroom. Suddenly, a gentle breeze passes by, and the principal is startled to find two more people in front of him. One of them, a woman, adjusts her glasses and purses her lips, her tone filled with astonishment. Elemental abilities that are innately extraordinary and self-awakened. How many have there been since the revival era? 5, replies Su Qieli, who is controlling the flames. He then urges, shouldn't you be focusing on something else right now? If we delay any further, this little guy won't hold on, and it will be troublesome if he gets hurt at the core. Don't worry, Nangong Qinyu points towards the classroom. You can put your flames away. Su Yi has already gone in. Su Qieli is momentarily stunned, then sees starlight burst within the classroom, and the icy aura dissipates. Su Yi emerges, carrying the unconscious Yi Qinglin, and says to Su Qieli, leave this to you to handle. I'm going to call for backup. Su Qieli nods in agreement. After Nangong Qinyu and Su Yi leave, he turns to the principal, takes out a badge, and hesitates before asking, Principal, do you know about the pioneers? Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Qinqing Academy, Su Yi kicks the door open and strides in. She glances at Sun Yong, who is about to discuss something with the principal, then looks at Zhao Muzi, who is sipping tea. Principal, please convene a meeting of the 10 academy heads. Su Yi goes straight to the point. Also, invite the martial saint to lend support. Contact as many of the 3 saints and 7 absolutes as you can. It's very important. How important? Zhao Muzi raises an eyebrow, taking out a device. This shows his trust in Su Yi, but he needs to understand the situation. Su Yi glances at Yi Qinglin in her arms and slightly loosens the star power used for sealing. Instantly, icy air leaks out, only to be quickly resealed by the star power. Zhao Muzi silently puts away the device and directly activates his bracelet. Do you think this only requires a meeting at the 10 academy level? In the entire 227 years of the revival era, this is only the 6th one. He turns to Sun Yong. All right, Sun Yong, you can leave. You won't be able to intervene in this. Zhao Muji lightly tapped his wristband and placed another device on the table. Instantly, a grand virtual round table projection enveloped the entire principal's office. He spoke in a deep voice. Zhao Muji, principal of Qinxing Academy, requests to initiate a top-level meeting. Agenda, 8th tier seed. As the projection unfolded, figures began to appear one by one. Su Yi quickly activated his wristband, his voice coming through clearly. Pioneer number 02007. Su Yi, requesting to join the meeting. Following closely, Nangong Qianyu performed the same action. Pioneer number 02004. Nangong Qianyu, requesting to join the meeting. Su Yi looked around, taking a deep breath as his gaze swept over the attendees. Sun Qizhi, principal of Kyoto Academy. Wang Huanyu, principal of Chang'an Academy. Zhao Muji, principal of Qinxing Academy. Su Yunma, principal of Jiangnan Academy. Qiu Jiuli, principal of Hanhai Academy. Wei Yuanping, principal of Northwest Academy. Li Weiyang, principal of Bashu Academy. Tian Jiang, principal of Chongkong Academy. Zhang Suping, principal of Longhu Academy. And Venerable Fashi of Xumi Academy. Additionally, key figures from various departments of Xinzhou were present. Sun Miaoqing, Minister of Exploration. Wu Qianyu, Minister of Law Enforcement. And Xue Qi, Minister of Logistics and President of the Alchemist Association. The 4 great saints of Xinzhou were also in attendance. Fire Saint Zhao Yan, Martial Saint Liu Bai, Military Saint Zhu Gexi, and Formation Master Sita Wuji. Among this powerful assembly, Su Yi and Nangong Qianyu, with only 5th-tier abilities, appeared particularly inconspicuous. Sensing Nangong Qianyu's nervousness, Su Yi discreetly held her hand to offer comfort. Even though it was just a technological projection, the 7th and 8th-tier powerhouses present easily noticed this subtle gesture. After a brief pause, Su Yi spoke. Since the rejuvenation era, Xinzhou has seen 5 individuals with innate, self-awakened elemental abilities. He briefly listed these awakened individuals, including the founder of Chongkong Academy, Nangong Chongkong, the Thunder Saint, the late Wood Emperor and Water Emperor, and the current Fire Saint Zhao Yan. This is the 6th naturally extraordinary elemental ability awakener, a true 8th-tier seed, Su Yi stated firmly, looking directly at the assembly. I hope everyone here can propose a suitable training path based on existing resources. By the way, he is my nephew. Unlike the somewhat tense Nangong Qianyu, Su Yi exuded confidence, as if he were on equal footing with everyone present. In fact, Zhao Muji had already shared Yi Qinglin's information with all attendees in advance. Wu Qianyu, the Minister of Law Enforcement, inquired. A naturally extraordinary ice attribute ability user at 15 years old should first be sealed to prevent damage to his body and future potential. Formation Master Situ, could you go in person? Zhang Suping responded. I am willing to make this trip. Coincidentally, my recent divination suggests a journey is needed. The group tacitly agreed. While Formation Master Situ excelled in pure formation skills, the long-standing traditions of Buddhist and Taoist practices offered greater advantages in situations requiring both sealing and formation. Regarding the training plan, Xue Qi, the Minister of Logistics and President of the Alchemist Association, smiled. Su Yi, are you really lacking resources? If there's anything you need, just ask. This young man still has years before he can start cultivating. There's no rush. At a meeting of this level, it surprisingly concluded quite quickly and simply. The reasoning wasn't complex. The main purpose of such meetings is to report in. Most of the influential figures present knew Su Yi, some even closely. They understood he was entirely capable of handling things on his own. More importantly, they needed to inform higher-ups. I've got a prospect here who could reach the current highest combat level among the awakened. We're planning to train him. If we need assistance, don't ignore us. Then they would wait for a response from above. So what exactly do you want? Zhao Muji asked, breaking the silence as all eyes turned to Su Yi. Su Yi counted on his fingers and replied in one breath. The Millennium Snow of the Northwest Sky region, the Dragon Lock Chain of the capital, the 1,000-mile Qi of Chang'an, the frozen water from Hanhai Academy, and the God and Demon Tower from the Law Enforcement Department. He paused, his gaze firm. I want them all. Zhao Muji's mouth twitched. and he couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Clearly, these demands were not simple. All of them. Suyi nodded, unapologetically. If they refuse, I'll personally visit each teacher to see who dares not to give me face. His gaze was unwavering, his tone exuding undeniable confidence. Zhao Muji took a sip of tea and said slowly, your teachers, the 7 saints and 3 absolutes, naturally wouldn't refuse. He glanced at Su Yi, his words carrying a note of affirmation. At that moment, Su Yi's thoughts seemed to drift elsewhere, and he let go of Nan Gongqianyu's hand. Nan Gongqianyu pursed her lips, turned her head to glance at Su Yi with a stern face, and said irritably, I'll go ask the captain if they really came with Master Zhang. Su Yi shrugged and, almost absent-mindedly, raised the hand he had just let go of to his nose, taking a light sniff. The scent was like a gentle breeze passing by, and he scratched his head with his other hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Smells quite nice. Not long after, Su Yi sat back down, his gaze landing on the recently awakened Yi Qinglin. In a teasing tone, he said, congratulations, Qinglin, the surgery was a success. You're now a cyborg. Yi Qinglin sat up, a look of helplessness on his face as he muttered, Uncle, don't joke about that. Su Yi shrugged, then pulled out an ice blue pendant from his pocket and handed it to Yi Qinglin. The pendant was almost identical to the one around Su Yi's neck. Most of the power you just unleashed is stored in this pendant, Su Yi explained. In case of danger, breaking it will allow you to temporarily return to a 5th-tier power level, maybe even stronger. He shook his head again. In a few days, an elder will come to help seal this power. The seal will remain until your body is strong enough to handle it. Su Yi glanced at Yi Qinglin and added softly, otherwise, you might freeze yourself. Then he shifted the conversation to Yi Qinglin's academic issues. Su Yi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Honestly, if you don't return to your original school, even with a confidentiality agreement, the distance will make your classmates distant. Are you planning to transfer or get some tutors? Yi Qinglin looked a bit embarrassed and said quietly, I still want to go back and show off a bit. Su Yi shook his head with a wry smile. You're overthinking it, Qinglin. People's first reaction to unknown and powerful forces isn't admiration, it's fear. If you go back now, they'll be curious, but once they realize you can't wield that power, they'll be disappointed. Su Yi's words were like a wake-up call, ringing in Yi Qinglin's heart. She candidly pointed out that if Su Qieli hadn't been present, Yi Qinglin's loss of control could have resulted in serious injuries to his classmates. This made the young Yi Qinglin ponder deeply, realizing the severity of the situation despite his youth. To prevent such incidents from happening again, Su Yi decided to arrange for Yi Qinglin to take classes with peers. She mentioned Su Qieli's nephew, Su Si, and some other friends' younger relatives. At this point, Principal Zhao Muji interjected, saying he also had a young grandson who could join. Su Yi was a little surprised to hear this. As a 200-year-old awakened one, Principal Zhao having a teenage grandson was unexpected. Zhao Muji explained that this was a child of his youngest son, who had been born in recent years and had a lively personality. The conversation shifted as Su Yi mentioned that Asaba was contacting their captain. Principal Zhao seemed to recall something and asked, are you planning to have that young Taoist teach? It turned out that Su Yi and Nangong Asaba's captain was Zhang Yongping, a Taoist from Longhu Academy. Nangong Asaba entered the room, reminding Su Yi to find a way to retain their captain. Su Yi chuckled and jokingly said they'd use physical means, but quickly corrected herself to say reason. Then, Su Yi handed a spatial bracelet to Yi Qinglin, informing him that a Taoist would visit in a few days. She advised Yi Qinglin to ask for a meeting gift from the Taoist of a similar age, half-jokingly suggesting that if he refused, he should pay respects to the Buddha. Meanwhile, on a mountain resembling a fairyland, a young Taoist accompanied by a small Taoist followed an elder Taoist as they departed. The young Taoist sneezed, then brought out a blue ox for the small Taoist to ride. The 3 of them descended the mountain with ease, as if riding the clouds. In the sky, purple clouds gathered in the east, as if a sage were traveling. This young Taoist was none other than Zhang Suping, the contemporary celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Yi Qinglin paused for a moment before he couldn't help but ask, Uncle, exactly how strong is my talent? Su Yi and Nangong Qinyu were sitting in the principal's office, casually eating from a takeout of braised chicken and rice from lunch. Su Yi mentioned that the last person with such a level of talent was Zhao Yin, who became the Fire Saint. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Qinglin is almost certain to reach the 8th tier. So your perspective and responsibilities are destined to be different from ordinary people, Su Yi continued. I found you an excellent teacher, someone who can help you become a formidable force and a hero of Shenzhou. He gently patted Yi Qinglin's head, speaking earnestly. In this era, with great power comes great responsibility. Our enemies are far more numerous than you might imagine. We're not strong enough yet, so our younger generation cannot rest. Uncle, your hand is greasy. Yi Qinglin seemed less concerned about these matters and more about brushing off his uncle's hand with disdain. Suyi took a tissue handed to him by Nangong Qinyu and wiped his hand nonchalantly. Then he placed a crystal stone in Yi Qinglin's hand, saying, "This is the Millennium Ice, a gift from a friend. Keep it close, it'll be beneficial. Additionally, your physical condition has been enhanced post-awakening, making you a first-tier awakener. Your strength is decent. If you were to face your sister, without any seals, your energy might overwhelm her instantly." Suyi wiped his mouth and patted his stomach, smiling. For a fifth-tier awakener, eating isn't really necessary. As Zhao Muji puts it, "I only eat to look more human." We'll talk more when the old Taoist arrives. Meanwhile, I'll call your mom and also your grandparents. Yi Qinglin's grandparents lived in Qinqing City, and in a way, they were like godparents to Su Yi. After all, Yi Shuyang and Su Lan were childhood friends. Wait, no, that's not right. If my parents find out about this, they might want to send you straight to the war zone. Su Yi rubbed his chin, contemplating. If it weren't for Su Dad's injury, perhaps neither of them would have retired from the front lines. With that thought, Su Yi sent a message to Su Lan, entrusting the matter to his elder sister. "Let's go. Qingyu. Qinglin, I'll take you to have hot pot," Su Yi said carelessly. Yi Qinglin responded with resignation. "Uncle, it's quite hot today. Hot pot at this time." Su Yi laughed and replied, "With you, our little ice cube, around, what's there to worry about?" Zhao Muji, trailing behind, seemed eager for hot pot as well. Zhao Muji stood in his office, gently stroking his not-so-long beard with a slight frown. He was contemplating whether it would seem too forward for him, as the principal, to show up uninvited. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao picked up his phone and called a few old friends. "Hot pot," came the grumbling reply from the other end. "In this heat." Despite the complaints, his friends changed clothes and stepped out of their homes. After all, genuine friendship is always pure and simple. Meanwhile, in a private room at a hot pot restaurant, the atmosphere was lively. Suyi sat across from Su Lan, dropping beef balls into the bubbling broth while placing a chilled soda can on Yi Qinglin's forehead. "Definitely need more ice," Suyi chuckled, visibly relaxed. "I haven't told Yulan about Qinglin yet," Suyi whispered to Su Lan. "I don't want her getting upset. Besides, in a couple of days." Su Lan interrupted her brother with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Although her son's talent was indeed surprising, she was more concerned with her brother's personal affairs at the moment. "Suyi," she teased, squinting slightly. "Introduce me to this young lady beside you." Seeing this, Yi Shuyang quickly pulled Yi Qinglin closer to him, worried his son might get caught up in the impending interrogation. He grabbed a beer bottle and pressed it against his son's head, pretending it was to cool him down. Suyi cleared his throat awkwardly. "This is Nangong Qinyu, my teammate, and a very good friend." As he spoke, he glanced at Nangong Qinyu, seeking a sign of support from her expression. Nangong Qinyu's face remained calm, but under the table, she gave Su Yi a hard kick. Su Yi couldn't help but laugh, gently taking her hand. Seeing this, Su Lan wisely refrained from further questioning. She thought to herself that it might be best to let young people develop their relationships naturally. The relationship between Su Yi and Nangong Qinyu was quite complex. It all started with a slow Toriact nice guy and a seemingly gentle, yet actually fierce girl. On a night when there shouldn't have been stars, under the mountain breeze, they met. Technically, they met after becoming pioneers. But in reality, they had a run-in over the last piece of a snack before officially joining. Their relationship became even more complicated after a life-saving mission. So, how should their relationship be defined now? More than friends, not quite lovers? It wasn't quite that simple. As an unnamed captain once said, "They haven't gotten together yet." Suddenly, Su Ye's phone vibrated. He glanced at the message and frowned slightly. "The captain says they've arrived? But isn't Mount Longhu far from here? How did they get here so quickly? Weren't they supposed to arrive in 3 days?" Nangong Qinyu mused. Maybe they used some special means. After all, Taoists are known for their extraordinary skills. Su Yi shook his head, no. He put down his phone, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "They flew here. The captain even asked me why they should bother running when they could just fly. Planes are fast, you sleep, and you're there." Su Yi popped the last beef ball into her mouth, chewed for a moment, and then said, "All right, sis, you take brother-in-law home. Qinglin will stick with us. We're gearing up for the next round." She glanced at Yi Shuyang, who had somehow passed out drunk, and helplessly shrugged before turning to Su Lan. She silently mourned for her brother-in-law for a second, but she knew that as an awakened individual, Su Lan was more than capable of getting Yi Shuyang home safely on her own. "Asaba, do you want anything else?" Su Yi asked, scanning the faces of those around her. Before long, they arrived at a roadside stall. Zhang Yongping looked at the simple setup and couldn't help but comment. "Su Yi, it's been so long since we've seen each other, and you bring us to a roadside stall? Shouldn't we at least find a—" "Find what?" Su Yi interrupted. "Asaba said she wanted barbecue, so here we are. Look, even the young priest and Master Zhang are enjoying it." "Stop being so fussy, Captain." She casually placed the wooden skewer on the table and patted Yi Qinglin, who seemed a bit uneasy. "Qinglin, aren't you eating?" Yi Qinglin irritably swatted away the soda Su Yi offered. Uncle, we just ate. I'm only a first-tier awakened. How much do you think I can eat? Uncle, if you use a cold soda on my head again, I'll. Yi Qinglin's words were cut off by Su Yi. You'll do what? Su Yi raised an eyebrow with a smile. Seeing the young man who wielded the power of ice but wasn't cold-hearted turn to Nagong Asaba, Su Yi felt an ominous premonition. Auntie, uncle is bullying me, Yi Qinglin said, feigning grievance. Zhang Yongping nearly choked on his skewer at this. Inwardly, he gave Yi Qinglin a thumbs up. The kid effortlessly achieved what they hadn't managed in years. Nagong Asaba chuckled softly, elegantly brushing her hair aside. Su Yi, apologize to your nephew. You're siding with him, Asaba? Su Yi begrudgingly patted Yi Qinglin's head and through clenched teeth, muttered, sorry. Yi Qinglin was evidently much smarter than his sister Yi Yulan. He merely raised an eyebrow, letting the topic drop at that. At this point, the young priest set down his skewer and turned to the old master, Zhang Suping. Master, can I? Go play, go play. The old priest waved him off nonchalantly, then looked up at Su Yi. Little Su, order some more skewers, will you? We're a bit short. Tell them to add more chili powder this time. The earlier spice level was just for you youngsters. We older folks, we like something with more kick. Got it, Su Yi replied, getting up to place the order. Zhang Yongping had once told them that priests are people too, and it's normal to have some earthly desires. If they put themselves on a pedestal, it's like roasting themselves over a fire, making themselves out to be gods. Not right, not right. The young priest pulled out his phone and opened a game, looking over at the only other person his age, Yi Qinglin, and waved his phone. Wanna play? Yi Qinglin blinked naturally and paused his actions. Hold on, I can't play against you with my own account. The young Taoist was puzzled, blinking in sync, and curiously asked, why not? Yi Qinglin explained with a smile, my rank is too high, so it's not allowed to match. Give me a moment, I'll log in with my sister's account. The young Taoist looked a bit embarrassed at first, but Yi Qinglin's gentle demeanor and impressive gaming skills led to 2 consecutive wins, and soon the young Taoist was fully immersed in the gaming atmosphere. Mid-game, Yi Qinglin could easily switch screens to reply to his sister's messages. A brief conversation popped up on the screen. Yi Yulan, why are you suddenly using my account? To rank up. All right, little brother. Yi Yulan responded swiftly, and then quickly stepped back, careful not to disturb Yi Qinglin as he ranked up on her account. Meanwhile, Su Yi put aside what he was doing, leaving Nangong Qianyu and the old master still busy eating skewers. Captain, there's something. Zhang Yongping spoke, his tone a bit tentative. Go ahead, I'll decide if I agree after I hear it. Su Yi waved his hand, looking busy. I'm quite occupied. Zhang Yongping explained succinctly. Stay in Qinqing City for a while to help with the kids. My nephew's in trouble and can't attend school, but he still needs to learn. Plus, there are a few other kids who can keep the young Taoist company. Su Yi glanced at the young Taoist still gaming. I still have one opportunity for the Star Rain Tower. I can let him use it. All right, I agree. Yongping, you should stay. Unexpectedly, before the conversation finished, the old master spoke up. The old Taoist looked up, his gaze deep and sharp. Zhang Yongping was slightly puzzled but immediately sat up straight and respectfully said, Disciple Zhang Yongping, at the master's command. The old Taoist waved his hand gently, easing the atmosphere, and continued to eat skewers. Speaking of which, Su Yi, who are these kids you mentioned? Su Qieli's nephew, Principal Zhao's grandson, and Qianyu's brother. Su Yi listed, then turned to Nangong Qianyu. Qianyu, did you inform your family? Yes, my mom agreed. And the kid will come over by himself tomorrow. Nangong Qianyu recalled something, gritting his teeth with a tone full of helplessness. Captain, you must discipline him well. He's quite the troublemaker, fearless of everything except ghosts. Hearing Nangong Qianyu's words, Zhang Yongping couldn't help but shiver but nodded firmly, clearly prepared for the mischievousness of this kid. By the way, Senior Su has been at the 7th stage for a while. Hasn't the higher-ups assigned him anything? Su Yi suddenly asked. They have. The old Taoist looked up. There were plans, but considering the war zone is stable, he was left as Yi Qinglin's guardian. Besides, we know you're looking for someone to teach, so I brought Ling Su along this time. Hearing this, Zhang Yongping's mouth twitched. So I was meant to be left behind from the start. Meanwhile, the young Taoist Zhang Lingsu, who was playing the game, glanced up at him, then lowered his head, urging, Team fight, team fight. After imprinting a sealing rune on Yi Qinglin, the old Taoist approached Zhao Muji and hurriedly left the next day. This left Su Yi feeling somewhat disappointed, as he had hoped to have an in-depth conversation with Zhang Suping. Instead, he turned to look for his captain, who happened to live in the same neighborhood. Su Yi originally intended to live in the house himself, having secretly purchased it without his sister and brother-in-law's knowledge. For him, the house prices weren't too steep, especially since Qinqing City offered discounts for first-time homebuyers. Although Shenzhou had been recovering for over 200 years, the disasters at the beginning of the revival era had still significantly reduced the population. Fortunately, Most knowledge and culture had been preserved. The young Taoists settled in with the little Taoist, hanging a portrait of their founder on a white wall and placing an incense burner beneath it. Suyi curiously asked, "You're just going to hang it here casually? Aren't you going to find a place with better feng shui?" The Taoist calmly lit the incense, placed it in the burner, and after paying his respects, explained, "In essence, wherever the founder is, it is good feng shui. Being overly concerned with rituals might actually displease the founder." Suyi, thoughtful, also took 3 incense sticks and offered them respectfully. Although he was not a Taoist nor did he have any specific faith, when he looked up, he seemed to see a gentle-faced Taoist nodding to him. He was momentarily stunned, then glanced at the ceiling, quietly grateful that he had turned off the smoke alarm in advance. Zhang Yongping's mouth twitched slightly, and after the little Taoist finished offering incense, he clapped his hands and asked, "Where do you intend for me to teach this group of children? And what should I teach them?" Suyi replied seriously, "First of all, no personal agendas. I don't want to end up with a group of little Taoists. Don't worry, the Taoist sect has rules that the teachings cannot be passed on personally. Unless they truly have a heart for the Tao, I won't take disciples lightly," Zhang Yongping assured. Secondly, Suyi took out a few books from his space bracelet. "You need to study these first." The books landed on the table: Modern History of Shenzhou, High School Mathematics I, Ancient History of Shenzhou, High School Chinese I. Zhang Yongping stood there in a daze, while Suyi glanced over, thinking that as a 6th-level awakened being, Zhang should have a photographic memory, so learning shouldn't be difficult. "Can I skip math?" Zhang Yongping asked helplessly, touching the Taoist hairpin on his head. "No." Suyi decisively handed the books to him. "These are the flowers of our nation," he declared righteously. Although it's not very fair for Zhang Yongping to handle multiple roles alone, what does that have to do with Suyi? Feeling a bit resentful, Zhang Yongping took out his phone, a sly look in his eyes. "Can I call for backup?" he asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Suyi raised an eyebrow and responded calmly, "If you can get someone to share the load, go ahead. Just make sure it's reasonable, nothing too outrageous." Zhang Yongping smirked, "I'm calling Gu Qingyan." With that, his fingers danced across the phone screen, sending a message. Suyi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Old Gu, huh? That's doable. But how did you convince him?" With a cunning smile, Zhang Yongping replied, "I told him that Suyi lost a bet to me and is treating everyone to a meal. I said he drew the lot to be first." He shrugged, "Whatever works to get him here." Suyi chuckled lightly and added, "Gu Qingyan, a student at Chang'an Academy, a year younger than me, still a senior. His power is mid-level tier 5, and he's part of our team." He paused before continuing, "Pioneer number 02010, the youngest among us, yet the wealthiest." "Curious," Zhang Yongping asked, "strong family background?" Suyi shook his head, "Quite the opposite. Aside from Gu Qingyan, only his mother is an awakened one, and she's not very strong. It's like his generation suddenly had a genetic mutation." He explained, "Gu Qingyan is a mid-level tier 5 awakened one with space attribute elemental abilities. The profit from spatial rings is staggering, which is why he's so wealthy. Plus, without a sequence, his pure spatial abilities are enough to hold his own in this world." Zhang Yongping pondered, "How will we keep him around?" Suyi confidently replied, "I'll try my best. As for treating him to a meal," he smiled, "if you all come to Qinqing City, how could I not treat you to a meal?" Zhang Yongping realized, "Do you think Gu Qingyan wouldn't know we have something planned? He surely understands it's just an excuse to get together." Suyi nodded, "It's been 2 months since we've seen each other." Zhang Yongping sipped his tea. "It's only been 2 months. We're just taking a short break. Once we find successors, we'll naturally have to return." Suyi shook his head. "I know, I really do." Saying this, he formed his fingers like a sword, gathering a crystal-clear shard at his fingertips and gently placing it in Zhang Yongping's hand. "This is the proof for Xingyu Tower. Give it to the young fellow when the time comes." Zhang Yongping looked at the crystal in surprise. "Xingyu Tower, the greatest treasure of Qinqing Academy, you're generous." He carefully stored the crystal away. Suyi explained, "All top 10 academies have some extravagant treasures, like your Dragon Tiger Mountains Daoist scroll. Just visiting once can grant you a divine ability." Zhang Yongping added, "Divine abilities are the methods used by awakened ones above tier 6, equivalent to forbidden spells for mages or grand formations for formation masters. They're indeed high-level treasures, but unlike Xingyu Tower. Xingyu Tower is one of the only 3 treasures in China that can enhance aptitude." Suyi shrugged, "It's no use to me anymore. I only have 2 juniors, a niece who awakened as a swordsman and could achieve spiritual artifacts on the 4th day, and a grandnephew born extraordinary, both with excellent aptitude." Zhang Yongping looked up and asked, "What about your future disciples, or the next pioneer?" Suyi shrugged helplessly. "Come on, Captain, what are you thinking? If the next pioneer is chosen, do you think old Master Zhao wouldn't allocate a few spots? Why should I worry?" In the ancient city of Chang'an, one of the oldest cities on the divine continent, a young man stood calmly at the city gate. He handed a medal to the guard, and then confidently walked out of the city. The young man, named Gu Qingyan, was one of the few space attribute ability users in the Divine Continent. He had just received a special task to travel from Chang'an to Qinqing City in the south within 2 days. For most people, this journey across a significant portion of the continent would seem impossible, but Gu Qingyan was confident. With a single step, he traversed dozens of miles, leaving waves of spatial energy dissipating behind him. Meanwhile, far to the south, at the southernmost end of Chongkong City, Nangong Qian, the second principal of Chongkong Academy, was handling daily affairs. This seemingly unremarkable old man was actually a formidable practitioner with a pseudo-8th rank, and the younger brother of the academy's founder, Nangong Chongkong. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently beside Nangong Qian. It was a refined middle-aged man, the father of Nangong Qian's niece, Nangong Qianyu. He conveyed a message to Nangong Qian. Eugene would be sent to Qinqing City for education. Qianyu said she wants Eugene to go to Qinqing City to learn something. The middle-aged man explained. The boy is too mischievous among his peers and needs to learn properly. Nangong Qian nodded thoughtfully. Since he hasn't started cultivation yet, it doesn't matter where he learns. It's just about cultivating virtue. He paused and then asked, who will be teaching him? Who else will be learning with him? The middle-aged man replied, the instructor will be Zhang Yongping, designated as Pioneer 02001, and possibly Gu Qingyan, Pioneer 02010. As for his classmates, there are 4, Zhao Lihong, the grandson of Qinqing Academy's principal Zhao Muji, Su Si, the nephew of Pioneer Su Qieli, Yi Qinglin, the nephew of Pioneer Su Yi, and Zhang Lingsu, the direct disciple of the Celestial Master from Longhu Mountain. It's said that this is primarily because Su Yi wants to find companions for his nephew to study with, as those born extraordinary find it difficult to attend regular schools. Nangong Qian noticed a hint of displeasure in the middle-aged man's tone when mentioning Su Yi and chuckled. It seems you have some resentment towards Su Yi. The middle-aged man responded with a complex expression. Qinyu is my daughter. What good thoughts do you think I would have towards Su Yi? Middle-aged man Nangong Loaka said grumpily. Actually, it's not so bad. At least before that girl met Su Yi, I always felt life was dull and too rigid. Nangong Qian chuckled and asked, all right, so did you personally send your son over there? And then, with your peak 6th level strength, have a fight with that little guy? Not to mention whether you can actually handle him. If you really make a move, do you think Zhao Muji would take the chance to accuse you of bullying the weak? That's how martial artists always are. He said half-jokingly. All right, don't overthink it. If you want to take a trip to Qinqing City, that's fine too. Just help this old man deliver this to Qianyu. Nangong Qian said, picking up an ancient-style oil paper umbrella from the table. It was crafted by a group of old folks from the Blacksmiths Association as a gift for Qianyu. She was the most talented in years, closest to her brother, and her strength was quite decent. With this umbrella, she could control the clouds and mist with the long wind. It was a promise I made to the girl when she became a pioneer years ago, and it's about time I gave it to her. Nangong Loaka scratched his head a bit embarrassedly, but still felt justified, standing tall, as if in contemplation. He then reached out, took the umbrella, and left the quiet room. Nangong Qian chuckled and closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the ground. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, gazing towards the depths of the South Sea. A wisp of long wind floated between heaven and earth, brushing over the water's surface, as if it had been unbroken for thousands of years. Meanwhile, in Qinqing City, Su Yi suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and looked at the few little kids in front of him. Su Qieli's nephew, Su Si, had previously been assessed by an astrologer and seemed to have decent talent. Zhao Liheng was a little guy just sent over by old Master Zhao, with a sturdy build, almost a born martial artist. So Yi thought to himself, what if this kid doesn't awaken as a martial artist in the future? At this time, the 4 little ones, Yi Qinglin and Zhang Lingsu, were gaming in the hall. A glance to the left revealed the ethereal portrait of a Taoist. As an elder, Zhang Yongping was frowning while tidying up the room. Fortunately, Su Ye's house was big enough, with 5 or 6 rooms after tidying up. So, Yi Qinglin moved in too, to avoid living alone outside and feeling estranged. Initially, Su Yi wanted the kids to go home after class, but later decided it was better for them to stay here to avoid inconvenience. He could also come over to check on them sometimes, and on weekends, the parents could come to pick them up. At this moment, Su Yi felt a bit bored, as his phone was with Nangong Qianyu, who was playing games with the kids. Thinking of this, Su Yi stood up, walked to the door, and in his deep, night ski-like eyes, a hint of starlight seemed to flicker. He then reached out, opened the door, and saw a young man smiling, raising his hand as if about to knock. It was Gu Qingyan. In a house within a certain neighborhood of Qinqing City, 3 men sat around a table, their eyes fixed on the barbecue laid out before them. Zhang Yongping picked up a cup of tea, Gu Qingyan reached for some orange juice, while Su Yi opted for a soda. Zhang Yongping was always health-conscious, rarely drinking alcohol unless it was for a special occasion or a particularly good bottle, and he had a picky palate. Gu Qingyan felt he was too young to drink, and he didn't find alcohol appealing. Su Yi was much the same. He would only drink if someone invited him, Otherwise, he preferred his happy water. Sitting next to Su Yi was Nangong Qianyu, who calmly took the soda from Su Ye's hand and poured one for herself. The four adults gathered together, resembling children as they exchanged smiles and clinked their drinks, showing no signs of having grown up. Hey, Lao Gu, have you got everything sorted out on your end? Su Yi raised an eyebrow as he asked. What could I possibly have going on? My parents are used to me being out and about all the time. Gu Qingyan shrugged and continued. I've already made over 100 space bracelets in my shop. Once they're sold out, I'll close up and deal with it when I get back. He never took space bracelets too seriously. His shop even had a vending machine specifically for selling the standard ones. He understood that the ability to manipulate space was truly versatile. Just tell me, what am I here for this time? Gu Qingyan stood up, ready to grab another drink from the kitchen. We need you to take care of a few youngsters. While some are just along for the ride, the main focus is this guy's nephew, Yi Qinglin, the sixth innate extraordinary in Shenzhou. Su Yi paused, his tone turning serious. Zhang Yongping yawned, while Gu Qingyan paused, stopping mid-step, turned back, and poured himself some of Su Ye's soda, raising an eyebrow. Tell me more. Zhang Yongping and Su Yi exchanged a look, relieved that Gu Qingyan was interested enough to stay. You know that self-awakeners can cause trouble when they first awaken. Even though no one got hurt, I don't want this kid growing up in an environment where others fear him. So, we found a few peers for him to study with at home. You should understand that. Gu Qingyan nodded, understanding but not entirely convinced. You know, I was also a self-awakener, but I awakened in my senior year of high school, and I'm only at the 3rd level. Plus, you know how lucrative space abilities are. I've always been looked at with respect, not fear. Teenagers are pretty straightforward. Just treat them to a few meals. Gu Qingyan eventually shook his head. So, what exactly do you want me to teach him? Su Yi and Zhang Yongping exchanged another glance and nodded. Su Yi spoke up, high school mathematics. Gu Qingyan was taken aback, thinking to himself, a space attribute awakener, one of the few in Shenzhou, a 5th-level powerhouse, and a pioneer, being asked just to teach high school math? On a sunny afternoon, a group of young people sat together discussing school matters. Gu Qingyan raised an eyebrow and joked, aren't you wasting talent a bit? Besides teaching math, the captain is also a Taoist priest. I don't want him sneaking in anything extra. But you're different. If you want to teach anything beyond the regular high school courses in your spare time, feel free. Su Yi asked somewhat seriously, who have you found as companions for your nephew? Gu Qingyan replied, Su Qieli's nephew, Principal Zhao's grandson, the young apprentice of the old master from Longhu Mountain, and Asaba's younger brother. They're all boys, not a single girl among them. It's quite unbalanced. Worried about early romances? Su Yi teased. In truth, most of their friends' younger relatives were boys, so he simply stopped seeking out girls. Gu Qingyan rubbed his chin, saying, I agreed, but I should at least meet these little guys. At this point, Nangong Asaba smiled helplessly, mentioning that the kids had gone out to play at a newly opened escape room nearby. They asked me for money, and you just gave it to them? Gu Qingyan asked in surprise. Nangong Asaba explained. Qinglin calls me aunt, so I gave it to them. After all, I'm an elder. Su Yi was skeptical that much. Nangong Asaba chuckled, 50,000 each. Zhang Yongping's eyes widened, and Su Yi and Gu Qingyan exchanged knowing smiles and shrugged. Shenzhou's official points can be exchanged for 100,000 Shenzhou currency per point. Why are you so surprised? It's not like you're short on money, Su Yi said helplessly. Zhang Yongping grumbled. Who would use points to exchange for cash? That's foolish. He looked around at the three present, thinking to himself, the diviner doesn't lack money. A space attribute awakener can sell a single space bracelet for a good price, and Nangong Asaba can always ask the Nangong family for funds. Meanwhile, a certain captain silently drew circles in the corner, lamenting. Despite having support from a major force, Longhu Mountain never paid him a salary. He decided to protest to the unknown old master when he returned. Suddenly, Nangong Asaba put down his phone, looking serious. My dad is bringing my brother, and they're on a flight. They'll arrive in about 3 or 4 hours. Su Yi nodded. Should we go pick them up? Nangong Asaba shook his head. Instead of picking them up, you should be more concerned about your personal safety. My dad has wanted to hit you for a long time. Unexpectedly, Nangong Laka simply put down the boy named Nangong Yujin, handed an umbrella to Nangong Qianyu, and then turned to glance at Su Yi before preparing to leave. Before departing, he turned back and said to Su Yi, Kid, come to Chongqing City when you can. There's an unexpected battle over there, so I won't bother you this time. With that, he left. To be honest, Nangong Laka did want to teach the kid a lesson, but he knew how to prioritize. With the sudden incident of the South Sea beasts, as the leader of the Nangong family and one of the leaders of Chongqing City's defense, he had to return and handle the situation. If any beast was allowed to run rampant, the consequences would be disastrous. Su Yi clasped his hands and bowed slightly, respectfully saying, Junior Su Yi, respectfully seeing off the elder. Moments later, he turned around and saw Nangong Qianyu twisting the boy's ear, making him think that this might be a sign of a good sibling relationship. Then, Nangong Yujin shook off Nangong Qinyu's hand, ran up to Su Yi, and bluntly said, "Hey, I'm hungry. Find me something to eat." Su Yi shook his head helplessly, thinking, who spoiled this kid? He then formed his hand into a chopping gesture, gently tapped the boy's head, and said sternly, "First, my name isn't Hey. Second, you need to be polite, or why should I take you to eat?" Nangong Yujin confidently replied, "My dad took all my money, and my sister won't give me any. So since my dad handed me over to you, you're responsible for my living. Besides, how would I know who you are?" Su Yi couldn't help but laugh, stroking his chin and teasing, "So, if I don't take care of you, would you starve in this Qinxing city?" Nangong Yujin confidently replied, "Not really. I have some money hidden in my space bracelet that my dad doesn't know about," he said quietly, seemingly sensing a strange trust in Su Yi. Su Yi nodded, casually took Nangong Yujin's space bracelet, put it in his pocket, and said with a smile, "In that case, I'll take this money too. By the way, my name is Su Yi, but calling me by my name might be a bit rude. You can call me, brother-in-law." Nangong Yujin, feeling indignant, tried to snatch back his space bracelet, suddenly looking up and asking, "Brother-in-law?" At that moment, both of them heard a strange sound, and when they turned, they saw Nangong Qianyu looking calm, though it seemed steam was rising from her head. The two guys scratched their heads, then Su Yi patted the boy's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll take you to eat, and you can meet your future classmates." He tossed the confiscated space bracelet to Nangong Qianyu, then stepped forward to hold her hand, walking ahead, leaving Nangong Yujin trailing behind. Moments later, seeing the two walk away, the boy finally reacted and hurried to catch up. If he didn't, he'd have to resort to using another hidden stash. So, half an hour later, in a private room of a restaurant in the mall, 9 people sat around a table. The 4 kids had obviously grown quite familiar with each other, chattering away as they pulled out their phones to start gaming. Nangong Yujin glanced over, and then nonchalantly turned his head away. Yi Qinglin looked up at Nangong Yujin, waved his phone, and invited, "Want to join?" The boy stubbornly turned his head, seemingly wanting to refuse, but his elder sister sitting beside him turned his head back. Their eyes met, and Yi Qinglin let out a haughty snort before reluctantly agreeing. "All right, I'll play with you guys. Hurry up, we need a support." "I'll play the marksman," declared the stubborn young master Nangong. "Then Ling Su, you go support," Zhao Liheng said bluntly. "Why?" the little Taoist asked, feeling wronged. "Because you're the weakest," Zhao Liheng replied without hesitation. Yi Qinglin chuckled softly. All right, I'll support. Stop arguing." The 4 young boys sitting nearby watched the scene, raising their glasses to toast. It had to be said, Yi Qinglin was quite clever, easily pulling Nangong Yujin into their group, making it seem as if they'd always been together. So he took a sip of soda and turned his head dazedly to look at Gu Qingyan sitting beside him. "Gu Qingyan, did you put something weird in my drink?" Gu Qingyan looked up, feigning ignorance. Nangong Qinyua picked up the cup, sniffed it lightly, and said, "Huixiang zhengqi shui." The 2 guys in their 20s suddenly lost their composure, seemingly about to start a fight, but in the end, they didn't. They just shed a bit of their youthful spirit, poured another cup of soda, and clinked glasses with the 5 gaming kids. An hour later, they walked back home. The kids were left to choose their own rooms, and fortunately, Su Yi, having been too lazy during renovations, had decorated all the rooms identically. "Old Gu, you can crash in my dorm tonight. Tomorrow, I'll ask the principal to assign you a dorm room," said Su Yi. By then, Nangong Yujin had realized that Gu Qingyan and Zhang Yongping were their teachers, and he quietly approached them. "Mr. Gu, can you give me a spatial bracelet? My spatial devices were confiscated by my sister, brother-in-law, and dad." Gu Qingyan grinned. "Sure, here you go." He casually handed over a simple spatial bracelet to Nangong Yujin. Seeing that the space inside was even larger than his previous one, Nangong Yujin discreetly took out a small package and placed it inside the bracelet. Just then, a hand reached over and grabbed the package. "I knew you were hiding something. Caught you now, didn't I?" Su Yi winked, placing a hand on Gu Qingyan's shoulder as the 2 mischievous adults laughed heartily and headed out. "I transferred some money to you. Use it sparingly. If it's too much, Dad might say something," Nangong Qianyua mentioned as she passed by. Nangong Yujin looked up, his eyes seemingly teary. "You're the best, sis." Little did he realize, it was his sister who had sold him out. At Qinxing Academy, Su Yi walked into Sun Yang's office with a yawn. She asked in confusion, "Mr. Sun, why did you call me here so early? I only have 1 class a week. Don't talk about changing or rescheduling classes. I already have plans and no time." Sun Yong looked up, his brows furrowed, and spoke in a serious tone. "Sun Eason from your class is in the scholar sequence. Some people came looking for him yesterday. You need to decide whether to resolve the issue or send them away. Those people operate in the shadows but are beneficial for a scholar's growth. Besides, they are barely considered an official organization, and we can't afford unnecessary conflicts." Su Yi frowned, puzzled. "Are you talking about the people from the Scholars Tower?" Scholars, as a unique sequence, often become extremely obsessive. The power of the scholar sequence comes from the pursuit of knowledge, and the Scholar's Tower is a group of extremely obsessive individuals. Initially, the Scholar's Tower was an official organization founded by an elder passionate about knowledge, but it was later taken over by a more talented scholar, leading it in unimaginable directions. Since then, the Scholar's Tower has split into two factions, one still called Scholars and the other known as the Secret Cult, claiming to pursue hidden truths and knowledge, but in reality, they are just a bunch of arrogant individuals. You mean people from the secret cult? Suye's frown deepened. Sun Yong nodded. A young person from the secret cult came, and an old scholar from the traditional faction. Suyi was taken aback. Earning the title of a scholar from the Scholar's Tower wasn't easy, requiring approval from over 70% of the scholars. She wondered, is this so significant? I don't understand the Scholar's Tower's perspective, nor do I know much about Sun Yisin's talent. Sun Yong replied. He claims that in hundreds of years, it's rare to find a child with such a pure heart. Suyi looked up, a glimmer in her eyes. Then bring them both to meet me. Most awakened individuals, upon entering the academy, seek their teacher's guidance because many of their elders aren't awakened and have limited understanding, making the teacher's guidance crucial. This is one reason why obtaining a teaching certificate is challenging. Sun Yong glanced at her, then took out his phone and sent a few messages. All right, head to your own office, and remember to call your student. Got it. Suyi nodded, turned, and hurriedly left Sun Yong's office, rushing downstairs to her office door, where she found two people already waiting. Just as Sun Yong described, there was an elder and a young person, both dressed in blue, ancient-style robes, looking quite at ease. Suyi approached, opened her office door, and smiled at the two. Please, come in. The old man glanced at Suyi and then stepped into the office. The young man also gave a quick look, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Once inside, he briefly surveyed the room and said, it seems that Qinqing Academy is not much, considering how shabby the teachers' offices are. Unlike our secret cultivators society, where each scholar's study is far more luxurious and spacious enough to hold numerous books, your academy seems quite stingy. Suyi looked up, meeting the young man's gaze, and replied calmly, the academy doesn't cover a large area, and each teacher needs an office, so naturally, they are smaller. After all, on your side, you can't accommodate 97 fifth tier, 6 sixth tier, and a second 7th tier. Our Qinqing Academy has produced 2 8th tiers, and their places remain, so everyone has less space. We don't need such large areas. We are not afraid of the sunlight and don't have to lock ourselves indoors. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense, and the old man was a bit surprised, holding back the young man. Teacher Su, the Scholar's Tower means no harm, he said soothingly. I know, Suyi replied, sitting down and gesturing to the sofas. Please have a seat. If there were any malice, you wouldn't have been able to enter here. His gaze swept over the two visitors. Now, please state your purpose. Also, my student will be here shortly. Suyi squinted, noting the young man seemed to be deliberately belittling the Scholar's Tower, sparking his curiosity. If Sun Yisin lacked a scholar's talent, they wouldn't need to come at all, so why behave this way? Let me introduce myself first. Suyi paused, placing a badge on the table. My name is Suyi, a peak 5th tier, having defeated several 6th tiers. I'm currently an ordinary teacher at Qinqing Academy, and also a pioneer. The young man's brow furrowed sharply, while the old man's expression relaxed. A pioneer badge, it might not be genuine. Scholars require scrutiny, so if you think anyone in the world dares to do this, feel free to seek out those who forge these things. Suye's tone carried a hint of barely concealed menace. Moreover, if the Scholar's Tower is full of fools like you, I don't see much point in its existence. He tapped the table lightly, as if countless stars lit up. The young man seemed startled, stood up angrily, and stormed out. Suyi paid no mind, instead addressing the old man before him. 3 conditions, meet them, and I'll let the child go with you. The scholarly old man, Zhou Xuanhe, nodded. Firstly, people are always more important than knowledge, and the nation is always greater than the Scholar's Tower. The old scholar nodded in agreement. Secondly, I don't care about your internal disputes. My student must not be harmed. Of course, if conflicts arise between factions, minor injuries are acceptable, but not severe injuries or death. The old scholar nodded again. Thirdly, periodically allow the child a few days' rest to visit family and friends, without restricting their freedom, Suyi added. Naturally, the old scholar seemed to realize Suyi was reasonable and nodded. Our faction has never advocated restricting personal freedom, nor placing the Scholar's Tower above the nation. I will personally take the child as a disciple and impart knowledge. Then I entrust my student to you. Suyi was pleasantly surprised to find the old man quite agreeable. If you need anything, you can come directly to me. I am aware of the bloodline and background theories from the secret cultivators. If help is needed, the entire Qinqing Academy stands behind the child. If anything happens to the child, it won't be me sitting here. Scholars indeed form a unique category. Their path forward is filled with obsession. Generally speaking, the more obsessive a scholar is, the faster they progress. Therefore, it's common to find 2 or more 7th-rank guards near the scholar's tower, with defenses even surpassing the entire city of Qinqing. This is also why Su Yi told the young man that the scholar's tower cannot accommodate a second 7th-rank individual because the authorities wouldn't allow it. The state is the largest force of power in this world, and no entity has the right or ability to wage war against it, especially here in Xinzhou, where rules are paramount. Su Yi tapped the table lightly, trusting Sun Yisun to the care of the old scholar named Zhou Xuanhe. The reason was simple. Su Yi had seen this elder with his teacher before and found him more trustworthy than any information he could gather in a short time. As for why the old scholar appeared at Jinju's place, Su Yi was unaware, but he chose to trust his teacher's judgment. Su Yi paused, as if recalling something, then suddenly looked up to find himself standing outside the school's martial arts platform. Before him, a young man in a blue robe was showing off, using his strength to bully a few sophomore students. Su Yi remained still, closing his eyes gently. Instantly, the murderous aura honed on battlefields pressed down on the young man like a mountain. The aura of weapons filled the young man's mind, causing him to collapse on the ground, unable to move. Su Yi stepped onto the martial arts platform and helped up the student who had been knocked down. This student was Su Xuezhong, whom Su Yi knew. He was a junior and had once shared a meal with Su Yi. Although quite capable, reaching the 3rd rank, he seemed insignificant before an awakened individual nearly reaching the 5th rank. Even scholars, who are not adept at combat, are the same. Is your name Qiyu? Su Yi turned to the young man he had just overpowered with his presence, his face calm, yet tinged with a hint of menace. I am the newly appointed scholar of the Scholar's Tower, Qiyu. You can't treat me like this. The young man trembled as he lifted his head. Oh, how did I treat you? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with disdain. You use your rank to oppress others, yet I can't use my presence to oppress you? Come on, you're 24, and I'm just 22, 2 years younger than you. I'll stand here today, without using any sequence or abilities. Do you dare to fight me? Come on, don't make me think you guys from the Scholar's Tower are all cowards. There was no movement for a long time, as if the young man had been frightened senseless. Su Yi reached out, helping his junior off the martial arts platform, and glanced back at the young man on the platform with disdain. Wasted 24 years of life, he remarked before turning and leaving. Moments later, Su Yi made a phone call to an old principal who was slacking off. The old principal, furious, picked up the phone and called a middle-aged man who was similarly slacking off. 3 days later, above the Scholar's Tower, a martial artist struck with a mighty punch, shattering the clouds and leaving behind 4 huge characters as a warning before departing. Sui sat in front of the student who had been beaten, his gaze fixed on him with a hint of disdain in his voice. I remember your name is Sui. I saw you back in your freshman year, and you were a shy guy then. And now, you dare to take on someone much stronger than you? That's the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Do you know what that means? Just a step away from being extraordinary, far beyond your strength. He spoke coldly, a glint of disdain in his eyes. Do you realize that if I hadn't come today, your future would have been ruined? Before me, 3 people had already challenged him. One sophomore couldn't handle the taunts and went up, only to have his foundation destroyed with a single punch. The other 2 were either seriously injured or saved by me. Sui's voice was as sharp as a cold blade slicing through the air. Sui clenched his fists, a mix of anger and helplessness. Weren't there any teachers around? He asked quietly, despair filling his heart. The martial arts platform is in a remote location, and only the supervising teachers were nearby. Moreover, a middle-aged man, seemingly powerful, was holding back several teachers. Sui's tone gradually calmed, as if he was contemplating something. I understand. Sui gritted his teeth, making a silent resolve. Sui took a deep breath and then made a phone call. Star energy flowed, transforming into a beam of light that became a spear, aimed directly at the young scholar on the martial arts platform. At that moment, the middle-aged figure appeared, effortlessly shattering the conjured spear. Mr. Su, have you lost your mind? Just because of a few students, you're thinking of attacking a young scholar recognized by the Scholar's Tower. According to you, are the scholars of your tower more noble than the students of our Qinqing Academy? The middle-aged man's voice carried disdain and anger. Aren't they? Sui reappeared on the martial arts platform, responding fearlessly. The middle-aged man frowned, feeling discontent but helpless. He extended his hand, grasping the stars in the sky, which then pressed down on him. He clenched his fist, and the starlight vanished. The middle-aged man, possessing considerable strength, withstood the attack almost unscathed, perhaps suppressing the damage. However, the young scholar Qiyu, whom he was protecting, had already been rendered powerless by Sui at some point. In the centuries following the revival era, there was no longer a hierarchy of nobility in Xinzhou. Sui stepped forward, and the middle-aged man used his scholarly methods to observe his aura, witnessing a sky full of stars, which shook him. Looking further, he seemed to see a breeze from the heavens, an ancient and mysterious yin-yang symbol, and an inscrutable spatial aura, but he could see no further beyond that. If this happens again, Chinching Academy won't hesitate to strike back and wipe out your secret cultivation society, Sui said coldly, his gaze filled with determination and resolve. The higher-ups in Shinjo aren't fools. You know what you've done, and you're only being kept around because you still have some use. If this continues, you'll face the consequences. With that, Sui turned and left, the stars in the sky reflecting behind him. The middle-aged man turned to look at the young scholar behind him, filled with frustration and disappointment, kicking the ground heavily in frustration. How could the Scholars Tower and Secret Cultivation Society not produce such brilliant talents? The middle-aged man had words he wanted to say, but ultimately couldn't speak them. From a distant teaching building, an elder watched everything unfold, his vigor as powerful as a dragon, surging and overwhelming. In the office of Zhao Muji at Chinching Academy, Suyi sat across from the elder, watching him with a gentle sigh. Zhao Muji spoke slowly. Xiao Su, I assure you, the matter with the secret cult will be handled properly. As for their faction, they still have some use for now, so we can't act immediately. A purge is certain, but it will take some time. Regarding this incident, I've already called my inept disciple to handle it. Suyi understood who Zhao Muji was referring to. If a martial saint intervened personally, given today's events, it would be justifiable. Since the students of Chinching Academy were injured, it's natural for a senior to resolve the issue. Additionally, for those students whose foundations were damaged, I've allocated some spots in the Star Rain Tower for the coming years to help them recover, turning misfortune into a blessing. As for the secret cult, your teacher has been dealing with them. If you're curious, you can ask him. I don't know much. Regarding your students, if they're hurt at the Scholars Tower, I'll accompany you. Zhao Muji squinted, as if rekindling a rare sense of menace. Suyi paused before asking. Principal, your arrangements are already quite thorough, but have you considered one thing? The secret cult, after all, consists of scholars. They're at most obsessive, but not foolish enough to reach this point today, right? Zhao Muji frowned and asked. What do you know? Suyi continued. For instance, while drawing attention, there's another scholar who went to Mang Mountain south of Chinching City to make a deal with that snake. The elder froze, slowly raising his head, the overwhelming murderous aura of his early years surging from him, far larger and more terrifying than Su Ye's earlier outburst. Zhao Muji's voice was low. Is this true? He was a top-tier warrior of his time, having lived over 200 years and endured China's hardest times. Like a sleeping lion, when certain things occurred, he would reveal his old yet sharp claws. I'm an astrologer. Suyi paused, then spoke. All right, I understand, Zhao Muji said, closing his eyes and leaning back in his chair, trying to calm his emotions. Traitors, traitors. It's been years since they appeared. Since the apocalypse, since China reconsolidated, how many years has it been since these traitors appeared? Half an hour later, Suyi left the office, knowing that Elder Zhao had made his arrangements and he no longer needed to worry. Moments later, in a certain neighborhood in Chinching City, 3 people stood before Suyi. What did you do, kid? This morning, I sensed a scholar's gaze, a young Taoist said. Zhang Yongping and others were very familiar with the scholar's gaze because there was a scholar among the pioneers. Suyi was still a very orthodox 7th-level scholar, which was one reason why the authorities didn't pay much attention to the secret cult. The main orthodox heritage of the Scholars Tower was in the hands of the government. When the topic of the scholars probing came up, Suyi raised an eyebrow, as if remembering something, and casually said, It's nothing, just a few dimwits from the secret cult. Nangong Qinyu tilted her head, seemingly recalling something as well, and added, They came for that young girl in the scholar sequence from your class. Suyi shook his head and continued, Not entirely. As for Sun Yisan, I've handed her over to the old scholars of the Scholars Tower. The secret cult has really gone too far this time. He paused before adding, Let's not talk about the future. Just this incident alone had old Zhao bringing out a martial saint. They probably won't cause any more trouble for quite a while. You'll find out eventually, but for now, it's confidential due to arrangements on the teacher's side. Suyi waved his hand and noticed Zhao Liheng peeking over. Zhao asked, What's the big deal that requires Uncle Lu's intervention? Suyi thought for a moment and replied, It's quite a significant matter. He pondered briefly and continued. 3 of the 7 sages and 3 supremes have already stepped in. In a while, the secret cult might cease to exist altogether. He turned to the young ones and advised, Kids shouldn't concern themselves too much. It's not beneficial. At this point, Suyi realized and addressed the youngsters. What you need to do now is focus on your studies, understood? If things really escalate, there's nothing you can do, and even we might be unable to intervene. After all, if action is required, it would likely involve a few 8th levels leading a group of 7th levels. The state is the world's largest force, and that fact never changes. Before Suyi could finish, 2 people beside him placed their hands on his shoulders. Gu Qing'an said, Suyi, there's a class this afternoon, and we need you to teach it to these kids. Suyi sighed and complained. What? What class can't the 2 of you handle that requires me? Zhang Yongping added. Of course not. We need you to give these kids a history enlightenment class. After all, during the pioneer training, You were the only one who scored full marks in that area. So you seemed to recall something and chuckled. In that case, I agree. After the ordeal with the secret cult, Suyi felt a lingering frustration and wanted an opportunity to express it. The lecture provided a perfect chance to sort out his feelings. He told the three, "You three also need to sit in the back." Gu Qingyan and Zhang Yongping simultaneously raised their hands in a surrender gesture. Of course, Teacher Su. Moments later, the hall, already transformed into a small classroom, had its sofas replaced with desks and chairs. 5 youngsters and 3 adults took their seats, and Suyi placed a fruit platter on Nangong Qianyu's desk before stepping onto the podium. Everyone noticed and remarked, "The favoritism is too obvious." Suyi stepped onto the podium and casually turned off the expensive projector that Gu Qingyan had bought. "All right, everyone, put your books down. We don't need them for now." He cleared his throat and asked, "First question, why do we need to learn cultural subjects even after the end of the world?" At the beginning of the revival era, Shenzhou was distinctly different from other countries on Blue Star. During this apocalyptic catastrophe, most governments were preoccupied with their own survival, with some even abandoning their people to fend for themselves, viewing the apocalypse as a form of selection. It's true that only the best remain after a storm, but how can human life be measured in terms of gold and sand? Therefore, Shenzhou made a different choice, a choice that would be studied in future textbooks. Today, we need only focus on one outcome. From the founding of the nation to the revival era, Shenzhou had over 4 million military personnel, with a death rate exceeding 90%, leaving fewer than 200,000 survivors. The leadership of Shenzhou led by example, with a death rate over 70%. Of the initial group of awakened ones, only about 20 remained. Through such sacrifices, Shenzhou established 32 base cities across its vast lands, preserving a significant population and cultural heritage. In just 20 years, towering walls isolated humanity from the wild, successfully preserving pre-revival era civilization. This was Shenzhou's choice, and a choice only Shenzhou would make. In the following 200 years, Shenzhou established only 4 more base cities, at great cost, unimaginable in terms of the effort and determination required at that time. Suyi paused, glanced at the 5 young ones below, ignoring the 3 behind them, and asked, "Why do we still study cultural subjects in the apocalypse?" He decided to tell a story, dating back over 100 years into the revival era, when Shenzhou was rising from its decline. A Western scholar posed a question to a Shenzhou scholar. "Why does the peacock fly southeast and not northwest?" Clearly, this was a challenging question. The Shenzhou scholar responded with an ancient poem. "In the northwest, there are tall buildings, reaching the floating clouds." The Western scholar asked again, "Why are there tall buildings in the northwest?" The Shenzhou scholar continued, "The southeast is rich in land and sea. Tall buildings cannot stand." Then came another question, "Why is the southeast rich in land and sea?" The scholar replied, "The sky tilts towards the northwest, and the earth is not filled in the southeast." This not only demonstrated the scholar's deep understanding of Shenzhou culture. Suyi looked up at the young ones before him, a slight smile on his lips, and continued, "This is the essence of Shenzhou civilization contained within the text." Returning to the significance of cultural studies, what is the meaning of history? During our student years, it is difficult to comprehend because the purpose of learning is nothing more than inheritance and exams. For us, the latter is clearly more important. However, in today's era where awakened ones are prevalent, when we see someone soaring through the clouds, we don't just exclaim like Westerners, "Oh my God." Instead, we recite, "In the white jade capital above, 12 towers and 5 cities, an immortal pats my head, granting me longevity." Looking back, the history and poems we memorized in our youth unconsciously give us strength. This is the power of cultural confidence. Shenzhou is a magical land, where for thousands of years, our strengths have continually evolved, whether in military, technology, or among the awakened. These strengths have always served as armor, both protecting and showcasing us. Beneath this sturdy armor, the backbone we hold up is referred to as civilization by future generations of Shenzhou. Civilization is embedded in the cultural education we receive from a young age. Admittedly, I confess that these courses are dull, far less intriguing than the classes for the awakened. I used to feel the same way, but so what? Looking back on the courses from elementary and middle school, those profound texts are still etched in my mind. You may not understand now, and I don't need you to grasp the meaning of every word, but these words have been preserved by our ancestors with their lives. Every base city has a vast library that records the stories of this nation. We don't need every student in Shenzhou to grow up to be eloquent. In my opinion, that would be missing the point. Remember, students, the importance of civilization lies in its inheritance. Generation after generation, people infuse their thoughts into civilization and then pass it on. Words and cultural courses are essentially carriers. The key is to imbue words with civilization, and then endow civilization with strength. The young man named Su Yi clapped his hands, signaling the end of the class. "No more classes today. I've ordered milk tea for you all, Suyi said with a slight smile, feeling pleased as he saw the kids snap out of their daze. At this moment, Yi Qinglin raised his hand and asked, Uncle, what exactly is civilization? Suyi looked at him and replied, a flame kindled in the ancient times of Shenzhou, burning continuously to this day, never extinguished, that is civilization. He glanced at his phone just as the delivery person knocked on the door. Suyi turned and walked toward the entrance. Nangong Yujin, who had been serious during the class, leaned on the desk and quietly complained to a friend. Qinglin, don't you think your uncle's answer was strange? Why would a flame keep burning until now? That's impossible. Yi Qinglin replied somewhat cryptically. Because that is civilization. Nangong Yujin scratched his head, while Zhang Yongping behind him smirked slightly. Is this guy an astrologer? He's not a Taoist, nor a scholar from 034, yet his thoughts don't seem like something an oracle would say. Gu Qingyan stroked his chin, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. Did you learn that from Master Jinju? Nangong Qinyu shook her head. It's normal for you to feel familiar. The last similar saying came from that person in Chang'an. In every era, remarkable individuals have emerged in Shenzhou, stepping forward to turn the tide, as if a mysterious force called destiny is safeguarding the nation. At this moment, a young man who has just planted a seed of potential in the hearts of children is sipping on a cup of bubble tea. Suyi grumbles, I want to complain. This straw is terrible. She tosses the empty cup into the trash and leans back on the sofa, appreciating the perks of being an awakened spatial user, being able to change things at will, without worrying about comfort during free time. However, an unknown young Taoist is having a hard time, responsible for the daily meals of a group of little ones and a big one, seemingly busier than when he was on the mountain. Suyi picks up her phone and answers a call. Hello, principal. What? You want me to go to Mang Mountain? No. What did the higher-ups say? We have to go to Mang Mountain. Who else is going? She puts down the phone, her lips twitching slightly in resignation. All right, stop thinking about it. The higher-ups have assigned us a task. Captain, your wristband should receive the message soon. Zhang Yongping raises an eyebrow, glancing at his wristband, which indeed displays a message. The Shenzhou Pioneers have issued a task for Pioneer Team number 020, Sima, to head to Mang Mountain south of Qinqing City and negotiate with the 7th-tier beast, the mountain giant serpent. Zhang Yongping wonders why this guy found out before him, the captain. Does this mean those people will gradually arrive in Qinqing City? Suyi raises her phone, seeing the incoming call, and her lips curl into a smile. A woman's voice on the other end says, Suyi, I'll arrive in Qinqing City tomorrow. If you don't host me well, I'll give you a hard time. The call ends abruptly, revealing the fiery personality of Pioneer number 02003, Lian Zhongxing from Bashu Academy, with a rare surname, a typical woman from Bashu. Another message arrives, simple in content. The nickname reads, Girl with a Cat, and the profile picture shows a girl holding a cat. The message contains only flight details. Pioneer number 02006, Lu Tianxin from Northwest Academy, a peak level 5, possesses special light attribute abilities, sequence 056 assassin. A contradiction, mastering the assassin sequence meant for shadows while possessing a unique light attribute. Yet another flight detail arrives, accompanied by 4 bold words. You figure it out. This message is posted in their small group chat. Pioneer number 02005, Ji Qianming from Kyoto Academy, also at peak level 5, has beast transformation abilities, specifically mythical beast transformation, Songlong. A young noble from Kyoto, a mythical beast transformation ability user. The rest seem to catch on, sending messages in the group chat, mostly flight details with a you figure it out meme. Only a little monk sends a prayer hands emoji, followed by, the humble monk is almost there, and then adds another message, feeling he might be too fast. The abbot led the monk along a path. Pioneer number 02009, Shirkong from Su Mi Academy, late stage of the 5th level, with metal element abilities. Monk from sequence 032, Pioneer number 02002, Wei Siwei from Han Hai Academy, late stage of the 5th level, Magician from sequence 039, Pioneer number 02008, Yi Xiao from Jiangnan Academy, early stage of the 6th level, Engineer from sequence 023. Team number 020, Siming Squad, from the Shenzhou Pioneers, all heading towards Qinqing City. Suyi sighed helplessly and then silently replied in the group chat, received. Turning to Zhang Yongping behind him, he said, Captain, since it's almost the weekend, should we give these kids a break, or maybe take them out to see the world? What world? Seeing us counts as seeing the world. Zhang Yongping's mouth twitched slightly. Are you planning to take these kids, who can't even fight a chicken, to Mang Mountain? Are you crazy? Or is the world crazy? Just let them have a look from afar. Suyi paused, then said, I'll ask Senior Su to take them. With his 7th level strength, he can protect everyone. Just a distant look will suffice. If there's danger, let Su Qieli take them and run. This is our task anyway, and we don't need others interfering, just bring them along. Suyi looked up at Zhang Yongping and softly asked, Does the giant python that has troubled Qinsheng City for a century have the courage to challenge Shinjo? His tone was calm as he continued to analyze. Shinjo doesn't lack 7th-level experts. Honestly, gathering 5 or 6 7th-level experts to flatten the beast gathering area wouldn't be difficult. Killing the leader isn't hard, but the beasts will always exist, and scattered beasts might cause even bigger problems. Therefore, they usually select a beast king to govern them through a method akin to raising goo. What if it does have such courage? Zhang Yongping paused and asked. Then we kill it, Su Yi answered calmly. Shinjo needs a wise beast king, not a reckless one. The only thing we cannot do is spare enough power to eliminate all beasts within Shinjo, rather than just killing a few 7th-level beasts. The beast threat on Blue Star is only significant in a few places and in the deep sea, not enough to demand our full attention. Su Yi spoke as if recounting an ordinary matter, looking up at Zhang Yongping. Captain, you don't understand many things, but that's okay. You'll figure it out in time. I'll go ask Senior Su if he's available in a couple of days. So, Su Yi dialed the phone and heard Su Qieli's affirmative voice on the other end. That's great, Su Yi. My mom wanted me to go on a blind date this weekend, so it's perfect that you asked me out. His tone was filled with joy. Su Yi, your Qinsheng Academy really has a natural sense of relaxation, Nangang Qinyu said, blinking. It certainly does, Su Yi nodded, having no intention of refuting, as the facts spoke for themselves. Shirkong is arriving soon. I'll go to the north gate to pick him up. Gu Qingyan, book a private room. We're going out for dinner tonight, Su Yi said. Why me? Gu Qingyan pouted. Because you're the richest, Su Yi replied. The Pioneers, an organization accessible to only a select few, is both the most powerful and the most vulnerable among all official organizations in Shenzhou. Outside of its internal members and a few high-ranking officials, the outside world knows almost nothing about its combat capabilities. Currently, the weakest team within the Pioneers is Team 020, known as the Siming Squad, composed of 2 6th-tier and 8 5th-tier members, each top-notch in their own right. With the addition of a 7th-tier leader, this force could easily suppress an ordinary base city. After all, aside from a few exceptions, most base cities have only one 7th-tier individual in charge. Though Shenzhou has more than 36 7th-tier individuals, most have their own responsibilities and cannot move freely, with exceptions like Su Qieli being rare. At this moment, at the south gate of Qinsheng City, a girl holding a yellow kitten looked at Su Yi, then glanced at her teammates. Su Yi, are you sure you want to take this group of little ones out with us? She asked. Su Yi confidently replied. It's fine, Senior Su is over there with us. He can handle a lot of things. You should have enough faith in a 7th tier. They're just 9 little ones after all. That's right. I also brought along the 4 little ones. Yi Yulan, Wei Su, Huang Qi, and Qian Sixian, Su Yi added. The girl shook her head helplessly. They're 9 students, not 9 chickens, Su Yi. She seemed to recall the time back in the Northwest when Su Yi was beaten by her teacher. Do you remember that? She asked. I don't remember, Su Yi stubbornly said, and then a companion spoke up. I have a video here. Yi Xiao, the engineer, held up her phone, showing a scene of a big man chasing and hitting Su Yi. Su Yi reluctantly put the phone into a space bracelet, silently squeezing his metal. The black and red battle suit hidden within the metal covered his entire body, and only then did the playful youths feel a hint of seriousness. The leader, Zhang Yongping, turned to Su Qieli and said, I'll leave these little ones in your care. Yi Xiao produced a small box and tossed it to Su Qieli. This is the 3rd-generation mech we've developed. It's not particularly strong, but it has a large internal space, more than enough for 9 people. As for you, Senior Su, you'll have to fly outside. Yi Xiao shrugged and rejoined the previous atmosphere. Let's go, Zhang Yongping commanded. A sudden long wind swept over them, and they swiftly moved forward. Across the vast land, the black and red figures flickered like the fires of civilization, flickering and enduring. Behind them, a contraption that appeared metallic yet wooden followed from afar, carrying the 9 little ones inside, while the yawning young man was another matter. Soon after, the team traveled hundreds of miles and finally reached Mang Mountain. It's really a massive mountain. Lian Zhongxing looked up, gazing at the mountain range before him. Although it was only a few hundred meters high and could almost be considered hills, its vast expanse stretching for hundreds of miles was awe-inspiring. This was not a real mountain. Su Ye's expression was grave, understanding that this was their target for today among Shan. No, it was the mountain python. Zhang Yongping stepped forward, gently flicking his peachwood sword, and the aura of the Tao spread out. Team 020 of the Shenzhou Pioneers, here to greet the mountain giant python. As his voice echoed through the mountains, the surrounding birds and beasts became restless. The eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters, the 5-meter turtle tiger, the spirited deer, and the pack of wolves, all 5th-tier beasts, seemed to display the mountain's majesty to the humans. Zhang Yongping glanced back at Ji Qianming, the young master from the capital, who nodded slightly. The aura of the true dragon emerged, about 30 meters long, yet without the appearance of a giant beast behind him. The azure dragon, with antler-like horns, a camel-like head, rabbit-like eyes, a snake-like neck, a clam-like belly, fish-like scales, eagle-like claws, tiger-like paws, and ox-like ears, gazed coldly at all creatures and let out a dragon's roar. The suppression from the depths of its bloodline made the beasts lower their heads involuntarily until the mountain suddenly moved. Yes, the mountain moved. This was also why Lian Zhongxing, as an Earth Attribute Awakener, didn't sense much Earth Attribute energy. Because the essence of this mountain was not a mountain, but a python. The body of the mountain python, looming in the distance, prompted Su Qieli, sitting on a mechanical tiger, to raise an eyebrow and exclaim, "Truly spectacular." Just then, the mountain wriggled, and a head several dozen meters tall appeared before them, far larger than the azure dragon. Ji Qianming communicated telepathically. "Do you need me to reveal my true form?" The true dragon's body couldn't possibly be this small, but at this size, it was the most cost-effective with the least energy consumption. Suyi turned and said, "No need. What you see now is just an avatar of the mountain python. Its true body is hidden beneath a mountain over 100 meters high and several kilometers long. Do you want to compare size with a giant python possessing boss snake bloodline?" Suyi raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that the boss snake was famous for its size, and without a specific concept, the boss snake became bailing after death. Zhang Yongping glanced at Suyi, then turned to Wei Siwei. Wei Siwei stepped forward, handing over an invitation the size of a book. "This is a letter from an 8th-tier individual in Shenzhou." He asked, "For what purpose?" The voice of the mountain python reached everyone directly, even echoing in the ears of those several kilometers away. Su Qieli, sitting nearby with a lollipop in his mouth, casually said, "Don't be too scared, it's probably just a discovery, a slight warning. With me here, that snake won't dare touch you." Zhang Yongping explained, "It's for the deal you made with the secret cult recently." The mountain python slowly moved, a hint of coldness in its icy vertical pupils. "That's right, there was such a thing. Do I need your permission for whom I make deals with?" Accompanied by the low growl of the mountain serpent, a tense atmosphere filled the air, signaling the imminent arrival of battle. Zhang Yongping stated bluntly, "We're here to greet you today, but in reality, we're here to give you a warning." He introduced himself, Zhang Yongping, commander of Pioneer Squad 020, Pioneer ID 02001, Serial 029 Taoist. "Our main mission on this trip is to teach you a lesson." The mountain serpent couldn't help but laugh, its gaze falling on the young messenger boy who smiled gently, gracefully removing his hat. "Wait, where did that hat come from?" The boy looked up, placing the hat back on, and said seriously, "First rule, never accept anything from a magician, as it could be very dangerous." With a snap of his fingers, the letter in front of the mountain serpent exploded with the power of a 6th-level peak, capable of injuring even a 7th-level being. Pioneer Squad, Pioneer ID 02002, Wei Siwei, Serial 039 Magician. At the moment of the explosion, a small wooden ball passed through the thick mist, landing on the serpent's head. A frantic girl retrieved a button and pressed it hard. Lightning burst forth, and the wooden ball became the source of energy, forcibly removing one of the serpent's scales. With the serpent's painful hiss, the wooden ball returned to the girl's hand. Top-quality material. Once processed, it can serve as the core of the Zodiac series. The girl squinted her eyes, returning to her serious demeanor. Pioneer Squad, Pioneer ID 02008, Yishao, Serial 023 Mechanic. The mountain serpent was clearly enraged, and with its fury, numerous giant beasts charged at the group simultaneously. The 8 members stepped back in unison, leaving Lian Zhongxing, a girl from Bashu, and a monk with hands clasped in front of them. Lian Zhongxing shrugged helplessly. "All right, big monk, it seems everyone thinks we're best suited for a brawl." Shirkong clasped his hands together, softly reciting a Buddhist mantra. "For all beings, there should be the compassion of the Buddha. For demons, there should be the wrath of the Vajra." He suddenly opened his eyes, his body covered in golden lacquer, revealing the realm of a Buddhist guardian. Normally, Shirkong couldn't wield such power, but being a metal attribute ability user, he could execute this power with some clever techniques. Lian Zhongxing clapped her hands, summoning boundless earth attribute energy from all directions to envelop Shirkong, ultimately forming a massive stone Buddha. The girl laughed heartily, standing on the stone Buddha's shoulder. As the golden lacquer of the Vajra covered the stone Buddha, she struck with her palm. No matter how many attacks come, as long as they aren't 7th level, they can't harm this stone Buddha one bit. Buddhist Vajra, impervious to all. Pioneer Squad, Pioneer ID 02003, Lian Zhongxing, Earth Attribute Awakener. Pioneer Squad, Pioneer ID 02009, Shirkong, Metal Attribute Awakener, Serial 032 Monk. With the combined strength of 2 5th-level warriors, they withstood the assault of dozens of 5th-level and even some 6th-level exotic beasts. The elite team of geniuses from Shenzhou naturally possesses such a level of audacity. As they appeared, strong winds howled from all directions. Nangong Qinyu opened his oil paper umbrella, gripping his new equipment as boundless clouds and mist arrived with the wind, flowing and falling abruptly. A fierce gale arose, and the clouds and rain descended from the sky, naturally suppressing the giant serpent of the mountains. The Siming Squad, Pioneer number 02004, Nangong Qinyu, a wind attribute awakener, sequence 044 alchemist. The giant serpent lifted its head, its massive body thrashing about. Although the fierce wind was not as powerful as that conjured by the wind attribute awakener, it was enough to disperse the clouds and mist. Nangong Qinyu glanced regretfully at the oil paper umbrella in his hand, but remained unflustered. As the clouds parted, the entire sky full of stars was reflected in the vertical pupils of the mountain serpent. Strangely, how could there be such real and clear stars in the daytime? In the next moment, the stars sprinkled onto the serpent's body, bringing about its end. The lava turtle, also of the 7th tier and known for its defense, was injured by this blow, let alone a mere snake. Suyi stood with hands behind his back, his eyes deep like the night sky, speckled with stars. The Siming Squad, Pioneer number 02007, Suyi, sequence 021 astrologer. He thought his teammates were too honest. There was no need to reveal all their abilities, especially Nangong Qinyu, who was impressive enough as a wind attribute awakener without mentioning his identity as an alchemist. With the explosion of the stars, a figure quietly appeared beside the serpent's head, a golden dagger stabbing straight into its eye. The serpent roared in pain, its massive body writhing continuously. The newly appeared figure quickly returned to the group. The Siming Squad, Pioneer number 02006, Lu Tianqin, a light attribute awakener, sequence 056 assassin. It was puzzling why an assassin would have a light attribute. In the next moment, an invisible ripple appeared, completely different from the previous attacks. Though unseen and intangible, the giant serpent could sense it. It could truly harm the serpent, not a superficial wound, not something that could be withstood by an immortal body. Was this space? As a 7th tier mountain serpent, it finally utilized its internal power to protect itself, but it couldn't react in time. The relatively small azure dragon before it glanced at the serpent, unleashing a sudden explosion of dragon might. The Siming Squad, Pioneer number 02010, Gu Qingyan, a space attribute awakener. The Siming Squad, Pioneer number 02005, Ji Qianming, a mythological azure dragon beast transformation awakener. The suppression from the bloodline left the serpent momentarily stunned, and then the space ripple tore away a piece of flesh, a peachwood sword piercing the wound. The typically calm and harmonious aura of the Taoist sect now appeared extremely violent. Unexpectedly, the mountain serpent calmed down, watching the group. Was this enough? The coldness in its vertical pupils was even more intense than before. Leading the group, Zhang Yongping spread his hands. They never intended to truly harm the serpent before them. Even if Su Qieli, a peak 6th tier, fought desperately, he could only leave a scar on the 7th tier serpent. Only a 7th tier being can handle another 7th tier being. The serpent was smart enough to understand that Shenzhou's intention this time was more of a warning. Having taken this beating without any real pain, the serpent would soon recover. If it hadn't taken the beating, an 8th tier powerhouse would have arrived. Thus, the transaction with the mystic cult is considered nullified. Zhang Yongping calmly regarded the mountain serpent before him. With that, we shall leave. Uncle Su, I'm curious, is the 7th rank really that weak? On the way back in the mechanical tiger, Yi Qinglin asked, and Qian Sixian also looked up. Su Qieli smirked and replied, of course not. In fact, a complete 7th rank could probably kill with a single strike if Su Yi and the others don't fight desperately. If they do, they could last about 1 to 2 hours. Unless there are 7th rank means, or 10 genuine 6th rank peak fighters, they can barely hold on. But that's just barely. The strength of the Siming team is still not enough. He continued, Su Yi, Nangong Qinyu, Wei Siwei, and Lu Tianqin all have attack power at the 6th rank peak in their normal state. In other aspects, they fall short. Shikong and Lian Zhongxing together barely have pseudo 7th rank defense, thanks to the Buddhist Vajra techniques. Ji Qianming is excellent in all aspects, but lacks an extremely outstanding feature. He's solid in his foundation, nearly invincible in the same realm, but lacks the ability to transcend the realm. Mainly because the true dragon bloodline matures late, he's still at the 5th rank, but when he awakens his abilities at the 6th rank, he might be able to injure a 7th rank. Yi Xiao is the only 6th rank in the team besides Zhang Yongping, but a mechanist combat requires a lot of resources to stack up. Actually, her hidden combat strength is the highest. As for Zhang Yongping, I admit the exaggeration of those Taoists, but it's still not enough. The strongest means of a Taoist at the 6th rank requires something like an altar, which has high sight requirements. However, Gu Qingyan, with his spatial abilities, should be the only one among them who can injure a 7th rank, but only injure, not seriously wound or kill. Su Qieli added, as for why the mountain python is taking a beating, the reason is simple. When it chose to make a deal with the Mystic Society, it should have anticipated this kind of thrashing today. And the official sent the Siming team, and besides the youngest 0-20 Siming team, the weakest 0-19 Tianyu team, which is my team, has 4 7th ranks. He silently held up 4 fingers. Before the little ones below could speak, Su Qieli continued. On the other hand, that snake is smart. It knows that if it fights back, it won't gain anything and might even be killed. So it would rather take a beating. Although to us this seems like humiliation, its purpose is achieved, and Shinjo won't make a move against it in the short term, giving it time to recuperate. Except for Zhang Yongping's final strike, the rest were just superficial wounds. Su Qieli chuckled softly, turning to look at Mang Mountain with deep eyes. Then, he casually threw a piece of chocolate, breaking the previous atmosphere. After some time, the group returned to Qinxing City, changed out of their black and red battle suits, and no one knew what this seemingly disorganized team with a bunch of kids had actually accomplished. To others, this group might seem more like a bunch of young nobles returning from a leisurely outing, unlikely to achieve anything worthy of praise. Their so-called celebration banquet could just be the result of a stroll through a minor secret realm, leading them to believe they're strong enough to celebrate. Thus, these so-called pioneers pass by explorers who are fighting for their livelihood. In a manor in Qinxing City, Su Qieli arranged for a chef to prepare a proper celebration feast. As a food enthusiast, Su Qieli, despite his sweet tooth, opted for more conventional dishes. After all, this celebration was different from the last one, which was a smaller, more intimate gathering with Su Yi. This time, the reputation of Qinxing Academy was also at stake, so Su Qieli nodded in approval and took a bite of a chicken wing. However, he was stunned to find the honey-glazed chicken wing in his hand filled with chili peppers. Instantly, he knew who was behind it and slammed the table, pointing at the girl, Lian Zhongxing. Chaos erupted at the table, while Su Yi, Ji Qianming, and Zhang Yongping calmly raised their glasses, sipping soda, rice wine, and tea, respectively. Lian Zhongxing was being chased by Su Qieli, while Nangong Qinyu and a few others were playing games, and Gu Qingyan was busy eating. Yi Xiao and Yi Qinglin, along with Qian Sixian, were showing off their mechanical skills, and Wei Siwei was performing magic tricks for Lu Tianqin. When did those two become so close? Monk Shikong was gently holding Lu Tianqin's kitten. Su Yi suddenly stroked his chin, as if remembering something. Where was Gu Qingyan? He was inside bargaining with the owner, trying to take the chef home, as the food wasn't that great. Zhang Yongping shrugged, saying it was decent, just that Gu Qingyan was picky. If they needed a chef, he could arrange it. Ji Qianming paused, looked at Zhang Yongping, and then spoke. Su Yi, what you did wasn't quite right. Starting a small class like this, I know it's to teach your nephew, but you didn't even mention it to us. Since there were enough people, there was no need to mention it. Su Yi shrugged and replied. It's not that. It's that your nephew is inherently extraordinary, and you didn't tell us about it. Ji Qianming said, I have a sister named Ji Qianyu. Would you consider, Su Yi interrupted. Stop, stop. Qianming, don't bring your big family ways to us. I know you have a good relationship with your fiancé, so you subconsciously think there's nothing wrong with such alliances. But kids will have their own ideas. I can't influence your Ji family, but I can still manage my own family. If a person can't control their own emotions, what's the difference between them and a walking corpse? Su Yi stretched lazily, put down his soda, and turned to look at Ji Qianming. After a long pause, Ji Qianming closed his eyes, then opened them and nodded, indicating he understood. The atmosphere grew silent, and Su Yi merely shrugged, understanding that the rules of large families are difficult to change, but it was none of his concern. All he needed to do was protect his own small domain. Then, Su Yi picked up the phone, and after connecting, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, What? They want us to support the Southern Line? Are they crazy, or do they have no reserve forces left? Does my teacher know about this? It was arranged by my teacher? How long? Oh, at the end of this term. Well, that's fine. But why bring it up suddenly? In those few seconds, Su Ye's emotions were greatly impacted. What happened? Ji Qianming and Zhang Yongping asked almost simultaneously, their voices tinged with tension. Pioneer number 01404, permanently sealed. Su Yi took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, seemingly at a loss for words. The two paused, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Apart from a few unaware youths, the remaining 11 people present all stopped what they were doing. Ji Qianming sighed, stood up, and decided to arrange for a private plane, planning to depart in 2 hours. She also mentioned sending the youngsters home first. Su Yi rubbed his temples, a look of helplessness on his face. Eugene, Ling Su, you can stay at my house for now, just follow Qinglin. Mr. Su, a girl wearing glasses suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Is having a pioneer number permanently sealed a serious matter? Why do I feel so depressed when I hear about it? Qian Xixian's question prompted everyone present to close their eyes, their bodies trembling slightly. Suyi stepped forward and gently patted her on the head, speaking with a heavy tone. Since the inception of the pioneers, there have been a total of 20 teams, with 173 members still in service today. The remaining 27 pioneer numbers are permanently sealed. This doesn't mean they have died. Permanent sealing signifies that the direct descendants or personal disciples of that predecessor have all perished. As Suyi said this, his hand trembled slightly, as if struggling to bear the weight of the truth, and he finally let out a sigh. This is not a good era. You happen to live within the walls we protect with our lives. Let's go, Suyi, Zhang Yongping said to him. All right, we're leaving, Suyi said to the youngsters, having already informed their parents and prepared to take them home. As for Nangang Yujin and Zhang Lingsu, they would go home with Su Lan, as previously mentioned. Anyway, they wouldn't be away for long. It was just a funeral, a pioneer's funeral. 3 days later, brilliant fireworks lit up the shores of the South Sea as the strong set out to slay a 7th-tier beast, honoring the fallen warriors and the metal that could never be retrieved. Meanwhile, in the scholar's tower, an old scholar named Zhou Xuanhe looked at the girl before him with satisfaction, gently tapping the blackboard with his pointer. Today, we study the fundamental ability of scholars, known as applying knowledge, he continued. In the ranks of many sequences, a scholar's ability is among the top. Unlike the Confucian's eloquence, a scholar's core abilities lie in 2 aspects: applying knowledge and the scholar's eye. Applying knowledge is a prerequisite for using the scholar's eye in battle, while the scholar's eye assists in applying knowledge before combat. The essence of applying knowledge is to learn, dissect, and master the opponent's abilities. Before this, we need to acquire a lot of theoretical knowledge. A scholar must understand the enemy's abilities to confront them effectively. For example, your teacher, Suyi, is quite a challenge for us at the Scholar's Tower. Due to the scarcity of astrologers, there have only been 3, including Suyi, since the revival era. However, this is not the main point. Once you reach the 6th level, you will be able to grasp the advanced abilities of the Scholar's Eye. But let's set that aside for now and return to today's lesson. Applying what you learn means using your knowledge in practical situations. Scholars study everything, but fundamentally, they learn the laws of the universe. As the old scholar spoke, a flame gathered in his palm. This is what we call the rules of the world. Because of this, we are the ones closest to the essence of the world. Similar to magicians, who also directly use the rules of the world, their exploration of magic is very much like the process we scholars undergo. Applying what you learn means using these rules in real situations. For instance, I have a deep understanding of the rules of fire, allowing me to use them even more effectively than most fire attribute awakeners. The study of application can be approached from several angles. The old scholar was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. He frowned and muttered, "Don't they know I'm in the middle of a class?" But he also realized that anyone knocking on his door must have an urgent matter. He turned and opened the door to his study. Seeing that the teacher had something to attend to, Sun Yixin picked up a book nearby and started reading silently. Scholars are characterized by their innate love of knowledge. Sun Yixin looked up to see a young man standing in front of her, having somehow bypassed her teacher. Looking at the book in her hands, the young man stroked his chin and said, "Isn't that the scholar's mirror? Brings back memories. Let me show you something." Turn to page 32 and fold the page. You might find something interesting. Sun Yixin frowned and looked up again, but the young man had already vanished. Her teacher had finished his business and returned. As if nothing had happened, she pushed her confusion aside and prepared to listen to the lecture. The old scholar grumbled, "Those fools at the secret cult, don't they know this could lead to a huge backlash? A bunch of idiots." Sun Yixin blinked curiously, and the old scholar quickly quieted down. "It's nothing, just some fools being foolish." He waved his hand dismissively and picked up his teaching rod, a book in his left hand, ready to continue the lesson for his cherished student. Initially distracted by the young man's words, Sun Yixin soon refocused and absorbed the knowledge eagerly. From a scholar's perspective, her talent was on par with the so-called naturally gifted, and she might even become the world's first 8th-level scholar. The old scholar stroked his beard with satisfaction and pulled out the next book. As scholars, they must learn extensively. Without learning, how can they grow? Meanwhile, the 3-day-long funeral had finally concluded, freeing many of the pioneer forces to return to their duties. The Siming squad, lacking 7th-level strength for now, naturally returned home to continue training. Besides training, their most important responsibility was to find the next generation of pioneers. After a long hiatus, Suyi finally returned to class. It had been 2 whole weeks since his last mission, and he hadn't attended classes regularly during that time. Fortunately, the wilderness survival training only included 1 actual field trip per month, and he didn't see much value in the weekly theory classes anyway. As for whether the substitute teacher shared his sentiment, Suyi didn't really care. Meanwhile, there was news from Elder Zhao regarding the Scholar's Tower. Apart from someone in the tower making a breakthrough, one of the pioneers had also achieved a significant milestone. The older generation of scholars within the tower didn't hold as much influence as the mystical society, but the actions of the latter were unsettling. Therefore, the authorities planned to deploy the Chanyuan squad in a month to eliminate any mystical society elements within the scholars' tower. The Chanyuan squad, also known as Pioneer Team 014, was a previously decommissioned unit. Aside from a younger member who had yet to mature, the remaining 8 pioneers were all at the 7th level. Suyi couldn't help but think it was somewhat embarrassing that Elder Zhao hadn't reached the 8th level after so many years, but considering how rare it was for anyone to achieve that, his mood lightened. During this period, Suyi decided to stay in Qinqing City as much as possible, avoiding unnecessary outings due to the potential dangers posed by the mystical society, which had long been established in Xinzhou and might have hidden strategies. Suyi glanced at Elder Zhao, hesitating to speak. Suyi, I know you have more insight than I do. Can you tell me what exactly the mystical society is researching? Zhao Mu asked, looking up. Suyi paused briefly before responding. After the Scholar's Tower was established, the first Tower Master had a debate with the leader of the mystical society. The leader asked how everyone could achieve immortality. The desire for immortality is deeply ingrained in the people of Xinzhou, and almost everyone yearns for it. Who wouldn't want to live forever, to never die? The first Tower Master was shocked by this idea, but found it intriguing. In essence, scholars at the time believed they were responsible for deciphering the rules of the world, and perhaps changing and controlling these rules could indeed lead to immortality. That was the first Tower Master's belief, and the current second-generation Tower Master shares the same view. If it were possible, I too would wish for immortality, Suyi said, shaking his head. In reality, from an ordinary person's perspective, Elder Zhao had already lived a long life. After reaching the 5th tier, Awakeners transcend the level of ordinary humans. Simply put, Awakeners at the 5th tier and beyond are almost reproductively isolated from those below. A 5th tier Awakener can live up to 300 years, a 6th tier up to 500 years, and a 7th tier up to 1,000 years. Mr. Zhao, you are already considered long-lived. However, the current head of the Scholar's Tower claims that everyone's life can be extended indefinitely. What does this mean? It means that no matter how advanced Blue Star becomes, it will ultimately face overpopulation. As a historian, you should understand that the result of overpopulation is warrantless war. Due to insufficient resources, people will be forced to seize resources from others. In the process of seizing, some will inevitably die in battle. The consequence of everyone living indefinitely is that the world's resources will never suffice, and conflicts will persist. I know this ideal is beautiful, but some things can only remain ideals and cannot become reality. Suyi put down his teacup, frowning slightly, seemingly displeased with the lack of soda in the principal's office. He then looked up at Zhao Muji, shrugged, and indicated that this research would be permanently sealed after being resolved by the mystical society, unless humans could no longer survive on Blue Star. This is a promise from the Pioneer organization, passed down through generations. Suyi sighed helplessly. Principal, I know more than you do, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Honestly, sometimes I envy you, enjoying early retirement, watching students, and sipping tea. It's quite leisurely, especially when you can step in under the pretense of defending students. The young man lowered his head somewhat dejectedly, but Zhao Muji seemed to remember something and tossed something over. Suyi caught it was a medal. It was something he had left with Zhao Muji years ago, and Zhao had recently found it. Suyi paused, looking at the stars on the medal, the emblem of the Qinqing Academy, nodded gently, and put the medal away. What once was an honor in his student days no longer held the same weight. Zhao Muji put on a pair of reading glasses, adjusted them, and said, since the semester started, you've skipped class 4 times. Your pay is almost all docked, and you're still technically an intern. Suyi replied, even if you bring this up, you don't need reading glasses. After all, you're a 7th tier martial artist. You've had some hidden injuries in your youth, but for a 7th tier at 1,000 years, you're still at your peak. Reading glasses are optional. Moreover, the peak period for a martial artist is long. Maintaining your current appearance is just for authority. Becoming younger wouldn't be difficult. Suyi sighed helplessly. Dock it then. Anyway, you won't really stop me from getting a permanent position, and I don't lack the salary. The bonus for becoming permanent is choosing an allowed treasure from the Qinqing Academy's treasury. Your authority is second only to mine. Suyi raised an eyebrow. So, shall I head to class? In a room within the Scholar's Tower, under the moonlight of the deep night, Sun Isin opened the book, The Scholar's Guide. As one of the foundational texts of the Scholar's Tower, this book is a must-have for nearly every scholar. But what mysteries does it truly conceal? In the Scholar's Tower, nighttime lighting is generally not allowed due to the findings of an old scholar who believed that staying up late causes mental stagnation, essentially making it hard for scholars to think clearly. Scholars respected this research, although each room has large enough windows. On clear nights, reading by moonlight is possible, and when the weather is poor, going to bed early is perfectly fine. Sun Isin turned to page 32 of the Scholar's Guide. After days of hesitation, She folded page 32 as a young man had suggested. Unfortunately, nothing happened. She shrugged helplessly, thinking perhaps only the original version of the scholar's guide could achieve this effect. At that moment, she noticed that the layout of the folded pages was different, but it formed a complete sentence with a line on the next page. Eternal life is one of the ultimate pursuits of a scholar's knowledge. Upon reading this, Sun Isin felt not joy but a profound fear. She looked up to see the young man suddenly appear before her, a slight smile on his lips, and then she fainted. Meanwhile, at the pioneers' second camp, Su Qieli sat beside a woman, looking resigned. Captain, someone else can handle the mess at the Scholar's Tower. Do you really have to take us with you? He asked. The young woman raised an eyebrow and replied, I'm just taking some of you 7th rank members to watch. What's the problem? Her name was Yuan Xiuyue, leader of Team 019 of Tianyu, a mid-7th rank student of Chongkong Academy. Her sequence number was 051, a god favored, with her patron deity being Rushu, one of the ancient gods of the 4 seasons of Shenzhou, master of metal and autumn. As a god favored of sequence 051 and a ritualist of sequence 050, these 2 sequences are among the most unique of all. Her strength, talent, and potential depend on the god who favors her and the ancestors she venerates. Upon awakening, a god favored is blessed by a deity and follows the path the god once walked, with many paths laid out for them by the god. However, the drawback is the difficulty in surpassing the god's power. Unless they take a step beyond, they will be unable to progress further in their lifetime. Like Yuan Xiuyue, without a miracle, she will likely remain at the 7th rank for life. Nevertheless, the 7th rank is still quite powerful, especially considering her good fortune. In Shenzhou, many god-favored blessed by the earth god remain stuck at the 4th rank for life. Ritualists face similar limitations, as the paths laid out by their ancestors also confine them to a certain level. In contrast to god-chosen individuals, the difficulty for a spirit master to break through limitations is much lower. To surpass the gods, one must make breakthroughs in mastering rules, and gods, favored by the heavens, are inherently more powerful than humans. Moreover, god-chosen individuals walk the path of the divine. However, spirit masters are different. In today's society, many spirit masters have spirits far surpassing their summoners. Among the 7 sages and 3 perfections of Shenzhou, 2 are spirit masters. Furthermore, I have a younger relative in the Scholar's Tower, and this time I'm going to see if I can protect him, Yuan Xiuyue said, looking up at the sky. From the mystical cult? Su Qieli frowned, as if recalling something. Yes, Yuan Xiuyue nodded. Pioneers stand at the forefront of all disasters, seemingly selfless, but that doesn't mean they don't have personal motives. Wanting to protect a younger relative is quite normal. Why are you telling me this? Su Qieli looked at Yuan Xiuyue. Because Chongkong Academy's 8th tier cannot act, while Qinxing Academy has 2. Even as a pioneer, my influence in Qinxing Academy is significant, but still not enough. There are 20 others with influence comparable to mine. Normally, I could ask for help from the 8th tier, but not for this matter. If your influence can't protect your younger relative. Su Qieli paused, seemingly realizing something, and asked, who exactly is your younger relative? If he's just an ordinary scholar, you could simply say so. The Chan Yuan squad isn't that unreasonable. My nephew, Yuan Sai, head of the mystical cult in the Scholar's Tower, direct disciple of the 2nd-generation Tower Master. My brother's only son, and my brother has already died in battle, Yuan Xiuyue answered. There's no way to protect him. This crackdown is targeting the mystical cult, which is part of the core lineage. Even if he is, so what? It's impossible to protect him. The face of a 7th tier can't save him now that it's been found this lineage is related to the South Sea disaster. Who would dare protect a scholar of such standing? It's a direct confrontation with the Chanyuan squad. Not just the Chanyuan squad, but also his senior at Qinxing Academy. At this moment, Su Qieli's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Senior Su. Accompany me to the Scholar's Tower. Sun Isin has gone missing. The call ended, leaving only an address and a meeting time. Su Qieli put down the phone, his mouth twitching slightly, and turned to the captain. Now, go to the Scholar's Tower and see if you can persuade your nephew to leave. If possible, I'll look for ways to protect him. If he refuses to leave with you, that's it. It might be the only chance, after all. Su Qieli paused. Su Ye's influence is greater than mine. Yuan Xiuyue's eyes suddenly brightened. Meanwhile, in Qinxing City, Su Yi put down the phone, frowning. He still trusted Zhou Xian and the old scholar, as they were friends of his teacher, but how could they disappear? There was only one explanation. The mystical cult's talisman, and there are quite a few relatives of pioneers in the Scholar's Tower. Are you planning to call for reinforcements? Nangong Asahi asked. No, myself, the principal, and Senior Su are enough. After all, we have a justified reason, as my student has indeed gone missing. Su Yi shook his head. If the mystical cult doesn't listen, that's another matter. Both the Martial Saint and the Sword Emperor owe me a favor, one being a half-step 8th tier and the other an 8th tier. Forget the Scholar's Tower, I could just sweep it aside. Su Yi frowned. having given Sun Yixin something for protection before she left, but there had been no response so far. In the city of Tianyuan, home to the Scholar's Tower, Su Yi waited at a street stall for Su Qieli and the unexpectedly present Yuan Qiuyue. Sitting next to him, Zhao Mu was focused on his noodles. A glint of starlight flickered in Su Ye's eyes as he nodded slightly at Yuan Qiuyue. This is acceptable, but like Senior Su's request, you only have one chance, Senior Yuan. Astrology is not just about observing stars, but also about understanding the changes in the world through them. Su Yi extended his hand, forming a star power crystal, and placed it in Yuan Qiuyue's hand. This crystal can be used as a token to protect my teacher's kin once. But in return, I need you to kill Summon a scholar of the 6th tier in the Scholar's Tower. Who? Yuan Qiuyue frowned, and Zhao Mu, who was slurping noodles, also looked up. One of the old guard's pillars, Wang Guanhe, used the commotion to kill him. Su Yi tapped the table calmly. Why? I'm an astrologer. Su Yi raised his head, the stars swirling in his eyes. Is that enough? It is enough. For someone in the astrologer sequence, combined with the status of a forerunner, Yuan Qiuyue chose unconditional trust. After all, the founder of Qinxing Academy, the world's first astrologer, had already proven the sequence's formidable ability in foreseeing and investigating the future. Su Yi tapped the table lightly with his index finger. So far, I haven't found Sun Yixin's location, leaving two possibilities. The person hiding her aura is stronger than me, at least at the 7th tier, or she is simply in a secret realm, not within this space. But that's impossible because if she were in a secret realm, I would sense traces of it. Su Yi stood up. You all stay here. I'll go to the Scholar's Tower alone to have a word with the head scholar. It will be dangerous. Su Qieli hesitated, but spoke. Dangerous for me or for him? To be honest, if he dares to make a move against me, he's in more danger. Su Yi stood up, placed one hand on his waist, the other behind him, and stepped forward, disappearing into starlight. Enough thinking, you two should sit down and eat. Zhao Mu looked up, his gaze deep, muttering to himself. So much like my dear friend. Then the old man lowered his head, continuing to eat his noodles, seemingly unconcerned about the current events. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Scholar's Tower, a calm-faced young man appeared and gently knocked on the door. The door opened, and a young man inside saw who it was, chuckled softly, and gestured for him to enter. The room was quaint and simple, with no chairs, just 2 meditation cushions, a few teacups, and a small table. Su Yi entered, took out a small stool from his spatial bracelet, and sat down. I'm not used to meditation cushions, and I don't like tea either. If you have a soft drink, I wouldn't mind having some. Not being bound by formality. That's what makes you the head scholar of our time. The young man paused for a moment, then finally took out a bottle of soda from his pocket and tossed it to Su Yi. He then made himself some tea and sat upright on the mat, appearing particularly proper. His gaze fell on the leading scholar in front of him as he asked, So, you must know why I'm here today. Master of the tower, or should I call you Cui Yongxiu? Call me Master Cui. The young man named Cui Yongxiu replied calmly, then continued. As for why you're here today, I know. It's to obstruct my path to immortality and to retrieve your student. Su Yi rubbed his head helplessly, looking quite troubled. Honestly, it's my first time being a teacher, and I encounter something like this. Cui Yongxiu was slightly taken aback, glanced at Su Yi, and asked, Then, convince me, and I'll let you take your student. What will you say? Immortality. Please, Su Yi gestured invitingly, a curious look in his eyes. Cui Yongxiu, why are you so obsessed with immortality? Eternal life is one of the ultimate pursuits of a scholar. Cui Yongxiu answered succinctly. That's not enough, Su Yi said with a slight smile, pressing further. Does the method of immortality mean invincibility? Will it prevent harm or external influence? It won't, Cui Yongxiu responded with a frown. Even at the 8th tier, one can fall. No matter how much I research or how arrogant I become, I would never equate eternal life with invincibility. Then, does war exist? As a scholar, you're more aware of these matters than I am. Su Ye's tone was firm. What you offer is merely eternal lifespan, without the strength from self-cultivation, without the will born from self-growth. So what if you succeed? It's nothing but rootless duckweed. You arrogantly attempt to forcibly grant others longevity through your means. Su Ye's gaze was profound, and with a casual press, the teacup in Cui Yongxiu's hand shattered instantly. It's not that you can't understand, you just refuse to admit it. As an awakener, I don't endorse your fantasy. As a pioneer, I reject your ideology, and that's all there is to it. What if I could grant everyone abilities above the 5th tier? Cui Yongxiu paused before finally speaking. What? A collective elevation of life. Su Yi scoffed. If you could truly achieve that, not just me, but all 7th and 8th tiers in Xinzhou would bow to you. But your ability doesn't match your ambition. You're left with the purest and most detestable form of arrogance, which is despicable. Su Yi stood up, his gaze unwavering. Release that child, I still trust old man Zhou. As for you, I believe you can keep such a promise, as it's the pride expected of a 7th tier, isn't it? You haven't convinced me. Cui Yongxiu's voice trembled slightly. I haven't convinced you, but rather your heart. Suyi shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. If by chance you survive this time, take a look at the current Shinjo. Don't immerse yourself in the chaos of the past, Chui Yongxiu. As Suyi walked out of the scholar's tower, Chui Yongxiu finally calmed down. With a wave of his hand, the scene in the room changed instantly, and the unconscious Sun Isin appeared beside him. Suyi, one of the four top secrets in the Shinjo region, what exactly made Chui Yongxiu so fearful of him? Was it merely because of his status as an astrologer's sequence and a disciple of Jinju? Chui Yongxiu approached the fallen Sun Isin, thinking to himself. The master of the scholar's tower chuckled lightly, acknowledging his statement, but it didn't mean he would abandon his ideals. Based on this, Chui Yongxiu flicked his finger lightly. A stream of light fell into Sun Isin's forehead, and he said softly, I'm just paving a road for this child named Immortality, nothing wrong with that. With that, he waved his hand, and Sun Isin disappeared from where she was, reappearing in her own room. Meanwhile, Yuan Shoyue had finished talking with his nephew, and as Suyi expected, it was of no use, but Yuan Shoyue still needed to fulfill his agreement with Suyi. Zhao Muji, standing by, remarked, Wang Guanhe is also from our generation. He was mainly there to support, not to take action against the secret cult. Suyi wondered what Chui Yongxiu had done to make him go to such lengths, even obscuring fate and using up this favor. Suyi shook his head. It's not what he did, but he himself has become one of Chui Yongxiu's seeds of immortality. To be honest, Chui Yongxiu's ideals are grand, but they are too advanced for Shinjo. Moreover, he lacks the capability to match his ambitions, thus transforming from someone studying longevity to a thief stealing life. Chui Yongxiu's move against Sun Isin was merely to test Suyi, to explore why he was such a high-level secret in Shinjo. Suyi had also left a safeguard on the girl. Although her master, Zhou Xuanhe, was trustworthy, his strength was insufficient, being just a regular 6th tier. Despite Zhou Xuanhe being the most suitable mentor for a scholar, being dragged into this vortex was clearly beyond him. Suyi shook his head, understanding that the terror of astrologers lay in their ability to view the world from multiple perspectives. Thus, he decided to stall Chui Yongxiu, allowing Yuan Shoyue to conveniently deal with Wang Guanhe. As a warning to Chui Yongxiu, you even predicted the captain's arrival? Su Qieli's mouth twitched slightly. Suyi shook his head. No, even if I could push the limits of divination, I would still need to actively investigate such matters. It's just that I've turned the favor I owed you into a favor Yuan Shoyue owes you. It's not difficult for a 7th tier to defeat a 6th tier. Principal, it's your turn to step in. You don't need to do anything. Just hover there. Release all your energy and blood to create a deterrent effect. This way, the people from the secret cult would think the Pulse Master was conceding, not that I released Sun Isin after negotiating with Chui Yongxiu. It sounds complicated, but in reality, it was just Su Yi saying to the principal, the time has come to show your power to the world. It's your turn. Subsequently, Zhao Muji nodded, and an overwhelming surge of energy and vitality burst forth from within him. Just as Su Yi had said, he remained calm, standing quietly outside the scholar's tower. His formidable aura soared into the sky, so intense that even the two 7th-level powerhouses hidden in the shadows, who were constantly monitoring the scholar's tower, dared not look directly at this display of power. This was precisely why Su Yi insisted on bringing the old principal. Zhao Muji was among the strongest of the 7th level in all of Shinjo, capable of subduing the entire scholar's tower single-handedly, making everyone bow their heads. Su Yi nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he ordered a bowl of noodles from the vendor. On the other side, Sun Isin slowly awoke, shook off her daze upon seeing her frugal master, and noticed Zhou Xian's concerned expression, which filled her with warmth. She then asked, Master, how old are you this year? Huh? Zhou Xian was momentarily taken aback, blinking his eyes. Well, I was among the first batch of people to revive, so I'm over 240 now. 270. Sun Isin's heart tightened. Does that mean the teacher can only live for a little over 200 years? No, I must find a way to extend his life, even if it's just by 100 years. A determined flame flickered in her eyes as she picked up a book and eagerly said, Teacher, let's start the lesson. An old scholar scratched his head, thinking that such a demeanor was fitting for a scholar, and thus found nothing amiss. He then took out a book and began explaining the knowledge they had not covered in the past 2 days to the young girl. Meanwhile, in Qinqing City, Nangong Qianyu, who was substituting for Su Yi, glanced at a message on his phone. He then looked at the students training in the primitive area, shrugged helplessly, and silently replied with a busy message. Far away in Tianyuan City, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, as if remembering something. He put away his phone and clinked glasses with Su Qieli, who was beside him. After Zhao Muji had intimidated the scholar's tower, he went to chat with the principal of Tianyuan Academy. In Shinjo's 36 base cities, each city has an academy. Apart from the top 10 academies, the other 26 have relatively scarce resources and lack strength, only meeting basic educational needs. Therefore, the best students from each base city are often brought to the top 10 academies for study. Given the turbulent times and limited resources, disparities between academies are inevitable. However, the relationships between the principals of these academies are very amicable. Thinking of this, Suyi shrugged helplessly. Why don't we head back first? I have a feeling the principal won't stop talking anytime soon. Do I look like I dare to leave? Su Qieli muttered quietly, glancing at Yuan Xiuyue, who was looking wistful nearby. The reasoning is quite simple. To become a disciple of Cui Yongxiu, one must share similar ideals and possess exceptional talent. The geniuses in this world are all proud and unruly, not easily swayed by advice. Su Yi shook his head. Although his words were directed at Su Qieli, they were actually meant for Yuan Qiuyue beside him. The conflict of ideals and positions is inherently frustrating. As I said, Senior Su, this isn't a very good time. Su Yi continued. Now, I need to go back to teach my students. The rest, I won't concern myself with for the time being. The aftermath of the Scholars Tower's secret cultivation sect will be handled by the Changyuan team. As for what remains of this sect, I have no idea. Even an astrologer cannot foresee every future. Chongkong City, South Sea battlefield. An elderly man sat across from Nangong Qian, his traditional long robe contrasting sharply with Nangong Qian's modern attire. Situ, I can't withstand the calamity of the South Sea any longer. Nowadays, probably only an 8th tier can manage it. The elderly man's voice was low and heavy, filled with helplessness and anxiety. You know the character of the sage hidden within Chongkong City. The current situation in the South Sea is too difficult for me alone to bear. My old friend, I need to rely on your strength. The array master, Situ Wuji, lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the elderly man before finally nodding slightly. All right, there aren't many of us left who have survived from the early days of the revival era, especially when Nangong Qian's request is reasonable. But I don't have the time to stay here, as I'm under a lot of pressure myself, which you should understand, the array master said. However, I will ask another master to emerge and oversee the South Sea. You mean? The Emperor Master from Chang'an. A trace of anticipation flashed in Nangong Qian's eyes. The array master's expression was calm, his tone firm. Yes, that will be enough. Nangong Qian closed his eyes, seemingly filled with emotion, and nodded. The South Sea, one of the largest battlefields in China, harbors more than one 8th-tier beast lurking in the sea, not to mention the endless sea creatures. In contrast, the coastal battle zone of Hanhai City seemed much calmer. Meanwhile, at Qinqing Academy, the old teacher, Sun Yong, was leading a group of children to Hanhai Academy for the top 10 academy competition. Each academy could only bring 8 of the latest students, a rule stemming from a previous incident where a teacher brought an older student. In terms of bending the rules, Sichuan Academy was particularly notorious 30 years ago for bringing Zhao Yan, who was extraordinary from birth. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the 3 students he brought. Yi Yulan, Wei Su, and Qian Sixian. Huangqi didn't come, but assigned a task. In the early stages, the combat power of a Qigong master is not strong, nor is that of an array master. Out of 10 classes in a grade, only Yi Yulan and Wei Su earned spots, while Qian Sixian was brought along to gain experience, as she might become Su Ye's personal disciple. Su Yi quietly took out a bottle of soda, and Nangong Qianyu, beside him, stared at him, prompting him to put the drink away. Nangong Qianyu nodded in satisfaction. Next to him, Qian Sixian adjusted her glasses and shrugged. The teacher is rather, never mind. This batch of students from Qinqing Academy has quite good talent, stronger than our cohort, Nangong Qianyu remarked, glancing at Su Yi. I know, Su Yi shrugged. Isn't this leaving opportunities for others? Let me see. There are a few interesting ones in this batch, like the sniper I mentioned before, and a fascinating wood attribute awakener that Mr. Sun seems to be considering taking as a personal disciple. Aren't you afraid I'll share this with people from our academy? Nangong Qianyu chuckled, as she was from Chongkong Academy. Su Yi shook his head, thinking to himself that at this point, most people's abilities are transparent. Even the most outrageous genius, after just 3 months of cultivation, if they haven't reached a transcendent level, cannot have a complete style of their own. He was reluctant to admit it, but the talent of the people before him was far from the level needed to create miracles, at least for now. Su Yi rubbed his temples, his thoughts wandering. The Shinjo had spent a great deal of resources to help everyone awaken, yet only taught a portion of them how to cultivate. Due to limited resources, the selection of the awakened could only occur among those with high moral character and strong talent. Moreover, the number of awakened individuals was not as high as people imagined. After more than 200 years of recovery, Shinjo's population had exceeded 500 million, but there were only about 40 million true awakened individuals, and only 10 million with further potential. Those who could reach the 5th tier were probably less than a million, which was very few compared to the many exotic beasts on Earth. Su Yi shook his head again and suddenly heard an alarm. He opened his eyes abruptly to see a giant beast appearing in front of the plane. His lips twitched slightly, and his heart tightened as he immediately took a step forward. This was a fifth-tier beast, quite powerful, and blocking the plane seemed like an accident. Normally, there would be at least two fifth-tier individuals on board for such a journey, and with fixed flight paths, the chance of an incident was minimal. However, this fifth-tier beast accidentally intruded into the flight path, which was truly unfortunate. Even with two fifth-tier individuals on board, they might not react in time. But the beast's luck was not good. The individuals on this plane were not ordinary fifth-tier ones. There was even a sixth-tier master resting with closed eyes. Suyi turned around, seated himself on the head of a large bird, and followed the plane towards Hanhai Academy. He thought to himself that the beast seemed to have potential and might be worth taking as a mount. Meanwhile, at Hanhai Academy, Wei Siwei was busy arranging the scene for the 10th school joint exam. As one of the representatives of the younger generation at the academy, he had planned to relax at home, but was suddenly called in. Standing beside him was the principal of Hanhai Academy, Qiu Jiuli, a 7th-tier water attribute ability user, ranked as Sequence 077, a contract master. Among many principals, his combat power was middle to low, but his status was relatively high. Simply put, this principal could command an 8th-tier beast, and this beast came from the ocean, which was one of the reasons why Hanhai Academy remained relatively stable in the coastal city. Contract masters, like Sequence 063's beast tamers, often displayed combat power beyond their own capabilities. At that moment, Nan Gongxinyu spoke inside the plane, possibly addressing Sun Yong, who was resting with closed eyes beside him, or perhaps communicating with some younger individuals. Regardless, the vast blue ocean had already come into view. Hanhai Academy, the third to be established among the 10 major academies in Shenzhou, follows Chongqing Academy and Jingdu Academy. As the organizer of this year's new student competition among the 10 schools, Hanhai Academy's principal, Qiu Jiuli, is keen on making a grand impression, which is why this event is particularly magnificent. The academy has fully opened its long-standing barrier to welcome guests from all around. Like Chongqing Academy, Hanhai Academy is not located within the city of Hanhai, but is stationed by the East Sea, serving as the first line of defense. Su Yi, using his own star power, forced a beast to learn transformation, ultimately turning it into a small bird, which he casually placed on his shoulder. Surprisingly, this little creature seemed to have a good temperament, and was indeed an accidental intruder into Shenzhou's airways. Although not yet thoroughly examined, it appeared to possess ancient bloodlines. After all, any beast that has survived within Shenzhou likely carries some ancient lineage. Suyi wasn't concerned about this. As for whether the little creature might suddenly go berserk, he thought with a smile that he wouldn't place a restriction on this bird. Are you really planning to keep this little guy? Nangong Qinyu asked. Why not? It's rare to find a pet that's pleasing to the eye, Suyi replied nonchalantly, gently stroking the golden bird on his shoulder. At worst, I'll just ask Principal Chiu for a contract, and he probably won't refuse. There should be more than just the two of us coming this time, right? He continued to ask. Yeah, besides the captain, Gu Qingyan, Shi Kong, and Lu Tianqin, everyone else is here, Nangong Qinyu responded. Gu Qingyan, being a year younger than the rest, wasn't in a rush to find the next generation of pioneers, or perhaps hadn't found suitable juniors yet. Except for Su Yi and Wei Siwei, who became teachers at their own academy, others weren't very familiar with the younger students. Maybe during this 10-school joint exam, they might find someone they want to bring into the Pioneers organization. Though one person's approval isn't enough to make it happen, a qualified pioneer needs the recognition of at least 3 generations of predecessors, totaling at least 15 people, to become a true pioneer. Suyi silently glanced at a few of the younger ones, then shrugged. Hanhai Academy seems to have organized a small auction for the teachers and accompanying seniors from each school, happening tonight. Should we go? Nangong Qinyu looked up, and Sun Yong on the other side did the same. If you want to go, just use the invitation from Qinqing Academy, but don't expect too much. These auctions rarely have anything good. Suyi shrugged. Anyway, it's something to do, he added. How many people can one invitation bring? Sun Yong pondered. 15 people. If you're going, you might as well take some students with you. There are 4 spots left. Sun Yong turned to look at the remaining teachers. In fact, not many people came from Qinqing Academy this time. Just 8 students, 1 additional person Qian Sixian, and about a dozen teachers. Does anyone want to go? Sun Yong asked. Xiang Yongzhou was the only young teacher who raised his hand, and I followed him. Sun Yong glanced over, nodded, and produced an invitation card seemingly out of nowhere, tossing it to Su Yi. If you want to buy something, handle it yourselves. If any of you students find something you like, have the academy cover it. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. The academy was indeed generous. But Sun's point was valid. This auction held little significance for them. It was better to let the younger ones gain some exposure. So she waved to Teacher Xiang. Let's go, Teacher Xiang. Xiang Yongzhou, 2 years senior to Su Yi, had barely reached the 5th rank, with the extraordinary beast transformation ability of the Crimson Nether Wolf. He had a good talent and nature, embodying the classic senior template of Qinqing Academy. Looking at the group of students, Su Yi sighed. What are you standing around for? Go put your things away and wait for my call to gather. She turned to Xian. Hanhai Academy only arranged for 8 student dorms, so you can share a room with Yulan. With that, Su Yi waved her hand and left with Nangong Qinyu. The remaining students exchanged glances. Xiang Yongzhou chuckled softly. All right, I'll take you to the dorms. Don't overthink it. Teacher Su is like that, never one to micromanage. He had a bit of fear for Su Yi, as a fellow classmate of his was the one buried by Su Yi back then. Fortunately, it wasn't him who had misbehaved, or he might have ended up buried, too. Xiang Yongzhou's mouth twitched slightly as he led the students to the accommodations arranged by Hanhai Academy. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Hanhai Academy, Su Yi, Nangong Qinyu, Lian Zhongxing, Ji Qianming, and Yi Xiao sat around a table. After over a month apart, their reunion wasn't as emotional as expected. Instead, Ji Qianming calmly took a sip of tea and said, I've already found the next generation's pioneer. Oh, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? So quickly? The first pioneer to be found has to take on the role of team leader. Are you sure he can handle that pressure? No. Ji Qianming shook his head decisively. I don't intend to have him undergo the pioneer's assessment right away. It will be at least a year before he faces those challenges. In that year, I'm more interested in the formation master by your side. Compared to the young one I found, that little girl has more of a leadership quality. The team leader of every pioneer squad is crucial, so I won't make a hasty decision. Can we meet this young one you mentioned? Su Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. In a couple of days, after the joint exam of the 10 schools starts, you'll meet him. His name is Zhou Xuanzi, sequence 014, a spirit medium. A spirit medium? Su Yi was slightly taken aback. Spirit mediums are a particularly rare sequence, with only 7 known in Shenzhou. Their ability involves communicating with, mastering, and commanding souls. Su Yi gently tapped the table and said expectantly, we'll see. The so-called 10 Academy Joint Examination is more like a stage for each academy to showcase the talents they have nurtured. However, many believe this approach may deprive late-blooming geniuses of the resources they need to grow. When someone mentioned this, the heads of the 10 academies would undoubtedly roll their eyes. After all, the academies maintain an equal opportunity policy for all students, where acquiring resources depends entirely on the student's efforts, earned through completing tasks and achieving good grades. The academies even clearly state that teachers can broaden students' horizons but are not allowed to directly provide resources. For instance, Su Yi once planned to give each student a space bracelet, but he realized, thanks to Nangong Qianyu's reminder, that this might not comply with the rules. Of course, if a student can become a personal disciple of an academy teacher, that's a different matter. After all, there's no reason to prevent a teacher from passing on knowledge and resources to their disciple, but the teacher must also ensure the disciple's character and morality. This rule originates from an old sage named Kong, thousands of years ago. At this moment, in one of the 10 private boxes on the 2nd floor of the Hanhai Academy auction hall, Su Yi raised an eyebrow and sat down with a few students. As representatives of Qinxing Academy, they naturally chose one of the best boxes. It turns out this auction is not hosted by Hanhai Academy, but by the Crescent Chamber of Commerce. The Crescent Chamber of Commerce is currently the largest semi-official chamber of commerce in Shenzhou, with a president who remains mysterious but is known to have close ties with the Shenzhou government. In official announcements, the president of the Crescent Chamber of Commerce is one of the rarely seen merchant saints. Although it's unclear if he possesses any supernatural abilities, his serial number is 059, the merchant. Knowing this auction is organized by the Crescent Chamber of Commerce, Su Yi couldn't help but feel intrigued. Despite being one of the 7 saints and 3 absolutes, merchants always prioritize profit. That merchant saint holding an auction during the 10 Academy Joint Examination at Hanhai Academy might indeed have something valuable. Where is Miss Nangong? Xiang Yongzhou asked curiously. Since Su Yi started working, Miss Nangong was almost always by his side. Su Yi replied that Nangong Qinyu was currently in the neighboring Chongkong Academy's box, as she was not a student of Qinxing Academy, so it was normal for her to go back temporarily. Su Yi looked at the students, noting that aside from Wei Su and Yi Yulan from his class, Qinxing Academy's most representative powerhouse this time was a student from teacher Xiang Yongzhou's class, Ming Jiao, who possessed the extraordinary beast transformation ability. Su Yi rubbed his chin, thinking that since this auction was at Hanhai Academy, there might be items suitable for water attributes. A girl named Zheng Yu looked up and blinked. However, items with true dragon attributes are rare, so don't rush. Anyway, you top-tier extraordinary beast transformers have the chance to break through to mythical beast transformation after reaching the 6th rank. Su Yi clearly has a deep understanding of beastification-related matters. On one hand, he himself is a beastification-type ability user, and on the other hand, his teammate Ji Qianming possesses a mythological level of beastification ability. Zheng Yu felt helpless about this and sighed. Mr. Su, how could something with a true dragon attribute appear at this auction? Su Yi rubbed his chin. Among the students at Qinxing Academy, Zheng Yu had the highest combat power. The beastification type indeed had an advantage in the early melee stages. Even though Yi Yulan mastered extremely violent elemental abilities, she still couldn't defeat Wei Su and Zheng Yu. So, Su Yi proposed, if you can defeat the talents from the other 9 academies and get first place in the 10 school joint exam, I will give you a drop of true dragon blood. Zheng Yu's breathing became rapid, and she looked bitter. Mr. Su, haven't you seen this time's intelligence? I'm not the only one suitable for first-tier combat abilities and sequences. The pressure is too much. Su Yi didn't respond. He merely took out a small glass bottle and placed it on the table, containing true dragon blood. Then, he took another small bottle from his pocket and placed it on the table as well, containing Gungjin blood. He continued to take out precious treasures one by one, placing them on the table, with corresponding rewards for each student. Beside him, Xiang Yongzhou also began to feel nervous, thinking to himself, this Mr. Su is incredibly wealthy. Su Yi calmly stated, this time, whoever takes the first place can choose a prize from me. He added that there would be rewards for all students participating in the academy, but that was a separate matter. At this moment, Su Yi didn't have high expectations for Zheng Yu's combat abilities. Simply put, this young girl lacked a competitive spirit. Being steady and sure-footed was a good thing, but losing confidence in youth was a sad affair. Su Yi shook his head. As he turned around, a young man walked out from behind the curtain and stood before everyone. Without using a microphone, he lightly tapped his throat, and his voice immediately boomed. Sequence 097, Orator. Su Yi squinted slightly and reminded everyone, don't get too excited later. This guy has the ability to inspire. The Orator is a fascinating sequence. Standing on stage, Bai Yuchu looked around and finally spoke. I'm Bai Yuchu, and I will be hosting this auction. Without further ado, here is our first auction item, 4th-tier treasure born on the shores of the South Sea of Shenzhou, the South Sea Pearl, starting at 10,000 Shenzhou coins. Su Yi raised an eyebrow and lifted his paddle, 50,000. Beside him, Yi Yulan couldn't help but comment, Uncle, didn't you say not to get too excited? This 4th-tier treasure, which doesn't have much cultivation value, is typically priced at 10,000. Su Yi replied, your mother's birthday is next month. It's always good to prepare a gift in advance, especially since the South Sea Pearl is rare. Teacher, Qian Sixian said, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. Do you remember where Sister Nangong is from? Chongkong City. Why? Su Yi stopped mid-sentence. Chongkong City, by the Nangong family, the largest family in Chongkong City, doesn't lack such so-called rare treasures. Thus, Su Yi put down the paddle, relieved that others were bidding, avoiding a potential financial loss. Xiang Yongzhou's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, for some reason, I feel like this junior and colleague might not be very reliable. After the initial excitement subsided, Su Yi sat calmly in the private box. Apart from helping a student from a neighboring class acquire a weapon, he made no further bids. For those from the top 10 academies, this auction wasn't particularly valuable, especially for the teachers and top students present. Su Yi called the waiter to bring another fruit platter, as the previous one had already been finished by him and Yi Yulan. In a way, this uncle and niece duo seemed somewhat unreliable. Then, Su Yi heard Bai Yuchu on the stage announce that the final 3 auction items were coming up. Everyone knew that the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce had certain standards for each auction, with the final items needing to be a tier higher than all others in the auction. Su Yi paused, put down the grapes he was holding, furrowed his brow, and asked, Mr. Xiang, do you remember which item was the highest tier among the previous ones? It was the 6th tier Tianshan Jade, Xiang Yongzhou replied. Su Yi turned to look at the stage, a slight smile forming on his lips, as he wondered if the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce planned to sell a 7th-tier item at an auction where not even a single 7th-tier item had appeared. Items used by awakeners generally have set prices. First-tier items can be bought for a few hundred, such as the lowest quality, mass-producible, but not widely available inferior spirit stones. Second-tier items cost thousands, third-tier tens of thousands, fourth-tier hundreds of thousands, fifth-tier millions, sixth-tier tens of millions, and seventh-tier items often reach over 100 million. The first 6th-tier items can still be artificially cultivated, but 7th-tier items cannot be artificially nurtured. At this stage, one must either rely on the unique points system of Shenzhou or trade items. Su Yi lightly tapped the table, seemingly pondering something. Is there anyone at this auction looking to connect with the merchant sage? Why do you say that? Xiang Yongzhou asked curiously. Su Yi explained. The Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce has a 7th-tier Destiny Master, sequence 035. He doesn't have the ability to divine, but he can see certain things from the perspective of fate. The fact that they are offering a 7th-tier item at this auction indicates they have someone they want to connect with, or even invest in. Among the next 3 auction items, there should be one prepared for that person. Mr. Su, you seem to know a lot about the merchant sage, Xiang Yongzhou remarked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Su Yi shrugged, and then heard Bai Yuchu announce, the next auction item, a juvenile boar beast. Upon hearing this, All the teachers from the 10 academies, including Su Yi, couldn't help but widen their eyes. The boa beast, resembling a white horse with serrated teeth, preys on tigers and leopards. After the revival era, many creatures that previously only existed in mythology gradually appeared in people's sight, but most were merely bloodline descendants of ancient mythical beasts. True pureblood ancient mythical beasts were extremely rare. Suyi let out a sigh of relief, but then shook his head. We won't compete for this auction item. None of the 10 academies will. Xiang Yongzhou nodded in agreement, but a few students clearly didn't understand. Qian Sixian, the student closest to Su Yi, couldn't help but ask why. Su Yi explained that the legendary merchant's mount was a purebred boma beast, and this beast was not just any boma beast, but a token of favor from the merchant himself. The top 10 academies don't lack such favors, and the merchant periodically extends this favor, representing an opportunity to become his disciple. Although it is merely an opportunity, the top 10 academies abound with such chances. As long as you are outstanding, you can be sent to be tested by the 7 sages and 3 absolutes. The opportunity provided by the merchant is mainly for those who are relatively ordinary and were unfortunate not to become students of the top 10 academies. Therefore, we shouldn't seize these opportunities, as it would disrupt the merchant's plans. It seems this auction might have been arranged by the merchant for his own reasons, so there's no need to worry excessively. The merchant of Shenzhou, spreading his teachings across the land. How carefree he is. Moments later, the Boma Beast cub was sold to a bidder, and Bai Yuchu introduced the next auction Itima's 7th tier treasure, the mountain suppressing stone. The room fell silent until a powerful, elderly voice emerged from the box of the Hanhai Academy. What exactly is the merchant planning? Although the mountain suppressing stone is a 7th tier treasure capable of opening and stabilizing a secret realm, such resources are typically controlled by the authorities. The core of the Star Rain Tower at Qinxing Academy is one such stone. Bai Yuchu responded with poise. Just doing business, principal. Wasn't it you who invited us here this time? This involves a sage. How could we possibly know? All we can say is that the merchant has always been one of the 7 sages and 3 absolutes, and that should suffice. At the window of the box, an old man stepped forward, his face calm as he gazed at Bai Yuchu. He was Qiu Jiuli, the principal of Shenzhou Hanhai Academy. He calmly said, "Then proceed." Even Qiu Jiuli was unsure of the merchant's true intentions, given the exhilarating value of the mountain-suppressing stone. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. His previous suspicions seemingly confirmed the Destiny Master had indeed seen something intriguing. However, if the penultimate auction item was so astonishing, what would the final item be? Surely the merchant wouldn't sell something of the 8th tier? Su Yi mused aloud, raising his paddle and casually bidding. The top 10 academies showed no indication of bowing out of the auction, but he knew it was unlikely Qinxing Academy would purchase it. The most likely outcome was Hanhai Academy acquiring it themselves. Su Yi shook his head, increasingly puzzled by the auction's complexity, and sent a message to his teacher. Only after receiving a reassuring reply did he relax. Ultimately, Hanhai Academy did purchase the item, and Bai Yuchu presented the final auction Itima mysterious egg. The small bird perched on his shoulder suddenly chirped excitedly, pointing at the egg. Su Yi requested a contract from Qiu Jiuli, preparing to form a bond with this little creature that seemed to possess the bloodline of a divine beast. He understood the creature's excitement. You say it contains the bloodline you desire? Su Yi mused, stroking his chin with curiosity. Bai Yuchu announced, "This is a 7th tier exotic beast egg from a unique tree. We haven't fully identified its true nature yet, and it has failed to sell 3 times. This is the last attempt. If it remains unsold, it will be placed in the Merchant Guild's treasury. Of course, if anyone wishes to bid, they can purchase it with the option to return it within 7 days. After all, such uncertain items typically shouldn't appear at auctions, but this is the president's decision." Bai Yuchu shrugged. Su Yi finally managed to win the auction for a repeatedly unsold bird egg, using a 7th tier material. The reason for choosing the egg was already clear thanks to the little creature on his shoulder. If the egg wasn't from a similar avian species, the little guy's behavior would have been quite odd. Just then, Su Yi watched in shock as the small bird on his shoulder suddenly enlarged its head to the size of its body and swallowed the enormous beast egg whole. Su Yi was stunned, his face blank with disbelief. He grabbed the little creature and shook it gently, exclaiming, "Buddy, you're only 5th tier. 5th tier. And you ate a 7th tier beast egg. You'll burst." The little creature fainted from the shaking, not due to Su Ye's actions, but because its life force was still present, and its aura was steadily increasing, seemingly absorbing the egg's energy. With a resigned sigh, Su Yi placed the little creature on his head. It seemed to find this spot comfortable even in its sleep, automatically adjusting its posture and curling up. Having finally found a suitable pet, only to have it fall asleep in less than 2 days, Su Yi couldn't help but grumble. He then left the auction house with a group of students. As for Xiang Yongzhou, he seemed to have something to attend to and left earlier. Chen Yu temporarily returned to the main group of Chongkong Academy, leaving Su Yi feeling a bit bored. He decided to find Wei Siwei for a late-night snack. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Chongkong Academy was distinctly different from other academies, perpetually tense with a martial air. This was because Chongkong Academy was the only military-oriented academy among the top 10, located right at the war zone's border, and naturally remained on high alert year-round. Undoubtedly, in terms of overall strength, Chongkong Academy could easily overpower the other academies, although each had its own top students. "You seem much more relaxed," noted a young man named Nangong Changji, looking at his cousin with a hint of relief in his voice. "That's good." Nangong Chinyu nodded in agreement. "Yes, much more relaxed. Actually, I felt much lighter since I graduated. Even on the battlefield, there's no need to keep myself constantly tense. It's too exhausting." Nangong Changji nodded silently, agreeing. "Your burden has been heavy enough. Taking a rare moment to relax over these years is a good thing. Being a pioneer is exhausting." He gazed into the distance, thinking to himself that he should find a chance to meet this Su Yi. Nangong Changji, the eldest son of the Nangong family of his generation, was 30 years old and at the peak of the 6th tier, possessing the family's signature wind abilities and formidable strength. He was quite curious about his sister's unseen husband, Su Yi. Nangong Chinyu paused, then nodded. "Let's do it in the next couple of days. He's around anyway." Nangong Changji checked his spatial bracelet to ensure his weapon was secure and nodded solemnly. Elsewhere, at the late-night snack stall in Hanhai Academy's cafeteria, Su Yi, Wei Siwei, and Ji Qianming sat around a table, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. On the table lay skewers, and Ji Qianming casually took out his phone to capture a photo of Su Yi with a bird perched atop his head, nodding in satisfaction. He planned to place this photo in their base. Curiously, Ji Qianming asked, "Why did you suddenly decide to tame a pet like this?" Su Yi shrugged, recalling, "This little guy suddenly blocked our plane, so I gave it a good whack. Unexpectedly, I discovered that it has an aura of auspiciousness, with a faint spiritual presence, as if it was just born." "Wait, born extraordinary." Wei Siwei's mouth twitched slightly, asking in surprise, "Where did you find it?" Su Yi replied, "I came across it by the roadside." He stroked his chin and poked the little creature on his head. "If it wasn't just born, there's no way I could have easily contracted a 5th-tier exotic beast. Even Principal Chio's contracts have limitations, like one per person in a lifetime, requiring mutual consent. This little guy was partly subdued by me, and maybe partly because it knows it can get food by following me. Who knows, newborn exotic beasts aren't that complicated." Looking at the young man before him, Wei Siwei felt a sudden headache, thinking this guy got a top-tier 7th tier, possibly 8th tier, combat power for free. "You're paying for this meal," Wei Siwei said. Su Yi glanced at Wei Siwei and nodded. Wei Siwei immediately felt much better, thinking that although he felt a bit upset, getting a free meal seemed acceptable, better than nothing. Ji Qianming also shrugged, understanding that with his abilities, finding a suitable contract beast wasn't that difficult. "Have you seen any promising students in this batch?" Su Yi suddenly asked. Wei Siwei shook his head. "There are quite a few promising ones, but none that carry the spirit of a pioneer. I hope the upcoming 10 school joint exam will reveal a few surprises for me. Although I'm a teacher at Hanhai Academy now, my class doesn't have many geniuses. Your Qingqing Academy has a unique charm, unlike other academies. The teachers there are much friendlier, thinking you're a new teacher and need to establish yourself, so they give you more good students." Su Yi rubbed his nose and said nothing. He knew that among the 10 academies, Qingqing Academy was indeed the most unique, with the most human touch and a relaxed atmosphere. That's precisely why Qingqing Academy has stood strong for over a century. Su Yi thought for a moment, picked up a skewer, took a big bite, and looked up at the starry sky. "Speaking of which, how are you preparing for this 10 school joint exam?" "Oh, we found a small island and cleared out all the exotic beasts, leaving only 1st to 3rd tier ones, each with a special badge. Apparently, the principal got the idea from a novel from before the revival era, found it interesting, so we used it. Each student will have an optically invisible drone with 4th tier explosive power to ensure their safety. This was made by a 6th tier teacher from the Sequence 057 scientists in the academy," Wei Siwei explained. "Can the students handle 3rd tier exotic beasts?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Wei Siwei replied, "A small portion of students have already broken through to the 2nd tier, so let them give it a try. Besides, they can work together, as long as they figure out how to distribute their efforts." At Hanhai Academy, located by the Eastern Sea, a deep harbor awaited. 80 students from 10 different academies, along with a large number of accompanying teachers, around 200 people in total, stood on the dock. With no large ships in sight, how would they make their journey? Yi Yulan shielded her eyes with her hand, trying to see into the distance. Su Yi crossed her arms and smiled faintly. "Everyone, this might be the first and last time in your life you'll see a creature of the 8th tier." As she finished speaking, a melodious call echoed from the distant sea, resonating through the air and reaching everyone's ears. Soon, a massive figure emerged from the sea, sending a towering column of water skyward. Its azure body was adorned with golden and white patterns resembling wings, surrounded by a gentle mist. The whale's song was loud yet gentle. Chio Giuli extended his hand, and the giant whale approached softly. The water column it had just sprayed turned into a rainbow, casting a sacred glow over the whale. The whale turned its side and came closer to the shore. Chio Giuli turned to the group and said, "Everyone, climb onto Ayun's back." Suyi patted a few dazed students, urging them, "Come on, don't just stand there. Get on. This is our ride to the island." The Cloud Sea Divine Whale, an eighth-tier exotic beast, was Principal Chio's bonded partner. It wasn't showing its full size at the moment, appearing large yet only about 300 meters long, not quite reaching true behemoth proportions. Suyi shrugged and stepped onto the back of the Cloud Sea Divine Whale, waving to it. The gentle eyes of the whale looked at Suyi, seemingly responding. "Hey, Aunt Yun, long time no see." Suyi smiled slightly, gently patting the whale's body. A soft female voice whispered in her ear, "Su, it's been a while." Eighth-tier beasts could naturally speak, but the Cloud Sea Divine Whale was naturally quiet and reserved with its words. The story of how Suyi knew the whale was another tale, but regardless, Principal Chio's summoned whale had left a profound impact on everyone. "I'll come back and visit once I drop the students off, Aunt Yun," Suyi said, satisfied, as she patted the whale's massive body. The whale glanced at the small creature on Suyi's head, seemingly conveying an agreement, before returning to its peaceful state. Suyi joined the others on the whale's back, which felt like a deck. "Teacher, you seem to know the Cloud Sea Divine Whale quite well." Qian Sixian, mingling among the teachers, curiously asked. Suyi shrugged and replied, "Yes, we're quite familiar. We've been on missions together before. Some of the pioneer tasks required going out to sea, and Aunt Yun was the one who took us. She's one of the gentlest beings I've ever met." A hint of nostalgia flickered in Suyi's eyes as she sat down, her hand gently resting on the whale's back. In fact, anyone who has ever come into contact with the Cloud Sea God Whale can feel the gentle and maternal aura it possesses, which is quite different from most other mythical creatures. Suyi is one of those people. About half an hour later, a small island finally appeared in everyone's line of sight, followed by a figure appearing in front of Chio Jiuli. "Principal, everything on the island has been arranged, and the barrier is set up," said Zhou Weiyang, adjusting his glasses with a confident tone. He is a 6th-level Awaken, a scientist of Sequence 057, and one of the main persons in charge of this assessment. The reason Han Hai Academy dared to set the assessment location on an island in the ocean is not only because it's the territory of the Cloud Sea God Whale clan, but also because Zhou Weiyang has absolute confidence in the protection measures. Chio Jili nodded and then gestured with his hand. The Cloud Sea God Whale sped up, leading a group of students toward the island. Han Hai Academy provided temporary wristbands to the students to issue signals and release life-saving shields. Combined with the drones operating in the background, the safety of the assessment is maximized, allowing the students to participate in the joint exam with peace of mind. Suyi stroked his chin, thinking to himself that Han Hai Academy is always the most professional in the annual 10-school joint exams, coming up with all sorts of ideas, even recreating scenes from novels. Meanwhile, their Qinxing Academy might just have something like spirit pressure stairs, which are also taken from novels, but are far less interesting than Han Hai Academies. Suyi raised an eyebrow and then followed the main group to drop off the students in batches, proceeding to a temporarily constructed base. In the base's main hall, a large screen is centrally located, surrounded by 80 small screens. For ordinary people, this scene might seem overwhelming, but everyone here is an awakener, so it's no issue. Most of the accompanying teachers need to patrol inside the island to prevent any accidents, serving as a third layer of security. As for why Suyi was able to join Sun Yong in the monitoring room, it was mainly because he brought a student, making it unsuitable for him to patrol the island. At this moment, Suyi, Wei Siwei, Yi Xiao, Nangong Qianyu, Ji Qianming, and Lian Zhongxing sat around a table, looking up at the screen. Above Su Ye's head, a blue figure was lying on a cloud, which conveniently rested on his head. The Cloud Sea God Whale, shrunk to the size of a palm, squinted its eyes, seemingly enjoying the comfort of the spot. Su Yi pursed his lips, while the little creature on his shoulder seemed a bit disgruntled, as if feeling the Cloud Sea God Whale had taken its place. "By the way, why did you suddenly start raising a bird? It seems to have a decent talent. Does it have a name?" The Cloud Sea God Whale's voice rang out, prompting Lian Zhongxing and Yi Xiao to realize there was a small bird by their teammate's side. "Yes, it's called Xiongyu," Su Yi shrugged. "I've tried many things, but this little guy seems to especially love eating jade. It's a bit pricey, but I can manage." "Feeding on jade?" The Cloud Sea God Whale mused, its voice tinged with familiarity, though it couldn't quite recall why, so it decided to let it go and continued watching. "Speaking of which, in this 10-school joint exam, which little one do you think is most likely to win? I seem to sense a girl with a blood connection to you. How is her talent?" The Cloud Sea God Whale asked. "That's my niece, and her talent is pretty good." But the one I have my eye on this time. Well, I don't have one. Suyi shook his head. Given the format of this assessment, luck plays a part too. True enough, the cloud sea god whale agreed, swaying its tail. Suyi sat in her seat, pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds from her spatial bracelet and began munching on them. Nangon Changji was about to walk over, his mouth twitching slightly as he recalled the senior's assessment of Qinxing Academy. He eventually approached and grabbed a handful of seeds. People from Qinxing Academy seemed to have a natural sense of ease, a contagious one at that. Even Nangon Changji, who was accustomed to the battlefield, couldn't help but relax. Though his military instinct urged him to make a few sarcastic remarks, he knew these people never faltered when it mattered. With nothing much to say, Nangon Changji casually joined in on eating the seeds and started explaining the current situation to those gathered around the table. The island is divided into 12 small areas, each accommodating about 6 to 7 people. When they released the participants, they mostly let in people from different academies. Whether they'll cooperate or fight among themselves is another matter. However, I assure you, Changkong Academy will seize the top spot this time, Nangon Changji said, squinting determinately at the students on the screen. Senior Changji, I think you should be telling this to the heads of the academies, not us. Suyi sighed helplessly. The style of the pioneer squad was often influenced by their respective captains, and theirs was a Taoist. The Taoist philosophy of effortless action led to a laid-back lifestyle, so the squad members didn't concern themselves with much. Aside from their inherent sense of mission, they often remained in a state of indifference. The other 5 people, including his sister Nangon Qianyu, all glanced at him simultaneously. Nangon Changji's mouth twitched slightly as he got up and left. He had no idea they didn't want to deal with these matters. When Qian Sixian finally arrived and saw an empty spot next to their teacher, he quickly sat down, seemingly finding his anchor and letting out a sigh of relief. Teacher, I was scared to death just now, Qian Sixian said, glancing at Su Yi, who merely blinked at him. Qian Sixian then grabbed the little bird named Xiongyu perched on Su Yi's shoulder and carefully petted it. There was an old Taoist just now, asking if I wanted to join the Taoist sect. I barely managed to escape, Qian Sixian hurriedly explained. An old Taoist? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Turning her head, she was met with a calm, yet slightly intimidating face due to its proximity. Without hesitation, Su Yi slapped the old Taoist with a starry glow, only for him to effortlessly withstand it. So, it's you. Su Yi sighed, looking at the old Taoist. Sixian, this is Henjiangzi from Longhu Mountain, a peer of the current Grandmaster. With 1 foot in the 8th tier of power, Su Yi said, shaking her head as she pulled out a chair from her spatial bracelet and placed it beside them. The old Taoist happily sat down. Senior Henjiangzi, what brings you here? Su Yi inquired. I'm just a wandering Taoist with nothing better to do, so I thought I'd see how the younger generation is progressing, the old Taoist replied, stroking his beard with a broad smile. Unlike most of the Taoists from Dragon and Tiger Mountain, Henjiangzi was not awakened as a Taoist, but as a sequenced 037 diviner, similar to Su Yi, though their methods of interpretation differ. Turning danger into safety and reversing situations are the core of divination. Everything in the world, past and present, can be calculated as a divination. Diviners rely on calculation, whereas astrologers rely on observation. While there are similarities between the two, there are also significant differences. The moment Henjiangzi saw Su Yi, he calculated something on his fingers and chuckled, as if he understood something. He thought to himself that since Su Yi was planning to take on a disciple, there was no need for him to compete, feeling he couldn't outdo Su Yi anyway. With a meaningful tone, Henjiangzi spoke up. Su Yi just chuckled softly and cupped his fists in greeting to the old Taoist. Henjiangzi looked regretfully at Qian Sixian and, as he turned to leave, took Su Yi's chair with him as well. Su Yi casually remarked, there are more sequences than just Taoists on Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Besides Sequence 037 Diviners and Sequence 029 Taoists, there are Formation Masters like you, Sequence 044 Alchemists, Sequence 048 Qigong Masters, Sequence 053 Forge Masters, Sequence 050 Spirit Worshippers, and Sequence 051 God Touched. The Taoist sequences are complex, but generally, the people in the Taoist community are good-natured, so you don't need to worry too much. He pointed to the screen, the third one from the left in the second row on the top left, which was Yi Yulan's screen. Qian Sixian blinked and turned around. Meanwhile, in a jungle on the island, Yi Yulan was desperately trying to escape. Coincidentally, her luck was still bad. Although she didn't run into the rare third-tier monsters, she did encounter one of the few social beasts on the island, the tiger-head wasps. Although these beasts weren't very powerful, they swarmed in hundreds, or even thousands, creating a terrifying sight. In theory, elemental powers are the least afraid of swarm battles, but Yi Yulan was primarily a swordsman and hadn't successfully broken through to the second tier, so she could only flee in embarrassment. The reason the tiger-head wasps were chasing Yi Yulan was mainly that her spawn point was randomly moved by a teleportation array to the tree where the wasp's nest was, and she inadvertently sat on the nest. The probability of such an occurrence is unknown, but given Yulan's streak of bad luck, Suyi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and shake his head helplessly, accustomed to it. Beside him, Qian Sixian adjusted his glasses and joked. For someone like Yulan who couldn't even open a yogurt properly, having this kind of luck seems quite reasonable. Suyi wasn't aware of this, and Nangong Qinyu blinked too. Qian Sixian thought for a moment and concluded that Yulan was still very resilient. Indeed, very resilient. At this moment, Yulan finally managed to shake off her pursuers by using the river. Although the tiger-head wasps aren't afraid of water, water conducts electricity. It turns out that the science lessons from before were still useful, as even a lightning attribute awakener couldn't withstand such a current. While silently grumbling, Yulan retrieved badges from the wasps' bodies. Only the leading ones and the queen had badges. She pretended to ponder as she looked toward the nest, thinking to herself that the seemingly non-combative queen was probably second tier. Yi Xiao looked up, casting her gaze towards screens 011 and 014, wondering if the two individuals might collide. The student on screen 014 was from her academy, possessing water-based abilities, and was a beast master with the serial number 063. As she toyed with a small wooden ball, she recalled a boy named Wang Yonglai, who, if she remembered correctly, was a student at Jiangnan Academy and a dual genius in both sequence and abilities. Although both might have awakened their powers by now, their combat strength might not be formidable yet. However, beast masters differed from contract masters. A contract master's beast contract was limited, and they could only bond with one beast in their lifetime. In contrast, a beast master could connect with multiple beasts, with their powers mutually enhancing each other. As the beast master's strength grew, so did the beasts. Yi Xiao couldn't help but imagine what would happen if these two met. Would they fight? She paused and pondered whether Su Yi would be anxious if Yi Yulan was eliminated early. If they lost, they would need to train harder. Qian Sixian, standing nearby, silently finished the thought for the teacher. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction and added that Wang Yonglia's beast was a turtle. With water-based abilities and a beast master sequence, contracting a turtle early on seemed quite normal. In the footage, Yi Yulan had just dealt with the remaining hornets in the hive, eagerly sitting on the ground counting her badges. She took out a glass jar from somewhere and began collecting honey. Looking up, she spotted a large turtle about half a meter tall, her eyes lighting up with excitement at the thought of making turtle soup. The girl, wielding a purple longsword, had a glint in her eyes but noticed the boy behind the turtle, reluctantly sheathed her sword, realizing the turtle was not hers to take. Yi Yulan shrugged helplessly, crossing her arms, and sheathed her sword, waving her hand dismissively. The spirited young swordswoman brushed her sweat-dampened hair aside, seemingly indifferent to the boy counting his badges in front of her. Her luck was both good and bad. She had initially sat on a hive, but this spot was also the most densely populated with beasts on the entire island. At this moment, everyone was intently watching the only pair of students who had met. The boy with the turtle bent down and asked, "Beautiful lady, may I date you?" In the silent observation room, the sound of a cup shattering suddenly rang out as an unknown uncle crushed his cup in hand. Yi Yulan glanced at Wang Yonglai, paused, and with a look of disdain, firmly rejected him. "I refuse." Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, casually sweeping the broken cup aside and taking out a new one, contentedly pouring herself a cup of tea. Meanwhile, the teacher from Jiangnan Academy stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. At the formal occasion of the 10th school joint exam, Wang Yonglia's infatuated behavior drew gossiping glances from the surrounding teachers. Although he was known for his infatuation at Jiangnan College, it seemed particularly inappropriate this time. Everyone's attention was focused on the screen, and Wang Yonglai sighed helplessly, pulling out a comb from his pocket to tidy his hair, as if lamenting the missed opportunity. Yi Yulan, the young swordswoman, pointed to her head with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, clearly displeased with Wang Yonglia's actions. Meanwhile, a young beastmaster remained expressionless, turned around, and slowly rode away on his turtle. This encounter ended in a manner bordering on farce, leaving everyone feeling it was somewhat immature, except for a young man sipping tea, who nodded silently, seemingly satisfied with the outcome. Following this, the encounter between number 017 and 024 caught the attention of the teachers present. One teacher asked, "Is that your student again?" Wei Siwei twitched slightly, confirming, "Isn't that child Wei Su? Didn't he accompany us on a mission back then?" Su Yi nodded in response. "Yes, he's my student, an extraordinary beast transformation type, a devouring gold tiger, just entered the second tier of strength." "And what about the one opposite?" Wei Siwei inquired. Su Yi continued to explain, "From Bashu, also an extraordinary beast transformation type, a white bear." He suddenly looked up, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Wait, white bear, isn't that the one?" Lian Zhong nodded, and the screen immediately showed the scene of the two figures meeting. The Bashu student named Mo saw Wei Su and transformed without hesitation into a giant panda. What followed was a deafening tiger's roar, as a massive white tiger proudly straightened its body, seemingly dismissive of the panda before it, with a cold glint in its eyes. The panda, feeling the suppression from its bloodline, took a step back in fear. Although called a panda, in essence, it was a powerful white bear, and it was instantly defeated, intimidated before the fight even began. Is that your student? Ji Qianming suddenly turned his head, his tone filled with surprise. Does it matter? Su Yi shrugged, seemingly indifferent. With Wei Su's temperament, if his abilities and bloodline were to develop towards the direction of the metal tiger, I think it would be a waste, he continued. So, I pointed him towards a path that matures later. The story of the mountain monarch should be more ancient and with greater potential than the legend of the metal tiger. Let's see how far he can go. Su Yi shrugged, appearing unconcerned. The method of the earth deity? Not entirely, just watch, he said nonchalantly, satisfied with the outcome. Even from his perspective, this kid was not bad, just not strong enough yet. If following the usual path, Wei Su's devouring gold tiger could indeed have a chance to top the list in this 10-school joint exam. But the path he chose was evidently more prolonged. This is why anyone eligible for a teaching certificate must pass a unique test of conscience in Shenzhou. In a world where cognitive gaps are significant, every decision a teacher makes can profoundly impact a student's life path. Just like when Su Yi offered Wei Su a choice in the office, he clearly outlined the pros and cons of two paths, emphasizing the risks of the mountain lord's path. Wei Su chose the more challenging path without hesitation, showing the spirit of a tiger lord. Su Yi smiled, patted his shoulder, and promised, "When you succeed, I'll take you as my disciple." The young Wei Su didn't understand the weight of these words yet, but in time, he would grasp their true meaning. Back in the present, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, took a sip of tea, and stood up to go on a patrol. The Cloud Sea Divine Whale, which had been perched on his head, jumped down and picked Wei Siwei's head as its new resting place. Qian Xixian's jade feather fan fluttered its wings and gently landed on Su Ye's head, settling down obediently. Meanwhile, the strongest student of this year's Qinxing Academy, Zheng Yu, was wandering alone in the forest. He casually dealt with a rabbit-like beast, set up a campfire, and prepared to roast it. Although the academy restricted items brought in, every student at Qinxing Academy had unanimously brought a bottle of the cafeteria's special seasoning, showcasing the academy's unique relaxed atmosphere. As Zheng Yu focused on cooking, a sneaky figure appeared behind a nearby tree, showing great interest in the roasted rabbit. Zheng Yu turned sharply, demanding, "Who's there?" A chubby boy emerged from behind the tree, hastily raising his hands and explaining innocently, "I'm just hungry." Zheng Yu squinted and quickly recognized him. Deng Xian, top of Bashu Academy. Extraordinary beast transformation ability, bronze owl. The precursor to the beast form of Tao Tai, combined with the gourmet sequence. You say you're hungry, and I believe it. He retracted his transformed claws and proposed a deal. You can join me, but it'll cost you a first-level badge. Deng Xian tossed a badge without hesitation, complaining, "All I've encountered are insects and wolves, and the meat quality is terrible. You're lucky to catch a rabbit." His eyes lit up. "Can I add some chili?" Before he finished speaking, Deng Xian's hand suddenly transformed into a bronze claw and struck fiercely at Zheng Yu. However, a claw covered in azure scales intercepted the sudden attack. Zheng Yu's eyes turned icy, with vertical pupils revealing a dangerous aura. Ming Jiao, a type of serpent. Deng Xian wisely withdrew his hand. Though it lacks the divine aura of dragon blood, it is already filled with the coldness of a serpent. He shrugged, "Never mind then." Zheng Yu stood up, a small knife in his hand glinting coldly as he deftly sliced off a rabbit leg. He tucked the badge Deng Xian handed him into his chest pocket and turned to leave. Although this rabbit was only a first-tier exotic beast, its large size was sufficient for Zheng Yu to replenish his energy. After all, he didn't need to eat much. In contrast, Deng Xian was more concerned with flavor, taking out a bottle of chili powder to sprinkle finely over the roasted rabbit leg. The tiny red particles fell slowly with the heat, instantly releasing a spicy aroma. The observers in the room exchanged glances, all remaining silent. In fact, this was the most normal confrontation between prodigies they had seen. The two not only avoided direct conflict, but also engaged in a battle of wits. Looking back, there were generally two scenarios. Either both sides didn't fight at all, or one side would completely overpower the other, causing them to flee. Principal Chiu Juli of Hanhai Academy flipped through the book in his hand, frowning and scratching his head. Aren't novels supposed to depict clear battles between prodigies? Why can't they seem to fight? The main organizer of the joint exam, scientist Zhou Weiyang, adjusted his glasses slightly and replied slowly, "Principal, we've released too many types of exotic beasts. Even if these students battled for 3 days and nights, they wouldn't be able to finish them all. Plus, since they don't know how many badges the others have, there's no clear competitive pressure, and resources are too abundant." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Weiyang reached for an instrument on the side table, explaining, "That's why I prepared this circle shrinking plan. In half an hour, The first ranking will be conducted, scores will be synchronized to their wristbands, and the circle will begin to shrink. Anyone who stays outside the safe zone for more than 5 minutes will be eliminated. As the signal reception area gradually shrinks, everyone will be forced into the same zone, inevitably leading to conflicts. We might even see team battles formed by alliances between academies. Sitting nearby, Su Yi, who was about to joke about playing games, looked up, put down his phone, and blinked with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The principal of Hanhai Academy finds inspiration from novels, and now from games, too. How hard must it be for the students? Half an hour later, each student's wristband received new information, a map, and a leaderboard. At the top of the leaderboard was Yi Yulan from Qinxing Academy, her name prominently displayed. The second, third, and fourth places were all occupied by the model workers of Chongqing Academy. Yi Yulan had already collected 7 second-tier badges and 44 first-tier badges. According to the rules, a second-tier badge was worth 3 points and a first-tier badge 1 point, totaling an impressive 65 points. Regarding why her score was so high, one scientist analyzed with a complicated expression. It's like she has a radar, constantly heading towards areas where small exotic beasts gather. So far, she has cleared 6 such zones. She even stopped midway to seize an opportunity and break through to the second tier. Xiao Juli paused, his gaze shifting to Su Yi, his lips twitching slightly as he blurted out, "Breath of nature?" Su Yi blinked in confusion, while Nangong Qinyu beside him nodded lightly. It's just a prototype. She's only learned a little, but her talent is indeed very high. Su Yi? When did this happen? How come I didn't know anything about it? Apart from the leaderboard, there was another element, known as the safe signal zone. This sudden information left many seasoned players momentarily stunned. However, upon considering the playful nature of Julie, it seemed like a fitting twist. Amidst this chaos, Yi Nanan from Chongqing Academy narrowed his eyes with a hint of determination flashing through them. He wasn't in first place. This realization sparked a competitive spirit within him. He quickly put down his energy bar, rolled up his sleeves, and eagerly began searching for traces of beasts nearby. However, just as he was about to go on a rampage, a pressing reality hit him was at the edge of the signal reception area. If he didn't act immediately, the consequences could be dire. Yi Nanan decisively changed his strategy and embarked on a run for safety. Meanwhile, Zhengyu was also focused on the leaderboard, her brows furrowed. Yi Yulan was in first place. To Zhengyu, Yi Yulan always appeared laid back, and it was hard to imagine her dealing with so many beasts. Zhengyu glanced at her own position, ranked 7th, and couldn't help but recall teacher Su's mention of true dragon blood. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to compete fiercely. After all, the possibility of victory always existed. With this thought, Zhengyu transformed into a giant jiao serpent and silently slipped into the river within the island. She reasoned that most beasts preferred to stay near water sources, so following the river would surely lead her to more prey. With this plan in mind, Zhengyu quietly submerged into the water. However, upstream, an inconspicuous character was conducting a covert operation. It was a student from Bashu Academy, known as Sequence 072, the Poison Master. He was cautiously releasing a substance into the river, aiming to reap the benefits without direct confrontation. In the observation room, those watching these scenes fell into silence. After a moment, the Bashu Academy's supervising teacher awkwardly scratched his head, trying to lighten the mood. Huh. It's not that unimaginable, right? Our students' actions are quite reasonable, aren't they? At that moment, Sun Yong reached out, gently placing his hand on the teacher's shoulder. With an unlit cigarette in his mouth, he calmly said, "Care to join me for a smoke?" This simple invitation sent a shiver down the teacher's spine, prompting him to hurriedly refuse. Down below, Su Yi rubbed his forehead helplessly. He hadn't expected Zheng Yu's elimination to be so dramatic. Nonetheless, he held on to a glimmer of hope. Let's hope the girl's resistance to toxins is strong enough. As a jiao serpent, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, at least for now. Su Yi thoughtfully stroked his chin and looked back at the screen. He watched as Yi Yulan effortlessly defeated a Tier 2 bear brought in by Hanhai Academy with a single strike, causing Su Yi to twitch slightly. He suddenly realized his niece seemed to be growing more violent. However, Su Yi, who once used stars as weapons, did not recognize his own level of violence, and instead, he disapproved of Yi Yulan's methods. In Su Ye's opinion, Nangong Qinyu appeared more graceful. Even with her newfound ability to summon mist, she maintained her elegant style. Similarly, Qian Sixian, as a formation master, also displayed an impressive elegance. In contrast, Yi Yulan's actions brought an involuntary look of exasperation to Su Ye's face, resembling a disapproving uncle expression. This competition involved 80 participating students, with 17 considered as seed players. Given that the skill gap at this stage wasn't too wide, having 17 standout competitors was quite impressive. So far, the encounter between Zheng Yu and Deng Xian had been the only clash among seed players. Now, the second meeting between seed players was about to unfold. Wei Su from Qinxing Academy, was facing Zhou Xuanzi from Kyoto Academy. A psychic, huh? This question lingered in the air, adding a layer of mystery to the impending showdown. Suyi stood in the observation room, her gaze shifting between the screen and Ji Qianming beside her. Noticing Ji Qianming's indifferent expression, she shrugged, lifted her head, and crossed her arms. Don't lose too badly, Wei Su, Suyi thought to herself. She didn't believe Wei Su could win, given the arduous path of the Shanjun's training and his late-blooming nature, making it difficult for him to unleash his full potential at this moment. Moreover, his opponent was a spirit conjurer. Suyi was all too familiar with the spirit conjurer sequence. One of the predecessors among the pioneers was the only 8th-level spirit conjurer in the world, Guiju, one of the 7 saints and 3 absolutes. But right now, none of that mattered. Suddenly, Suyi seemed to remember something and rubbed her chin. Wait, doesn't the Shanjun lineage have the ability to intimidate spirits? On the field, Zhou Xuanzi, a newly advanced second-tier awakener, had begun to display the abilities of a spirit conjurer. He formed a unique hand seal and slapped the ground, instantly summoning the souls of over a dozen exotic beasts. This was precisely why Su Yi was worried that Wei Su might struggle to win. Spirit conjurers could manipulate not only the souls they carried but also summon spirits from the land, playing a significant role in battle. When Zhou Xuanzi looked up at Wei Su again, he saw a tall and imposing tiger, its eyes brimming with intense battle spirit. The operator quickly projected this scene onto the central screen. Is that a gold-devouring tiger? Zhou Xuanzi, knowledgeable as he was, easily recognized the origin of the tiger. But this particular gold-devouring tiger was different from the usual ones, with earth-yellow pupils that made it appear more composed. Mutated abilities? Zhou Xuanzi pondered, directing the spirits to attack the tiger. At that moment, the tiger let out a thunderous roar. The roar echoed through the mountains and forests, forcefully dispersing several spirits. Mountain God, Tiger Lord, command spirits and banish ghosts. Intimidation, Ji Qianming exclaimed, slamming the table in surprise. Suyi, what path did you set this kid on? Suyi merely shrugged, looking relaxed. Just an old path, nothing special. Your academy's little guy can handle it, don't worry. It can only disperse a few first-tier spirits, can't even touch the second-tier ones, so what's the rush? Despite her nonchalant demeanor, Su Ye's eyes remained fixed on the screen. She was eager to see if her student could achieve the impossible. On the battlefield, Wei Su's claws glowed with a golden hue as he struck down at the second-tier spirit beast. Su Yi had taught him that only attacks imbued with energy could hit spirits. Now, all the techniques she imparted would be put to the test in Wei Su's hands. The massive tiger paw, with an almost unbelievable force, slammed down. Even souls summoned by a spirit caller could hardly withstand such an attack, often being obliterated instantly. The tiger's fierce eyes, full of authority, were fixed on Zhou Xuanzi, making the prodigy from Kyoto Academy feel a tinge of fear. Zhou Xuanzi shook his head, banishing unrealistic thoughts from his mind, and refocused on the Tiger Lord. He extended his hand, forming a spear from his soul, and hurled it at Wei Su. Spirit callers have a myriad of techniques, able to transform souls into cold weapons or, for some, even powerful firearms. Despite this, overwhelming numbers remain a common tactic among spirit callers, and the spear Zhou Xuanzi threw was mainly to probe his opponent. Inside the observation room, Suyi was munching on popcorn with one hand while sipping a soda with the other. Where did you get that popcorn? Sun Yong turned his head, noticing the members of the Siming squad holding a bucket of popcorn, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The soda's mine, and the popcorn. Suyi pointed to a bizarre-looking machine in the center of the table. Yishao just whipped it up. I've got corn kernels here. If you want some, make it yourself, Mr. Sunday. Sun Yong looked helplessly at the group, and soon almost everyone in the observation room except the operator was holding a bucket of popcorn, eyes glued to the screen showing the battle. To be honest, such intense combat scenes are far more realistic than anything in movies. Meanwhile, on the island, the spear Zhou Xuanzi had thrown dissolved before reaching Wei Su, confirming his suspicions. He muttered to himself, first-tier souls can be directly shattered, second-tier souls only drain that layer of energy I haven't figured out yet. He thought to himself that a war of attrition was the only option. With resolve, he clenched his fists. I am a spirit caller. The young man looked up, directly at the imposing Tiger Lord, and clasped his hands together again. Not long ago, this island had been cleared, leaving the land rich with the souls of exotic beasts, and now he had summoned them all. He grabbed a second-tier soul, turning it into a ball of light, and swallowing it. This is the second core ability of a spirit caller, restoring spiritual power by breaking down souls. As long as his spirit endures, he can continue to fight. An endless tide of exotic beast souls surged forward, causing Wei Su to furrow his brow. Had not yet truly mastered the Mountain Lord technique taught by his mentor, and the earlier intimidation was more serendipitous. Facing nearly 1,000 souls, he had no choice but to brace himself for battle. A tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth as Wei Su lunged forward, dispersing a few weaker souls, yet many more followed relentlessly. Wei Su responded calmly, shattering one with each strike. But then his tiger paw was blocked by a powerful force. Wei Su looked up to see a wolf-like spirit hovering in the air, its eyes shining brightly, clearly more solid than the other spirits. This was a spirit meticulously nurtured by a medium. Wei Su quickly realized the situation, and his entire body surged with spiritual power, his palm glowing with unprecedented golden light. He struck out fiercely, sending the spirit flying several meters, yet it showed no signs of dissipating. Wei Su and Zhou Xuanzi both frowned, but for different reasons. Wei Su was surprised by the spirit's strength, while Zhou Xuanzi was distressed over the spirit he had painstakingly nurtured. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Xuanzi swiftly commanded the remaining spirits to swarm Wei Su. He calculated that although beast-type awakeners had abundant stamina, their spiritual power at this stage was limited. Only by exhausting it completely could he win. Wei Su sighed inwardly, realizing his strength was indeed insufficient. Zhou Xuanzi was right. His spiritual power was nearly depleted. The initial intimidation had consumed too much energy, and now he was at his limit. However, as a genius of Qinqing Academy, Wei Su's pride wouldn't allow him to admit defeat. He extended his tiger claws, firmly suppressing the wolf spirit, and with his remaining spiritual power, crushed it with one strike. Zhou Xuanzi watched in shock as the mighty tiger lost all its strength and collapsed, reverting to Wei Su's human form. Cautiously, he approached and poked Wei Su's cheek with a stick, only relaxing once he confirmed Wei Su was truly unconscious. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhou Xuanzi muttered, "My fellow student, I know you're strong, but there's no need to prove yourself like this. Nurturing a spirit is tiring. If I hadn't fixed the spirit at this stage, I would have taught you another lesson." He reached out to take Wei Su's badge, calculating their total score to be 87 points, ranking second in the observation room's real-time standings. Although they surpassed Yi Nanan, who was diligently defeating monsters, they still fell short of Yi Yulan, who had just wiped out a small tribe and amassed 95 points. Even the people in the observation room were shocked by this result. However, the students' leaderboard only updated every half hour, so there was no immediate concern of being chased. As Zhou Xuanzi was talking to himself, he looked up to see a calm-faced young man. The man winked at him and then swiftly carried Wei Su away, disappearing without a trace. When did that kid show up? Wei Siwei's mouth twitched. A few minutes earlier, he had just gone to check the location where the two students fought and then hurried over. Ji Qianming explained, "The island isn't very large, so if Su Yi moves at full speed, he can get there quickly. As for why he's rushing now, if that Zhou Xuanzi kid joins the pioneers, you can have my vote." Su Ye's voice suddenly sounded in Ji Qianming's ear. A newly joined pioneer needs the approval of at least 15 pioneers from 3 generations. Even if they're on the same team, they might not support each other, so it's quite challenging. An interesting little guy. When I arrived, he was about to leave, but he left a second-tier spirit to protect Wei Su. Ji Qianming's face showed a look of inevitability, as if he had anticipated all of this. The medical staff quickly attended to Wei Su, whom Su Yi had brought back. This young man had indeed pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion. However, during their journey back, Su Yi keenly sensed a mysterious force within Wei Su, quietly safeguarding him. Su Yi thoughtfully touched his chin, internally marveling. The seer sequence is formidable from start to finish. Zhou Xuanzi not only held back, but also left a trace of soul energy within Wei Su to protect his life. It was this rare sincerity that made Su Yi unhesitatingly acknowledge Zhou Xuanzi, convinced that he was qualified to participate in the pioneer assessment. With this in mind, Su Yi looked up at Ji Qianming and softly said, "Since my student shattered a part of his soul, as an apology, I promise to send him a growth-type soul within a year. What do you think?" Ji Qianming raised an eyebrow, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes, then chuckled softly, "It's a deal." Although he half-doubted Su Ye's promise after all, a growth-type soul is a rare find for a seer appreciated Su Ye's intention as a teammate. He began to calculate internally. Since Su Ye had decided to train Qian Sixian as both a disciple and a pioneer reserve, and considering Wei Su's ability to elicit such a promise from Su Yi, it seemed 2 welcome gifts were in order. As Ji Qianming pondered, the operator's voice sounded again. "Trainee 027 and Trainee 028 have met." Ji Qianming immediately looked up at the screen, deciding to temporarily set aside other thoughts and focus on the spectacle before him. After all, such exciting scenes wouldn't be available once back at school. Meanwhile, the newly awakened Wei Su arrived at the observation room. He glanced at the corner where students who had been eliminated earlier than him were gathered, took a deep breath, and walked over to Su Yi. Before he could speak, Su Yi handed him a chair and a bucket of popcorn. Seeing Wei Su's puzzled expression, Su Yi said irritably, "We're out of soda, just this." Wei Su opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Su Yi pressed his shoulder, gesturing for him to sit, then said flatly, "You fought well, didn't embarrass me. After a pause, he added, "Of course, we'll have to train more when we get back." Wei Su nodded heavily, feeling both touched and helpless. Su Yi shook his nearly empty popcorn bucket and, without a word, took back the one he had given Wei Su, pointing to the machine on the table. "Make your own." Wei Su was stunned for 5 seconds. His earlier feelings of gratitude vanished in an instant, prompting a wry smile. Ah, the familiar Su teacher. Meanwhile, the situation on the island had drastically changed. Zheng Yu was out due to poisoning and was still recuperating in the medical room. Wei Su, having fought with all his strength, was also out. Now, Yi Yulan stood as the sole seed player from Qinxing Academy, carrying the hopes of the entire academy. Yi Yulan's score skyrocketed to 114 points, thanks to her clever handling of a third-tier exotic beast. This beast was being attacked by a pack of wolves, and Yi Yulan seized the opportunity, securing an easy victory. Her unexpected success even surprised her best friend Qian Sixian, who couldn't help but marvel at Yi Yulan's sudden stroke of luck. At this moment, Yi Yulan comfortably held the top spot, leading by a full 20 points over the second place, Yi Nanan. In theory, Yi Nanan only needed to defeat any student to overtake her, but fate seemed to be playing tricks on him. All his opponents were from Chongkong Academy, and as fellow students, he was reluctant to attack them. With no other choice, Yi Nanan resorted to hunting a few exotic beasts, barely surpassing Zhou Xuanzi, who was leisurely taking it easy. Speaking of Zhou Xuanzi, he was currently sitting by a stream, leisurely grilling fish. Su Yi had left behind some seasonings from Qinxing Academy, and Zhou Xuanzi, having heard about it from somewhere, decided to try the magical spices. The competition on the island grew fiercer, and the original group of 80 had dwindled to 41. The signal reception area was constantly shrinking, and few, like Zhou Xuanzi, could enjoy leisure in the central area. Elsewhere, Wang Yonglai, whom Yi Yulan first encountered, was frantically fleeing, closely pursued by Deng Xian, the chubby student from Bashu Academy. "Hey, your turtle looks delicious, don't run," Deng Xian shouted. "It's a beast companion, not food." Wang Yonglai yelled back, clutching his shrunken giant turtle as he ran. "I'll give you another one after I eat this," Deng Xian said, touching the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with the desire for food. In the observation room, everyone watched this absurd scene, exchanging bewildered looks. Some even quietly asked the team leader from Bashu Academy if Deng Xian would really eat someone else's beast companion. Moments later, a senior turned to Yi Xiao with a complicated expression and said, "Yi Xiao, should we call that kid back? There's no shame in surrendering. We can't let the beast companion suffer." Fortunately, Wang Yonglai pressed the surrender button just in time, and the staff arrived to save him and his beast companion. Despite gaining Wang Yonglai's badge, Deng Xian's score still didn't place him in the top 10. It turned out he had exchanged most of his badges for food. To him, hunting exotic beasts was merely a means to fill his stomach, and badges were just a bonus. Even more amusingly, he had tried to eat a badge out of curiosity, damaging it in the process, which made Zhou Weiyang in the observation room so frustrated that he wished he could jump into the screen and give him a kick. At this moment, Wei Siwei squinted and said to Yi Xiao, "Your niece is about to encounter one of our academy's promising students." He paused and continued, "The strongest candidate from Hanhai Academy this time. Though I don't see him as a pioneer, his talent is indeed impressive. His name is Wu Kei, serial number 054, a swordsman. In ancient times in the land of Xinzhou, the knife was the predominant weapon. Swords were more often the choice of those in the martial world and swordsmanship experts, symbolizing status and identity. The knife, being designed for slashing, was born for combat. Therefore, while the techniques of a swordsman might not be as elegant as those of a swordmaster, they are more straightforward and often surprising. This explains why Wei Siwei, despite not believing the young man had the potential to become a pioneer, still acknowledged his combat skills. Su Yi shifted her gaze to screen number 008, which belonged to Wu Kei, and her expression turned slightly serious when she saw the black double-handed knife on his back. If Yi Yulan had brought the fifth-tier longsword that Su Yi had given her, she wouldn't be worried. However, Yi Yulan was only carrying a standard second-tier longsword at the moment. For a swordsman, the quality of the sword is crucial. In Su Ye's view, that ordinary longsword lacked soul and wasn't well matched with Yi Yulan, which would inevitably affect her combat effectiveness. The biggest difference between a swordsman and a knife fighter is that the former focuses on technique and artistic conception, while the latter emphasizes momentum. Su Yi looked up at the scene on the big screen, casually popping a few pieces of popcorn into her mouth. On the small island, Wu Kei suddenly halted his steps, sensing a sudden aura. He reached for the black long knife on his back, lightly pressed the brim of his hat with his left hand, and looked up at Yi Yulan in the tree. Noticing the sword in the girl's hand, Wu Kei's eyes flickered with interest, and he pointed his knife at her. "Hey, big guy, really? Just a glance, and you want to fight?" Yi Yulan spread her hands helplessly, leaping lightly from the treetop like a butterfly, her toes barely touching the ground. She drew her sword, her eyes alight with rare fighting spirit, the long sword becoming one with her aura. Well then, Chinxing Academy, Yi Yulan, at your service. Wu Kei gazed at the girl before him, seemingly recalling something, and took a deep breath. Hanhai Academy, Wu Quebec. In the next instant, a flash of inky black knife light appeared as Wu Kei raised his knife, starting with a powerful downward slash. Yi Yulan simultaneously drew her sword, the blade scraping against the knife to forcibly slow the slash, skillfully deflecting its force. She then raised her hand, twisted her wrist, nudging the long knife slightly to the left, and thrust her longsword toward Wu Kei's chest. Wu Kei quickly withdrew his knife, using the handle to block the thrust, stumbling back 2 steps. He looked up at Yi Yulan, a glint of fervor in his eyes. Then, gripping the knife handle tightly with one hand and placing the other on the back of the blade, his muscles tensed as he swung a horizontal slash at Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan deftly dodged, her fingertips emitting a purple glow unique to lightning attributes. She flipped in the air to avoid the slash, lightly tapping the blade as she did so. The paralyzing effect of the lightning attribute traveled along the metal blade like an electric current, instantly invading Wu Kei's entire body. However, the surge of energy within him quickly suppressed this paralysis. This brief moment was enough for Yi Yulan to seize the opportunity. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of the girl's mouth, revealing an expression strikingly similar to her uncle Su Ye's, causing the members of the Siming squad in the observation room to twitch their lips in unison. A purple flash streaked by as Yi Yulan's longsword lightly touched Wu Kei's neck, leaving a shallow cut. She stepped back 2 paces, smiling as she looked at her opponent. Wu Kei frowned, touched the wound on his neck with his fingertips, and sighed helplessly when he saw the blood. He sheathed his sword and extended his hand, saying, "Thank you for the lesson, I lost." Yi Yulan shook his hand, and then, with a thought, suggested, "Why don't you give me half of your badge? That way, you still have a chance to compete for the final reward." Wu Kei was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily. "Such a character, truly one of us. Let's drink to that." "I refuse," Yi Yulan replied disdainfully as she put away the badge. "First, my elders don't allow me to drink. Second, we're not close. Why should we drink together? And third, what if I can't hold my sword after drinking?" Wu Kei stood there dumbfounded until Yi Yulan walked away. He scratched his head, pulled out a gourd he carried with him, and took a swig. Wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, he raised the gourd to the sky and mused, "Kindred spirits yet different, we should drink heartily and give back to life. This is the martial world." The man adjusted his hat, smiled, and left to find his next opponent. In the observation room, Wei Siwei spread his hands and said, "That's why I say he's not suitable for the vanguard. He's too free-spirited." Everyone nodded in agreement. Wei Siwei continued to explain that being a vanguard means responsibility and restraint, and while they can be a bit casual at times, freedom is a distant concept for them. If there's a battle, they must return, has almost become synonymous with the vanguard. Wei Siwei looked at the carefree Wu Kei on the screen and chuckled. "Such freedom should not be bound by us. Wouldn't it be better suited to the martial world? Everyone has their talents and duties, and there's no need to impose responsibility on others. Some yearn for freedom, some for hope, some for the future, and everyone is different. That's why there are now so many unique paths, or rather a flourishing diversity." Su Yi nodded in agreement, then shrugged and said, "However, Yulan did well. She'll get an additional 2 hours of training as a reward when we get back." The uncle smiled slightly, and the others exchanged glances. Su Yi merely glanced at the screen indifferently, picked up 2 pieces of popcorn, and leisurely popped them into his mouth. The conclusion of the 10 schools joint exam was like an intense competition, with Yi Yulan firmly holding on to first place with incredible strength. Despite Zhou Weiyang's best efforts, he found it difficult to narrow down the search to its limits. Only 5 or 6 participants remained, as the others had been gradually eliminated. Wu Kei's experience was rather unfortunate. After a battle with Yi Yulan, he let his guard down and took a couple of swigs of alcohol, only to encounter one of the 5 remaining third-tier beasts on the island. As expected, he was quickly knocked out of the competition. It's worth noting that the island originally had 7 third-tier beasts. One was taken out by Yi Yulan, and another fell victim to Zhou Xuance's overwhelming force. The remaining beast spirits took the place of the unlucky werewolf. From this perspective, Wu Kei's luck wasn't all that bad. Qiu Jiuli's gaze kept shifting between the screen and the leaderboard. Yi Nanan performed excellently with his powerful ice abilities and diligent attitude, but in this assessment, his efforts were ultimately no match for his overpowered opponent. Yi Yulan had mastered a certain degree of natural energy, as if she had a cheat code for X-ray vision, easily locating and dealing with beast settlements, securing the top spot. Zhou Xuanze, although he started later, swept the field with his overwhelming tactics, claiming second place. Had he begun his efforts earlier, the first place would have been his. Meanwhile, Yi Nanan's consistent efforts in hunting beasts and collecting badges earned him third place, preserving Chongqing Academy's honor. Su Yi smirked, thinking to himself, These overpowered players appear every few years, which is quite normal. After all, this is Xinzhou, the birthplace of most miracles in the world. Nonetheless, he decided to prepare a special gift for Yulan, given that she secured first place in the 10 schools joint exam. Meanwhile, beneath the city of Tianyuan, an unknown secret was being unveiled. In fact, beneath every base city lies a mysterious energy source powering the city's defensive arrays. These energy sources are typically rare natural treasures, and sometimes even powerful beasts that have been fully sealed. For instance, in the city of Qinxing, which Suyi previously defended, a powerful beast was sealed there. In the early days of the revival era, these beasts, defeated by Xinzhou's fighters, became the simplest and most direct source of energy. Although spirit stones are non-renewable resources, especially high-tier ones, beasts are abundant and easy to capture. This explains why each city requires a 7th-tier expert to oversee its sealed beasts possess at least late 7th-tier strength, and without a strong presence to suppress them, they could destroy a city. Beneath Tianyuan City lies a long-sealed ancient turtle. At this moment, a young man in a blue robe appeared before the turtle, which had turned to stone. He gently placed his hand on the turtle's head, closed his eyes, and communicated with the sealed turtle's consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, a vast space unfolded before him. The scholar named Cui Yongxiu raised his head and respectfully bowed to the massive, mountain-like, turtle-shaped beast before him. This giant turtle, with its shell crisscrossed like a chessboard, was the legendary divination turtle. Honorable Immortal, I, Cui Yongxiu, a 7th-rank scholar of Xinzhou, humbly request to make a deal with you. Cui Yongxiu spoke with respect, yet there was a subtle confidence in his voice. The giant turtle slowly opened its eyes and looked down at the human, tiny as an ant in its view. Oh, why should I trust a human like you? Its voice rumbled like thunder. It was your kind who sealed me here to serve as an energy source. This seal, even to this day, I can't fully comprehend. Why would I think I have the means to trade with you? Besides, why should I trade with you? You humans are eternal enemies. Even in its weakened state, the giant turtle's overwhelming presence far surpassed that of Cui Yongxiu. This was a creature at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, perhaps just a step away from entering the 8th rank. Cui Yongxiu remained calm and composed. As far as I know, your ancestor once gifted the Hichu and Luoshu diagrams to the ancestors of Xinzhou. Naturally, this suggests the possibility of a transaction. The giant turtle was unsurprised. It knew its ancestor was indeed the mythical turtle that had appeared before Fuxi with the Hichu and Luoshu diagrams. This explained the intricate patterns on its shell. I have a copy of the Hichu and Luoshu diagrams, which can assist you in reaching the 8th rank. Cui Yongxiu offered the bait. The divination turtle was silent for a moment, then reopened its eyes to look at Cui Yongxiu. What kind of deal do you propose? Whatever you choose to do afterward is not my concern. After all, unless there's a significant threat, the powerful in Xinzhou won't easily move against an 8th rank. But before that, I need you to cause some chaos. Cui Yongxiu stated his condition. However, remember, don't harm too many lives, or no one will be able to protect you. After some contemplation, the divination turtle nodded in agreement. When will you bring me the Hichu and Luoshu diagrams? Just a copy. Cui Yongxiu smiled slightly. Well then, Immortal, I shall take my leave for now. As for the copy, I will deliver it tomorrow. Additionally, the person bringing it can be a small sacrifice for you. Consider it a gesture of my sincerity. After Cui Yongxiu left, the giant turtle closed its eyes again. It knew that the human might have some trickery in mind, but the temptation of the 8th rank was too great. An advancement in the level of life meant becoming the most powerful force on Blue Star. Even if there were some deceit, once it reached the 8th rank, it would have nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Cui Yongxiu, using the soul projection technique to complete the transaction, stood atop the scholar's tower, overlooking the bustling crowd of Tianyuan City. A hint of regret appeared on his face, but it quickly faded back to calm. To him, this was just another step on the long journey to eternal life, though he lamented the lack of companions along the way. Cui Yongxiu's gaze landed on Sun Yixin, who had just exited the scholar's tower. Such talent. What a pity, she can't become mine, at most just a seed. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Meanwhile, at Hanhai Academy, the 10-school joint exam had just concluded. Suyi was already preparing to lead a group of students back to the academy, ready to embark on the journey home. In the corridors of Qinxing Academy, Suyi was striding quickly, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly troubled. Originally, the responsibility of leading the team fell to Sun Yong, who was delayed at Hanhai Academy for some reason, leaving Suyi to take up the mantle. The reason for choosing him was the strongest in the team. Nangong Qinyu was closely following Suyi, having chosen not to return with her companions from Chongkong Academy. Although Chongkong City had been experiencing frequent battles lately, it had not yet reached the point where all forces needed to be mobilized. After all, Xinzhou still had ample reserves of combat power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been engaging in the self-sacrificing act of purging the secret cult. Even when removing rotten flesh, it must be done under absolutely safe conditions. At that moment, Suye's communicator suddenly rang. As he answered it, his expression became increasingly peculiar. The World College League 3 years from now? An exchange student from Northern Europe? What's that got to do with me? Suye muttered to himself. I've never participated in any college league, so how could I know anyone? Putting down the communicator, Suye rubbed his temples. The principal said I'd understand once I returned to the academy, but I've hardly ever been abroad, so how could I know any foreigners? And why would Northern Europe send someone to exchange with us? Suyi continued to analyze the situation. Nowadays, fixed international routes have almost disappeared. To travel across countries, you'd need a powerful escort to traverse continents and oceans. Such an escort would have to be at least 7th rank, and know me. Suddenly, Suyi's eyes lit up as if a realization struck him. I think I know who it is, Suyi murmured to himself. Curious, Nangong Qinyu asked. Who is it? Haven't you always been with the pioneer team? Suyi sighed. A guy named Wodenesa. You'll know when you see him. It's been a long time since we last met. He looked into the distance and continued to explain. You might not know him, but you should have heard of his sequence. Seeing Nangong Qianyu's puzzled expression, Suyi added, Sequence 007, the Eternal Spear. You can also call it Gungnir. Suyi then explained the ranking mechanism of sequences in detail. The sequence numbers aren't ranked by potential. Besides the order of discovery, they're mainly based on the sequence's lower limits. For example, the gourmet sequence ranks 73rd and was initially just a simple foodie. However, the upper limits of all sequences are unknown, and the potential difference isn't significant. But the top 10 sequences are exceptions. His tone became serious. Each of the top 10 sequences represents mythical talent. Once awakened, it means an extraordinary physique, talent, and ability, almost guaranteed to reach the 8th rank. Suddenly remembering something, Suyi scratched his head. Speaking of which, those old guys in Northern Europe actually let this kid out? His tone carried a hint of anticipation. Still, meeting an old friend is somewhat nostalgic. An unexpected battle is unfolding within the grounds of Qinxing Academy. A blonde young man is being overwhelmed by a teenager, whose fists rain down relentlessly. Not far away, another blonde, blue-eyed man turns to Principal Zhao Muji, his brow furrowed. Principal Zhao, is this your academy's strongest student? Zhao Muji shakes his head and explains, no, this is one of Su Ye's capable students left behind. The other elites are attending the 10 schools joint exam. The blonde man is momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to a silver-haired girl yawning nearby. He muses to himself, if we lose, won't it be quite embarrassing? The one delivering the relentless blows is Huang Qi, the only student left behind from Su Ye's class of 4. At some point, he had broken through to the 2nd tier, significantly increasing his strength. This was thanks to a small secret realm entry token given by Su Yi, along with team guidance arranged by Lu Shiji. Now, Huang Qi's mastery of energy has reached new heights, dramatically boosting his combat power and freeing him from the awkward role of a supporter. Su Yi is quite pleased with this student, though his only dissatisfaction lies in Huang Qi's persistent interest in his niece. Whenever he thinks about this, Su Yi feels an urge to drag him away for a good thrashing. Meanwhile, in the Scholar's Tower, Zhou Xuanhe is explaining the mysteries of sequence inheritance to Sun Yixin. The reason sequences differ from abilities is due to their unique inheritance systems and fixed techniques. Zhou Xuanhe emphasizes, tapping the blackboard. Take sequence 051, the God's Favored, for instance. At the 2nd tier, one can master God Summoning, which mobilizes divine power. And gods, in fact, are manifestations or controllers of rules. Sun Yixin listens intently, a flash of inspiration striking her. Could mastering the rules of heaven and earth help extend the teacher's life? She quickly jots down this thought, earning a nod of approval from Zhou Xuanhe. The teacher and student share a knowing glance, and Zhou Xuanhe continues. Next, we'll discuss the known deities around the world. Meanwhile, on a return flight from Hanhai Academy, Yi Yulan puts down her phone out of boredom. With no signal, she resorts to playing offline games to pass the time. Sitting in the row behind, Wei Su is engrossed in a military strategy book, while Qian Sixian is deeply focused on studying formations. Yi Yulan accepts an eye mask handed to her by Nangong Qianyu. Thinking, sleeping is the best way to deal with boredom. She soon drifts off to sleep. Su Yi has no intention of having Yi Yulan immediately participate in the exchange match with the Nordic students. He turns to Zheng Yu beside him, speaking calmly. In the upcoming exchange match, if the opponent is worthy, you'll take the stage. If you win, the blood of the true dragon will be yours. To prevent Zheng Yu from getting mentally unbalanced due to an unexpected loss, Su Yi adds with a hint of care, just a little. 15 minutes after returning to Qinxing Academy, Su Ye's dorm room door was gently knocked on. Reluctantly removing the eye mask from his face while resting on the sofa, Su Yi opened the door with a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. Standing outside was a strikingly handsome blonde young man, who spread his arms and greeted him enthusiastically in fluent Chinese. Oh, Su. It's been so long. I've missed you. Su Yi pushed the blonde youth aside with mild disdain. Woden, there's no need to be so enthusiastic. Didn't you call me a while ago? I was wondering what you were up to. Su Yi and Woden Sol's acquaintance was quite dramatic. 3 years ago, an accident in a secret realm transported Su Yi to the Nordic region. There, he encountered Woden, who had just awakened and had not yet fully mastered his powers. They were evenly matched, and after a bout, both sustained injuries. Su Yi ended up with a black eye, and Woden had a large bruise on his shoulder. After understanding the situation, Woden took Su Yi to the Silver Hall of the Nordics, an organization equivalent to the Shinjo Pioneers. The Silver Hall then contacted the Shinjo Array Master, which led to Su Yi formally becoming an apprentice. Su Yi often thought that such a dramatic encounter should happen between the male and female leads in a novel, not between two men. If only it had been a girl. He had thought more than once, though he no longer dared entertain such thoughts. All right, come on in. Su Yi stepped aside. This is the teacher's dorm, not particularly spacious, unlike the luxurious place you live in. Su Yi patted Woden's shoulder. Since you're here in Shinjo, I ought to show you some hospitality and treat you to a meal. I even brought a few students along. Woden squinted his eyes with a smile. Su Yi immediately changed his tune. Never mind. Let's just head to the cafeteria. You know I'm broke. Woden sighed helplessly. All right then. Let's make do with the cafeteria. I'll let my colleagues handle the students. I'll introduce you to a few friends. Su Yi pushed Woden aside and stepped out, knocking on a door about 4 or 5 meters away. Soon, a feminine silhouette opened the door, looking as sleepy as Su Yi. Asaba, wanna grab a bite? I've got a friend here. Su Yi gestured towards Woden behind him. The blond young man poked his head out and greeted enthusiastically in English. Hello? What a beautiful lady. Su is this. Call her sister-in-law. Su Yi smirked, glancing between Nangong, Asaba, and Woden. Woden immediately straightened up and saluted comically. Hello, sister-in-law. Nangong Asaba blinked, showing a resigned yet amused expression. All right, let me change my clothes. About an hour later, the familiar scent of barbecue filled the air at a roadside stall. Wardens was devouring skewers with gusto, giving a thumbs up in satisfaction. Your barbecue here in Shinjo is definitely more flavorful than back home. How do you say it? Right? Smoky flavor. Su Yi rubbed his forehead, correcting him. It's smoky atmospheric. He wondered who had told Wardens that grilled skewers had a wok flavor. Zhang Yongping silently took the last chicken wing, glanced at Su Yi, took a bite, and asked, Su Yi, is this the guy you said you met by accident? Su Yi nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's Wardens, sequence 007. The Eternal Spear, born extraordinary, now at level 7. Zhang Yongping shrugged, unimpressed. I haven't seen many in the top 10 sequences, but I've seen quite a few at level 8. Nothing special. Gu Qingyan chimed in. Sequence 007? I've seen the one from sequence 008. He was referring to the Emperor of Chang'an City, who now resided by the South Sea in Chongqing City, providing the locals with a deep sense of security. Wardens laughed heartily, slapping the table. When I break through to level 8, I must spar with that one. He then took a swig of beer. Gu Qingyan sighed and raised his glass for a toast, while the other three refrained from drinking, with Zhang Yongping not touching alcohol at all. Su Yi smiled and changed the subject. So, Wardens, which students have you brought this time? I need to decide who should go up against them. Wardens was straightforward. I brought 8 students, but only 2 caught my eye. One has a beast transformation ability, the swamp giant wolf. You know what that means. Su Yi thought for a moment and explained. Fenrir, the wolf king from Norse mythology, means swamp dweller in Old Norse. He had learned some Norse mythology after returning from Northern Europe. A lower form of Fenrir's beast transformation almost always indicates a mythical beast transformation talent. Impressive. What about the other? Wardens continued. The other one barely qualifies as my student, but has high potential. Sequence 051, God blessed, with the deity being Valkyrie. Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Valkyrie, the warrior maidens from Norse mythology, among the most formidable in the entire Norse pantheon. By the way, the Valkyrie sword from the Silver Hall is in her possession. Wardens raised an eyebrow. So, have you decided who to send in? You can arrange the other 6 students however you like. 2 losses are fine. It's all about balance. Otherwise, it's embarrassing. Su Yi stroked his chin in thought. He decided to assign the swamp giant wolf to Zheng Yu, who was eager to prove himself. As for the Valkyrie, he felt uneasy about assigning Yi Yulan. As her uncle, he decided to give his niece a break and tasked Wei Su with facing the Valkyrie God blessed. Wei Su's combat power slightly exceeded Yi Yulan's, making him a reliable choice. More importantly, despite being only in the extraordinary beast transformation class, Wei Su's strength showed signs of approaching the mythical level. Besides, the Mountain Lord also possessed enough divine nature. So he thought to himself, using gods to battle gods makes for a better spectacle. Worst case, he could overturn the table and send Yi Qinglin in. After all, there were ways to temporarily unleash that kid's power. Mingjiao, a type of flood dragon, is only considered half a dragon in reality. Su Yi gazed at the deep blue giant serpent on the stage and silently compared it, finding it far less imposing than her old friend Ji Qianming's azure dragon. However, since it was also a student of Qinxing Academy, Su Yi decided to give it a chance. If you can defeat that guy, I'll give you 2 bottles of true dragon's blood, Su Yi said, holding up 2 slender fingers, her eyes gleaming. To her, true dragon's blood wasn't particularly precious, given that Ji Qianming's family kept a 7th-tier true dragon, which wasn't a secret in Shenzhou. Moreover, after using his powers, Ji Qianming's blood was considered as good as true dragon's blood. The tempting reward ignited a fire in Zheng Yu's heart. Perhaps to wash away the shame from the 10-school joint exam, his eyes shone with unprecedented determination. As for Yi Yulan, who had won first place, after a hurried night's rest, Su Yi had sent her into seclusion for intensive training. The prize for the 10-school joint exam, the Vast Sea Pearl, came from Vast Sea Academy, which almost controlled the coastal areas of the East Sea. Although it wasn't a water attribute item, it could significantly enhance the user's affinity with spiritual energy. The term significantly was astonishing enough, as it meant the affinity could be increased to 130. Coupled with the thunder feather that Su Yi gifted Yi Yulan for her victory, this seclusion might greatly enhance Yi Yulan's strength. Su Yi turned her attention back to the stage, where Zheng Yu stood facing a black-haired Western boy. That was Gutier, whose beast transformation talent, the swamp giant wolf, was comparable to Ji Qianming's azure-scaled flood dragon, both with the potential to quickly ascend to mythological levels. Anyone brought by Woden for an exchange naturally had formidable strength. Su Yi crossed her arms and intently watched the 2 behemoths on the stage. A deep blue flood serpent 6 to 7 meters long, and a pitch-black giant wolf 2 meters tall. Although 4th-tier awakeners could master partial beast transformation, complete beast transformation remained the pinnacle of their power. As for the 6th tier's partial beast transformation and beast soul transformation, those were realms of a higher level. As the host, Zhao Muji lightly tapped a small bell, signaling the official start of the competition. The 2 giant beasts, seemingly in sync, opened their gaping mouths, spewing foul saliva. This wasn't merely an attack, but an instinctual display from beast transformation awakeners when, facing an evenly matched opponent, their instincts drove them to show their most intimidating posture, attempting to deter the other. The azure energy coursed over Zheng Yu's scales before striking out like lightning, swiftly wrapping around the massive black wolf. Following this, he opened his jaws wide and bit down fiercely on the wolf's back. The wolf howled in pain, its sharp claws leaving deep gashes on Zheng Yu's body. However, unlike the wolf, Zheng Yu's bite was filled with a ferocity that refused to let go. Above Su Yi, delicate jade wings fluttered cautiously, trying to shield her eyes from the raw, while the lure unfolding before her. Beside her, Woden remarked, "There's certainly a wild charm to it, Su." But Su Yi frowned, dissatisfied. "What kind of fighting style is this? Is pure wildness all that's left? You're a serpent. A jiao. The venom of a jiao hasn't even been utilized. As a serpent, not a dragon, a jiao should master guerrilla tactics, being agile and mobile. A serpent's body isn't as tough as a dragon's, but it's flexible enough to maneuver. You can't go head-to-head with a creature far stronger than you. Who taught this? Is there no battle sense at all?" Su Yi suddenly turned around and grabbed Xiang Yongzhou by the collar as he was about to slip away. "Come on, senior, take a good look. Aren't you the one who's been telling her that the dragon lineage is the strongest, making her abandon the advantages of being a serpent and imagine herself as a dragon? Who says dragons are much stronger than serpents?" Su Yi sighed in exasperation. "Aren't they?" Xiang Yongzhou looked a bit embarrassed. "Have you heard of the Tang snake? The giant python of the world? Or the boss snake?" Su Yi gave him a cool glance and said, "Tomorrow, I'll give you a training plan. Follow it. The school will cover the resources for the Jiao lineage. Don't let such a good student be misled." With that, Su Yi turned back to the arena. Zheng Yu was now almost covered in blood, yet still held his grip. The fur and superficial flesh he tore off weren't fatal to a beast-type ability user with strong regenerative abilities. Though some venom had unconsciously been injected, the swamp-dwelling wolf already had a strong resistance to toxins. Su Yi shook his head with a touch of helplessness, patting Wei Su beside him. "You're up next," facing the Valkyrie. Confident, Wei Su shrugged. At that moment, the teacher reached into his pocket and pulled out a small vial. "I contacted an old friend. This is a drop of essence blood from a 5th-tier mountain tiger king. Don't worry, it's just 1 drop. You couldn't absorb more anyway. Win, and it's yours." Su Yi raised an eyebrow at him. Woden paused, half-jokingly chiding. "Su, bribing students isn't appropriate." "What bribery? My Chinese isn't that bad. I'm motivating students." Su Yi shrugged, unfazed. Woden turned to his student. "Emily." The silver-haired girl cut him off decisively. "Teacher, I don't want to hear any more. It's just a sparring match, and I don't want to taste your half-baked Chinese cuisine again." Her resolute tone suggested past experiences had left a strong impression. Suyi glanced at Woden, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his friend's student. He had once casually mentioned it, and this guy actually took it seriously. It's not like that. Woden sighed helplessly. I prepared the feather of Pegasus for you. As soon as he said that, the silver-haired girl looked up, a strange battle spirit igniting in her eyes. The Valkyries, legendary warrior maidens. The silver-haired girl before them, known as Emily, was the first representative of the divine chosen among this group of students. Divine chosen ones, in a sense, are those granted unique fighting abilities by the gods. Whether gods truly exist in this world remains uncertain, and even if they do, it's hard to discern which myths are real and which are mere fiction. For instance, in Shinjo, no one has ever awakened as one of the well-known deities of the heavenly court. Frankly, Suyi was curious to see if anyone could receive the favor of the legendary Erling Shun or have the Monkey King manifest. But in reality, no such events have occurred. As of now, the divine chosen ones in Shinjo are mostly akin to Yuan Shiyue, representing ancient deities from long before the heavenly court, such as the gods of the four seasons, the gods of the four directions, and the three gods of Kunlun. These deities, recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, are far older than the myths of the heavenly court and now seem more tangible. Suyi gently shook his head and picked up a small hammer to ring a bell. This match featured his student against Woden's student, and he was responsible for the bell ringing, with no objections from Elder Zhao, who sat nearby with a cheerful smile, ready to watch. As the bell resonated, Wei Su transformed into the towering figure of the Tiger Lord. Unlike previous scenes of beast-like combat, Wei Su no longer appeared as a mere beastly form. There was almost no trace of wildness in him, nor the primal ferocity typical of beasts. Usually, even the most powerful beast transformation awakeners bear some wild trait, their combat instincts difficult to suppress entirely. Woden frowned. In his experience, the more savage the beast transformation awakener, the more they were admired. This was why he had previously acknowledged Zheng Yu's ferocity. However, at this moment, Wei Su exhibited no wildness, yet exuded a natural aura of intimidation. It was not a threat directed at any individual, but an innate oppressive force. Inwardly, Woden mused. Su, what exactly have you taught this student? A resounding tiger's roar echoed, and the proud Tiger Lord gazed down at the girl clad in silver-white armor. The silver-haired Emily wielded a silver-white longsword, though it was clearly in a sealed state, indicating that its full power was yet beyond its master's control. This was the Valkyrie sword, one of the top-tier artifacts from the Silver Hall of the North. Its attack power, if unsealed, could rival weapons of the 8th tier. Even with the seal, the sword's blade remained extraordinarily sharp. Wei Su's tiger eye shone with a grave light as he roared once more. The majestic Tiger Lord appeared before the silver-haired girl like a towering mountain range. At this moment, the long sword in Emily's hand quivered slightly, as if called by some force, the silver-white sword tightly binding her. Emily breathed heavily, staring in awe at the sealed Valkyrie's sword in her hand. This level of intimidation almost rivaled mythological beings, undoubtedly a formidable opponent worthy of her full effort. The silver-haired girl, Emily, raised her long sword, her eyes gleaming with determination. Initially, she fought for the promised Pegasus feather from her teacher, but now it was the Valkyrie blood within her that burned fiercely. Behind her, a tall Valkyrie silhouette flickered in and out of view, mirroring her movements as she thrust her sword forward. Standing to the side, Suyi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. The scene inexplicably reminded him of ancient warriors challenging formidable beasts, and what amused him even more was that from his angle, his student looked more like a villain. At that moment, the towering tiger suddenly appeared behind Emily. It raised its paw, ready to strike with a force that could shatter gold and stone. Although Emily reacted swiftly, using her giant sword to block, the immense strength still left her body tingling. She quickly jumped back a few steps to exit the combat zone, shaking her numb arm. The difference in strength is too vast. I can't win by force, Emily muttered to herself. It's normal for human strength to fall short of beasts, especially since this is just the 2nd tier. The problem is, at this stage, I don't have many long-range combat options. With a sigh of resignation, she took up her sword and gently cut her fingertip. A droplet of blood with a hint of golden hue dripped onto the blade. In an instant, her energy surged, as if establishing a connection with some mysterious realm. A grand and noble silhouette appeared behind Emily. The figure opened its eyes, filled with pride. Everyone present heard a voice echo. My chosen, why do you summon me? Suyi turned in surprise to look at Woden beside him. She can summon a deity at the 2nd tier, and the deity has its own consciousness projection? Woden shrugged. She holds the Valkyrie sword. Naturally, she's extraordinary. The silhouette seemed to overhear their conversation and felt its solemn summoning should not be interrupted. It turned its gaze toward the two talking, momentarily stunned. Such intense starlight power. Who from Shinjo is this? And the one beside him, the eternal spear? Lord Odin. The Valkyrie exclaimed. then refocused on Emily and the purpose of her summoning the tiger. A descendant of the mountain monarch lineage? The Valkyrie relaxed. Thankfully, it's only a fledgling. If it were a full-grown mountain monarch, even if summoned, I might not prevail. The Valkyrie gently touched the top of Emily's head. Then, I answer your call. The powerful Valkyrie energy enveloped Emily, transforming into a more splendid and sturdy armor and shield. In the next moment, the Valkyrie vanished, almost as if fleeing. Witnessing this, Su Yi and Woden both scratched their heads, feeling an indescribable oddness. Despite gaining a shield forged from divine power, the silver-haired girl's offensive was noticeably stronger, yet a severe issue remained. Endurance is lacking, Woden, Su Yi remarked with a frown. Her body's strength can't withstand too much divine power. Continuing like this might damage her foundation. Aren't you going to stop them? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, asking, why not you? Woden replied irritably. If I intervene, even if Wei Su is declared the winner, the students who came with you won't accept it. Besides, if this goes into a prolonged battle, Wei Su certainly won't lose. Whether your student gets injured is another matter. Su Yi shrugged in understanding. Woden glanced at him, then suddenly appeared on the stage, clutching the Valkyrie's sword with one hand and blocking the tiger's paw with the other. He looked at his student and said, this is a friendly match. That's enough. Emily understood Woden's meaning and reluctantly dispelled her armor and shield, candidly admitting, I concede. The Star Rain Tower stands at the heart of Qinxing Academy, like a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens, emanating a mysterious glow. It is not only one of the Academy's most treasured sites, but also one of the few places across Shenzhou, and even Blue Star, where one's potential can be enhanced without any side effects. However, the tower's gates do not open freely. They are only accessible a limited number of times each year. This is not due to a lack of resources, but because the keys required for entry are rare. This rule was personally established by the first principal, becoming a stringent condition for entering the Star Rain Tower. The identity, power, and reasons for founding this city by the principal seem to be known only by Zhao Muji. What is certain is that this old principal was the second astrologer of Shenzhou, with Su Yi being the third. Woden crossed his arms, furrowing his brow, and asked, I'm curious, what powers the Star Rain Tower? Is it the sealing plan your Shenzhou-based city uses? But if that's the case, a 7th-level beast wouldn't be able to maintain both the city's barrier and the tower's capabilities simultaneously. Su Yi smiled slightly and explained, we invited you this time because the secret realm for obtaining keys is about to open. Due to our good relations with the Silver Hall, we invited your prodigies to participate. She continued, the Star Secret Realm is another foundation of our academy and the birthplace of the Star Rain Tower keys. You should already know the entry conditions. Only those with strength at the 2nd tier or below can enter, or it might cause the realm to collapse. Su Yi detailed the resources within the realm. The resources are mainly divided into 5 categories: fragments of attributes, vitality, divine soul, bloodline, and the most precious Star Rain Tower keys. How much you can obtain depends entirely on your skills. But upon leaving, you need to surrender 95 and can only keep 0.5. Our students must surrender 90. Her gaze shifted to Woden, her tone becoming serious. This time, 20 students are participating, all of whom just enrolled this year. However, among the 8 students you brought, one does not meet our standards and is not allowed to enter. Do you understand? Woden sighed, reluctantly saying, understood. That boy sigh. Su Yi was referring to a boy named Washite. This boy, with a keen interest in Shenzhou's secret realms and forbidden zones, had brazenly entered the forbidden area of Qinxing Academy, yesterday a place guarded with lives even when 7th-level spatial passages appear. Now, his mental power has been sealed by Su Yi, and his vitality was personally sealed by old Zhao. Woden promised, if I find there's a mastermind behind this, I'll kill him myself. Su Yi cast a cold glance at Woden. If there is indeed a mastermind, I hope you'll step forward and cooperate with Shenzhou's authorities to completely eradicate them. I will, Woden replied, his arms still crossed. At some point, a golden spear, emitting a sacred glow, appeared in his embrace, the legendary eternal spear, Gungnir. Zhao Muji led a group of students to the entrance of the starry secret realm, which was a massive blue and white crystal standing like an artificial mountain. 7 Nordic students and 13 students from Qinxing Academy gathered around him, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Qian Sixian, a girl from the Formation Master sequence, was diligently taking notes in a small notebook. She occasionally glanced up at the crystal and then returned to her fervent writing, her eagerness to learn impressing Zhao Muji. Elder Zhao sighed softly and began distributing tokens to the students. He explained in detail, although the starry secret realm is relatively safe, you still need to be cautious. The main task is to collect as many resources as possible. The only thing to watch out for is the sporadic meteor showers, though the chance of getting hit is extremely low. Even if it happens, the energy in the token will immediately transport you back. He continued, The token is your only container for storing star fragments. You have 5 days, with the first 4 focused on collecting and the last day on absorption. This approach enhances your acceptance of star power, making absorption more efficient. Zhao Muji specifically reminded them, if you find multicolored star fragments, those are the keys to the Star Rain Tower. Each key can be exchanged for a treasure. Collecting more than 2 qualifies you to enter the Star Rain Tower. However, note that entry must be staggered within a month to prevent overloading the tower's energy output. He added, this time, 8 slots in the Starry Secret Realm have been opened to the Nordic Silver Hall, a rare opportunity usually rotated among various academies in Shenzhou. Having said all this, Elder Zhao looked at the excited young people before him and shook his head with a hint of resignation. He took out a special wooden token and gently tapped it against the giant crystal. A mysterious vortex door slowly opened. Like a diligent security guard, Elder Zhao gestured. One at a time, queue up to enter, no rush. Meanwhile, in a certain area in the west of the city, Su Yi was introducing the resource development model of Shenzhou to Woden. Standing in front of lush fields, Su Yi explained, this is the current resource development method in Shenzhou. Earth attribute awakeners are responsible for cultivating the land, water attribute awakeners handle irrigation, and wood attribute awakeners accelerate the growth of crops. Su Yi bent down to pick a watermelon from the field, casually slicing it into several pieces, and handed one to Woden. Didn't you say that the Nordic people are facing resource scarcity and food shortages? Our model is right here for you to consider adopting. However, Woden took the watermelon, his face showing a bitter expression. He took a bite and slowly said, it's precisely because I understand your operation model that I realize this system can't be implemented outside Shenzhou. Everywhere else seems to regard awakeners as superior. Su Yi chuckled and corrected him. You're mistaken. Even in Shenzhou, the status of awakeners is higher. In the post-revival era, the elevated status of awakeners is inevitable. However, Shenzhou has strict laws that any awakener who harms ordinary people will face the highest level of pursuit. Regardless of nationality, Shenzhou will hunt them down. She continued, in Shenzhou, awakeners do have higher status and earn more. But this also means that in times of disaster, only after all awakeners on the front lines have sacrificed themselves will ordinary people in the rear face harm. The prerequisite for a higher status is that you must earn people's respect. After hearing this, the blonde youth Woden, who wielded the eternal spear, closed his eyes and fell into a long silence. He seemed to be contemplating the potential impacts and challenges this system might bring to the Nordics. The Starry Secret Realm, a masterpiece by the old headmaster of Qinqing Academy, shines like a brilliant gem in the Academy's long history. This man-made realm not only showcases the astonishing abilities of an 8th-level astrologer, but also provides an almost perfect training ground for those who have awakened their powers. The scattered star fragments within can miraculously enhance one's bloodline, spirit, attributes, and vitality without any side effects. In the secret realm, Qian Sixian carefully took out a magnifying glass and closely examined the patterns on the star fragment in her hand. She frowned slightly, muttering to herself, these patterns, they look a bit like formation patterns? She then retrieved a formation disk from her storage bag and placed the fragment into it. Surprisingly, the disk was activated. Her eyes lit up as she quickly took out a notebook to record her new discovery. So that's it, she said thoughtfully. The star fragments are essentially crystallized spiritual power, infused with various energies during their formation. She decided to keep a few pieces, planning to show them to Sun Yisen later, believing her friend would be interested. This seemingly unremarkable formation master put away the crystals and the disk, then took out another formation disk. She smirked slightly. I didn't expect the spirit-detecting disk to be useful here. Although this self-made low-level spirit-detecting disk could only detect the general range of spiritual power, it was unexpectedly effective in the Starry Secret Realm. The disk displayed a dense array of spiritual power points around her. Qian Sixian chuckled. No wonder they say this place is pure welfare for freshmen. No special skills are needed at all. She began swiftly collecting star fragments along the areas dense with spiritual power, her movements skillful and efficient. Meanwhile, at the other end of the realm, a student from Northern Europe laughed excitedly. This young man named Egel was a member of the Hawk faction of the Silver Hall, a radical group enthusiastic about external expansion. Currently, the Silver Hall is mainly divided into 3 factions: the expansionist Hawks, the peace-inclined Doves, and the Guardians represented by Woden. The Hawks believe in maintaining the combative spirit of Norse mythology, advocating for world unification amidst the chaos. However, they have only one 8th-level powerhouse, insufficient to challenge any major nation. In contrast, most of Northern Europe's combat power is concentrated in the hands of the Guardians, who focus on development and protection of their people, seen by the Hawks as complacent and destined to be left behind by history. This time, the Hawks sent 2 representatives, Vazit, who caused a stir yesterday, and Egel, who was currently in the secret realm. Their presence undoubtedly added an element of unpredictability to this trial for new students. The meticulously planned operation by Woxite finally commenced. He was secretly pleased, as this charade not only served as a cover for himself, but also aimed to make others subconsciously believe that everyone else was innocent. Carefully, he took out a delicate glass vial from his pocket, containing a single precious drop of blood from a seventh-tier awakener with mythological beast transformation abilities, capable of becoming the legendary black dragon Nidhogg that sleeps beneath the world tree. A hint of fanaticism flickered in Woxite's eyes. He was convinced that this drop of blood was enough to destroy the entire secret realm. He had already envisioned the ensuing scene in his mind. China would inevitably be furious and demand explanations from the Norse. The Guardians would be forced to intervene. He was certain that the strength of the Norse was not inferior to that of this ancient Eastern nation, and once the flames of war were ignited, quelling them would not be easy. At that time, their hawkish faction would surely profit from the chaos. With such ambition, Woxite crushed the glass vial without hesitation. However, just as the drop of blood was about to fall, time seemed to freeze. A majestic white wolf appeared in front of Woxite, gazing at him with elegance and composure. Woxite was instantly terrified. This was not Fenrir, he was sure of it. Although he had sensed the presence of the legendary giant wolf in the Silver Hall's legacy, Fenrir was not a white wolf. It was the embodiment of the most powerful destructive force in mythology, capable of devouring Odin himself. The white wolf before him exuded a stable and gentle aura, completely different from Fenrir. The white wolf seemed quite interested in the blood Woxite had discarded, glanced at him, and then turned away. Not until the wolf disappeared did Woxite collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. He was deeply shocked. This was at least an 8th-tier power, reaching mythological levels, yet it did not appear particularly fierce. It merely dispelled a potential disaster and left, but Woxite was perplexed. When did Chinese mythology ever have such a powerful wolf god? Barely managing to stand, Woxite realized that this operation was doomed to fail. He sighed inwardly and decided that once he returned, he must thoroughly investigate the wolf god in Chinese mythology. Meanwhile, outside the starry secret realm, Zhao Muji stared intently at the crystal in front of him, frowning. As the second principal of Qinxing Academy and a close friend of the founding principal, only he knew the truth about the starry secret realm. It was actually an egg nurturing a yet-awakened god, one capable of making awakeners become divine, favored ones of a legitimate deity. Zhao Muji took out a wooden token and carefully placed it on the crystal, attentively sensing the information within. This was something his old friend had specially arranged when creating the secret realm, allowing the realm's master to perceive certain situations within. When he detected the presence of the black dragon's blood, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He immediately pulled out his phone and called Su Yi. Su Yi, is Woden with you? He is. Su Yi glanced at Woden, who was lingering in the cornfield. Bring him back. There are some things we need to ask him, Zhao said gravely. Like why a student from the Silver Hall brought along black dragon's blood. Hearing this, Su Ye's brow also furrowed. She looked at Woden and replied, Understood, Principal. In Northern Europe, there are 2 beast shifters from Nidhogg, both at the 7th tier of strength. Woden gazed at Zhao Muji, taking a deep breath with a solemn expression. This hinted at a covert plan within Northern Europe to wage war against China. Su Yi casually shrugged, displaying an indifferent demeanor. Do they not understand the real power of China? Just like our neighbors in India. Su Yi recalled an amusing incident from India. A newly advanced 7th-tier individual ventured into China and was easily subdued by a 7th-tier awakener. The Indian powerhouse naively asked, Which of the 7 saints and 3 supremes are you? In the eyes of the Indians, their strongest force consisted of 8 7th-tier individuals, and they naturally assumed other countries were the same. They considered China's 7 saints and 3 supremes to be just 10 7th-tier individuals, only 2 more than India. So what was the big deal? As a result, the Indian powerhouse was thoroughly beaten, and the Fire Saint went to India to unleash a blaze, creating a new flame mountain in the heart of India. This vividly demonstrated the terrifying ability of 8th-tier awakeners to alter climates, akin to deities. After that, India dared not act recklessly again. Su Yi continued to analyze, but Northern Europe is different. They do have a comparable number of 8th-tier powerhouses as China. It's unlikely that Northern European forces would be so ignorant as to wage war against a country with equal 8th-tier strength. Obtaining the blood of one of those 2 predecessors indicates they are not ignorant, just possibly arrogant. Woden seemed to have guessed the mastermind behind it all, and could only sigh deeply. I'll handle this matter as an internal Northern European issue. As for our response to China, we'll provide it promptly. Old Master Zhao stroked his beard, smiling as he issued a gentle threat. You'd better hurry, or I might bring my disciples over. Woden's mouth twitched slightly at this. Zhao Muji's disciples included the entire martial arts community of China, including the martial saint. As the first recorded martial artist in China, almost all martial artists could be considered Zhao's disciples. Woden silently empathized with the hawkish faction and swiftly changed the subject. Is there any situation in the starry secret realm? Zhao Muji responded with a peculiar expression. What situation could there be? I said the starry secret realm is very safe. That young fellow brought out the blood of the black dragon, probably thinking the realm couldn't withstand such power. What was he thinking? This is a foundational level secret realm of Qinxing Academy, with restrictions only on the entrance, not on the realm's ability to handle such power. Woden was momentarily speechless. The blood of the black dragon Nidhogg inherently carried corrosive and destructive effects, capable of damaging most small spaces. In the stereotypical view of Northern Europeans, man-made secret realms were far less stable than natural ones and easily destructible. However, China responded with a tone of near pride. Do you not understand what infrastructure maniacs are? Doubting China's engineering. This statement carried absolute confidence in China's technological prowess, as if to say, even if it's a man-made secret realm, China's technology makes it indestructible. Every awakened individual in Xinzhou above the 7th tier has mastered the ability to manually create secret realms. In fact, the secret realms crafted by 7th tier awakeners often surpass many 8th tier foreign secret realms. For instance, one of the foundational secret realms of Qinxing Academy was painstakingly handcrafted by Zhao Muji over more than 40 years. As for the current state of the Qinxing secret realm, the control over it isn't complete since the old principal who created it went missing years ago. Fortunately, Zhao has been familiar with it due to his constant presence during its creation. After successfully sending Woden away, Suyi crossed his arms and turned to Zhao Muji, asking, has the creature in the Qinxing secret realm awakened? Zhao Muji was momentarily stunned before recalling that Suyi had also ventured into the Qinxing secret realm back in the day. Have you seen it? He inquired. Suyi replied calmly. That white wolf? Yes, I've seen it. It's quite docile, strangely familiar. He shrugged with a hint of self-mockery. Maybe because I'm an astrologer, and my power is almost the same origin as the Qinxing secret realm. At the entrance of the Qinxing secret realm, the azure crystal is essentially a concentrated mass of star power. It's akin to the ultimate version of the crystal that once allowed Suyi to briefly unleash 7th tier power Pro Max version. If Suyi were to carry this crystal, it could probably sustain his 7th tier strength for quite some time. However, there would be side effects, as his body isn't strong enough to support 7th tier energy. Zhao Muji suddenly changed the topic and asked, by the way, have you been in touch with that kid Su Qieli recently? The Tianyu team hasn't gone to the front lines yet, right? He added in a serious tone. Tell him to come back and stay for a few days, just to be safe. I have to go out for a while. Although Suyi didn't know what Zhao Muji was up to, he quickly messaged Su Qieli to return. By the way, what's that kid been up to lately? Zhao Muji suddenly remembered and couldn't help but ask. Pursuing his captain, Suyi replied with a smile, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Su is usually the one being pursued, not the other way around. Zhao Muji's mouth twitched. Is the probability of solving romantic issues within your pioneers quite high? It's normal, Suyi shrugged. The people we interact with now are mostly within the pioneers. Growing up together, most of our peers are team members. Finding a partner isn't surprising. Suyi added seriously. Isn't there an ancient saying that Yin cannot grow alone, and Yang cannot thrive alone? There's nothing wrong with finding a partner. Then we won't disturb him? Zhao Muji stroked his beard, looking somewhat relieved. As I said, he's planning to bring senior sister Yuan Qieyue to live in Qinxing City for a while. Suyi continued with a shrug. Zhao Muji nodded, his expression suddenly turning serious as he abruptly turned his gaze toward the depths of the Qinxing secret realm. At that moment, within the secret realm, a silver-white longsword pierced straight into the chest of a Qinxing Academy student. The shadow behind the person swiftly drew the sword, wiping the blood from the blade with a hand. A silver-haired girl sheathed the sword, calmly watching as the fallen student gradually transformed into a lizard. A chameleon, she asked softly with a frown, sneaked in? How troublesome. Meanwhile, Qian Sixian was surrounded by 3 people, using formations to fend off their attacks. Due to Zhao Muji's limited control over the Qinxing secret realm, he couldn't fully grasp Qian Sixian's situation, only seeing 4 converging points of light. However, he could sense that one of them, the one with the token, had completely lost the breath of life. Another light point emanated an unusual aura not belonging to Shenzhou. Zhao Muji's eyes widened with anger, a surge of murderous intent rising. Just as he was about to take action, Suyi placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, calm down, Zhao. I can go in and take a look. The young man spoke with deep eyes and a steady voice. Since there's an entrance, it means someone can enter. You and I both know I'm only 5th tier. Step back for now. Suyi took 2 steps forward, deliberately lowering his aura until it stabilized at the peak of the 2nd tier. He handed the jade above his head to Zhao Muji. Also, please avoid any conflict with Woden until I return. With that, Su Ye's eyes sparkled like the stars, and he stepped forward, gently pressing his palm against the azure crystal, disappearing into the secret realm's entrance. Zhao Muji frowned deeply, remaining silent for a long time, then murmured to himself, Didn't they say the token was gone? How did this kid get in? In the starry secret realm, Suyi gazed at the familiar scene, taking a deep breath. She extended her hand, and the starlight spread out like threads, instantly connecting with the entire secret realm. As an astrologer, this ability seemed etched into her very being. In almost the blink of an eye, Suyi pinpointed the location of the student who had been attacked. With a slight frown, Suyi harnessed all her star power, pushing her speed to the limit. In just 4 or 5 minutes, she reached her destination. The silver-haired girl, Emily, stood quietly in place, a hint of surprise on her face when she saw Suyi. I thought one of the senior students would come to handle this, not you personally. Suyi didn't respond, but instead crouched down, lightly touching the Tumterlong chameleon. A spirit beast? She murmured. Looks like a second-tier early stage, but there's a peculiar aura, the aura of a seventh-tier beast. Suyi sighed. We really were careless this time. However, there shouldn't be any seventh-tier beasts skilled in concealment around Qinqing City. She stood up, brushing off imaginary dust, and turned her gaze to Emily. Did you act so decisively? Emily explained. He made the first move, and the Valkyrie sword can identify spirit beasts. Suyi nodded, suddenly reaching out to grasp the sword in the girl's hand. Emily barely had time to react. But, he's clearly only second tier now, so why couldn't I react at all? Emily asked, puzzled. I see, Suyi realized. It's relying on the lingering aura from previously slain fierce beasts, and the identification of their aura. It's a simple logic, why didn't I think of it? She quickly took out a blank array disk, rapidly inscribing it with star power. Moments later, the array was activated, revealing 4 light points. For more, Suyi's brow furrowed. Do you want to come with me? Emily shook her head, indicating she still needed to gather resources, and her teacher had said Suyi was absolutely reliable. Suyi nodded and vanished instantly. Only then did Emily realize, Suyi isn't an array master, is she? In fact, ordinary awakeners could also learn arrays, but they couldn't form them with a single thought, and the learning curve was steep, making them difficult to use in combat. However, Suyi's teacher was a master of arrays, so she had learned a bit about them. Just a little. Meanwhile, in another corner of the starry secret realm, Qian Sixian sat calmly at the center of an array, her expression serene. She leisurely took out some cookies and brewed a cup of tea. Although array masters at this stage hadn't mastered forming arrays with a single thought, and their combat strength wasn't strong, their defensive capabilities were quite impressive. The arrays Qian Sixian currently mastered included the basic 5 elements spirit shield array, the basic barrier array, the basic gathering spirit array, and the basic reflection array. Once this set of arrays advanced to a higher level, it would become the barrier array on the walls of every base city. This reflected another aspect of Su Ye's teaching. When lacking sufficient offensive means, ensuring one's own safety is the primary task. Don't bother trying. The outside world will soon notice something is wrong with the starry secret realm, and you don't have enough time to break my formation. Qian Sixian sighed helplessly, scanning the 3 of them. Also, there's something strangely familiar about your auras. With those words, Qian Sixian took a sip of tea and looked up. Teacher, what do you think? The 3 surrounding her were stunned. Qian Sixian's teacher? Could it be Suyi? Isn't it strictly forbidden for awakeners above the second tier to enter here? Almost simultaneously, the 3 looked up, their gaze passing through the gaps in the leaves to focus on a branch. Suyi was sitting there comfortably, arms crossed, yawning. Hey, Sixian, seems like you're in a bit of a mess. You know I don't have much offensive power, so I can only hide and wait for backup. Suyi jumped down from the branch, flicked his fingers, and a surge of star power instantly enveloped the 3, knocking them to the ground. In the outside world, second-tier astrologers aren't allowed to attack with star power, but here in the starry secret realm, star power is abundant. Chameleons? Qian Sixian dismantled the formation, her eyes filled with determination. She had almost absolute trust in her teacher. That's right, shape-shifting beasts are essentially chameleons. But these creatures have been artificially modified. Suye's tone was somber. To put it bluntly, these beings used to be human, but were silently transformed into beasts. Only one person in the world possesses this technology. His gaze shifted to those beside him. You must have sensed that peculiar aura on them. Qian Sixian nodded. Very similar to Sun Eason's, a typical scholar's method. Scholars are naturally skilled at researching and controlling rules. The more fundamental they are, the harder they are to control. This genetic modification doesn't touch the soul level. Only one person can do it, and only he would. Suye's voice was heavy. Cui Yongxiu, you've really crossed the line with China. Despite the gravity of his words, he looked up, gathering the 3 fallen chameleons. He took out the formation disc, noticing the last light dot slowly approaching him. His gaze followed, and a sacred and solemn white wolf led the last chameleon to Suyi. Compared to before, Qian Sixian, standing aside, shivered under the white wolf's gaze. It was a life level far beyond hers, mixed with a unique killing intent, both sacred and serene, forming a strange contradiction. Suyi reached out, seemingly about to speak, But the white wolf gently dropped the chameleon from its mouth and pressed its head against his palm. Qian Sixian finally relaxed and sat on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Let me introduce you, Sixian. This is the creature born from the starry secret realm, the final masterpiece of the old headmaster, Su Yi said gravely. The starry secret realm is actually more like a giant egg, and what it nurtures is a true deity, capable of bestowing blessings. What's its name? Qian Sixian asked, indulging her teacher's desire to show off. The young man gently rested his head against the white wolf's, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. It's called Greedy Wolf, Tanling Xingjuan. The first star of the Big Dipper, embodiment of the peach blossom calamity, governing fortune and misfortune. Associated with the Gui Jia stem, symbolizing the officer of injury, ruling the gallbladder meridian and desires. Tanling Xingjuan, the master of the Big Dipper. The name, Beidou Tanling Xingjuan, was almost unheard of to Qian Sixian. In fact, most of today's deities are not well known. Just like the autumn god Rishu, worshipped by Yuan Xiuyue, how many people have heard of him? Many aren't even aware that there are gods for the 4 seasons in Shenzhou. At most, they've heard of the fire god Zhurong, but they don't know he also serves as the god of summer in the South Sea. The mythology of Shenzhou is indeed bewilderingly complex. Su Yi gently patted the head of the large white wolf, an action that seemed disrespectful, yet the wolf, akin to a divine beast, lowered its head respectfully. All right, Sixian, go find the stardust fragments, Su Yi instructed. Qian Sixian hesitated for a moment before asking. Teacher, I have a question. With so many people unable to collect them, will the stardust fragments we gather be enough for the Academy's use for a year? Su Yi smiled and shook his head. What are you thinking? The stardust fragments aren't collected by you guys. It's purely a benefit for new students every year. The little you collect isn't enough for the Academy. Simply put, just focus on completing your task. Old Zhao has his own methods for collecting the stardust fragments. As for the key to the Star Rain Tower, only students can enter to find it. But haven't I entered? Su Yi shrugged. You may not know this, but the secret realm of stars greatly enhances astrologers. Simply put, although I'm currently suppressed to the 2nd tier, in this realm, no one below the 8th tier is my match. Hearing this, Qian Sixian couldn't help but imagine the disastrous situation when her teacher entered the starry secret realm in her own time. But for now, it had nothing to do with her. She took the array disc handed over by Su Yi and turned to leave. To ensure the girl's safety, Su Yi also gave her 2 extra life-saving array discs. Despite a significant boost in defense, Qian Sixian's offensive power remained lacking. She was like a character whose teacher was so worried that she put all her points into defense. Of course, the brilliance of an array master only truly shines after reaching the 3rd tier, when they can form arrays with a single thought. By then, Qian Sixian might be able to compete with a certain young man who is growing into a mountain lord. Su Yi paused briefly, sent a few messages through the star power of the secret realm, and then relaxed, leaning against the white wolf to rest with closed eyes. Meanwhile, outside the starry secret realm, old Zhao, who was watching Warden, received Su Ye's message. He turned to Warden and asked, Warden, how long do you plan to stay? Warden was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unsure why Zhao Muzi suddenly asked this. A month, I suppose. Why not stay for 2 more months, Zhao Muzi suggested. Consider it an interschool exchange. Besides the most core secret realms, your students can use other areas of Qinqing Academy. In 2.5 months, we can even show you a fireworks display. Warden squinted, half-jokingly asking. Principal Zhao, be honest, are you planning to keep me here as labor? Woden gave Zhao Muji a peculiar look, while old Master Zhao awkwardly scratched his head. The blonde young man, Woden, shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, All right, I agree. Anyway, the elders at the Silver Hall said it's good for me to get out and about at this stage. Half an hour later, Su Yi emerged from the secret realm, having collected the Star Rain Tower key in advance. She raised an eyebrow at Woden, placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked, You're staying here for 3 months? Interested in teaching a few students? Woden rolled his eyes at Su Yi. I refuse. You never have anything good planned. Unfazed, Su Yi continued, My nephew and a few other kids around 14 or 15. If they're not awakeners, a few lessons won't hurt. Just consider it a favor. Woden stroked his chin, as if something had crossed his mind. Su Yi added, By the way, my nephew is an innately extraordinary elemental awakener. Woden's eyes lit up with curiosity about the prodigy, and he readily agreed. All right, I'll teach. What do you want me to teach them? Foreign languages, Su Yi replied succinctly. Woden, holder of the Eternal Spear, the greatest Nordic genius of the past century, a 7th-tier powerhouse, and the newly appointed foreign language teacher, stood frozen, clearly regretting his hasty agreement. But as a friend, he reluctantly agreed to spare 2 days a week to teach the kids Su Yi mentioned. He figured it wasn't too bad a deal, especially if he could snag a few meals from Su Yi. Just then, Su Yi received a call. Huh, Isin? Why the sudden call? Oh, old Master Zhou is holding a formal apprenticeship process for you, and you need a sponsor, right? Scholars can be a hassle. Okay, I got it. I'll be there in a couple of days. I'll bring Sixian and the others along. Remember, don't embarrass Qinxing Academy. I'll knock on old Master Zhao's door for a congratulatory gift for you. Listening to Su Ye's conversation, Zhao Muji looked puzzled but quickly understood. After all, Qinxing Academy always prepared gifts for students studying abroad to showcase their heritage and prevent them from being bullied. Of course, for those attending top-tier institutions like the Seven Saints and Three Absolutes, the backing came from martial saints. Hearing all this, Woden was thoughtful. He realized that the teacher-student relationships in Shenzhou were much more personal than back home, and it made him want to be that kind of teacher and elder. He decided to bridge the gap with his students through food, despite his current cooking skills not being well received. With this in mind, Woden pulled out a Shenzhou cookbook and began studying it intently. Watching Woden, Suyi couldn't help but shake his head. Who led this kid astray? It was me, wasn't it? I'll introduce you to someone who can teach you to cook, though he's more of an expert in eating than cooking. An expert in eating? A gourmet? Woden's eyes lit up. That sounds great. I always feel like the gourmets back home are weak and lack culinary taste. Suyi raised an eyebrow and explained. Honestly, Shenzhou's gourmets tend to be a cut above those in other countries. Maybe it's because of Shenzhou's vast and rich resources. 2 days later, Yi Qinglin and his classmates were introduced to their fifth teacher, Woden Sao, a foreign instructor from Northern Europe. The classroom buzzed with anticipation as the students curiously observed their new blue-eyed, blonde-haired teacher. Yi Qinglin raised his hand, his voice filled with interest. Mr. Woden, we've been studying the history of our own land. Could you tell us a bit about yourself and the current situation in Northern Europe? Woden glanced around the classroom, his gaze lingering between Yi Qinglin and Su Yi before he sighed softly. The situation in Northern Europe isn't much different from here. After your country established base cities, other nations, except the Free Federation, followed suit. He paused before continuing, centered around the Silver Hall, we have numerous surrounding base cities. Although our safety and citizen welfare aren't as robust as yours, Northern Europeans are quite combative, he added with a hint of pride. Combative. Yi Qinglin frowned. Wait, Mr. Woden, are you saying Northern Europe is combative compared to us? Woden blinked, about to respond when Yi Qinglin pulled a piece of bright red cloth from his backpack and placed it gently on the desk. This is a red scarf we've worn since childhood. Our parents and teachers told us it was dyed with the blood of heroes, a reminder to always wear it with honor. Yi Qinglin explained calmly. I learned this when I was just 6. Woden tightened his grip on his eternal spear, his golden hair trembling slightly, at a loss for words. He couldn't fathom how this differed from ancient warrior tribes painting their faces with blood. The classroom fell into a brief silence. Meanwhile, at Qinxing Academy, exchange students from Northern Europe were distributed across 4 classes. The most formidable among them, Emily and Ange, were placed in Su Ye's class, immediately facing a test from Su Ye's protege, Qian Sixian. Qian Sixian set up 2 complex formations, which Emily struggled to break through despite half an hour of effort. On the other side, the battle-ready Huang Qi engaged in a fierce duel with the beast transformation adept Ange, resulting in a draw. Despite being at a disadvantage, Huang Qi's performance was commendable for a Qigong practitioner. Su Yi had always admired Huang Qi's qualities and abilities, with his only flaw being his infatuation with Yi Yulan. Qian Sixian once curiously asked Yi Yulan how she felt about Huang Qi, to which she replied, no special feelings. I know he likes me, but that doesn't mean I have to reciprocate. If I had to like everyone who liked me, it would be exhausting. Yi Yulan spoke calmly. We can be great friends, but it's hard to become romantic partners. You'll find our personalities and actions are quite similar. She paused, recalling, my uncle once told me that love at first sight comes in 2 forms, the first being infatuation with beauty. Before she could finish, the bell rang, marking the end of the class and leaving their conversation with an intriguing conclusion. In the second case, what you actually like is not the person, but merely a reflection of yourself. Yi Yulan pouted, her tone full of doubt. I don't really believe Huang Qi understands what love is at his age. She added, besides, I've clearly rejected him. I told him I'm not planning to date anyone right now, and I think our views on love are fundamentally incompatible, at least for now. The future is unpredictable, but I really don't have plans for a relationship right now, no matter how much he tries to win me over. And then, Qian Sixian blinked, looking curious. Yi Yulan sighed, but he remembered the phrase, the future is unpredictable. Qian Sixian continued, speaking lightly, but it's kind of nice now, having fewer suitors than before. Huang Qi is quite responsible, helping to fend off those annoying admirers. I don't have anything against him. At least he knows his boundaries and occasionally gives small gifts. I'm just unsure whether I should reciprocate. Yi Yulan rubbed her forehead in exasperation, seemingly weary of these matters. Qian Sixian didn't press further, understanding that knowing just enough is sometimes best, as asking too much might harm their friendship. Back in the present, the purple sword, which had barely shown any spiritual essence, retreated silently upon encountering the Valkyrie sword. After all, the Valkyrie sword is a top-tier artifact, equivalent to an 8th-tier weapon, nearly unmatched in this world. The only things that could rival it might be the legendary artifacts from Shinjo mythology, aside from the Sword Emperor's sword. Want to have a spar? Yi Yulan suddenly approached, with a hint of unexpected combativeness. But before anything could happen, Sun Yong pulled her away and placed her among a group of students. She turned to look at the two Nordic exchange students, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. The basic techniques of Shinjo aren't deliberately hidden. They differ from yours, but have aspects worth learning, Sun Yong said. I'll teach you, but the key is what you can comprehend. Emily blinked, seemingly surprised. Can you really pass on these techniques? Sun Yong waved his hand, looking relaxed. There's no harm in it. They're just basic techniques, nothing I'm keeping secret. If you want to learn, go ahead. There's no barrier to learning here. As long as you have the ability, you can learn whatever is available. The only things not taught are those that might lead to greed among the kids. Shinjo has always advocated an inclusive educational philosophy, with the decision to teach lying with the teachers, as these aren't truly core techniques. Even though this set of techniques is one of the top basic routines on Blue Star, Sun Yong is also considering sending his own children to learn something in the Nordics in a few years, which could be a good choice. Meanwhile, in the Scholars' Tower of Tianyuan City, Cui Yongxiu held a bottle of blood that closely resembled one he had seen in the Starry Secret Realm. The Nordics are a decent option, at least as a backup plan. After all, I have more than one way out, he thought, shaking his head as he put the bottle away, then looked down at the hall below. A formal apprenticeship, he murmured. This was a rare, significant event for the Scholars' Tower. As the Tower Master, he naturally had to prepare a gift to show its importance. The Pioneers' second camp stands by the South Sea, serving as a reserve force for Chongqing City. Stationed here are two elite pioneer teams, distinctly different from newcomers like Su Yi and teams like Su Qieli's that have yet to fully mature. Except for a few occasional replacements, all members of these teams have reached the 7th rank in strength. One of these teams is the renowned Chanyuan Squad. The leader of the Chanyuan Squad is a middle-aged man from Hanhai Academy. Although he appears young, he is actually over 50. He surveyed the people in the meeting room with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "In the past month, many have pleaded for the disciples of the mystic cult. I understand their feelings, but once you choose this path, you must be prepared for the consequences." He paused, his gaze sharp. I have decided to take action against the mystic cult ahead of schedule. During the celebration of discipleship at the Scholars' Tower with Zhou Xian and the Old Scholar, even those mystic cult members who are at odds with the old faction will come to congratulate. At that time, we can catch them all at once. The meeting room was silent, the captain's words like a bombshell. He looked around and asked in a deep voice, who agrees, who disagrees? Everyone nodded in unison. Though they had concerns about the captain's impulsiveness, they recognized this as a rare opportunity. A female team member spoke up. I will report to Senior Array Master half an hour before the operation to avoid any allegations of dereliction. Meanwhile, in Qinqing City, Su Qieli, who had just returned with Yuan Xiuyue, met the teasing gaze of his junior. He was confident, thinking that if his junior already had a partner, there was no reason he couldn't try. Then he noticed a blonde young man joining in the fun. Woden, this is my senior, Su Qieli, a 7th-rank gourmet. Su Yi introduced. For some reason, Su Qieli felt that the blonde young man's eyes lit up, and he enthusiastically put an arm around Su Qieli's shoulder, introducing himself boldly. I'm Woden Sar from Northern Europe, a 7th-rank awakened, an old friend of Su Yi, and a passionate fan of Shenzhou cuisine. Su Qieli understood and nodded helplessly. Su Yi patted his shoulder and said, in a few days, I'll be taking students to Tianyuan City for Sun Yisan's formal discipleship ceremony. The process for scholar discipleship is complex, and I need to be the intermediary. Also, Elder Zhao will be leaving, so you'll stay in Qinqing City for now as a defensive force. Su Qieli's mouth twitched. The sudden assignment felt a bit like being forced into it, but as an old senior of Qinqing Academy, he agreed. After all, if he refused, a certain old principal might personally come to convince him. Be careful over at the Scholars' Tower, Su Qieli advised, frowning slightly. The situation has been chaotic lately. Honestly, I'm worried that even Elder Zhou might not be able to protect your students. Whether it can be protected is another matter, but Su Yi is willing to believe that the guy has his own pride and won't harm a child. She shrugged helplessly, a hint of concern flashing in her eyes. Su Qieli shook his head, frowning slightly. Cui Yongxiu might not, but what about the others in the Secret Cultivation Society? I admit, the society started with the purest thirst for knowledge from scholars. Back then, obsession wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But now, the society is filled with people seeking fame and fortune. I know, of course, Su Yi paused, then sighed gently, her eyes showing a longing for the past. At that moment, a commotion erupted within Qinqing Academy. Upon learning that Su Qieli had returned to Qinqing City, Old Zhao immediately made a call and then turned into a streak of light that flew out of the city. This grand gesture, along with the fact that he had people guarding Qinqing City, clearly indicated that the old man wouldn't be back anytime soon. Su Yi, Woden, and Su Qiliai simultaneously looked up, watching the streak of light disappear into the horizon. Woden couldn't help but exclaim, "Principal Zhao is incredibly strong, probably the strongest 7th tier being I've ever seen. Even in Northern Europe, among so many 7th tiers, none gave me this kind of feeling." Su Yi nodded in agreement. The first martial artist after the revival era, even without breaking through to the 8th tier, is far stronger than you imagine. She patted Woden's shoulder and changed the subject. "By the way, didn't you say you wanted to visit the Scholar's Tower of Shinjo with us? Go check if you have anything to pack. Our flight is tomorrow morning." "Flight?" Woden raised an eyebrow, surprised. "There's still air travel? I thought we'd be using beasts as mounts." Su Yi patiently explained. "Only beasts above the 5th tier can be ridden, otherwise it's not safe. And if beast auras are left in Shinjo's airways, it won't remain a no-beast zone. To ensure airway safety, Shinjo requires that beast travel occur in the lowest part of the stratosphere, much lower than airplane routes. Ordinary people can travel between Shinjo's base cities, but tickets are quite expensive due to high safety costs." She shrugged. "Besides, I don't want to fly there, it's too tiring. Taking students on beasts isn't safe either, and I wouldn't do it. If we really encounter a battle, I wouldn't know where to place them." Woden thoughtfully stroked his chin. "I see. Then let me try Shinjo's airplane." They had arrived in Shinjo on a 6th-tier Western Dragon, which was now in the beast enclosure of Qinqing Academy, staying with Principal Zhao's old partner, a top-tier 6th-tier brown bear beast. It seemed to have been reprimanded, so it was behaving very well lately. Su Yi continued. "Also, I plan to ask old Zhou if there's a cultivation plan for this little guy." She casually poked the head of Qiongyu. The small bird, which had gained quite a bit of weight recently, pecked Su Ye's finger in dissatisfaction. Although the Scholar's Tower is unique, it indeed holds the most knowledge in all of Shinjo. Tianyuan City is aptly nicknamed the City of Knowledge, though that's not the origin of its name. Su Yi paused halfway, looking at the curious Woden. "The origin of the name is a Shinjo secret. I can't tell you." The next morning, Su Yi, Nangong Qianyu, and Woden, along with 4 little ones and a silver-haired girl who tagged along, boarded the plane. Woden curiously fiddled with the airplane's tray table, while a flight attendant kindly helped him fasten his seatbelt. The black-haired youth sitting next to the blonde Western youth smiled slightly and placed a hand on Woden's shoulder. "Why does taking a flight make you feel like a country bumpkin?" Woden chuckled helplessly. "We don't have these in Northern Europe." The flight attendant blinked and turned away from the seat. "Got it. Got it," someone murmured softly, causing those nearby to smile knowingly. Tianyuan City is one of the earliest established base cities in Shinjo, with a formidable 7th-order giant turtle suppressed beneath it. The city's greatest threat comes from the Scholar's Tower, and because of this, Tianyuan City boasts 5 7th-order powerhouses, twice as many as in Qinqing City. Besides the usual positions of the Academy Principal and the City Wall Commander, there are 2 7th-order experts specifically monitoring Cui Yongxiu. Adding Cui Yongxiu himself, the current head of the Scholar's Tower, they form the city's 5 7th-order combat forces. Cui Yongxiu's strength is unquestionable, only slightly behind Zhao Muji. His formidable power necessitates constant surveillance by 2 7th-order experts. Upon arriving in Tianyuan City, the group didn't head straight to their important tasks. Instead, at Woden's suggestion, they first visited a restaurant to taste the local specialties. Nangong Qinyu, along with Qin Sixian, Yi Yulan, and Emily, went shopping. Thanks to the convenience of spatial bracelets, the women no longer needed men to carry their bags. Su Yi thus avoided this task and stayed to enjoy a barbecue with the remaining 2 students and Woden. As they finished their skewers, an amiable old scholar pushed open the private room door. Su Yi quickly wiped the oil from his mouth and smiled. "Mr. Zhou, long time no see." Zhou Xuana sat down, casually picked up a skewer, and commented, "This place isn't great. Not enough spice or aroma. I'll recommend a much better place tomorrow. It's a small shop, though, so it might not have private rooms or fancy decor." "That sounds good," Su Yi chuckled. "You seem much more relaxed." Zhou Xuana sighed with emotion. "Yes, I've seen and understood a lot. Sun Yisin has great talent, and I feel my knowledge can finally be passed on. Once that's done, I'll try to break through to the 7th order. By then, maybe I can recapture the vigor of my youth." People often spend a lifetime puzzled by what they couldn't achieve in their youth, only to find clarity through a single event or object. Having lived for over 200 years, Mr. Zhou felt immense pressure from not finding someone to inherit his knowledge, which made him hesitant to attempt a breakthrough to the 7th order for fear of dying and leaving his knowledge unpassed. Now that this worry is gone, he can finally strive for higher realms. After all, the older generation who survived the revival era at least have 7th order strength, with some like the Array Master having been in the 8th order for years. "Then let me wish you success in your breakthrough." Su Yi raised his glass of dark soda. Mr. Zhou smiled lightly and clinked his glass. Suddenly, Zhou Xuana asked, "When did you reach the sixth order, young man?" "A few days ago," Su Yi replied. "I suppressed my cultivation to enter the starry secret realm, and after coming out, I naturally broke through. I'm the third in our team to do so, not too slow. Following this, members of the Siming team will successively break through to the sixth order, while those in the Tianyu team will gradually step into the seventh order." Su Ye's lips curved into a slight smile as his thoughts drifted away. The strength of the pioneer organization was about to be enhanced, and the combat capabilities within Shinjo would be further liberated. He even began to look forward to the day when he could learn new knowledge at the Scholar's Tower. Zhou Xuana's voice broke his reverie. "You're right. I too look forward to the Scholar's Tower regaining its glory. However, this might be the last time I see all the scholars gathered together." His tone carried a faint trace of sadness. At that moment, Su Yi seemed to sense something. He and Woden synchronized, gazing through the walls towards the distant sky. Outside the Scholar's Tower, 8 figures hovered in the air, exuding an extraordinary aura. Chanyuan Squad, Pioneer 014, seniors from 30 years ago, 8 seventh-tier powerhouses. Su Yi frowned. Has the plan been moved up? As he pondered, his phone suddenly lit up. Su Yi answered the call from afar. "Hello, teacher?" He listened to the instructions from the other end, his frown deepening. "You're saying not to stop Chanyuan Squad's actions? But can they distinguish between the cult members and ordinary scholars?" From the other end, Zhenzhu's voice came through. "The captain of Chanyuan Squad is from Hanhai Academy, with the sequence 074 intelligence officer." Su Yi was silent for a moment, finally just sighing lightly. He turned to Zhou Xuana. "Let's go, old Master Zhou, to meet Chanyuan Squad. Once everything is settled, you can officially take Isin as your apprentice." Zhou Xuana hesitated to speak. He understood that Shinjo had originally planned to take action against the cult, but because of his arrangements, all the scholars returned early, prompting the plan to be implemented ahead of schedule. Even without him, Shinjo would have found another excuse to summon the scholars back. It all happened so suddenly, making it hard for him to accept. At that moment, the 8 members of Chanyuan Squad, Woden, Su Yi, and all the 7th-tier powerhouses in Tianyuan City simultaneously turned their gaze towards the ground. A figure had somehow appeared on top of the Scholar's Tower, bowing deeply to the 8 figures before them. "You've come so early," the person chuckled. "But fortunately, I've prepared a little gift for all of you." Cui Yongxiu snapped his fingers, and a deafening cracking sound echoed throughout every corner of Tianyuan City. Following that, a massive claw emerged from the ground, slamming heavily onto the surface. "Of course," Cui Yongxiu continued, "I believe that all of you here are fully capable of handling this disaster." "Madman," the captain of Chanyuan Squad roared. "This is a sealed beast. How dare you? How dare you?" He couldn't imagine the devastation that a battle with a 7th-tier beast in the city center would cause, let alone that it was an 8th-tier beast. In this critical moment, the figure of the blonde youth suddenly vanished from Su Ye's side and appeared above the sky. "An 8th-tier beast still in the breakthrough process," Woden stated with utmost certainty. "You are, from Northern Europe, the Silver Hall, the Eternal Spear, Woden Sarl." Someone recognized his identity. A golden spear appeared out of thin air in the blonde youth's hand, transforming into a stream of light as it was wielded, piercing towards the massive black tortoise with unparalleled sharpness. Zhou Xuana suddenly turned to Su Yi and asked, "Su Yi, to be honest, did you bring Woden because you foresaw this?" The young man paused briefly, a glimmer of starlight flashing in his eyes, and said calmly, "I'm an astrologer." This seemingly casual remark hinted at more unknown secrets. High above Tianyuan City, 12 7th-tier awakeners hovered in the air, their expressions grave as they gazed down at the massive figure below. Even with elite forces like Woden and the Chanyuan Squad, they seemed powerless against the giant Xiangui. Xiangui, a legendary descendant of the ancient divine turtle that once carried the river map and the book of Luo to Fushi, possesses a mysterious ability to foresee fortune and misfortune. Its thick shell is nearly indestructible, leaving the awakeners at a loss. Only Woden, wielding the eternal spear, could barely leave a shallow mark on its shell. This scene vividly illustrated the vast gap between the 7th and 8th tiers. 7th-tier awakeners can only temporarily alter local weather, while 8th-tier ones can permanently change the climate of a region. Even someone as proud as Woden could only grit his teeth, realizing he might have been drawn into a premeditated battle. Xiangui looked up at those in the sky, its voice deep and calm. "You may seek another 7th tier as the sealing object. All I seek is freedom. Since breaking free, I have harmed no living being. Just grant me a chance to leave." Though aided by Cui Yongxiu, Xiangui knew not to fully trust him, thus leaving itself an escape route. It sought only freedom and, despite the grandeur of its emergence, harmed no one. It believed Shinjo would not rashly engage in 8th-tier power. However, Cui Yongxiu never truly trusted Xiangui. Just as Xiangui used the river map and Luo book copy to ascend, it fell into Cui Yongxiu's trap. In the next moment, Cui Yongxiu snapped his fingers, triggering a seed planted within Xian Gui's mind to explosively unfold. Cui Yongxiu's intention was not to control this eighth-tier entity, but to drive it into madness, stripping it of reason. Xian Gui's eyes turned blood red instantaneously, and its massive claws struck down with full force. Skyscrapers and city walls crumbled to dust under its blow. To an eighth-tier entity, human constructs were insignificant. In the blink of an eye, Xian Gui's body fully unleashed, swelling from the size of a small mountain to a colossal form nearly 2,000 meters tall, surpassing even Mount Tai's elevation. Its massive body occupied 1/8 of Tianyuan City, mindlessly rampaging and destroying everything in its path. Woden floated in the air, his jaw clenched. He had originally come to Shenzhou for exchange, offering help out of humanitarian concern. But the colossal being before him far exceeded his capabilities. Unless he could instantly ascend to the 8th tier, he was incapable of inflicting any substantial harm. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Scholar's Tower, Cui Yongxiu sat quietly in a high-backed chair. The surrounding walls had mysteriously vanished, leaving an open space before him. Opposite sat a young man, Su Yi, whose eyes seemed to reflect a brilliant starry sky. He looked at Cui Yongxiu and sighed softly. Then, Su Yi slowly extended his hand, and countless runes suddenly appeared in the void. Tiny starlights scattered from his fingertips, quickly forming a circle of a light screen array. The array was remarkably intricate, reaching the 7th tier, and it instantly trapped Cui Yongxiu within an invisible area. My master's arrays are unparalleled, Su Yi murmured to himself as he naturally pulled out a packet of tea that Cui Yongxiu had secretly hidden. He poured some hot tea and smiled slightly, with a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth. So it's only reasonable that I set up an array, right? Did you set this up the last time you came? Cui Yongxiu remained silent for a moment before replying. Half of it. Su Ye's expression shifted slightly, and he continued. The other half is on Sun Yisen. When you attacked my student, the array transferred to you. If I'm not mistaken, the giant serpent in the southern mountains of Qinqing City reacted because of it, right? Cui Yongxiu nodded gently without speaking. Su Ye's gaze fluctuated, and he shifted the topic. Actually, I'm curious about one thing. Why are you so fearful of astrologers? What shadow did that old headmaster leave on you to make you so afraid? Cui Yongxiu hesitated, his eyes scanning the surrounding starlight runes, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Isn't it obvious? No matter how careful I am, you always manage to catch me off guard. I suppose, as bait to lure you. Sun Yisen became a trap, confining me here. It's truly a painstaking battle with an astrologer. Su Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone relaxed as he asked, So, Mr. Cui, aren't you going to deal with that big turtle outside? Cui Yongxiu's lips curled into a slight smile. Or do you not care about those people's lives at all? He paused, his voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. Doesn't that make me seem more compassionate by comparison? That's not my responsibility, Su Yi replied coolly, taking a sip of tea as he gazed out at the bleak scene of Tianyuan City. His tone was indifferent. Many have tried to overstep their bounds, and the outcomes were always the same. Otherwise, why do you think the old headmaster vanished without a trace for years? Why did the world's first astrologer only live for 5 years? As for the black turtle, others will handle it. My responsibility is merely to keep you trapped here. Su Ye's voice gradually lowered, as if speaking with the past. Over the years, you've left 4 anchor points that could protect you at any time. The dead crown, the one Sister Yuan personally destroyed, was orchestrated by me. I don't know who was left in the South Sea, but since it's already fallen, the vanguard of the Chanyuan squad died at your hands in an almost vengeful manner. The 3rd anchor point should be with the giant serpent in the mountains. After all, aside from it, I can't find any reason why something would endure humiliation yet still cooperate. Su Yi paused, his gaze heavy. As for the 4th, even as an astrologer, I can only say it was recently born. I don't want to speculate, nor should I, but Cui Yongxiu, have you really set aside all your scholarly pride to meddle with a child's life? If so, I would be deeply disappointed. Cui Yongxiu's expression remained calm, his voice gentle. And what if you are disappointed? There are many who are disappointed in me. I'm merely taking an irreversible step on the path I'm determined to follow. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the rune light screen, his tone calm, yet defiant. What's wrong with that? Who can say I've done anything wrong? Knowing the road leads to death, and still calling it life. The world is absurd, so why follow your expectations? Finally, he said slowly. So far, everything I've done is in pursuit of my own truth. I've never regretted it. It's quite fascinating that there's a saying about one's destiny and lifespan being predetermined by the heavens. Su Yi looked at Master Cui in front of her and slowly voiced this ancient notion. She mentioned that even before the revival calendar, there was this belief. When Yin Wang decrees your death, you won't survive a moment longer. When Yin Wang wants you to live, you must continue your journey in the world. It seems that everyone's lifespan is already inscribed in the book of life and death. Honestly, I don't subscribe to fatalism, just like you. Suyi looked directly into Master Chui's eyes. The possibilities for a person are limitless. Although I can't fully grasp how far your pursuit of immortality goes, there's one thing I know for sure: human memory is finite, and very few can maintain a clear memory forever. Her fingers tapped lightly on the table as she continued. People often say that immortality inevitably leads to loneliness, but I don't think so. The meaning of life lies in continuously encountering different people and making various friends. However, a life forcibly extended can never match the stability of walking the path to immortality step by step. Suye's brow furrowed as her tone grew heavier. Most people eventually forget, becoming nothing more than shells with only obsessions and vitality left, much like vegetative beings. Master Chui, she shook her head. You've been away from the mortal world for too long and seem to have forgotten the weight of dying and natural death. Not everyone fears death, and you, standing high above, attempting to control others' lives, that arrogance. Before she could finish, Chui Yongxiu interrupted her. The eternally youthful tower master showed a trace of a helpless smile on his face. I've long had no way to turn back and never intended to. Whether you say it's a path with no end in sight or not, I'll keep walking it. This is my broad avenue. Suyi fell silent, merely reaching out to reinforce the formation. Chui Yongxiu chuckled softly, a glass vial appearing in his hand at some point. It's a pity. You haven't done any divination for 3 days, have you? The arrival of the Nordic exchange student was both unexpected to you and beyond my expectations. The blood of Nidhogg. Suyi looked gravely at the vial but then showed a hint of understanding. It seems you had an escape route planned all along, Master Chui. You don't seem surprised, Chui Yongxiu said. What's there to be surprised about? Suyi shrugged. Someone who's lived over 200 years is bound to have thoughts I can't fathom. I'm just a 23-year-old young person, worrying about this and that all the time. Afraid I'll go bald early. Astrologers are already tired enough. At that moment, Chui Yongxiu's expression suddenly turned serious, and he looked toward the door. An elderly man with white hair entered, wearing a kindly smile as he sat down beside them. Somehow, a cup of tea appeared on the table. The old man chuckled and said, "Young folks, talk amongst yourselves. Keep the conversation going, don't mind this old man. After all, Chui Yongxiu, if you wanted to leave, even I couldn't stop you, right?" The sudden appearance of the old man put Chui Yongxiu on high alert, his muscles tense and his wariness evident. In contrast, Suyi seemed much more relaxed, with a faint hint of a smile on her lips. The old man leisurely raised his hand to point at the sky, as if signaling something. At that moment, a familiar figure reappeared over Tianyuan City. It was the middle-aged man from earlier, Lu Bai, the martial sage of Shenzhou. As soon as Lu Bai appeared, he attacked without hesitation. His entire body surged with energy, like a powerful tide, and he unleashed a punch. The shell of the giant turtle, the divination mystic turtle, which it prided itself on, instantly caved in with a teeth-grinding crack. As a martial sage of Shenzhou, Liu Bai's strength was terrifying. In the late stage of the 8th tier of the Saint Realm, his individual combat power was second only to the 3 absolutes, making his destructive capability among the top 5 of all 8th tier powerhouses on Blue Star. Dealing with a mystic turtle that had barely broken through to the 8th tier was a simple task for him. However, despite the vast difference in strength, Lu Bai exerted all his effort to control the aftermath. Yet, the mystic turtle seemed indifferent to the surrounding destruction, exuding an overwhelming aura that would likely vaporize any awakened below the 7th tier who came too close. Tianyuan City was already devastated, nearly half destroyed. It was conservatively estimated that under the mystic turtle's rampage, the death toll had approached 1 million. The destructive power of the 8th tier is truly frightening, Suyi remarked half-jokingly, with no hint of sorrow for the lost lives in her tone. Chui Yongxiu was not surprised by this, merely glancing at the old man beside him. With this person around, no matter how much destruction occurred, it seemed irrelevant. This explains Su Ye's calm demeanor. Tell that boy Lu Bai to be careful. I still can't restore the 8th tier, the old man said calmly, watching the martial sage swinging his fists in the sky. Su Yi shrugged and then used her star power to form large words next to the martial sage. Hurry up, the old man is getting angry. Martial sage Lu Bai squinted his eyes and understood immediately. His energy surged once more, burning like flames, and he unleashed a powerful punch. This punch shattered the divination mystic turtle's shell completely. Even its immortality, a trait it had since the 5th tier, was rendered useless under the martial sage's suppression. The old man glanced at Su Yi helplessly and sighed softly. At that moment, Chui Yongxiu noticed a blond young man flying towards them. He sighed deeply one last time and decisively crushed a vial of blood. Anchor point set, transfer. If a space attribute 7th tier awakener had come today, they could have stopped him. Little Su Yi, you still went easy on him. The old man, well versed in the astrologer sequence, immediately saw through Su Ye's seemingly intentional leniency towards Cui Yongxiu. Perhaps, Su Yi chuckled softly and waved at the approaching Woden. Su Yi, was that black dragon's blood just now? Woden asked with a serious expression. Yes, Su Yi replied casually. Just someone running off to Northern Europe, nothing to worry about. Woden opened his mouth to speak, but Su Yi interrupted him. She pointed to the old man beside her and introduced him solemnly. Let me introduce you. This is the first of the 7 saints and 3 absolutes of Shenzhou, the time sage, Li Taishui. Woden was taken aback upon hearing the name, time sage, and his mind immediately conjured up tales of the 7 sages of Shenzhou, known for their extraordinary abilities. As one of the renowned powerhouses of Blue Star, the time sage was famous for his unique, time-manipulating powers. Across the entire Blue Star, and even among the vast array of 100 sequences, there was no other time manipulator. Woden looked at the elderly, white-haired man before him, feeling a surge of excitement at meeting his idol. However, the old man merely glanced at him, let out a small snort, and asked, Are you from the Norse regions? Is Emer still alive? Woden replied with a slightly odd tone. Elder Emer is still in good shape, at least he was when I left. He thought to himself that although Emer possessed earth elemental powers, he was named for his giant stature, sharing a name with the mythical giant. The old man, known as Li Taishui, gazed deeply at the city in front of him, murmuring to himself, As long as he's alive. That old fellow still owes me a bottle of wine. I suppose I'll need to visit the Norse regions sometime. Meanwhile, above the city center, the martial sage expressionlessly punched the massive Xian tortoise, shattering it completely. Li Taishui sighed softly. That's the problem with Lu Bai's way. He's too rough. Now there's barely any resources left on that creature. After Lu Bai moved the remains of the Xian tortoise outside the city limits, Li Taishui took a few steps forward and extended his hand. Su Yi solemnly placed a hand on Woden's shoulder, whispering, Watch closely. This is the power of time. With a gentle grasp, the elderly man halted the entire world. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky ceased their movement and began to reverse. The sun rose from west to east. The destroyed city rebuilt itself as if on rewind. Fallen buildings stood tall again, and lifeless flesh regained vitality. Everything returned to the previous night's state. Li Taishui then reversed his palm and pressed down gently, causing the sun and moon to resume their normal flow, albeit at a noticeably accelerated pace. He explained, I'm accelerating time within this area until it synchronizes with the outside world. Otherwise, it would cause temporal disarray between inside and out. Tianyuan City might become an independent world otherwise. After some time, Tianyuan City was finally restored to its original state. Li Taishui released the light barrier surrounding the city, allowing the area to reconnect with the outside, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yi quickly rushed forward to support the elderly man. Li Taishui chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I'm not quite that old yet. Li Taishui mumbled softly, a slight smile playing on his lips, as Su Yi led him back to the scholar's tower. Inside, the air was thick with tension, as the cleansing operation by the mystic sect was still underway, with the Changyuan team bustling around. Su Yi paused, his expression grave, and said, In this incident, for sixth-tier awakeners unfortunately lost their lives. Although your power over time is formidable, it still has limitations when it comes to reversing the abilities of sixth-tier awakeners on a large scale. He paused, his voice tinged with fatigue. Overall, this disaster is behind us. The old man raised his head, his eyes piercing as he gazed at the young man before him, as if trying to see into his soul. Is it really over? He asked softly, his eyes shining with wisdom. Then, how far is the next disaster? Su Yi shrugged, a faint, serene smile appearing on his face. His eyes seemed to reflect the entire starry sky, deep and mysterious. Who knows? He replied with a light laugh. Then his tone grew firm. Rather than being consumed with worry about the future every day, it's better to cherish the present. No matter how bad today is, the sun will still rise tomorrow. These words brought a sense of comfort to Woden, who stood nearby. Even though he was familiar with Su Yi, he was still struck by the young astrologer's presence. Suddenly, a hand thumped heavily on Su Ye's head. Why are you acting all profound, kid? A middle-aged man's voice sounded, as he stood beside Su Yi with arms crossed. This man was Lu Bai, a middle-aged warrior. Lu Bai frowned and asked, Couldn't Cui Yongxiu be stopped? Su Yi rubbed his head, which ached from the hit, and said frankly, I guess I let him go on purpose. Lu Bai delivered another karate chop to Su Ye's head, his tone stern. If you couldn't stop him, you couldn't stop him. Go back and learn properly. I will report to Master Zhenjua. Your abilities haven't matured yet, nor has your physical condition improved. So how can you fulfill your responsibilities? His words cleverly shifted the focus from Su Ye's intentional release of Cui Yongxiu to a matter of insufficient ability, thus avoiding criticism from the rigid elders in Shenzhou. This was typical of the protective nature of the Qinxing Academy, with no regard for the fact that Li Taishui might be one of those old guys he mentioned. Su Ye's lips curved into a confident smile. Don't worry, Brother Lu. I'll catch him myself when the time is right. As the disciple of Xinjiue and the sole heir of the astrologer lineage, Su Ye's status was quite unique. Both Xinjiue and the founding headmaster of Qinxing Academy, who left a legacy for Su Yi, had a close relationship with Zhao Muji. This made Su Yi and the martial saint nominally like brothers. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, who came to Qinxing City to find Su Yi, should actually refer to Su Yi as little martial uncle. This complex hierarchy added another layer to the situation. As for letting Cui Yongxiu go, Su Yi naturally had his reasons. Perhaps in the astrologer's foresight, killing Cui Yongxiu now would lead to an even greater disaster. Although Su Yi didn't explicitly say so, the mutual trust built over 200 years among the three remaining in the astrologer lineage meant they had an unspoken understanding. After a moment of silence, Su Yi extended his hand, as if reaching into the distant void to grasp a distant star. He turned to Woden, his tone light. Let's go, Woden. We have students to settle, and I need to preside over the apprenticeship ceremony for Old Master Zhou. With that, Su Yi turned and waved to Liu Bai and Li Taishui. Well then, gentlemen, we'll meet again in a while. Across the ocean, Cui Yongxiu opened his eyes and focused on the burly Western man in front of him. He sensed a dragon's aura, but it was different from what he was familiar with. A dragon's aura, but not as pure as I know. Cui Yongxiu muttered to himself. The man stepped forward and gave Cui Yongxiu a firm hug. Naturally, he explained, the true dragons of your Shinjo are not the same as those of the West. Our dragons are more aggressive, though perhaps less majestic. Releasing the hug, he stood tall and introduced himself proudly. I'm Drake Schumann, a core member of the Nordic War faction. A 7th-tier awakened individual with a mythical beast transformation ability, Nidhogg's legendary black dragon of destruction. Cui Yongxiu looked around and asked curiously, where is this? Drake grinned. Isn't this what you requested? Joining us to help expand our territory. This is your first stop, Japan. The Tower Master, Cui Yongxiu, smirked slightly and closed his eyes to take a deep breath. I see, no wonder there's a stench. He reopened his eyes, rubbing his palms together. In that case, we don't need to hold back on our experiments here. Rest assured, Mr. Schumann, our collaboration will soon yield results. Cui Yongxiu produced a pair of glasses from nowhere and gazed towards Shinjo across the sea. The anchor point on Sun Eason hasn't been erased. It seems Su Yi left me a way back. He spoke to himself, then turned to face Drake. However, as the esteemed master of the Scholar's Tower, Lord Cui Yongxiu will never turn back. Let's go, Drake. Accompany me to visit the local powers here. Drake raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms, and followed Cui Yongxiu. At the end of their path, a towering snow-capped mountain loomed. Meanwhile, in Tianyuan City, Shenzhou, the atmosphere was lively. Sun Eason, having just completed her apprenticeship ceremony, was joyfully taking photos with Qian Sixian and Yi Yulan, all dressed in the Scholar's Tower's standard robes. Nangong Qianyu declined the photo invitation, citing her age, while the silver-haired Northern European girl Emily went to buy ice cream for the group. Strange, this used to be that kid Huang Qi's job, Nangong Qianyu thought to herself, but it seems Emily is getting along well with the girls. Perhaps it's the naturally open nature of Northern Europeans, making friendships easily. However, it was clear that this group of youngsters, including Nangong Qianyu, was unaware of the recent events in Tianyuan City. Elderly Taishui had readjusted the timeline, leaving most people without memories of the previous incident, except for those awakened beyond the 6th tier. The remnants of the 8th tier beast outside the city had been taken away by the martial saint for handling. Apart from a slight increase in the world's spiritual energy, everything seemed unchanged. This was expected, as when an 8th tier being falls, the vast spiritual energy they absorbed returns to the world, causing certain phenomena. As for the energy maintaining Tianyuan City's barrier, Elder Shur explained, we initially planned to use the energy from the suddenly rampaging mountain python. Although the mountain python experienced a brief rampage, it ultimately regained its senses and caused no harm to Qinxing City. This decision also led them to abandon their pursuit of the python. At this point, Xiao Julie had already entrusted the Cloud Sea Divine Whale with searching the East Sea for traces of a 7th-rank beast. Given that the area had just witnessed an 8th-rank battle, it's unlikely that any reckless creatures would invade soon. Watching the old man who made this remark, Su Yi silently hoped he wouldn't jinx it. After staying in Tianyuan City for 2 days, Su Yi and her companions boarded a plane back to Qinxing City. Although Shenzhou felt that Woden hadn't been particularly helpful this time, they still prepared a token of gratitude. At this moment, a massive eastern wind falcon hovered in front of Woden. It was an official 2nd-class courier for Shenzhou, a 5th-rank beast. Woden couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight of this giant creature. Su Yi skillfully retrieved a small backpack from the eastern wind falcon's back and tossed 2 pieces of jerky from her pocket into the bird's mouth. She waved goodbye to the falcon, watching it fly away. Noticing Woden's astonished expression, Su Yi explained, This is a thank you gift for your assistance in dealing with the Xiangui. As she spoke, she opened the package and took out 3 boxes. The first box contains a drop of blood from an 8th rank beast. In a couple of days, I'll have Qinyu prepare a medicinal bath formula for you. This is one of the highest honors Shunzhou can bestow upon a foreign friend. Suyi paused, then continued. The third item is something I specifically requested from my teacher. Your sequence, Eternal Spear, Gungnir, is essentially a branch of the World Tree, and this box contains a leaf from the Jianhua tree of the same caliber as the Norse World Tree. Woden remained silent for a while, eventually storing the boxes in his spatial bracelet. What does Shenzhou want me to do? He asked. We may face unimaginable disasters at any moment. Every top 10 awakened individual in the sequence must grow as quickly as possible, Suyi said, looking him straight in the eye. Is that Jinju's intention? No, it's my judgment. You have to trust the eyes of an astrologer. Just then, Emily picked up her phone to take a photo, mumbling about sending it to Sixian and the others. This scene broke the heavy atmosphere between them. Woden glanced at the departing Emily, grinned, and gave Suyi a hug. Anyway, thank you, Su. The usually straightforward blonde young man said sincerely. For him, trusting a dear friend's arrangements was the best choice, especially when that friend was a renowned astrologer. Suye's lips curled into a smile as she patted Woden's shoulder. Don't forget to treat us to dinner tonight. Got it, the blonde young man replied helplessly. Shenzhou, Qinqing City. Suyi gazed at Huang Qi in front of him and nodded slightly. Not bad, you've made progress. His voice carried a hint of approval. Then, Suyi began to elaborate on the essential abilities of a Qigong master. His words flowed like a stream, and his eyes sparkled with wisdom. The core of a Qigong master lies in the use of Qi. This Qi can be airflow, breath, or even the internal energy within the body. He extended his slender fingers, drawing 3 imaginary lines in the air. Currently, there are 3 main paths for Qigong masters to develop. Su Ye's gaze became deep, as if penetrating through time and space. The first path, strengthening the internal, not the external. This involves transforming the qi within the body to enhance one's physique. Although the physical attributes might be slightly inferior to a martial artist, the internal destructive power is extremely high. His voice lowered a bit. The second path, strengthening the external, not the internal. This is what we call manipulating airflow. From a certain perspective, the ability to control airflow can be even more practical than telekinesis because it can cause wide-ranging changes. Finally, Su Ye's tone carried a hint of deeper meaning. The third path, nurturing qi. This path is similar to Wei Su's path of the Mountain Lord, which is about achieving greatness late. It's not about cultivating qi, but nurturing the qi within the apertures. When the quality of qi improves, the abilities of the first 2 paths naturally come into play. However, it's important to note that the combat power in the early stages is hard to improve, and you may lose many resources. Su Yi rubbed his temples with a hint of helplessness in his voice. The main issue is that the lineage of Qigong masters is incomplete, and the existing paths all have their flaws. At this moment, the young man named Huang Qi looked up, his eyes filled with a longing. Teacher, why can't we forge our own path? Su Yi was taken aback for a moment and reached out to pat the young man's head. However, realizing that Huang Qi was now about as tall as he was, he awkwardly withdrew his hand and scratched his head. Well, give it a try then, Su Yi encouraged. Try to develop your own path. If you need any materials, just let me know. Your teacher here has some authority. He chuckled, his eyes full of satisfaction. Suddenly, Su Ye's phone rang. He picked up the call, and his expression gradually turned serious. Yes, Sixian, go ahead. What? Our class's students were bullied, and you can't beat them? Isn't that embarrassing? After hearing the explanation, Su Ye's tone softened a bit. Oh, they're from the upper grades. But that's still no excuse. Back in my day, I never lost. However, in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. What? 4th rank. Su Yi quickly hung up the phone and grabbed Huang Qi by the collar, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared at the martial arts platform of Qinqing Academy. Su Yi casually placed Huang Qi aside, his gaze quickly locking onto a young man in the audience with his arm wrapped in a bandage and hanging from his neck. I remember you. By Yueqi, serial number 053, a top-notch first-rank blacksmith, Su Yi said with a trace of concern in his voice. Seeing Su Yi appear, Bai Yueqi burst into tears. Teacher Su. Su Yi rubbed his forehead helplessly. Stop. Go cry over there. Then he turned to another student. Sixian, explain the situation. Sixian took a deep breath and began to explain. The school has provided 3 forging rooms for blacksmiths, labeled A, B, and C. Their levels, flames, and equipment are almost identical. The forging room requires advanced booking, so Bai Yueqi specifically reserved a level forging room to break through to the 2nd tier. After successfully crafting a 2nd-tier level tool, a slow transformation began within him, and it is expected that he will officially break through to the 2nd tier within a week. Each sequence has its own unique way of breaking through. The combat sequence is relatively straightforward, whereas the advancement for craftsmen like blacksmiths requires a special opportunity. For instance, Nangong Xinyu once secluded himself in the alchemy room for 3 months to break through to the 4th tier of alchemy, crafting over 20 furnaces of pills before barely managing to produce a 4th tier pill and achieve the breakthrough. Just as Bai Yueqi completed his breakthrough, a young man emerged from the adjacent level forging room. Qian Sixian pointed to a figure not far away, with a bruised face yet still arrogant. That's Lin Yushi, also at the pinnacle of the 1st tier in the blacksmith sequence. Jealous of his failed promotion, he slapped Bai Yueqi upon seeing his success. Naturally, Bai Yueqi was not one to back down and immediately dragged him to the martial arts stage. With 1 foot already in the 2nd tier, he easily defeated the 1st tier pinnacle Lin Yushi, but the matter didn't end there. Lin Yushi called his second brother, a sophomore student at the peak of the 2nd tier. However, this brother was defeated by Wei Su and now lay beside the stage. Now standing on the stage was Lin Yudong, Lin Yushi's eldest brother, a senior who had just entered the 4th tier. Wei Su had been sent to the school hospital, having broken an arm just like Bai Yueqi. For awakened individuals, such injuries were not significant, as injuries sustained during field training were often more severe. Upon hearing this, Su Ye's mouth twitched slightly, finding the plot oddly familiar. Lin Yudong arrogantly claimed that they had been too harsh before and needed to teach a lesson. In reality, Bai Yueqi had held back against Lin Yushi, causing only superficial injuries. Lin Yushi's second brother had been ruthless, directly breaking Bai Yueqi's arm. Wei Su had fought with full force against the 2nd tier peak, and although Lin Yudong hadn't deliberately used excessive force, he still broke Wei Su's arm. Looking at the proud young man on stage, Su Yi rubbed his forehead and confirmed. So, we're in the right here? They started the trouble and used higher tiers to bully lower ones. Seeing the student nod, Su Yi wasted no time, swiftly moving onto the stage and kicking Lin Yudong in the chest. Damn you, even if I'm not in the right, I'd still take a share, let alone now when I am. Your teacher has always had this temperament at school, very protective. Sun Yong appeared in the audience at some point, with Wei Su following him. His hand emitted a green glow, healing Bai Yueqi's injuries. Don't worry, this kid is an astrologer and knows a lot of inside information. For instance, ever since the revival era, certain families have been restless, and this time they took the opportunity to provoke, while Principal Zhao is out of Qinqing City. He leisurely brewed tea. Just wait and see. We might even witness a 6th tier battle later. After the revival era, the dynamics among the prestigious families underwent significant changes. While semi-official elite families like the Ji family and the Nangong family rose to prominence, ambitious upstarts were also eager to make their move. Lin Group in Qinqing City was one of these undercurrents. With old master Zhao Wei, the young Su Qieli was left in charge of Qinqing City. To Lin Group, it was as if the shepherd had left the flock. Lin Yushi, relying on his family background, acted with impunity on campus. However, when Lin Yudong stepped in, it was no longer just a spoiled brat causing trouble. It was a strategic probe into Qinqing City's power structure by the entire Lin Group. Amidst this tense standoff, an unexpected figure emerged and escalated the conflict to a new level. Su Yi, a name familiar to everyone present, appeared at a critical moment. Lin Yu, the current head of Lin Group and a mid-to-latestage level 6 water element user, was now staring at the young man before him. Information about Su Yi flashed through his mind. A direct disciple of Jinjue, the inheritor of Qinqing Academy's astrologer legacy, an outstanding graduate, a member of the pioneers. How could this young man have so many illustrious titles? Lin Yu sighed inwardly, recalling his father's unrealistic ambitions. Yet the reality was that the person sitting in the principal's office was also a member of the pioneers and a level 7 awakened individual. Young friend Su, could you please do me a favor? Lin Yu tried to ease the tension. Su Yi crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. Do you a favor? Lin Yu, your son used his level 4 strength to bully my student. That's a fact. I don't care about the disputes between your families, but since you've targeted my student, you have 2 choices. Either pay the price, or I'll personally make sure you pay an even greater price. Su Ye's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable threat. If this happens again, and you bring your arrogant attitudes and family feuds into the school, I won't hesitate to drive Lin Group out of Qinqing City myself. Before he finished speaking, the bruised and battered Lin Yushi jumped out, pointing at Su Yi and shouting, "Aren't you just a regular teacher? Why should we pay any price? When I'm in a bad mood, and someone shows off in front of me on the phone, isn't it normal for me to slap them?" Su Yi was momentarily stunned, turning to look at Lin Yu, his mouth twitching slightly. Lin Yu awkwardly explained, "Neglectful parenting, truly neglectful parenting." He sighed inwardly. The previous generation's old master always had unrealistic ideas, and the next generation's children were spoiled, lacking in common sense. As the current family head, he felt deeply troubled. At that moment, Su Yi glanced at the audience behind him. Bai Yueqi, who had just had his arm healed by Sun Yong, dramatically fell back, while Wei Su naturally clutched his chest and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Su Yi chuckled to himself. In a while, I'll have to get you too a little golden statue. Su Yi turned his head and shrugged at Lin Yu, a hint of helplessness in his voice. As you can see, my students' injuries aren't minor. Lin Yu, you can't expect me to turn a blind eye, right? Nearby, a middle-aged man took a deep breath, his face showing signs of fatigue and bitterness. We can provide that child with 100 sets of third-tier materials to help him advance to the third tier. Additionally, Wei Su, he might very well become my direct disciple. Su Yi continued. Recently, the corporation captured a fourth-tier tiger-type beast, and its core is intact. It can be given to him as compensation. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his expression somewhat troubled. Also, for your son's disruption of the school environment, you should discuss compensation with teacher Sun later. If internal adjustments are needed within the Lin family, you can seek assistance from Qinqing Academy. Though his words were firm, his attitude remained sincere. From the conversation, Su Yi discerned that this middle-aged man, seasoned by life's trials, was finally setting aside his family's pride and stubbornness, striving to make the Lin Corporation more approachable. After all, Su Yi had noticed that a certain piece of jewelry from the Lin Corporation had recently dropped in price, and he was planning to buy it for Nangong Qinyu. Known for its expertise in gemstone crafting, the Lin Corporation had shifted its focus to energy crystals after the revival era. Even the head of the family, Lin Yu, possessed exquisite waterjet carving skills, and the family seemed more like a group of pure businessmen, though some older members were still basking in past glories. So, I hope you can present a revitalized Lin family. Su Ye's tone softened, perhaps in a good mood after delivering a blow to the rich tycoon. Sitting opposite, Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly, but he understood that with the help of Qinqing Academy, internal issues could be resolved much more smoothly. Su Yi, feeling a bit sheepish, added, by the way, do you have a membership card? Eventually, Lin Yu took a membership card from his wallet and handed it to Su Yi. Satisfied, Su Yi opened his phone to search online for the necklace he had his eye on. Lin Yu left Qinqing Academy with his 3 sons Lin Yuxi, Lin Yudong, and the brother who wasn't even worth naming. They had to return the next day for classes, as being late would count as skipping, and credits were a valuable resource at Qinqing Academy. Su Yi glanced at his phone and, after stepping off the platform, casually tossed a box to Wei Su, then handed by Yueqi a note. These are your materials for advancing to the third tier. 100 sets should suffice. I'm not too familiar with forging advancements, but it should require less material than alchemy. He ruffled the young boy's hair. By the way, when you reach the second tier, do you need me to take you to register at the Forgers Association? It'll be much easier with me around. Bai Yueqi nodded vigorously, determination shining in his eyes. Su Yi waved with a smile, his gaze gentle. No matter what, keep your heart steadfast and move forward. At least while you're students, you can always count on me to be your strong support, and that will give you more peace of mind. In fact, Qinqing Academy has always treated every student equally. Whenever an emergency arises, a group of teachers is always at the forefront. Although everyone tends to favor top students, it's understandable to pay special attention to the best performing students in each class. Despite not teaching often, Su Yi instills a strong sense of security in his students. At least for now, that's the case. Even though the Qigong master in the class often preaches that, when there's no danger, the teacher is the biggest danger. Perhaps due to being taken for extra training several times by Su Yi, Huangqi seems a bit nervous when he sees him. Among the for little ones around Su Yi, Qian Sixian is the designated next-generation pioneer, being trained with full effort. Wei Su is similar to Qian Sixian and is an unofficial apprentice. Yi Yulan is his niece, a legitimate junior. As for Huangqi, Su Yi initially only started mentoring him because of some pranks that brought back memories, and subsequent events led him to take the child seriously. Huangqi has lived up to expectations, with barely passing strength and the ambition to forge his own path, which makes Su Yi quite gratified and convinced that this kid is definitely trustworthy. On this day, Su Yi was rarely sitting in his office. He picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. On the other end was Cui Yongxiu, a bespectacled scholar with a cigarette in his mouth, looking a bit unkempt. Su Ye's eyes widened suddenly, showing a hint of panic, but he quickly regained his composure. Tower Master Cui, what makes you call me? You should know, I can catch you anytime. On the other end, Cui Yongxiu flicked the ashes and exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking casually. You punk, do you really think I don't know if you're planning to catch me? Anyway, I've been safe for now, haven't I? He continued. I sent you something. Open the window and take a look. Su Yi was taken aback, pushed open the office window, and saw a familiar Dongfeng Falcon parked outside. He took the package, his tone turning slightly peculiar. You still have an internal courier channel in Shenzhou? I've lived so many years, it'd be strange if I didn't have some courier connections. Cui Yongxiu quipped over the phone. Of course. Then he added, inside are 2 bottles of life essence, a byproduct of my research. I wouldn't use something that extracts life force, not even in that ghostly place, Dongying. Su Yi frowned, clarifying. It's not about extracting life force. I drew the life essence from the heavens and earth by following the rules. These vials were extracted from a 7th-tier exotic beast. You can use them safely. They can sustain life in emergencies. 7th-tier exotic beasts are like that too, because these life essences are essentially raw liquid, carrying life energy. I've embedded a life extension rule in them, and as long as it's within my abilities, they can save your life. It seems you've made significant progress, Chui Yongxiu remarked from the other end. Suyi took out 3 test tubes filled with a blue-green liquid from the package, his gaze fixed on the shimmering fluid. In Shenzhou, even if someone has committed numerous crimes, an awakened one must never lay a hand on them. Chui Yongxiu paused, frowning slightly. He spoke slowly, his voice deep. Here, the emphasis on ordinary people isn't as high. Or rather, since the revival era, there seems to be no other country in the world that values ordinary people like Shenzhou does. Suyi raised an eyebrow, deftly tucking 3 life-extending test tubes into her spatial bracelet. She asked teasingly, "So, are you starting to miss it after leaving Shenzhou?" Chui Yongxiu didn't immediately refute her. He just sighed softly. "Maybe," he murmured. "After all, it's Shenzhou. Missing it is only natural." Silence stretched between them until Chui Yongxiu broke it. "All right, enough of this talk," he said with newfound resolve. "If anything happens, you can reach out to me. Once I've accomplished my goals, I'll come back to atone." As soon as he finished speaking, Chui Yongxiu hung up the phone. He swiftly removed the SIM card, snapped it without hesitation, and tossed it into the flowing river beside him. Stretching, he gazed towards the distant snow-capped mountains. Atop those mountains, a new scholar's tower was rising, designed in the ancient style of Shenzhou, using the traditional mortise and tenon joints and entirely made of wood. Chui Yongxiu's gaze was deep as he thought. Perhaps this will become a new symbol. Meanwhile, in Qinqing City, Suyi put down the phone, shrugged, and muttered to herself. Can't even say goodbye. What a rude, online friend. Despite her words, she carefully stored the phone. Retrieving a vial of green liquid from her spatial bracelet, she fell into contemplation. The rules of life extension. Did he really manage to figure it out? Suyi mused. Scholar, deciphering rules, learning rules, mastering rules. He really took it to the extreme. Shenzhou truly limited him. Closing her eyes, Suyi whispered after a long silence. I hope the future I foresee isn't an illusion. Just then, the office door was gently knocked, and a young face peeked in. Uncle, weren't you supposed to take us for hot pot tonight? Why are you still here? Yi Yulan asked curiously. Suyi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled at her suddenly appearing niece. I'll be there in a moment. Though Yi Yulan found her uncle a bit strange, she nodded and withdrew. Suyi spun his office chair around, stood up, stretched, and yawned. He regained his composure and looked out the window. After a moment, Suyi chuckled softly again. Rather than worrying about everything, it's better to cherish every moment now, he mused to himself. There'll always be someone taller to take the brunt. Until I become that taller person, there's not much to worry about. It was as if the wind whispered in his ear. Suyi turned and walked out the door. He returned briefly to switch off the office lights. A small bird naturally perched on his head, accompanying him as he left the building. After the revival era, the world underwent drastic changes. Yet, within less than 2 centuries, Shenzhou, a land of miracles, had created a haven for every ordinary person. Each base city boasted living conditions better than before the revival era, with improved safety and even lower prices, thanks to the Awakened One's power, making production easier. This meticulously crafted utopia of Shenzhou is what made Chui Yongxiu miss it, even after causing such a commotion and leaving. Just like now, a group of people, large and small, sat around a hot pot table, watching a lively girl raise her hand and shout, "Waiter, let's order." The aroma wafted through the air, lingering until it slowly dissipated among the clouds. This scene was a perfect reflection of Shenzhou's unique charm. In the year 227 of the revival calendar, on the eve of the Lunar New Year, nearly everyone had returned home except for the soldiers stationed in the war zones. Unfortunately, since the start of the revival calendar, the traditional New Year's gala no longer existed. While the excitement of gathering around the TV to watch the gala was missed, another tradition, fireworks, was still preserved. Uncle, they're performing the De Tai Hua on the square today. Are you going to watch? Yi Qinglin asked, sensing that her uncle had been somewhat absent-minded since returning home from seeing Nangong Qianyu. Although it was customary to return home for the new year, Yi Qinglin didn't understand his uncle's demeanor but still showed him respect. De Tai Hua? Suyi looked up, a spark of interest in his eyes. Yi Qinglin glanced at the phone in Su Ye's hand, realizing he might have been chatting with Nangong Qianyu. It seemed his mood had improved. As Su Qianyu would say, Su Yi was typically sensitive. He avoided Nangong Qianyu before confirming their relationship, but couldn't stay away afterward. If it's De Tai Hua, then let's go see it, Su Yi said, perking up. Isn't De Tai Hua much simpler now than before the revival calendar? Yi Qinglin asked casually while flipping through a book. Yes, indeed. Thanks to the Awakened, it's been simplified. At least this way, these traditions can continue. Su Yi mused, stroking his chin. The emergence of the awakened after the revival calendar helped preserve many cultural aspects that might have been lost in the initial disasters. Whether due to official protection or the innate desire of the Shinjo people to preserve their heritage, these millennia-old traditions continue to shine brightly today. At the square, under the pre-assembled structure, several burly men stood in line, waiting for the molten iron to be ready. Su Qiaoya appeared beside Su Yi, placing a hand on her shoulder and raising an eyebrow. See the one leading them? Following Su Qiaoya's gesture, Su Yi saw a middle-aged man with a broad smile. He's an ordinary person, not an awakened, Su Qiaoya explained. Su Yi remained silent for a moment, watching the smiling man, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Ordinary people, huh? Although the awakened were more prominent, ordinary people were the foundation of Shinjo. Their existence is what makes Shinjo a nation. Even for something as challenging as the Taihua, there are ordinary people willing to learn it, embodying the deep-seated romanticism of Shinjo's heritage. At that moment, Su Yi noticed the subtle burn marks on the burly man's body. After a moment of silence, Su Yi felt a profound sense of respect welling up within him. Just then, the New Year's bell rang, marking the stroke of midnight. The leader of the group shouted loudly and walked under the prepared scaffolding, giving his all to create a dazzling display of iron flowers. Even after the midnight chime, fireworks continued to light up the skies across Qingqing City. However, these fireworks seemed less spectacular. Their colors, though unusual, couldn't compare to the simple yet brilliant display of iron trees and silver flowers before them, as if emerging from the depths of history and captivating everyone's gaze. Su Yi took out his phone, snapped a photo, and uploaded it to the Si Ming Squad's group chat. Shortly after, he received a call from the team leader, Zhang Yongping. Hey, Su Yi, we've got a mission. Be in Tianshan City by 9 a.m. today. There's an issue that needs resolving, and I'll send you the details later. Su Yi glanced somewhat helplessly at Yi Yulan and Yi Qinglin beside him. Su Qieli, standing nearby, gave Su Yi a look and shrugged. Got it, you go ahead. I'll take these two back home. Su Yi nodded and headed towards the city outskirts. However, he stopped midway to buy a candied hawthorn and a small string of firecrackers from a roadside stall, placing them in his spatial bracelet. With the candied hawthorn in his mouth, Su Yi flew out of Qingqing City's bounds. Overhead, Xiongyu transformed into a large golden bird, carrying him westward. Sitting on Xionyu's back, Su Yi looked at the candied hawthorn in his hand, scratching his head and thinking to himself, this barely counts as a taste of the new year, but it's a shame I can't enjoy a good meal on the first day. Regardless, Su Yi paused for a moment, then reached out to pat Xionyu's head. Happy New Year, Xiongyu. The beast beneath him let out a disdainful cry in response. Just then, his phone buzzed with a photo from Lian Zhongxing. A girl from Sichuan sat on a plane, pouting as she looked out at the starlight lights below. Happy New Year. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, seeing his old friends on various means of transport, some even traveling on foot with the help of their abilities towards Jigu Qing'an. He smiled, took a photo, and added a Happy New Year message, making sure to include Xionyu's large head in the shot. Happy New Year. Meanwhile, in Tianshan City, home to the Northwest Academy, there shouldn't have been any issues. But the problem lay in the city's location at the foot of Tianshan, a mountain steeped in mythological significance in Shenzhou. Not to mention, Tianshan was historically known as the Mountain of the Queen Mother of the West, personally depicted by King Mu of Zhou. When the Queen Mother of the West bid farewell to King Mu, she famously said, I wish you longevity, may you return again. This blessing is considered one of the earliest longevity wishes in Shenzhou's history. Tianshan, Su Yi murmured to himself while sitting on Xionyu's back, feeling puzzled about the nature of the mission that required a pioneer team to intervene. Perhaps they would once again face a seventh-tier entity. Su Yi suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. Seventh-tier enemies were incredibly difficult to handle, and he was merely an ordinary sixth-tier awakener. Why was he always up against those fiery giant turtles from secret realms, the mountain pythons outside Qingqing City, and Shui Yongxiu from the Scholar's Tower? He thought to himself, I'm just a sixth-tier, after all. At the southern gate of Tianshan City, a town built against the mountains stands quietly. This place is not only rich in resources, but also protected by a powerful seventh-tier mythical beast. Unlike the beasts in the southern part of Qingqing City, the golden eagle on Tianshan has almost reached the limit of the seventh tier and has maintained a friendly relationship with Shenzhou for many years. Zhang Yongping solemnly told his team members, the golden eagle at the peak of Tianshan is nearing the end of its life. This news left everyone astonished. Su Yi frowned and asked, can a seventh-tier creature die of old age? Zhang Yongping nodded in confirmation, and a look of sadness appeared on Lu Tianqin's face. As a native of Tianshan, she recounted the legendary story of the golden eagle. This eagle was one of the first mutated beasts in the era of awakening and was once revered as the snow mountain god by local herdsmen for generations. It had endured being captured by poachers and then rescued by the herdsmen. learning to distinguish between good and evil. Over the years, the golden eagle developed a deep bond with humans, showing kindness through small acts like taking dried meat from the herdsmen and bringing warmth during snowbound times. After becoming a mythical beast, the golden eagle truly became the guardian of Tianshan. It signed a pact with Tianshan City and would visit the city walls during festivals, shrinking in size to chat with the guards while grabbing some dried meat. Lu Tianxin explained. The mountain god initially reached the 7th tier by consuming a Tianshan snow lotus. However, it was severely injured in the struggle for the lotus, damaging its foundation. Now, an old injury has flared up, depleting its life force. She continued, after the mountain god passes, a new mountain god will inevitably emerge in Tianshan. The offspring of the mountain god have already taken control of the main peaks, but they may not be as friendly to humans. Worse still, the mountain god's old rivals have also returned to Tianshan. Suyi interrupted her, asking directly, so what do we need to do? Lu Tianxin took a deep breath and said solemnly, we need to help the mountain god pass on the legacy of the Tianshan snow lotus. She explained that the mountain god's power originated from the Tianshan snow lotus, which is essentially the spirit of the Tianshan mountain range. The mountain god had only consumed an immature snow lotus and had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Ideally, given Tianshan's status, it should have nurtured at least an 8th tier being. These words led everyone into deep thought, realizing that the task before them was not just about the life and death of a guardian spirit, but also concerned the future landscape of the entire Tianshan region. After a brief silence, Suyi finally spoke. Can I meet the next mountain god? As the core of the Siming team, the external brain of Captain Zhang Yongping, and one of the rare astrologers, this request was naturally not excessive. Lu Tianxin promptly made a phone call, and shortly after, a middle-aged man entered the room. Contrary to his harsh, ice-based powers, Wei Yuanping, the principal of Northwest Academy, was actually an enthusiastic person. Although he hadn't lived since the beginning of the revival era like Zhao Muji, he had still lived for over a century. Principal Wei. Everyone greeted him respectfully as he entered. All right, everyone, sit down. Wei Yuanping said, looking at Suyi. You want to meet the next mountain god, right? His tone was warm, yet his military background made him efficient and straightforward. Yes, Suyi nodded firmly. Despite his doubts, the plan's core depended on whether the mountain god was trustworthy. He continued, is the next mountain god someone we can trust? Wei Yuanping nodded in understanding. You will meet the next mountain god when you go to the top of Tianshan this afternoon. I can't accompany you. It's the rule of Tianshan. The pursuit of the next mountain god doesn't allow power beyond the current mountain god. I once sparred with the mountain god and slightly prevailed, so I'm included in that restriction, or rather, the spirit of the Tianshan mountains doesn't allow combat power above the 6th tier. Below the 7th tier, no team can compare to the pioneers. Suyi fell silent again, looking at Wei Yuanping with unease. You haven't let me meet the next mountain god, and you're putting us in an unknown situation. Until we meet the mountain god, nobody can guarantee our safety or the mountain god's friendliness. As the principal of Northwest Academy, I assure you, the next mountain god is absolutely trustworthy, Wei Yuanping stated firmly. Suyi paused, understanding that this trust was tied to their lives and even the safety of all the people in Tianshan City. He reached out, bypassed Wei Yuanping, and opened the meeting room door, walking out on his own. Wei Yuanping opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Lu Tianxin stood up, seemingly a bit helpless, and said to the principal, Principal, although I don't know why you're keeping this from us, as Suyi said, if your judgment is wrong, our lives, and those of everyone in Tianshan City, rest on your intangible trust. You've met the next mountain god, Wei Yuanping said to Lu Tianxin, his tone slightly resigned. I have, but I don't believe my judgment surpasses that of an astrologer, Lu Tianxin replied. Wei Yuanping was silent for a moment before simply shaking his head. You'll know when you see them. After everyone left the conference room, Lu Tianxin suddenly suggested, before we head out on the mission, how about we go visit someone? As soon as she spoke, Ji Qianming seemed to immediately understand her intention, a knowing look flashing in her eyes. Zhang Yongping pondered for a moment before uttering 2 words, the pioneer? Lu Tianxin nodded in confirmation and then turned to Nangong Qinyu. Qinyu, could you send a message to Su Yi and arrange a meeting place? However, Zhang Yongping shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. No need to look for him. Chances are, that kid has already gone off to gather information. We probably won't be able to find him. Haven't you figured out his character after all these years? Let's not waste our efforts. Before he finished speaking, Nangong Qianyu's phone suddenly chimed with a voice message from Suyi. Lunch and a student meeting, right? Got it. Send me the address when it's time, and I'll be there. Hold on, I've got some things to wrap up here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongping scratched his head awkwardly and said, maybe that's the power of love? Everyone nodded in agreement. Since Nangong Qianyu arrived in Qinqing City and established a relationship with Su Yi, his personality had noticeably brightened. Nangong Qinyu seemed unfazed, casually brushing her hair aside and squinting slightly as she said, "All right, Tianqin, let's go meet this student you mentioned." Soon after, Lu Tianqin brought a cheerful, sunny young man to the reserved private room at the restaurant. Lu Tianqin gestured and said, "Lin Yang, introduce yourself." The young man eagerly scanned the room, carefully cradling a crystalline pangolin asleep on his shoulder. "Hello everyone. I'm Lin Yang, a second-tier awakened, sequence 063 beast tamer. This is my partner, the ice armor beast," he said, gently shaking the little creature in his arms. The ice armor beast seemed to wake up, groggily rubbing its eyes with its front paws before climbing back onto Lin Yang's shoulder. Lin Yang then carefully poked a small pocket on his chest, from which a tiny head emerged, still looking sleepy. "Oh, and this is also my partner, the ice spirit silk moth." At that moment, Suyi entered the room unnoticed and immediately recognized the little creature. "It's an ice spirit silk moth," he remarked, gently pinching its head with 2 fingers and lifting it. Lin Yang looked nervously at Lu Tianqin, who nodded reassuringly, allowing him to relax. Meanwhile, the ice armor beast on his shoulder appeared startled by Su Yi and clung to Lin Yang's head in a panic. Su Yi retrieved a box from his space bracelet, placed it on a chair, and opened it. Inside were at least 50 vials of reagents. After careful selection, he took out 2 ice blue vials. "I don't have resources for insects, but the ice spirit silk moth is one of the few evolvable exotic beasts in nature," Su Yi explained. "This one contains the essence of the ice sky cicada's flesh and blood, 3 drops in total. Administer 1 drop when it's about to evolve, another when it cocoons, and the remaining 2 drops every 5 days during the cocooning period." He pointed to the other vial and added, "This one contains the blood of the ice vein beast, not its essence blood, as the little one wouldn't be able to handle that." Su Yi handed 2 test tubes to Lin Yang, who took them with a blank expression and carefully put them in his pocket. Su Yi then turned to Gu Qingyan, who casually tossed a spatial bracelet to Lin Yang, saying calmly, "Take it as a meeting gift." Lin Yang blinked with gratitude and bowed to thank everyone present. Lian Zhongxing spoke up casually. "Just so you know, those 2 are among the wealthier ones among us. We can't offer you a meeting gift right now. We'll do that once you've been officially accepted by us." Hearing this, Yi Xiao paused, quietly retracting the mechanical sphere she planned to give as a gift, and simply nodded with a smile. Su Yi glanced at Lian Zhongxing, somewhat disdainful, but refrained from commenting in front of the juniors, considering that Lian was indeed one of the less wealthy ones. "Let's eat," Su Yi said as she sat down. "We'll head up the mountain after." "Tianqin, does Principal Wei have a guide to take us there? I have some information about the next mountain god." She smirked. "Honestly, having to gather intel even on a mission. Remember to complain to the senior later. By the way, who's taking us up the mountain?" Lu Tianqin hesitated before speaking. "Senior Wei Yuankong, the principal's great-grandson, pioneer number 01909, with lightning abilities at the peak of the 6th stage. But he's only taking us up because he's preparing to break through to the 7th stage. Most of the seniors in the Tianyu squad are preparing for their 7th stage breakthroughs recently." Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "Really? What a coincidence." Lu Tianqin frowned. "Su Yi, you don't think there's something wrong with Senior Wei, do you?" Su Yi shook her head. "No, there's nothing wrong." She placed a piece of meat in Nangong Qinyu's bowl before turning to Lu Tianqin. "I don't believe pioneers would have issues, given the heart's inquiry. I just realized something, but I can't say it yet. You know how it is with divination. It might not be accurate if spoken aloud." Lian Zhongxing remarked. "That's why I hate riddlers." Lin Yang clutched his ice armor beast tightly, feeling a bit anxious. He felt like he shouldn't be there, afraid of overhearing something he shouldn't. "When are we heading up the mountain?" Su Yi asked Lu Tianqin. "At 1 p.m., it's the safest time to climb. Although we're awakeners, it's still Tianshan," Lu Tianqin replied. Su Yi nodded in agreement. Even for 6th-stage awakeners, the power of nature is awe-inspiring. The 8th-stage mystic turtle is nearly 2,000 meters tall, but Tianshan's highest peak is over 5,000 meters. Respect for nature is a lesson passed down through generations of awakeners. Listening to the conversation, Lin Yang looked down at the ice armor beast in his arms. The young creature might sleep for a few days, which wasn't unusual. Ice armor beasts typically have long sleep periods before maturity. Once it grows into an ice vein beast and reaches the 3rd stage or higher, it will undergo significant changes, even though it's not an evolving beast. The Tianshan Mountains are considered the most treacherous of the 4 major mountain ranges in the Divine Land, renowned for their abundant resources. The other notable ranges include Changbai Mountain, the Qinling Mountains, and the Himalayas. Since the revival era, the Himalayas have become even more towering, making it difficult for even the awakened to reach their peaks. The Qinling Mountains are famous for their biodiversity, while Changbai Mountain remains shrouded in mystery. At this moment, a group is climbing the main peak of Tianshan. The revival era has altered the landscape of Tianshan, with most peaks disappearing leaving only a few remaining. The peak they are on is one of the known main peaks. Tian Shan is not yet fully explored, and the status of other main peaks remains a mystery, with only occasional hints from the mountain deity. Leading the way is a young man named Wei Yuankong. As a former member of the pioneer team, he once guided Lu Tianqing. Compared to the Siming team, the Tianyu team is more composed, perhaps due to years of experience as pioneers or the team's ethos. Senior Wei, Su Yi spoke. The way you talk about the mountain deity makes me increasingly curious. Wei Yuankong turned, his expression serious. Su Yi, you should hold enough respect for the mountain deity. Su Yi stepped forward, looking directly at Wei Yuankong. What kind of respect? Is it because of the deity's 7th-tier strength, or because it has protected Tianshan City for years? If it's the latter, I can offer some respect. But I'm not from Tianshan City. I merely respect the achievement. Of course, I assume you won't demand respect from us for the former. After all, the latter is more convincing. It's just that I don't particularly like worshipping lofty gods. As soon as he finished speaking, a childish voice chimed in. You're wrong. The mountain deity is very approachable and gentle, not lofty at all. Suya's lips curled slightly as he turned and crouched down. Wei Yuankong suddenly looked tense for some reason. Su Yi faced a snow leopard cub, chuckling softly as he extended a finger to touch the little creature's forehead. Hello, second-generation Tianshan mountain deity. The cub proudly lifted its head, but allowed Su Yi to hold it, gently rubbing its head. Su Yi looked up at Wei Yuankong. Now, can you tell me the real situation of the current mountain deity? Wei Yuankong was silent for a moment before finally speaking. How did you know it's the second-generation mountain deity? It's simple, Su Yi explained. The second-generation mountain deity must be a confidant of the previous deity, someone absolutely trusted. And your trust in it likely means the second-generation deity is innocent and controllable. I later found out that Tianshan Snow Lotus is extremely pure, and even a second-tier awakened can accept its energy. In the eyes of the people of Shenzhou, a mountain god that can be controlled cannot possibly be at the 8th level, and thus, the successor cannot be a beast above the 6th level. If that were the case, there would be a high probability of an 8th-level mountain god appearing, increasing the chances of offspring. Su Yi just needed to show a slight disdain for the mountain god next to the current one, and the young ones who admired and respected the mountain god would surely jump to defend it. Su Yi spoke softly for a long time, clearly making sure the little one in his arms couldn't hear. At this moment, he gazed towards the mountain peak, bowed slightly, and said, Mountain god, won't you show yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, a clear, high-pitched cry sounded. A massive figure spread its wings and flew up from the mountain peak, eventually transforming into an aged golden eagle that landed firmly in front of everyone. Shenzhou, Pioneer number 02007. Astrologer Su Yi, greetings to the mountain god. The elderly golden eagle stared at the young man before him, as if a handsome and mighty image of a golden eagle in its youth, once more powerful and proud, appeared behind him. You are quite bold, the golden eagle said. Su Yi smiled slightly and replied, Great mountain god, bold as I am, I would like to see the so-called Tianshan Snow Lotus, may I? The golden eagle was silent for a moment, its gaze shifting between Su Yi and the others behind him, before finally saying, You may, but only for you. Wei Yuankong, you can return and take this to your grandfather. A cloth bag appeared in the golden eagle's claws. Wei Yuankong took it and then left the place. Chiun, take the others to a place to rest. A colorful deer walked slowly to the crowd and said, Please follow me. Zhang Yongping glanced at Su Yi, ultimately choosing to trust him, and led the others to follow the Chiun deer away. Su Yi, holding the little snow leopard, gestured with his hand. Well then, mountain god, please lead the way. The golden eagle asked abruptly, What do you know? Su Yi replied with a smile. What I know is what you're willing to tell me, isn't it? After all, this is the mountain god's matter. How could an ordinary person like me know? Little fox, the golden eagle chuckled, feeling unexpectedly relieved. The people at the foot of the mountain revered him too much, making his conversation with Su Yi much more relaxed. The golden eagle turned around, and Su Yi, holding the little snow leopard, shrugged his shoulders. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain in Tianshan City, Wei Yuanping received the golden eagle's message, a stone. This is the spirit vein stone of Tianshan. Why would the mountain god give this to me? Wei Yuanping was puzzled but still kept the stone, his expression calm. Although he didn't understand the mountain god's intention, having lived in Tianshan City for generations, he always held a natural trust in the mountain god. Besides, the spirit vein stone is quite a treasure. Wei Yuanping pondered, wondering if Lu Tianqin had chosen a young fellow named Lin Yeyang as the next pioneer. This spirit vein stone would be a perfect gift for him to use for his third beast in the future. Yuankong, are you sure the mountain god personally asked you to come down? Wei Yuankong seemed a bit helpless. I wouldn't mistake the mountain god's aura. It seems this mountain god has something they're hiding from them. At the summit of Tianshan, in a naturally formed cave, Several figures sat around a rough stone table. Though the cave was simple, it was a place specifically used to entertain distinguished guests. I thought the mountain god's forces were strong. How could they fail to protect the Tianshan snow lotus? Lien Zhongxing asked, frowning with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lu Tianqin replied seriously. The mountain god has 13 reliable sixth-tier warriors under his command. However, there are at least 110 sixth-tier individuals in the entire Tianshan range who can vie for the Tianshan snow lotus. The woman from Bashu blinked her bright eyes and said disdainfully, "What's so difficult about this? Even if my defenses and the monks are strong, nothing below the 7th tier could break through. But who can withstand an attack from so many 6th-tier warriors? Unless a 7th-tier fighter intervenes." Yi Xiao, fiddling with a small mechanical sphere, chimed in, "Even though we're skilled in group battles, dealing with so many 6th-tier opponents is unrealistic. Isn't there any arrangement from Tianshan City?" "It's not like there isn't." Lu Tianqin shook his head, glancing toward the direction where Su Yi and the Golden Eagle had left. Plans almost never surpass those made by an astrologer who understands the overall situation. Besides, we just need to ensure no one obtains the Tianshan Snow Lotus within a specific time. You, as a stealth assassin, don't need to worry about these things. Lien Zhongxing complained helplessly, lying on the stone table. I'm the one who has to hold the front line. Monk Shirkong clasped his hands together and corrected. First of all, Benefactor Lien, you're only providing a shield for the poor monk. The one truly holding the front line is the poor monk. He then turned to Ji Qianming, who was sitting calmly. Qianming, have you reached the 6th tier? Ji Qianming raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Yes. Have you mastered that unique mythical beast transformation technique? Zhang Yongping inquired further. I have, Ji Qianming replied, then shifted the topic. But you should ask that kid Suyi. Once extraordinary beast transformations reach the 6th tier, they can evolve to mythical levels. Aren't you curious about what his bloodline is now? Gu Qingyan, chewing on jerky, remarked nonchalantly. Not curious. I know, Nangong Qianyu smiled and blinked. Don't think Suyi has kept it from me. But I won't say. You'll find out in due time. The woman from Bashu was about to make a remark when her expression suddenly turned serious, and she looked into the distance. The group stood up in unison, their battle gear automatically covering their bodies. They exited the cave to see a massive number of giant beasts approaching from all directions in the vast snowy mountains, led by an enormous golden eagle. Lu Tianqin explained, that's the offspring of the mountain god, the most disrespectful and human-hating among all. The lynx behind it bears a deep grudge against the mountain god and returned to Tianshan upon hearing of his decline. What we're witnessing now is essentially the strongest group of creatures in the Tianshan range, totaling 87. It seems a small number have yet to arrive. Wei Siwei, who had remained inconspicuous, suddenly spoke, playing with a deck of cards in his hand. Shall I go first? He raised an eyebrow, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Just then, a young man suddenly appeared beside him, patting his shoulder and starting to issue commands. Qianming, Suyi called softly, dragon might. As soon as he spoke, a vast azure dragon unfurled its massive form atop the mountain peak. Its proud, vertical pupils gazed down at the beings below, unleashing an overwhelming presence that felt like an invisible mountain pressing on the hearts of all present. This was the mythical beast domain that beast-transforming awakeners inevitably mastered upon reaching the 6th tier. The herd of beasts halted instantly, not daring to breathe too heavily. It wasn't until the lynx, a sworn enemy of the mountain god, stepped forward and roared, "Kill him! Seize his bloodline!" In that moment, the seed of greed took root in the minds of all the beasts. Suyi clicked his tongue softly twice, a power to beguile the heart, perfect for disrupting your thing. Once more, Qianming, this time, I'll join you. With that, Suyi crossed his arms over his chest, his form gradually transforming into a gigantic mythical bird. Dark golden feathers shimmered with a blazing light, 3 legs emerged beneath, and his eyes seemed to contain a scorching sun. This was the mythical beast transformation ability, the 3-legged golden crow. A clear cry pierced the sky, followed by the earth-shaking roar of a dragon. 2 majestic mythical beasts stood tall, causing the beast horde to instinctively step back. Indeed, anyone suddenly facing such formidable mythical creatures would inevitably feel a sense of dread. However, the leading golden eagle quickly realized a crucial point: the absence of the mountain god. Mother is too weak to even appear, it rejoiced inwardly. No matter how strong these two are, they're only 6th tier. Without a 7th tier mountain god, who can stop us? This realization was more invigorating than any rallying cry. The previously paused beast horde charged towards the main peak again, though this time, the leading golden eagle and lynx tactically retreated to the rear. In their view, 6th tier creatures could be cannon fodder, but as future rulers of Tianshan, they couldn't recklessly charge ahead. Let those blinded by greed take the lead, they would reap the rewards. Tianqin, target the last 2, try to kill one. Zhang Yongping commanded in a deep voice. During non-combat times, everyone followed Su Ye's lead, but once battle commenced, this young man who lacked strategic prowess had to step aside. Su Yi raised his hand, summoning a sky full of stars that rained down like droplets onto the ground. Starry end, explode, he murmured, and the starlight erupted. Everyone couldn't help but think, this kid's fighting style is really straightforward. Mountain God, Su Yi suddenly shouted towards the mountain peak. Our plan has started, how's your side? The beast horde quickly turned to look, seeing a small snow leopard and a pure white flower, the Tianshan snow lotus, standing beside the golden eagle. After over 200 years of nurturing, the second Tianshan snow lotus has finally bloomed for the first time, revealing itself to the world. In the past, only the mountain god and a select few creatures had the privilege of witnessing its true form. Standing beside the mountain god, amidst the shimmering light, was a young snow leopard, his offspring. Faced with the approaching giant golden eagle, its eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Is this your choice, mother? Even if you intend to hand over the position of Tianshan's ruler to a mere cat, I will never concede. The golden eagle roared, its gaze burning with rage. Unexpectedly gentle yet unwavering, the mountain god's voice replied. Pride leads to one's downfall, and you, my child, have crossed into arrogance. This mountain range requires a true king, not one who is selfish, proud, and vain. What it needs is a pure and kind ruler. Power will be bestowed by Tianshan itself. We were born here and should respect this mountain. But you, from a young age, have never respected it, speaking only words of defiance. How can I entrust this heavy responsibility to you? The mountain god's tone was filled with sorrow and regret, the disappointment palpable in his words. As the ruler of Tianshan, he dearly wished to pass this honor to his own bloodline. However, this identity was not just an honor, but a heavy responsibility to protect all life on the mountain and the mountain itself. Despite the loving advice, the harsh reality could not be erased. The golden eagle screeched, glaring defiantly, cutting off his mother's words. Wrong. Completely wrong. The title of Tianshan's ruler should be mine. I have the capability. To hell with responsibility. I am the king. Protecting this territory is my right, and all creatures here should bow to me. It's only natural. With a roar, the golden eagle flapped its wings fiercely. Suddenly, a towering poplar tree, 100 meters high, appeared out of nowhere. Its branches, like supple willow twigs, swung towards the mountain peak. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xiao frowned, recognizing it as a poplar tree, but its branches were as flexible as willows, causing her confusion. Having studied wood for years, she clapped her hands and tossed a small mechanical ball from her pocket. The ball quickly expanded and transformed into a twin-dimensional mech. Though it still appeared wooden, the strength of the wood, after the era of resurgence, was comparable to metal. Yi Xiao softly said, I'll handle this one. Then, she maneuvered the mech forward with determination. Ji Qianming was about to extend her claws, but suddenly stopped, retracting them, and turned to look at Su Yi, who had reverted to her original form. Her gaze was scrutinizing. Su Yi shrugged and replied, Why are you looking at me? I can't be bothered to fight. Besides, I'm an astrologer, you know? Let the fortune teller take the front line. I'd rather be a stable artillery. Ji Qianming glanced at the others nearby. Zhang Yongping had already set up a table, activated the altar, and was preparing a grand spell, making the battlefield tense yet orderly. Wei Siwei moved like a phantom through the horde of mythical beasts, a deck of playing cards flickering in his hand. Each time a claw came close to striking him, he transformed into a flurry of cards, leaving his attacker grasping at air. Nangong Qinyu, a wind element awakener, stood at a distance like an ideal artillery on the battlefield, her wind gusts felling beasts left and right. Meanwhile, Lu Tianqin had already infiltrated deep into enemy lines, executing her mission to assassinate the leader as directed by Zhang Yongping. Gu Qingyan remained stationed beside the Tianshan snow lotus, ready to deploy his spatial abilities for a swift escape. Come on, big monk, let's teach that big cat a lesson, shouted the bold girl from Bashu. Shirkong clasped his hands together, transforming into a giant arhut, his body enveloped in golden Buddhist light. He charged into the beast horde like a mountain, with Lian Zhongxing perched on his shoulder, pointing at a lynx in the distance and yelling, Get him! Ji Qianming smiled wryly as his enormous dragon form soared into the air, diving towards a golden eagle. Su Yi quietly sipped tea from an unknown source, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yongping. In his hands, a talisman ignited without flame as he chanted softly. In an instant, dark clouds gathered over the Tianshan peaks, unleashing destructive lightning. The Taoist divine thunder, balanced yet destructive, struck each incoming beast with precision. Fifth-tier beasts fell almost instantly, and even sixth-tier ones struggled to survive. Following this, Su Yi unleashed the end of the stars, while Nangong Qinyu whipped up a gale, dramatically slowing the advance of the beast horde. At this moment, the roles of Wei Siwei and Lu Tianqin became increasingly crucial. The elusive playing cards and the glinting daggers were death sentences for the beasts. Forced into a relentless retreat, the beasts faced an unending barrage of thunder, explosions, and wind. The seven-colored deer, known as Chiyun, a trusted aide of the mountain god, could only look up in silence. Not just her, but most of the mountain god's beasts felt redundant. A group of impossibly young humans, some not even at the sixth tier, were nearly overpowering the beast army. It was a reality hard to accept, as if they had become weak. Indeed, very weak, Su Yi said, spreading his hands before pointing to three beasts at the rear. Except for that cat, that tree, and that bird, none of the beasts have reached their limits. Even without the mountain god's suppression, they'd never break through to the seventh tier in their lifetimes. They've made excuses, pretending to have great potential, dreaming of breakthroughs without the mountain god's hold. Some even foolishly hope to snatch the Tianshan snow lotus amidst the chaos. Little do they know, they were always just cannon fodder, with only a few truly gifted beasts as exceptions. They're just a bunch of dreamers. Su Yi shook his head and sighed, suddenly alert as he shouted, "Qingyan, watch out." Gu Qingyan reacted immediately, a ripple of spatial energy appearing. A purple sable emerged from the ripple, its aura no weaker than the previously mentioned bird, tree, and cat. Excited, Gu Qingyan rolled up his sleeves, grasping a piece of space with anticipation. "I've been waiting for you." It turned out he had long known from the mountain god about the powerful entities on Tianshan, which was one reason he stayed by the Tianshan snow lotus. After Gu Qingyan left, the mountain god's fragile presence, like a flickering candle in the wind, was finally revealed to all. The guardian deity of the Tianshan mountains was on the brink of extinction, his life force dwindling. The mountain god's weakening sparked a covert battle for power. Even the most ordinary sixth-tier beasts eyed the mysterious lotus with greed. They thought, if the mountain god is dying, why not claim the lotus for themselves? The four strongest beasts were especially excited, not only by the allure of the Tianshan snow lotus, but also by the impending demise of the mountain god. They understood that with the god's passing, their constraints would lessen. It was a rare opportunity to break through to the seventh tier. Even if they failed to seize the lotus, they could escape to dominate elsewhere. With an old, mournful cry, the golden eagle finally bowed its proud head and closed its eyes forever. There were no earth-shattering phenomena or dramatic scenes, just a peaceful end as it had come into the world, from open eyes to closed. This mountain god of Tianshan had lived a life true to the mountain and its creatures. In the midst of the beasts, Lu Tianqin, after slaying an attacking beast, placed her hands on her chest and bowed to the mountain god from afar. Beside her, playing cards slashed through attacking beasts, showcasing her unique fighting style. At the moment of the mountain god's fall, the golden eagle, the poplar tree spirit, the lynx, and the marten with partial spatial abilities all began to surge in power, seemingly about to cross the seventh-tier threshold. However, their advancement suddenly halted, and they all turned their gaze to the small snow leopard beside the Tianshan snow lotus. Surprisingly, the little creature showed no intention of consuming the lotus. It merely lifted its paw, pacing around as if surveying its domain like a proud king of the snowy mountains. "Why isn't it eating the Tianshan snow lotus? What's it waiting for?" someone asked in confusion. "It's waiting for the mountain god to awaken," a young man named Su Yi explained. "But didn't you say it was the second mountain god?" Zhang Yongping asked with a frown. "Indeed," Su Yi pointed at the little snow leopard. "Though it's young, it carries a pure power that seems to come from the mountain's blessing. It can already be considered a mountain god, with the old god's aura and authority. That's why those four beasts' breakthroughs were halted. However, the little one lacks the strength to match its status. It is only a second-tier creature. Only by consuming the Tianshan snow lotus can it become the true mountain god. Then why doesn't it eat it?" Nan Gongqin pressed. Su Yi paused before speaking. "Because the mountain god has a better choice. Or rather, the mountain has a better candidate for a god. Even a snow leopard awakened by Tianshan can't compare to that one's affinity." "Why would you say that?" "You said the snow leopard has complete intelligence at the second tier because of Tianshan's awakening." "What could possibly?" Zhang Yongping began, but stopped as he saw Su Yi step forward and bowed deeply. Su Yi of Shenzhou pays respect to the Tianshan mountain god. Su Yi's bow was not directed at the ruler of Tianshan, but at the true spirit born of the mountain. This gesture unveiled a startling truth. The true mountain god was far more mysterious and powerful than they had imagined. The direction of his bow was aimed precisely at the Tianshan snow lotus. As the young man bowed, the snow lotus seemed to respond to some kind of call, slowly unfurling its petals. The pure white lotus emitted an aura that cleared the mind and instantly invigorated everyone present. From the center of the petals, a ghostly figure gradually emerged. It was a vision of beauty akin to a celestial maiden, slowly becoming more defined. She wore a gown woven from the winds and snows of Tianshan, her face serene and her gaze tinged with gentle curiosity. Could it be that the true mountain god is actually this Tian Shan snow lotus? Zhang Yongping pondered for a moment, his brow furrowed. So it's not just an ordinary treasure? Su Yi shrugged and explained. The Tian Shan snow lotus is essentially a natural treasure formed from the will of the Tian Shan spiritual veins. Before it fully blooms, it's merely a treasure. At this stage, the snow lotus is like an egg filled with immense energy, enough to help a 6th-tier cultivator break through to the 8th tier. But the price is that whoever accepts its power can never leave the Tian Shan range. When the Tian Shan snow lotus fully blooms, the egg is considered truly hatched, and what it nurtures is the true mountain god of Tian Shan. This entity is blessed and favored by Tian Shan, no longer confined to the territory, but viewing it as a home. Su Ye's voice continued softly. In fact, the previous mountain god was born from consuming the Tian Shan snow lotus, but they died young, not due to old injuries. It was more due to the weight of guilt, which drove them to give back to the mountains with all their might until a new snow lotus was fully nurtured. During this process, the previous mountain gods sacrificed their life for the mountains, driven by remorse for this land. Su Ye's explanation was detailed and thorough. The only regret was the little snow leopard. It stood aside, looking lost, and staring blankly at the snow lotus it once intended to consume. It had been warned by the mountain god to hold off on eating the lotus and had been granted partial authority. And now, the snow lotus was alive? What did that make it? Just a creature intended to temporarily deter those with greedy intentions? The little snow leopard had once thought of biting through the snow lotus, but hesitated. It understood that doing so would make it no different from the plunderers. It was a creature enlightened by Tian Shan itself, the second, or perhaps even the first and a half mountain god, and was supposed to possess the pride and magnanimity of a god. Thinking of this, tears dampened its fur. Faced with such profound loss, even one as strong as it could not find solace. After all, it was still just a child. At that moment, a warm hand gently wiped away its tears. Looking up, it saw a gentle face. It was the woman transformed from the Tian Shan snow lotus. Though newly born and unable to speak, she softly patted the little snow leopard's head. She smiled, her expression as steadfast as the harsh winds and snows of Tian Shan, yet tenderly touching the hearts of every Tian Shan creature. This was the true mountain god of Tian Shan. The newly appointed mountain god has indeed lived up to expectations. In a short period, he gained Su Ye's trust and fulfilled the hopes of the previous mountain god. He swiftly dealt with the most powerful beasts, eradicated those with ill intentions, and resolved all solvable issues. Additionally, he demonstrated wisdom by recruiting the more docile beasts and redistributing the authority of the mountain to the formidable 6th-tier beasts. With his peak 7th-tier strength and the authority of a mountain god, these tasks were effortless for him. Unlike the first mountain god, the Snow Lotus mountain god is a true spirit born from the Tian Shan mountains, favored by the mountains themselves. For him, wielding authority is as natural as moving an arm, achieving in minutes what the Golden Eagle mountain god couldn't in 200 years. The disparity between gods is indeed significant. Su Yi pondered whether to bring his student, Wei Su, to learn from the Tian Shan mountain god about mastering the power of the mountains. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that for the lineage of mountain gods, these feats weren't particularly challenging. Moreover, as a mountain lord, Wei Su should be the ruler of the mountains. In a sense, a mountain lord's power doesn't originate from the mountains. Rather, the mountains look up to the mountain lord's power, with the mountain's strength being merely a part of the mountain lord's power. A similar myth to that of the mountain lord is that of Huaishui Water Lord Wu Zhiqi. In mythology, this water monkey conquered one of the 4 great rivers of China, the Huai River, making it submit. His power doesn't come from the mountains, but the mountains submit to him, willingly becoming part of his strength, hence the title of Mountain Lord. His power doesn't come from the water, but the water submits to him, hence the title of Water Lord. In terms of combat capability, Su Ye's expectations for Wei Su are even higher than for that girl Qian Sixian. After all, the upper limits of a Mountain Lord remain unknown, whereas a Formation Master's limits seem capped at the ultimate formation. Nonetheless, the Snow Lotus Mountain God's performance has been impressive, even renewing a contract with the human race. During this process, Principal Wei Yuanping appeared somewhat resigned. Su Yi speculated that this might be related to the information Wei Yuankong previously conveyed. Otherwise, Wei Yuanping wouldn't be so calm about the matter. However, the mountain god still faced a thorny issue: how to properly handle the second mountain god, the little snow leopard. Although he himself is a peak 7th-tier powerhouse, soon to break through to the 8th tier, and has matured under the ancient aura of the mountains, he is at a loss regarding this recently retired little one. After all, this child is owed by both himself and the first mountain god. Troubled by this, the mountain god remained silent for a long time, only managing to finish his tasks 3 days later and finally taking a breather. With Tian Shan returning to normalcy, he descended the mountain to the Northwestern Academy, where the little snow leopard was settled. However, The scene before him left the third Tianshan mountain god, the embodiment of the Tianshan snow lotus. Wide-eyed in surprise, there was the little one, obediently perched atop a young man's head. Pardon me, who might this be? The snow lotus mountain god couldn't help but ask, a flicker of surprise and curiosity in his eyes. Lin Yiyang, a beast master, stood before the crowd, immediately drawing everyone's attention with his uniqueness. Su Yi watched the young man with a furrowed brow, filled with curiosity. As an experienced beast master, Su Yi had witnessed many peculiar phenomena, but Lin Yiyang's situation was unlike anything he had ever seen. This young man showed no interest in other elemental beasts, yet had an unusually strong attraction to ice element beasts. This extreme preference made Su Yi uneasy, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yiyang in search of clues. At that moment, the mountain spirit stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Lin Yiyang's shoulder. The mountain spirit closed his eyes, as if sensing something. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said solemnly, "He, like us, has been favored by Tianshan, but this favor is incomplete, limited only to the ice and snow aspect of Tianshan." The mountain spirit's words made Su Yi thoughtful. He knew that under normal circumstances, Tianshan's favor should be comprehensive, not partial like Lin Yiyang's. This incomplete favor was likely not something Tianshan had intentionally bestowed. As a being birthed from Tianshan, the mountain spirit understood Tianshan more deeply than anyone else. Although he had not fully mastered his abilities and could not perceive all of Tianshan's past, he was certain that Lin Yiyang was indeed favored by Tianshan. The mountain spirit looked at Lin Yiyang with a slight smile. It's amusing for a being only 3 days old to call a teenager a little guy. This comment made Su Yi stroke his chin, pondering the unique nature of this newly born mountain spirit. The snow lotus mountain spirit elegantly brushed back her hair, and a pure white lotus flower suddenly appeared in her hand. She explained, "This lotus is your compensation. If you hadn't concealed certain things, this could have been stopped earlier, and I might never have been born." Hearing this, Su Yi frowned slightly. The mountain spirit continued. "The purple sable was a backup plan left by the golden eagle mountain spirit. I merely suggested he distract Gu Qingyan. For me, he actually saved my face. After all, if I had spoken directly, Gu Qingyan wouldn't have ignored me." The mountain spirit's tone turned serious. "However, you must promise to protect this land." Su Yi remained silent for a moment, then turned to the snow lotus mountain spirit and said slowly, "What I see may not be the true future, but I choose to trust the old mountain spirit's decision. It's not just trust in the old golden eagle, but trust in Tianshan of Shenzhou. This is the fundamental belief of being from Shenzhou, even for an astrologer like me." The snow lotus mountain spirit seemed intrigued by Su Ye's response and asked, "And what else?" "It seems you and the golden eagle mountain spirit made some sort of deal." Su Yi candidly admitted, "Yes." He said he had fulfilled his duty to most of the creatures of the Tianshan mountains, including those who once helped him. But he felt he owed something to his child. He didn't hope for his child to survive, as he understood that the people of Shenzhou, those who lived alongside him, would not allow a threat to exist. So he hoped we could give his child a dignified exit. Su Ye's gaze deepened. "That's why I guided Ji Qianming to confront the golden eagle. To fight the azure dragon in the sky and die in battle is a dignified exit. Wouldn't you agree, mountain spirit?" The mountain spirit pondered and said, "Life is fragile." Su Yi picked up the thread, speaking firmly. "Precisely why there are those who protect life's fragility. It could be you, or it could be us. You only have to protect this mountain, so you can view every corner equally. But we have to protect the entire nation, so inevitably, there will be places we can't tend to or can't reach in time. Among the renowned mountains and rivers of the divine land, I am the first mountain spirit to formally awaken. Even in the era of revival, few mountain spirits have managed to awaken. I will list a few peaks that might harbor mountain spirits, hoping you will remember them and perhaps attempt to awaken them in the future." I glanced at everyone present and slowly named those sacred mountains: Changbai Mountain, Laojun Mountain, Mount Tai, Jihua Mountain. These peaks might have mountain spirits. Besides these, any newly emerged mountain spirits would be of a new generation. Noticing Su Ye's hesitant expression, I quickly added, "I know what you're thinking. But the fact remains, only these few mountains have potential mountain spirits to awaken." Note that I said awaken. I paused, then continued to explain. "As for Kunlun Mountain, Kongtong Mountain, and the like, let's just say that this world currently lacks the ability to awaken them. Kunlun Mountain is suppressed by its core. In other words, the Kunlun Mountain in our world is merely a projection of the real Kunlun Mountain. Even the true Kunlun Mountain is unlikely to have consciousness." Su Ye's face showed confusion as he asked, "Why? Even if Kunlun Mountain is a projection, why wouldn't it give birth to a mountain spirit?" I fell silent for a moment, organizing my thoughts. I haven't fully recovered my memories from the heavenly mountain, but perhaps more will come back to me later. Let me introduce the 3 entities of Kunlun Mountain. Zhuangmu, the master of the 5 remnants of heaven. Lu Wu, the guardian of the heavenly gardens, the embodiment of order. and Kai Ming, the overseer of Kunshan, intimidating all creatures. With a hint of teasing, I said, with these three around, do you think Kunlun Mountain could possibly give birth to a so-called mountain spirit? To put it bluntly, even if a mountain spirit did appear, it would likely be overwhelmed. I added, of course, if you have time, you might also pay attention to Zhong Mountain. Perhaps Zijioyan still has consciousness. Suyi remained silent for a while, then asked a series of questions. What happened after the mythological era ended? Since there are godly beings, how powerful were the gods that once existed? Can we seek help from them? What is their attitude towards humans? What has the mythological era left us with today? How strong were the gods of that time? Are there ninth-tier creatures? Are gods born or made? I took a deep breath and answered helplessly. I don't know any of that. Suyi, could you please not ask so many questions at once? I'm just a small mountain spirit, barely revived thanks to the heavenly mountain's gift. How could I know so much? I smiled and said, besides, isn't the journey of exploration always the most wonderful part for a nation like ours? Suyi looked at me thoughtfully and said, you know us well. I nodded. Of course, I've existed since ancient times, always watching over this land. Suyi continued, then you should understand, when we start seeking shortcuts and help, it means we've been pushed to the limit. We were waiting for gods stronger than us to protect us, only to discover the spirit of humans is no less than that of gods, nothing more. Suyi glanced at me, closed his eyes, then opened them again with a deep sigh. I gently said, the gods of our land have done enough. You'll understand in time that most of the gods in this world are good. My memories may be incomplete, but I choose to believe this, and I hope it to be true. Suyi softly replied, let's hope so. Suyi turned his head to glance at the snow lotus mountain god, then turned back and walked towards the crowd in front of him. The gentle mountain deity watched over all beings, but never truly left them. She wasn't the proud ruler of the snowy peaks, but rather a god of the mountains who had existed since ancient times. This was the outcome of Su Ye's deal with the golden eagle. He needed to learn some ancient secrets to assess the feasibility of another plan for Shenzhou. Suyi touched the azure pendant around his neck, thinking to himself, God, to hell with gods. If they really existed, we wouldn't be so exhausted. Just then, he looked up to see a girl from Bashu waving at him. Suyi, come take a photo and complete the task. We're heading home. Suyi paused for a moment, then chuckled softly and stepped forward. Taking group photos was one of the traditions of the Siming squad. As Zhang Yongping's ominous saying went, every mission for the pioneers could be their last. If someone were to sacrifice themselves unexpectedly, at least a photo could serve as a memory. People live for decades or centuries, and memories fade. But photos can be digitally stored on phones or printed out and placed in inconspicuous corners of homes. It's essential to have something that, when seen, reminds everyone of a friend who once vanished in the dust of history's wheel. Thus, the camera captured this moment, one even the mighty Shang Li Taisui couldn't reverse. The young man named Su Yi stretched and marveled that this task had only taken 4 days, deeming it relatively smooth, and that he'd be able to enjoy a decent New Year upon returning. He thought about watching a beautiful fireworks display on New Year's Eve. After the festivities, Ji Qianming mentioned, I have something to give you. Or rather, my father wants to give your nephew. Still trying to arrange a marriage for my Qinglin, huh? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the Ji family's persistence. He said helplessly, let's just call it an introduction. I can't persuade my father. Mostly, I can't beat him. Ji Qianming was silent for a moment before speaking. All right, I understand. Big families are troublesome. Su Yi waved his hand nonchalantly, feeling a pinch at his waist. Asahi, I was joking. The young man named Su Yi honestly confessed. All right, I'll go back after the new year, Nangong Asahi sighed. After the new year, we should return to Qinqing City and stay for a few more months to teach those students. As for what comes next, you'll have to handle it yourself. Gu Qingyan interjected. Or you could bring Woden back, but that's unlikely. At their stage, we didn't have 5th or 6th tier awakeners to teach us personally. Qinglin is already a 5th tier awakener, just sealed. Su Yi shrugged, showing understanding. If I have time, I can come over to teach for a while, but I'll be strict, Ji Qianming said seriously, looking at Su Yi. We'll see. Su Yi nodded, not saying much more. In the land of Shenzhou, there's a place known as Sword Lake, distinct from the 36 base cities. This lake was formed after the revival era due to changes in the Earth's surface. The true cause was a 7th-rank beast that brought heavy rain, filling the lake, and an island emerged from its center. After decades of effort, this island was transformed into a beautiful, almost utopian place. Later, a passing swordsman claimed it as his own dojo after a demonstration of his swordsmanship. This swordsman is the Sword Emperor, the strongest swordsman in Shenzhou, and the future master whom Su Yi is taking Yi Yulan to meet today. Su Yi's uncle went to great lengths, using a favor, to ensure you seize this opportunity. Su Yi glanced at Yi Yulan as they neared Sword Lake. Qian Sixian, one of the 4 youngsters, adjusted his glasses and asked, Teacher, is there someone over there? Su Ye's lips curved slightly as he stepped forward, utilizing a technique to close the distance swiftly, and struck out with a star-powered palm. The figure seemed resigned, forming a sword with his fingers and pointed at Su Yi from afar. The overwhelming star power was sliced open, and golden sword light gathered at the fingertips. Su Yi appeared unfazed, placing a hand on the young man's wrist, prompting him to lower his hand. Long time no see, Bai Xiaoji. The young man named Bai Xiaoji shrugged helplessly. It's been a while, Su Yi. The master has been expecting you. Before that, can I meet my future junior sister? You seem very confident in the person you're introducing. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. With the favor the master owes you, taking on a disciple, as long as their character is acceptable, won't be refused. Besides, I trust your judgment. Or rather, no one in Shenzhou would doubt an astrologer's insight. All right, come over here, everyone, let me introduce you. Su Yi beckoned the four youngsters. This is Bai Xiaoji, the third disciple of the Sword Emperor, newly entered the 7th rank, second only to the Sword Emperor himself in the Sword Lodge. Of course, this guy still owes me a pound of top-quality tea. Teacher, why is the top-quality tea here measured by the pound? Qian Sixian asked somewhat helplessly, then noticed the young man glance at her. It felt as if hundreds of swords pierced into her mind, but soon they were replaced by twinkling starlight, and her vision cleared. These are my students, Su Yi said, glancing at Bai Xiaoji, implying that they were not future disciples of the Sword Lodge and need not endure Bai Xiaoji's sword-intent pressure. Bai Xiaoji turned his attention to the girl holding a sword behind him, stepping forward as a torrent of sword force surged towards Yi Yulan. Qian Sixian seemed about to speak, but her teacher placed a hand on her shoulder. Yulan is a swordswoman, not as fragile as you. If she can't withstand this level of sword force, bringing her here would be a mistake, Su Yi said calmly. Wei Su, standing behind him, nodded in agreement. Huang Qi reached out his hand as if he wanted to say something, but quickly retracted it when Su Yi glanced at him. Hadn't Yulan already made it clear that she rejected this guy? Why was he still so persistent? Was this what people called a devoted admirer? Su Yi rubbed his chin, filled with doubt, but he had no intention of interfering. After all, Yi Yulan hadn't shown any sign of dislike towards the guy, and Su Yi couldn't be bothered to meddle. Su Yi shook his head and refocused on the scene before him. As Bai Xiaoji unleashed a powerful sword aura, Yi Yulan hesitated for a moment. The sword in her arms suddenly unsheathed itself, creating a small breach in the aura. Though the opening was minor, it was enough to awaken her. She then gathered her limited sword aura, transforming it into a sharp blade to collide with Bai Xiaoji's aura at the forefront. Bai Xiaoji hastily withdrew his aura, turning to Su Yi in surprise. You never told me this girl was so fierce. Who would dare, at the 2nd tier, to charge in with their own sword aura and clash with a 7th tier one? No matter how restrained, the quality is there, and it's like an egg smashing against a rock. Even if it momentarily bursts with a hardness far exceeding an eggshell, it would still shatter upon contact with the rock. That's one of the reasons I panicked earlier. Don't worry, I've got some pills here. If anything goes wrong, I can react immediately, Su Yi said, shaking a small porcelain bottle in his hand. Ever since Nangong Qinyu moved to Qinxing City, he had switched from carrying potions to these more effective pills. Alchemists are scarce, and the raw materials are precious and difficult to process, so pills can't be widely distributed. Let's go. Take us to Heart Lake Island, Su Yi said. All right, get on the boat, Bai Xiaoji nodded, glancing at the wooden boat nearby. The boat was small, just a simple skiff, but its material was quite special, allowing it to float on this lake, indicating it was extraordinary. This was Sword Lake, initially created by exotic beasts and later occupied by the Sword Emperor, gradually filled with sword aura. Now, besides those who can fly, only 6th-tier awakeners and exotic beasts can cross it. This boat, crafted by the Sword Emperor himself, has a strong resistance to sword aura and is the primary means of transport for most people inside Sword Lake. Mid-sentence, Su Yi and Bai Xiaoji simultaneously looked up towards the center of Sword Lake. Even the 4 young ones, though not powerful, could sense the overwhelming sword aura there, as if it could pierce the sky. The Sword Emperor was breaking through. Su Yi frowned. Bai Xiaoji opened his mouth as if unsure what to say, then just signaled the 4 young ones to board the boat, taking out a bamboo pole to ferry them across the lake. As time passed, the overwhelming sword aura gradually subsided and dispersed. Did he fail? Su Yi frowned. He knew that his master had experienced similar situations recently, claiming to have touched the threshold of the 8th tier, but unwilling to take the step. Although his senior brothers believed the master was exaggerating, breaking through to the 8th tier wasn't as simple as it sounded. You're criticizing your master behind his back again, Bai Xiaoji said just as a young man wearing a straw hat suddenly appeared on the boat, holding an ancient bamboo fishing rod, and cast it out. Hey, Su, long time no see, the Sword Emperor said with a gentle laugh. Are you sure you should be doing this? I never intended to break through so soon. The Sword Emperor chuckled softly. Just think of it as me giving up this opportunity, or perhaps this opportunity gave up on me. But that doesn't matter. For those who abandoned me, the past cannot be retained. With that, he burst into laughter. Yi Yulan's first impression of her new master was of a carefree, yet somewhat eccentric middle-aged man. This perception changed when he extended his hand, casting a fishing line that cut through the air like a sword, seemingly slicing the sky in two, leaving it unable to recover for a long time. The four young ones looked up in awe. They had encountered seventh-tier strength before, like the giant turtle in the secret realm and the massive serpent seen during a spectacle. However, the Sword Emperor demonstrated that the gap between the seventh tier and nearly reaching the eighth was vast. Honestly, if the Sword Pavilion accepted more than just sword practitioners, the other three would have liked to stay. The mystical artifact, even at the second tier, could endow a sword with intelligence, a talent second only to that of Xiaoji in the past. The Sword Emperor, Li Qianya, stroked his chin thoughtfully as he looked at the girl before him and said approvingly, "Not bad, not bad. Su, if this is the child you brought to me, I don't even need to repay the favor I owe you." A rare gem indeed. After speaking, he opened the door to his humble abode. Li Qianya's cottage was situated on an island in the heart of a lake. Without the personal protection of the Sword Emperor, only top-tier 7th and 8th level practitioners could cross the lake to reach it. In essence, only by countering sword force with sword force could one reach Li Qianya's cottage, at which point he would accept them as a personal disciple. "Do you want to give it a try and see how far you can go?" Su Yi asked, glancing at the four young ones. Sword Heart Lake was an excellent place to hone one's willpower. The youngsters didn't hesitate, and even Qian Sixian, who wasn't known for his willpower, nodded. The Sword Emperor extended his hand, using his sword energy to move the young ones to the edge of Sword Heart Lake. Many people pass by his island daily, so a few more wouldn't matter. Truthfully, the Sword Emperor didn't expect much from the four second-tier youngsters. Interestingly enough, it seemed his fourth disciple would return today should he go and meet him. Bai Xiaoji, with a golden long sword on his back and a piece of foxtail grass in his mouth, remarked casually, "If he can't even get through the outer sword lake, he's not worthy of being my disciple." The Sword Emperor spoke nonchalantly, flicking his fishing rod. The island also had a small pond with a few fish to satisfy his fishing hobby. "Send a message to your senior brother and second sister. Once I accept that little girl as a disciple, you all should prepare some gifts for her. Your senior brother has been with the military sage for quite some time and should come back to see this old man. As for your second sister, I can't be bothered. You're the most reliable one, not always running off as if there's nothing worth staying here for." "Uncle Li, you still talk as much as ever," Su Yi chuckled, sitting cross-legged beside the Sword Emperor. He took out a box and placed it next to him. "I recently bought a new fishing rod made from a new material that can withstand up to 40 tons. It seems times are changing, and the strength of materials is increasing, while the gear of avid fishermen is becoming more and more extravagant. It is said that over at Hanhai Academy, there are now fishing rods capable of catching whales." Although the truth of this claim is uncertain, the Sword Emperor remains indifferent. To him, collecting fishing rods is akin to collecting swords. No matter how many he gathers, none can compare to the bamboo rod in his hand. Likewise, there is no sword in the world that can surpass his Qingshan sword. Su Yi, however, doesn't mind. Every time he visits, he brings a new fishing rod for the Sword Emperor, purely to win his favor. Even though the Sword Emperor's era came long after that of old Master Zhao and Su Ye's teacher, having lived for over a century, he is naturally considered a senior. Moreover, this time Su Yi also brought along a new apprentice. His niece has decent talent, and if she studies diligently, reaching the 7th stage shouldn't be a problem. As for the 8th stage, they'll discuss it when he himself breaks through. "Are you truly unconcerned about breaking through to the 8th stage?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "What do you, a youngster who's never faced a bottleneck, know about it? Do you think I don't care?" The Sword Emperor retorted with a good-natured laugh. "I simply can't break through at the moment, that's all. As I've said before, what's gone cannot be retained. I'm just a bit more carefree. Didn't the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain feel the same way? Reaching the 8th stage isn't easy. Talent and insight are just prerequisites. Sometimes, a bit of luck is needed in cultivation. Yulan does have good talent, but I can see it's not top-notch." Su Yi paused for a moment before finally saying, "I can only see that her opportunity lies with you, which is why I brought her here. Perhaps, but I'm different from them. In my view, even the stars in the sky have moments when they're obscured by clouds." The Sword Emperor glanced at Su Yi and said, "Only by slicing open the sky with the sword in your hand can you see the entire world." "I'm not sure. I just felt this was the best choice, so I didn't hesitate," Su Yi replied. "Furthermore, for a swordsman, there's no place better than here with you, right?" "That's true." The Sword Emperor flicked his rod, and then noticed Su Yi turning his head to look in the same direction. They saw a young man exuding a special aura, having traversed a third of the Sword Heart Lake. "Your student?" The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps he will be my disciple." Su Yi paused and chuckled. "He could be considered my disciple. The kids you brought today have decent talent. They might become the backbone of a new era. Of course, that's just talent, but with your protection, Growing up shouldn't be too challenging. All right. The kid who's gone the furthest is about to reach his limit. You should go help him, the Sword Emperor said half-jokingly. He's a bit too eager to show off, but if he lost that youthful spirit, I'd look down on him instead. When you take on a disciple, don't forget to let me know, so I can prepare a gift. The swordsman is a rather unique group. In Su Ye's view, whether it's swordsmen, blade wielders, or other martial artists, they all fall under the category of warriors. However, Zhao Muji, the founding father of the warrior order, led subsequent warriors to rely mostly on their fists to conquer the world, neglecting the importance of weapons. In reality, warriors have considerable talent with weapons, often excelling in their use, but due to stereotypes, they have an innate resistance to them. Swordsmen, however, are different. These individuals often find their path of cultivation early on. Light swords, heavy swords, fast swords, slow swords, sword intent, sword momentum, sword form, and sword skills all have their unique merits. From the beginning, they seem to know which swordsmanship suits them best. Perhaps with the help of the Sword Emperor, even newly awakened swordsmen can clearly understand which sword techniques are suitable for them. Consequently, these swordsmen often rank among the top in their pursuit of the way. The Sword Emperor nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "To have come this far, for the first time, your students are quite impressive. Except for that little girl whose willpower is slightly lacking. But as a formation master, this weakness at this stage is normal," he said calmly. "That young man, he's a Qigong master, isn't he?" The Sword Emperor pointed towards Huang Qi in the distance. "Yes, his talent is quite good. When the time comes, we'll send him to the Warrior Association." Su Yi nodded in response. The Warrior Association doesn't consist solely of warriors. Sequences like Qigong masters and blade wielders don't have enough numbers to form their own associations, so they are included under the Warrior Association. The Sword Emperor looked at Huang Qi, his tone heavy. He seems to be forging his own path, which is dangerous. His future is bright, at least from my perspective, and that's enough, Su Yi said with a light smile. As an astrologer, he was confident in his judgment of the future and wouldn't make a mistake. The Sword Emperor didn't say much more, seemingly sensing Su Ye's reluctance to take Huang Qi as a disciple. Who knows? Even if he's not my disciple, he practically is, Su Yi said. We who practice divination worry about cause and effect, but since fate has brought us together, there's no need to overthink. Over hundreds of years, even if I die, someone else will take up my responsibilities and lead this country further. I've never worried about that because this is Shenzhou. All right. Did you come here just to say these things? The Sword Emperor waved his hand, seemingly uninterested in continuing the conversation. He had heard similar words too many times, and they had become somewhat numbing. However, you found me a good disciple. Your favor is not exhausted, but it's not worth me stepping in again. The Sword Emperor paused, then added, "Later, go to the cottage and pick a sword." Su Yi was taken aback for a moment, then looked up at the Sword Emperor and nodded. The Sword Emperor's swords were not merely for collection. The sword aura they nurtured was truly invaluable. The 7th tier sword energy is powerful enough to injure those at the 8th tier, making it a highly valuable life-saving tool across all of Shenzhou. Su Yi thought to himself that it might be a good gift for his parents, as he hadn't seen them in some time. He gently stroked his chin, pondering something. As for the safety of those around him, he had already taken precautions with a few students, and his sister's family wouldn't leave Qinqing City. As for the pioneers, they didn't need such things. Su Yi stood up, and the Sword Emperor seemed to understand his intentions. He extended a hand toward the cottage, and a short sword rose into the air, landing in his hand. "Take it. It's meant for protection, and these smaller swords are actually better for that," he said. Su Yi took out a wooden box, carefully placing the short sword inside, and exhaled in relief. Though it seemed ordinary, the sword contained the Sword Emperor's sword energy, making it incredibly powerful and intimidating. Even a 6th-tier awakener wouldn't dare to touch it lightly. "All right, leave the girl here. In a few months, I'll teach her some things before the apprenticeship ceremony. You'll just need to attend as her elder, and there's no need for you to worry about anything else," the Sword Emperor said with a satisfied squint. Su Yi couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for his niece, knowing that while the Sword Emperor's teachings were good, they could also be quite strict. Although he hadn't been taught by the Sword Emperor himself, watching Bai Shaoji's learning process made him think Bai's talent led to fewer scoldings. Su Yi shook his head, not wanting to discuss it further. He looked up at Wei Su, who was reaching his limit on the Sword Heart Lake, and with a gesture, summoned him to his side. "Next time you encounter a place that can test your will, be mindful of your limits. You moved too quickly. Otherwise, you could have gone further," Su Yi advised his student earnestly. "But this is fine, as this is just a training ground, not a real battlefield. Remember, on the battlefield, every step must be carefully considered. Never forget the weight of life. I don't want to see you end up as a body one day, understood?" Wei Su nodded seriously, and Su Yi handed him 2 pills. "These will protect your spirit from damage. Just take one. The remaining 3 are for the others. These are quite valuable," Su Yi said with a hint of reluctance. Although with Nangong Qianyue around, He didn't need to spend money on alchemy. He still had to supply the raw materials himself. He wasn't one to rely on others. Teacher, Huang Qi is struggling. Aren't you going to help him? Wei Su asked after swallowing the pill. Su Yi looked up, his eyes gleaming. It seemed the student had truly achieved a unity of energy, spirit, and mind. If that was the case, the new path he had mentioned might indeed be viable. The young man named Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, while the Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow, evidently impressed by his students. The concept of the unity of essence, energy, and spirit is central to the martial arts philosophy. It refers to the perfect integration of the body's essence, the energy of the meridians, and the soul's spirit, elevating one's power to an entirely new level. This transformation not only enhances strength, but also significantly bolsters a warrior's combat abilities and future cultivation path, effectively transcending to a new realm of mastery. For a Qigong practitioner, achieving this unity is even more challenging. Their energy is typically stronger than their essence and spirit, and unlike warriors, they must master the art of guiding energy, which is closely linked to physical strength. This is one of the reasons Su Yi feels gratified. He previously placed this young man in a secret realm to strengthen his physique. The recent training at Jinshin Lake further honed his willpower, allowing him to achieve the unity of essence, energy, and spirit, a state he will maintain moving forward. His talent now approaches that of top-tier warriors, and coupled with his natural ability to manipulate energy as a Qigong master, his combat strength has reached a level where he can compete with the leaders of the 10 schools. Although Su Yi has high standards for his students, his expertise is undeniable. The Sword Emperor observed from the side and noticed that the young man had been taught 2 of the most difficult Qigong techniques. If he can fully grasp them, he could pave a new path forward. The potential of the Formation Master is not yet apparent, but as a direct disciple of Jinjua, she would not withhold anything from him. The newly arrived young man, if not mistaken, exudes the aura of the Mountain Monarch. This technique is unparalleled across the entire realm of Shinjo, with no other known practitioners. Then there's Yi Yulan, the only disciple whose name the Sword Emperor remembers, as she is his future student. Although Su Yi lacks expertise in swordsmanship, the sword he gifted Yi Yulan is exceptionally fitting for her. A swordsman needs a sword that suits them best. Moreover, while Su Yi may not understand swordsmanship, he has laid a solid foundation for Yi Yulan, which, although not as firm as the Sword Emperor might expect, is commendable for an outsider. Additionally, Su Yi has taught her lightning abilities in a manner closely aligned with swordsmanship, which is sufficient. A teacher's role is to guide students, helping them find the right path and pursue it wholeheartedly. In this regard, Su Yi has performed admirably. The Sword Emperor nodded in agreement and then watched as Su Yi extended his hand, channeling star power to bring Huang Qi before him. He tapped Huang Qi's neck, rendering him unconscious, then retrieved a vial from a spatial bracelet, forced open Huang Qi's mouth, and poured the contents in. Wei Su looked puzzled, while the Sword Emperor stood frozen, eventually casting his fishing line again and murmuring, "What a bold move." Curiously, Wei Su asked, "Sword Emperor, do you know what our teacher just gave Huang Qi?" The Sword Emperor spoke. The spinal fluid of the Peng bird, after removing its bloodline and will, has barely reached a state of unity in essence, energy, and spirit. However, it has excessive energy and spirit, but lacks essence. He paused before continuing. The value of this bottle of spinal fluid could probably buy a building in the city's central area. But such treasures are rare these days and cannot be measured by money. If there's a way to purchase it, it would likely cost billions. This young man is truly extravagant to give away such a rare item without hesitation. He reminisced. The last time a 7th-level great Peng bird appeared in Shinjo was 4 years ago. This bottle of spinal fluid must have been exchanged by him. You have a remarkable teacher. Wei Su was somewhat puzzled by the Sword Emperor's words, but he nodded confidently at the last sentence, feeling very proud. Our teacher should be like this. The Sword Emperor chuckled, feeling that these children were fortunate to have such a teacher, and that Su Yi was equally lucky to have such students. Moments later, Huang Qi slowly regained consciousness, realizing that he felt much better and his strength had increased. Seeing the slightly fatigued Su Yi beside him, he immediately understood the truth. Huang Qi realized that absorbing the spinal fluid was extremely risky, and Su Yi had carefully broken down the components of the fluid, turning it into pure energy and blood, and infused it into his body. To prevent Huang Qi's energy from blocking the process, Su Yi had to knock him out. Even as a 6th-level awakener, Su Yi was exhausted. Sword Emperor, it seems we should stay here for the night before leaving. I'm not in a safe condition to move yet, Su Yi said to the Sword Emperor. I'll have my disciples arrange it, the Sword Emperor replied casually. Nearby, Huang Qi cautiously approached Su Yi, scratching his head, unsure of what to say. Teacher, all right, don't overthink it, Su Yi playfully scolded, gently patting Huang Qi's head. I have the means to provide you with the best. Thank me when you've made your own path. Su Yi smiled slightly, looking forward to the day when Huang Qi would pave his own way and tell the world about his teacher. That expectation was enough. The young man named Su Yi smiled, reached out his hand, and pulled back Qian Sixian, who was about to falter on the Swordheart Lake. Despite being the slowest, Qian Sixian was the last to collapse. As for Yi Yulan, though a bit awkward, she managed to reach the same distance as Wei Su. As a swordsman naturally attuned to sword energy, her performance was acceptable, thanks to the high standards of Su Yi and the Sword Emperor. Su Yi looked at the person he initially intended to accept as his first disciple, then glanced at the other two beside him. After a moment of silence, he decided it would be better to think about it later. In Shenzhou, within the Scholar's Tower of Tianyuan City, over 2 months have passed since the sudden disappearance of the previous tower master, Cui Yongxiu. The general public only knows that the Scholar's Tower has a new leader, but awakened individuals sense that the change is extraordinary. Most people are not surprised, as in Tianyuan City, the venerable Zhou Lao has always been a respected figure, making his appointment as the new tower master seem reasonable. Almost overnight, all information about Cui Yongxiu was completely sealed, and Zhou Lao's image prominently replaced his on billboards. Even a scholar from the pioneers who intended to act could not do so in time, as the authorities swiftly handled all matters, including potential public opinion issues. Today, Zhou Lao took on a disciple, passing on his legacy, and left his own inheritance in a quiet chamber before heading to a hill outside the city. In his hand, he held a vial of blood from the prophetic mystic turtle that once caused chaos in Tianyuan City. This blood represented a 7th-tier life level, a leap beyond the 4th-tier threshold of awakened beings. Among the current 7th-tier awakened, only a few have advanced through their own cultivation, while most rely on external aid. Like Su Qieli, who once consumed an entire 7th-tier exotic beast, Zhou Xuan's 8th-tier blood is equivalent to half a 7th-tier beast, more than sufficient for a scholar who doesn't rely on physical strength in battle. Zhou Xuanhe took a deep breath, without seeking protection from others. The area around him had just been cleared, making it impossible for an ordinary 6th-tier beast to challenge him, let alone a 7th tier. If he successfully reached the 7th tier, he would fear nothing. If not, he would accept his fate. Zhou Lao suddenly opened his eyes, removed the vial's cap, and drank the blood in one gulp. Surprisingly, the blood tasted sweet, possibly due to the nature of 8th-tier creatures, which gradually shed impurities to become pure spirits. As the blood entered his system, Zhou Lao felt a fiery sensation ignite in his stomach. His cultivation method was not one of the two officially spread by Shenzhou, but a unique path of the Scholar's Tower, focused on knowledge and honing the soul through extensive reading. Truthfully, using blood to break through was not ideal for a scholar, but no better alternative was available. Moreover, this mystic turtle possessed one of the Scholar's Tower's treasures, a copy of the Hichu and Luoshu diagrams. Zhou Lao knew that to bring this legacy back to the world, he needed to seize the opportunity of breaking through to the 7th tier, forcibly comprehending the power of the diagrams from the turtle's blood, and reviving this knowledge for the world. The elderly man, with his hair as white as snow, was dressed in the traditional robes of the Scholar's Tower. He slowly closed his eyes, and in that moment, the energy within him, accumulated over more than 2 centuries, erupted to its peak. All of this was in pursuit of one opportunity, a chance to grasp knowledge. In the soul sea of Zhou Xuanhe, a massive dark tortoise suddenly appeared, roaring at him. The enormous inscriptions on its back caught the old man's attention. Immediately, the energy of knowledge transformed into a colossal hand, tightly gripping the stone tablet. The Hichu and Luoshu, this energy from ancient times, had finally returned to humanity after a long lineage. Zhou Xuan's white hair turned jet black in an instant, vitality and vigor returning to his body, a supreme elevation of his life essence, accompanied by the massive phantom of the stone tablet appearing in the sky, displayed before everyone. Far away in Japan, Cui Yongxiu abruptly looked up towards the direction of Shenzhou, seeing the stone tablet standing between heaven and earth. He paused for a moment, then smiled knowingly, clasped his hands, and bowed from afar towards Shenzhou. As a son of Shenzhou, Cui Yongxiu congratulated the re-emergence of the Hichu and Luoshu. The Scholar's Tower, or perhaps Cui Yongxiu himself, actually had various methods to help the divination tortoise break through the 8th tier. However, he chose the most resource-consuming option, even using the Scholar's Tower's copy of the Hichu and Luoshu. He knew that without doing so, the Hichu and Luoshu would forever remain just a copy. Only by entrusting it to the tortoise could the people of the Scholar's Tower comprehend it from the tortoise's blood. Although the tortoise's comprehension was far less than its ancestors, the power of the Hichu and Luoshu remained in its blood, unable to be developed. Only humans could sense the ancient civilization and knowledge, bringing this tool for observing fate back to life. All of this was part of an agreement between Cui Yongxiu and the first master of the tower. This was why a peculiar divination tortoise was suppressed beneath Tianyuan City. It was a setup buried for over 2 centuries for the sake of heritage. His obsession was immortality, while the first master of the Scholar's Tower was obsessed with legacy, which was also the obsession of the old faction of the Scholars' Tower. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Shenzhou Array Masters Association, Jinju also looked up towards Tianyuan City, a faint smile on his lips. Perhaps it was because of the reappearance of the Hichu and Luoshu, or maybe because his old friend had finally crossed this threshold. He paused for a moment, then reached for a slightly outdated phone and dialed a number. Xiaosu, did you see it? Over in Tianyuan City, the Hichu and Luoshu, it's inherently fascinating. We didn't deliberately pursue the ancient things, nor did we intentionally seek out myths. It's just that this land of Shenzhou is gradually and slowly bringing those ancient myths back to life. This land is protecting us and might have already done many things without us knowing. On the island in the lake, Su Yi, looking somewhat frail, leaned against the outer wall of the thatched hut, gazing at the distant stone tablet phantom alongside the Sword Emperor. February 28th, 228 of the revival calendar. In Shenzhou, the Hichu and Luoshu re-emerged in the world. The myths buried in antiquity seemed to be slowly awakening. The next day at the Sword Cottage, Bai Shaoji, with a sword at his waist, looked at the three young ones in front of him and said gently, "Let's go. I'll take you back to Qinqing City. Your teacher has some matters to attend to and has left temporarily. If you need, I can take you back directly. However, if you'd like to stay here for a few days, that's fine too." Before he finished speaking, Huang Qi raised his hand to interrupt. "Senior Bai, there's no signal here, and our phones aren't working at all." Bai Shaoji nodded in response. "Yes, apart from a few specially made phones and wristbands, your phones can't connect here. Those special phones are only available to a select few, and you don't have the qualifications for one yet. They're quite expensive, and I only got mine after reaching the 7th tier. Your teacher has one because of their status as a pioneer." Bai Shaoji continued. Heart Lake Island maintains a relatively isolated connection with the outside world. "Why do you ask?" Huang Qi hesitated a bit. "Is there any way to contact someone from here? I'd like to call Yulan regularly." Nearby, Qian Sixian silently facepalmed, thinking, "This guy hasn't given up yet?" Bai Shaoji paused for a moment, then whistled. A swift flew down and landed on his shoulder. "This is a courier I keep on Heart Lake Island, responsible for sending messages to the outside world. If you really want to contact someone, take this." Bai Shaoji handed a token that resembled a jade slip to Huang Qi, adding, "But don't say I didn't warn you. The Swift is a 3rd-tier exotic beast. It's very obedient but expensive to maintain." He also handed over a small booklet. "This is the Swift's breeding manual, like an instruction guide. When sending a letter, just give it to the Swift. Don't be fooled by its small size now. When fully unleashed, its wingspan can exceed 2 meters. It's known for its speed. Additionally, this Swift is privately owned by me. So remember, you owe me a favor for taking it." Bai Shaoji looked at Huang Qi, who nodded seriously, taking the Swift and letting the little creature perch on his head like his teacher's Qiongyu, which looked quite amusing. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly arose, and a figure appeared outside Heart Lake Island. Bai Shaoji paused, looking at the woman in front of him, and smiled slightly. "Looks like I don't need to take you back after all." Nangong Qinyu nodded and said, "Su Yi sent me a message earlier, asking me to bring these little ones home." As she spoke, she took out a mechanical sphere, tossed it gently, and it transformed into a bird with a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters. This mechanical bird, lacking a power source, was casually made by Yi Xiao and driven by Nangong Qinyu's wind power. Sitting on the mechanical bird, Nangong Qinyu looked down at the stunned trio below and chuckled. "What are you staring at? Get on." The scene resembled a parent picking up children from kindergarten, except she was picking up 3 at once. After seeing a few people off, Bai Shaoji stretched lazily, rowed the boat, and returned to the island in the middle of the lake. There, he saw his junior sister being lightly struck on the wrist with a fishing rod by their master. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the sword, clearly unable to steady it, and the thought of defeating an enemy seemed far from her mind. The master sternly said, "A swordsman must have conviction. The sword must never leave your hand. From today on, I want to see you here every morning at 5 o'clock, swinging the sword 2,000 times." Bai Shaoji couldn't help but shiver. Although he no longer needed to practice these exercises, the master's stern scolding still made him a bit anxious. However, he figured there was no need to worry too much about it now and thought it might be better to find some nuts to eat. Watching his junior sister endure hardship was somewhat amusing, as his second senior sister used to do the same, and now he was doing it too, so it seemed perfectly fine. Bai Shaoji stroked his chin and went back to the house to find something to eat. Meanwhile, on the mechanical bird returning home, Huang Qi looked at the manual in his hand, paused for a moment, then glanced at the little creature by his leg and resolutely asked Nangong Qinyu, "Shenyang, can I borrow some money?" Nangong Qinyu was taken aback by Huang Qi's request and, after confirming she hadn't misheard, turned to look at him. Understanding the situation, she didn't say much, simply taking the small swift from Huang Qi's hand. The sword house certainly had its own ways of nurturing such little creatures. While they may not have great combat talents, this kind of nurturing wasn't considered extravagant. "Do you know how much your teacher's jade crown costs to maintain each month?" Nangong Qinyu asked. Huang Qi blinked. How much? 5 million, Nangong Qinyu replied, holding up 5 fingers, indicating that such a sum was unbearable for a regular family, and only the awakened could afford such luxuries. The Little Swift by Xiaoji gave you costs around 100,000. It's already quite cheap. You can repay me once you reach the 3rd tier and start taking on tasks. No interest, she said nonchalantly, waving her hand. Huang Qi was deeply moved and even wanted to bow to his Shenyang, but he couldn't manage it on the mechanical bird. Instead, Nangong Qinyu casually waved him back into his seat. Huang Qi asked, Shenyang, where did Shifu go? He went to find his teacher, Nangong Qinyu replied. You've met him before. The scholar from the Scholar's Tower, Elder Zhou, has broken through to the 7th tier and mastered the power of the river diagram in the Luo book. Shinzhou takes this very seriously, and Su Yi went with his teacher. Wei Su curiously asked, who is the teacher of our teacher? Qian Sixian and Huang Qi also leaned in, looking very curious. Nangong Qinyu seemed a bit puzzled. Didn't he tell you? His teacher's name is Situ Wuji, or to put it another way, his teacher is known as the Master of Arrays. The three of them widened their eyes in unison, and Qian Sixian even took out a small notebook, as if realizing something. I see. No wonder our teacher can always give me formations that are nowhere to be found on the market. The shock felt by the three youngsters upon hearing the news was immense. Meanwhile, in Changming City, one of the core base cities of Xinzhou and the location of the Array Masters Association, the formidable Jinjue resided. It is the only city among the 36 base cities that does not have a top university. If locals wish to study, the Array Masters Association will send them to other cities for free. This is because Changming City, apart from the border-based cities, is one of the most dangerous. Simply put, it has the highest number of spatial passages opened and the highest frequency of openings. The base city was initially established to prevent the entities emerging from these passages from impacting Xinzhou's ecosystem, a location personally chosen by Jinjue. The Array Masters Association, the largest and most powerful association within Xinzhou, is trusted by the authorities for two main reasons. First, Jinjue himself is an official, and second, because those who wish to study arrays must be at the forefront of every spatial passage. As Jinjue's disciple, Su Yi smoothly passed all security checks in Changming City and arrived at the Array Masters Association located in the city center. Looking at the massive building before him, the young man remained calm, as if everything was as it always had been, still ostentatious. Senior Brother Qi, if you're still watching me from the shadows, I'll dismantle all the arrays in your room, Su Yi said helplessly, glancing to his side, only to see a smiling middle-aged man step out from the shadow of a roadside pole. Wearing glasses, his scholarly appearance often left a good impression on people at first sight, but it was misleading. Qi Yuxiu, Zhenjue's second disciple, like Su Yi, is not part of the Array Master sequence, and is one of only two among Zhenjue's 7 disciples who aren't. This fact fosters a harmonious relationship between Qi Yuxiu and Su Yi. Qi Yuxiu is at the late stage of the 7th tier, possessing special elemental abilities of the dark attribute. Although he lacks the ability to form arrays with a single thought, his ability to traverse shadows makes setting up large arrays much easier than for many in the Array Master sequence. Where are the other senior brothers and sisters? Su Yi asked curiously, expecting they would have returned by now. Wait, didn't the teacher message you? Qi Yuxiu raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you're here because of the Hichu Luoshu incident? What else would I be here for? Su Yi replied curiously. Come on, second senior brother, I'm an astrologer, but I can't know every future. Qi Yuxiu nodded in understanding. About 300 miles north of the city, there's a secret realm with a very strong energy fluctuation, initially judged to be of the 8th tier. The teacher is negotiating with the strongest entity of that realm. If successful, it might become a new training ground. If not, well, it's just a matter of calling for reinforcements. Halfway through speaking, Qi Yuxiu's wristband suddenly lit up, and Su Ye's wristband also started flashing. In a hurry, he quickly called Su Yi over to help, feeling the urgency of the notification on his wrist. It turned out to be a message from Zhanju to several disciples. Clearly a group message, otherwise Su Yi wouldn't have received it. Immediately, 4 figures emerged from the Array Master Association. The leading woman glanced at Qi Yuxiu and Su Yi before reaching out to perform a distant grasp. This was Sun Luyue, Zhenju's top disciple, at the peak of the 7th rank, nearing the 8th, with the designation 042, an Array Master. With her motion, a formation suddenly appeared beneath Su Yi and Qi Yuxiu, and the next moment, they found themselves beside the 4 figures. Su Yi, Qi Yuxiu, long time no see, senior sister Sun greeted with a smile. Su Yi was in the middle of speaking when he noticed a glint of realization in Sun Liyue's eyes, as if she had remembered something. Su Yi sighed helplessly, lightly tapping the small creature on his head. He understood his senior sister's implication. At this distance, transforming into his beast form and flying would indeed be faster than the 7th rank Array Masters. But he refused. as he was no longer the crow that ferried his senior brothers and sisters around, but a noble three-legged golden crow, not to be used casually for carrying people. At that moment, the drowsy Xiongyu let out a cry, transforming into a magnificent bird. Suyi stood on Xiongyu's back, looking towards his senior brothers and sisters. Strangely, he sensed an indescribable regret in the eyes of his senior sister. Shaking his head, Suyi patted Xiongyu, and they took off swiftly into the air. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Jinju wore a slightly solemn expression. He drew hundreds of formations with his hand, attempting to suppress the massive creature before him. Although he managed to hold down two 8th-rank rhinos by himself, numerous 7th-rank rhinos were still ramming into the formations protecting him. Even for Jinju, hastily creating formations to suppress two 8th ranks was the limit, and dealing with the onslaught of over 70 rhinos was overwhelming. Why are there so many rhinos? Jinju wondered. Rhinos were typically herd animals, but the sheer number seemed unreasonable. Moreover, besides the two 8th rank ones, there were over 20 at the 7th rank. Without the 8th rank ones, this group could have leveled most of the base cities in Shenzhou. Jinju frowned. Since the era of revival, he had only encountered two secret realms of this magnitude. Both Shenzhou and other countries on Blue Star were puzzled by the creatures in the secret realms. Though some old friends speculated these beings might be remnants from ancient times, Jinju remained doubtful. Did rhinos really exist in ancient Shenzhou? He glanced at his wristband with frustration, feeling impatient with his disciples' delay. Why are they so slow? As a burst of sarcastic commentary from Jinju echoed, a sudden beam of starlight struck heavily among the herd of rhinos. Following this, a handsome and powerful three-legged golden crow appeared abruptly in the sky. Even 7th and 8th level rhinos were momentarily immobilized, seemingly under an immense pressure. This was the bloodline pressure of a divine beast domain. Jinju paused for a moment. Then, as if recalling something, smiled. It's little Suyi, isn't it? It's been a long time. He wasn't sure if he was reminiscing about the stars Suyi had thrown or Suyi himself. Seeing his disciples arrive, Jinju visibly relaxed. Except for the third disciple who was training outside, the remaining 5 disciples all had 7th level strength. Judging by his teaching skills alone, Jinju was indeed top-notch. However, aside from Suyi, the youngest 6th disciple was already around 50 years old, and the oldest, Sun Luiyue, well, it's better not to mention a lady's age, but theoretically, she could be Su Ye's grandmother. Suyi paused, then reached out his hand, grasping from afar. A stream of starlight quickly fell into Su Ye's hand, glowing with unprecedented brilliance. This was the first time Suyi used this ability after breaking through to the 6th level, yet he seemed unexpectedly adept, perhaps because the astrologer's legacy was so complete. Suyi pondered for a moment, and the stream of light transformed into a spear, which he hurled fiercely, aiming straight at the neck of a 7th level rhino. The huge beast surged forward, charging at Chiyushio. Chiyushio, little junior brother, you shouldn't be taking on 7th level beasts. You can't even scratch them. Chiyushio muttered quietly. Suyi scratched his head, not knowing what to say. But for some reason, after the spear was thrown, the two leading 8th level beasts exchanged glances, stopped, lowered their heads, and said, "We are willing to talk." The leading 8th level beast addressed Jinju. Jinju gave Suyi a peculiar look, but nodded nonetheless. Meanwhile, in Xinxing City, Huang Qi finally returned home, took out his phone, and ordered food online for the Swifts. He rummaged around, found a banknote, and from somewhere, retrieved an envelope. Biting the end of a pen, he seemed at a loss. After a moment of silence, he wrote 4 large characters on the paper. Meet you through words. Then he paused, remained silent for a moment, and raised his hand to call Qian Sixian. Hey, class monitor, can you help me? How do I write a letter? Qian Sixian, who had just returned home and lay down, sighed helplessly after a moment of silence. All right, since you're writing to Yulan, I'll give you a contact. You can ask him. Huang Qi was a bit curious. Ask who? Yulan's younger brother, Yi Qinglin. Didn't we meet him last time? Just go ask him. That kid is smart, almost as smart as me. Go get his help to write the letter and learn a thing or two. Huang Qi was silent for a moment, nodded vigorously, and then added Yi Qinglin's contact information. Yi Qinglin sent him an address, along with a message. Huang Qi scratched his head, thinking that since he had nothing else to do and his online shopping package wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, he might as well head to the agreed location with Little Swallow. Meanwhile, Yi Qinglin, who had just finished class, glanced at Zhang Yongping and Gu Qingyan, and said, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Gu, a friend of mine is coming over later. Your friend? Zhang Yongping raised an eyebrow, asking, is it a guy or a girl? It's my uncle's student, Huang Qi. He's coming over to ask how to write a letter. He said a Swift is helping him deliver it. Yi Qinglin replied. A Swift? Must be Jianlu. Gu Qingyan stroked his chin, seemingly understanding something. So this kid is planning to write a letter to my sister. Yi Qinglin remained calm and continued. That's fine. I have some things I want to say to my sister as well. Although his sister had clearly stated she didn't like Huang Qi, Yi Qinglin saw him as a perfect decoy for her. After all, dealing with suitors was troublesome, even for his sister. Yi Qinglin spoke nonchalantly, not caring that he was setting a trap for Huang Qi. He knew that with Huang Qi's personality, even if he realized it was a trap, he would still fall into it. Being love-struck wasn't a good thing. After a pause, he seemed to remember something and picked up his phone again. Brother Huang, could you bring 9 cups of milk tea, please? Huang Qi casually sent an okay hand gesture. Next to him, Su Si raised his head and looked at Yi Qinglin, puzzled. There are only 7 of us. Why order 9 cups of milk tea? Huang Qi will probably drink one himself. Yi Qinglin replied with a helpless smile. And the extra one, I'll freeze and take to my sister. It's reasonable, right? After all, since Huang Qi had entrusted him, it wouldn't make sense not to try and help. A certain younger brother excitedly rubbed his hands together and said, Yi Yulan may not like him, but she doesn't dislike him either. As her most loyal little brother, I, Yi Qinglin, can do this small thing, right? Although 1 cup of milk tea wouldn't change his sister's indifferent nature, Yi Qinglin understood the principle of gradual progress. Ever since he found out Huang Qi was pursuing Yi Yulan, he had been preparing for this day for a long time. Love strategist Yi Qinglin was officially in action. Beside him, Gu Qingyan, with interest, stroked his chin and asked, Qinglin, if you have a way, how about helping me too? Zhang Yongping widened his eyes, looking at Gu Qingyan. Even you, with your bold eyebrows and big eyes, want a partner? Gu Qingyan shook his head. Not yet, you're overthinking it. Zhang Yongping's expression showed a hint of satisfaction as he nodded. It seems that aside from Su Yi and Nangong Qinyu, only Ji Qianming, who is already engaged, has a partner. That's not too bad. In a simple grass hut on the island at the heart of the lake, Yi Yulan sat cross-legged on her bed, holding a book with a somewhat resigned expression. The island in the middle of the lake had always lacked entertainment. Not because Shenzhou was unwilling to establish a base station, there such a station had long been in place. However, due to the sword intent of Jinshin Lake, the signal from the base station required receivers with extraordinary factors, meaning phones made of fifth-tier materials. Such high costs made it impossible to equip every swordsman. As a result, after 2 days of rigorous daytime training, Yi Yulan could only turn to the books in her spatial bracelet. These books, mostly novels and stories, were given to her by her uncle, Su Yi, to keep her from getting bored. While not particularly exciting, they served to pass the time. At this moment, Yi Yulan appreciated having someone nearby. The previous day, she approached by Xiaoji and asked, Third senior brother, are all the swordsmen here so idle? I've only been here 2 days, and 7 have already tried to strike up a conversation. I don't think I'm particularly pretty. Back at school, not many people approached me. Bai Xiaoji glanced at her, paused for a moment, and asked, Not very pretty? Young lady, do you have some misunderstanding about the word pretty? If this isn't pretty, then what is? He shrugged helplessly and explained, Most swordsmen on the island like to show off. It's only natural they'd be interested when a pretty girl arrives. Besides, if I were too strict, it would seem like the island lacks hospitality. Just focus on your training. Once your skills improve, no one will bother you. Yi Yulan's lips twitched slightly, thinking that showing off was a polite way to put it. According to her uncle, it would be more like showboating. Just as she lay bored on her bed, a swift appeared at her window, gently tapping and carrying a package. She was puzzled. She recognized the swift. But who would send her a letter? Could it be from her uncle? No. If it were him, he could just call brother Bai to let her know. Besides, wasn't her uncle busy? With curiosity, Yi Yulan opened the package to find a cup of milk tea with a familiar snowman logo. She blinked, picked up the envelope, and started reading while sitting on her bed. Dear Yulan, seeing this letter is like seeing you. A day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. By the time this letter reaches you, it will feel like years have passed for me. Perhaps I just saw a new bud growing on a tree, or maybe just an ordinary fallen leaf. In this vibrant season, it's a pity I'm not by your side. The letter abruptly ended there, with scribbles and corrections, continuing in a familiar handwriting. The above was dictated by Qinglin, but it felt awkward to me. Since I only bought 1 sheet of paper and am too lazy to get another, I'll just continue on this one. Seeing this line, Yi Yulan, who had been somewhat puzzled, finally realized who the author of the letter was and couldn't help but chuckle. She decided to mention first that the little creature delivering the letter to her was a swift from Heart Lake Island, a third-tier exotic beast that she had requested from Senior Bai. Although keeping it is a bit pricey, the round trip between Qinqing City and Heart Lake Island takes about 8 hours. The letter mentioned that it contained her favorite milk tea, which Qinglin had frozen using ice energy. Even though she didn't understand how he could still use his powers after being sealed, perhaps it was a unique talent. Teacher Su seemed to have gone to see his teacher for some reason, and surprisingly, Teacher Su's teacher was Zhenju. To be honest, Yi Yulan was quite interested in meeting Zhenju. Qian Sixian seemed even more excited about it. But unfortunately, Teacher Su had been too busy to contact, and even the teacher's wife couldn't reach him. As a result, The teacher's wife directly went to Changming City this afternoon, and Yi Yulan momentarily mourned for her teacher. After the brief moment of silence, she returned to the main topic. Besides the milk tea, Yi Yulan and Qian Sixian had bought her a few practice outfits, as there wouldn't be any opportunity to wear dresses on Heart Lake Island. Of the 3 boxes sent, the top one contained the clothes. The middle box held her gaming console, as they knew she might get bored and could play single-player games for a while. They had stayed there overnight before, so they knew where to charge it. The bottom box contained the Swift's feed, but she hadn't named it yet, as Senior Bai had only recently tamed it and hadn't had the chance to name it. If Yi Yulan thought of a name, she could tell her directly. The Swift carried new envelopes and paper. If there was anything she needed to send, she could just write it in a letter, and it would be sent over. That's all the letter contained, and there was nothing else to say for now. Huangqi. A smile unknowingly appeared on Yi Yulan's lips as she took a sip of the milk tea, only to find a note tucked beneath the letter paper. Though we're apart, I hope you rest well, practice your swordsmanship diligently, and keep pushing forward. Yi Qinglin. Yi Yulan thought to herself, one day she'll have to deal with this kid. He's just too insincere. The young girl laughed softly, folded the letter neatly, retrieved a small wooden box from somewhere, and placed it in a drawer. Her feet swung gently as she held the milk tea in her hand. Outside the room, Sword Emperor and Bai Xiaoji cautiously peeked in, concerned about whether Yi Yulan could adapt to life on Heart Lake Island. They nodded in sync, realizing that, like Su Yi, she had a strong adaptability. Sword Emperor nodded in agreement, while Bai Xiaoji noticed the Swift inside the room, his expression slightly odd, but he still nodded along with Sword Emperor. Inside, Yi Yulan took out new letter paper and an envelope to write a letter. Finally, she thought for a moment and tucked a reed leaf into the envelope, patted the Swift on the head, and said with a cheerful smile, "Thank you." In the city of Changming, Xinzhou, within a quiet room at the headquarters of the Array Masters Association, Su Yi sat opposite Zhenju, separated by a small tea table. Zhenju raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you here about the Hichu Luoshu?" He smiled, not in a rush to answer, and continued, "Actually, I haven't gone to see Zhou Xuanhe myself. I've been too busy lately, especially with the emergence of an 8th-level secret realm. Although those 2 8th-level rhinos have clearly reached this level by relying on the power of the secret realm, their true level is at most mid-7th level. Even the rhinos below them are generally 1 level higher than their actual realm, but only I can deal with them. All right, Master, I'm not here to ask about the Hichu Luoshu. If I were interested, why couldn't I go to Old Man Zhou myself? After all, I'm still his disciple." Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, then continued seriously, "I have 2 main questions for this visit." Zhenju paused, his expression becoming slightly more serious, and asked, "The first question, where is the first Tower Master of the Scholar's Tower? Is he really dead?" Su Yi was taken aback, having once believed that the 7th-level scholar among the pioneers was the first Tower Master of the Scholar's Tower, but the timeline didn't match upon closer thought. "He is indeed dead, killed in battle," Zhenju said after a moment of silence, continuing, "The first Tower Master has a certain connection to you. As you know, aside from Awakeners with both sequences and abilities, there are even rarer double ability and double sequence holders. The first Tower Master of the Scholar's Tower, whom we call the Star Scholar, possessed both the Astrologer sequence and the Scholar sequence. 30 years after his death, the first principle of Qinxing Academy began to emerge. We can confirm that the latter is not the former, and the first Tower Master died in front of us in battle. Also perished was the Wood Emperor, Xinzhou's 3rd extraordinary being by birth. This point is confirmed, as Xinzhou always shows enough respect for the deceased. I personally buried that old fellow's body. In that case, there's no problem," Su Yi said, looking at his teacher before asking. "The second question, the origin of the Hichu Luoshu rubbings." Zhenju was slightly taken aback and replied earnestly, "The Hichu Luoshu originally came from a Xian turtle, but not the divining Xian turtle you know, another one. As for why Cui Yongxiu chose to entrust it to the Xian turtle, it's because he knew Xinzhou would leave a sample of blood with the Scholar's Tower. And in the Scholar's Tower, the only person who could use that blood to break through was Zhou Xuanhe. The Hichu Luoshu rubbings were originally brought back by Zhou Xuanhe, but because they were so valuable, the aging Zhou Xuanhe intended to leave this legacy to his later disciples, without grasping it himself. In fact, we all believe that only Zhou Xuanhe could comprehend the Hichu Luoshu, including Cui Yongxiu." Su Yi remained silent for a moment, eventually sighing softly and murmuring, "When the river produces the map, and the Luo River produces the book, the sage will follow." Although it's unclear whether the appearance of the Hichu and Luoshu is a blessing or a curse, Su Yi doesn't seem to need to worry about it right now. Zhenju gently patted Su Yi on the shoulder, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "You astrologers always seem to burden yourselves too much." "I'm not under too much pressure, Master. Don't worry," Su Yi replied with a smile, the seriousness on his face seemingly lifted. However, his lips twitched slightly, and he rubbed his hands together, a trace of anxiety flickering in his eyes. Master, is there anywhere I can hide? There's a good chance Qianyu is already on her way. Zhenju shook his head helplessly. That little girl from the Nangong family? You still want to hide from her? Do you want me to find Nangong Qian and have that old man come and teach you a lesson? Suyi was silent for a moment, rubbing his forehead, as if stars twinkled in his eyes, before he resignedly slumped over the table. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Qi Yuxiu poked his head in, smiling. Junior brother, your girlfriend is here. She's quite upset about you not replying for 2 days. Why don't you come out and see her? Meanwhile, in Qinxing City, Huang Qi finally received a letter from Yi Yulan. The only frustration was that the Swift returned at 2 a.m., interrupting his pleasant sleep. Wei Su, his roommate, woke up from the noise and helped let the Swift in through the window. Although Wei Su wasn't as deep a sleeper as Huang Qi, he got up when he heard the sound. Receiving the reply, Huang Qi felt much more alert, occasionally chuckling as he sat in his chair. Wei Su scratched his head, unsure of what to say, and eventually turned back to continue sleeping. Huang Qi poked the Swift's head, feeding it a piece of feed. From now on, you'll be called Lu Hong. It's a pretty nice name. All right, little one, go rest for now. I'll need you to deliver more letters in a few days. Lu Hong, now named, pecked at Huang Qi's finger before flying back to its little nest. Huang Qi took out a reed leaf, thought for a moment, and placed it in his mouth, checking his reflection in the mirror and finding it quite appealing. He snapped a photo with his phone of the small note wedged in between, sending it to Yi Qinglin, with the bold words, "Get lost," clearly written on it. Yi Qinglin had already anticipated the kind of reply his sister would send. Although he was already asleep at this hour, even if he were awake, he wouldn't have much of a reaction to such a message, being well accustomed to it. Huang Qi stretched, put away the letter, and planned to write a reply the next day, aiming to visit the island in the lake by evening, just as Yi Yulan's training concluded. He thought to himself that he couldn't disrupt Yulan's training. If the Sword Emperor postponed the apprenticeship, it would be troublesome. The young man named Huang Qi put away the letter, lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time, before finally drifting off. Meanwhile, in another part of Changming City, Suyi huddled in the corner, looking small and helpless, while Nangong Qianyu sat beside him, smiling happily. In a shadowy corner, Qi Yuxiu held his phone, capturing the moment, feeling secretly pleased with the joy of being a bystander. In the city of Qinxing, Suyi smiled as he prepared to teach a mystical skill to his 3 young companions. Although they were currently only at the 2nd level, Suyi had great confidence in them. However, the trio seemed a bit anxious for reasons unknown. Wei Su, you need to pay special attention, Suyi advised. The other 2 have abilities derived from sequences, which come with relatively complete inheritances and will reveal different skills as they advance. But for someone like you with innate abilities, mastering mystical skills is crucial to expanding your repertoire. He explained that the difference between innate abilities and sequences lies in their nature. Innate abilities are more pure, while sequences provide a broader range of skills. In short, apart from those who rely solely on brute strength, most sequence users depend on intelligence, while those with innate abilities need to learn mystical skills to achieve similar results. Nearby, Yi Qinglin was taking notes, and 4 other companions were sitting not far away. It was a Saturday, originally a day off, and the group had planned to go out and have fun. However, Suyi remembered he needed to teach Yi Qinglin mystical skills and called him over. Meanwhile, Zhang Yongping and Gu Qingyan joined in. Zhang Yongping looked at Suyi and Nangong Aseu, questioning, "Are you sure it's wise to teach these kids mystical skills now? Can they really grasp them?" Gu Qingyan also expressed doubt. "We're only at the 5th level ourselves, and theoretically, we don't have the ability to use mystical skills consistently. Is it right for Suyi to teach them? It's a life-saving skill to keep up your sleeve. It's quite normal," Nangong Aseu said dismissively. She had encountered mystical skills herself at the 2nd level, though without success. Curious, she asked, what mystical skill is he planning to teach them? Gu Qingyan paused, still puzzled. And why not use a proper training ground? Why train in a secluded park early in the morning? I wanted to sleep in. I know why, Nangong Aseu said, squinting as she pulled a device from her pocket and pointed it at the ground. A vortex slowly appeared, and a claw reached out, followed by a gray-black rat about 1.5 meters tall emerging from the spatial whirlpool. It looked at Su Ye's calm face and closed its eyes in terror, waving its paws frantically, thinking, I'm doomed. Yet, the expected pain didn't come. Su Yi merely pointed at the rat-like beast, a green light flickering at his fingertip. The large black rat wasn't harmed, but was instead nudged back into the spatial passage behind it. Immediately, another similarly massive rat poked its head out, the horn on its head already shattered. This creature is called a Xian Sha rat, and it emits an intense aura of malice. Today, we're going to learn about Dian Song, which is essentially a method to counteract such malevolent energy. The burst of light you saw earlier is the first characteristic of Dian King Spatial Strike. This means that as long as there is enough energy, you can even attack across ordinary spatial barriers. Although it might be unrealistic to hit Gu Qingyan, it's a means to deal with space. Dian Song is one of the advanced skills I keep in reserve, and I still use it even at the 8th level, so it naturally has more than one function. Besides spatial strike, there are two other effects. The first is called Pawang. Suyi extended his hand again, and a blue light shone brightly at his fingertips. As he pointed again, the blue light flickered, and the dense malice on the Xian Sha rat was instantly suppressed. As the name suggests, Pawang is about dispelling all illusions. Although I can't demonstrate it with an illusionist right now, what you saw just now is the third characteristic of Dian Kanj exorcism. It can dispel any evil spirits, malice, or negative energy, though it doesn't affect the killing intent of warriors. Suyi shrugged and turned to his students, asking, "So, did anyone notice anything?" Wei Su and Huang Qi remained silent. Qian Sixian adjusted his glasses and glanced at Yi Qinglin beside him. "You go first." Yi Qinglin nodded, flipped back a page in his notebook, and said, "After learning about the essence of skills from Uncle Zhang, I've realized that skills are essentially the gathering of spiritual energy, more like the initial grasp of rules, right, Uncle?" Although Su Ye's demonstration was impressive, he could see that the clash between the malice and the Dian Song light wasn't on the same level. It was more like a suppression at the rule level. Therefore, learning skills requires mastering the rules first. However, Qian Sixian frowned and countered, "Teacher, although I'm not sure what rules are exactly, I think Dian Song has a unique attribute. I've read about this in books before, called the spiritual attribute. It's extremely rare and possesses the ability to exorcise and dispel illusions." Suyi was surprised by this and nodded. That indeed is the spiritual attribute, but rather than calling it an attribute, it's more of an enhancement. I'll gradually teach you all about it. Qinglin is also correct. Skills are the initial process of manipulating rules and are one of the prerequisites for reaching the 6th level. But conversely, when you reach the 8th level someday, skills won't be as necessary. Skills are a path to mastering rules, and once you truly grasp the rules, skills become essentially redundant. The essence of skills is to leverage rules, and we learn skills to master rules, not the other way around. Suyi nodded with interest. "All right, let's wrap it up here. It's about time I take you back inside to study comfortably." He turned to Gu Qingyan and said, "As for this spatial passage, Qingyan, I knew it." After the spatial channel closed, the group strolled towards the training facility that Suyi had already booked. At this moment, Gu Qingyan, having just dealt with the spatial channel, excitedly ran over, holding a small white mouse. "Suyi, Zhang Yongping, look what I found." Gu Qingyan's voice was filled with excitement. The little mouse was curled up in a ball. Zhang Yongping looked at it curiously, while Suyi shrugged. "Today, the city is expected to have 3 to 4 spatial channels open. Do you know why I brought you to this one?" Suyi said, "Spatial channels can open almost any time, anywhere, and most of them are insignificant. In a city as large as Qinxing, it's normal for thousands of spatial channels to open in a year." Suyi's choice to come to this particular channel today was not just to demonstrate some supernatural powers to a few kids. Gu Qingyan was momentarily stunned and saw Zhang Yongping suddenly widen his eyes. "A spirit-storing mouse? Are you sure this little guy crawled out of the spatial channel by itself?" The little creature seemed to pique the interest of the jade on Su Ye's head, and even the swift bird on Huang Qi's shoulder nodded curiously, possibly due to the instinct of birds to catch mice. Su Yi unhesitatingly reached out and grabbed the little creature by the nape of its neck. "Qingyan, you know I..." Su Yi began, but Gu Qingyan interrupted. "All right, I already figured out what you're up to. Anyway, I've gained some insight. Besides, this cute exotic beast isn't for me. I want something big and powerful." Gu Qingyan looked somewhat pained as he waved his hand, but understood Su Ye's thoughts well. "I know where there's an exotic beast suitable for you. I'll take you there sometime," Su Yi said with a soft laugh after a pause. Due to the emergence of contract masters, those with high talent often have a contract beast later on. The spirit-storing mouse ranks at least in the top 5 of officially listed beasts suitable for contracts, and only 3 have appeared over the years. This is likely the 4th, but as Gu Qingyan said, it's quite rare. Even if it's not suitable, most awakened ones wouldn't hesitate to contract with this little guy. Suyi brought them here precisely for this little creature. She paused and saw Zhang Yongping put an arm around her neck. "Early next year, come to Longhu Mountain to help me choose a suitable exotic beast. Can you?" "Of course," Suyi laughed softly, knowing that these two close friends were not estranged by the presence of the spirit-storing mouse. "Qingyan." Suyi paused, taking a vial from her spatial bracelet and placing it in his hand. "What's this?" Gu Qingyan asked curiously. "Nothing much. If you ever have juniors, just give it to them. It's pure star power, similar to the Star Rain Tower, and doesn't conflict with it." Gu Qingyan was momentarily stunned, feeling that giving away the spirit-storing mouse wasn't a big deal. Suyi gestured for Yi Qinglin to come over. "Qinglin, this is a spirit-storing mouse, and there's no better exotic beast in the world for elemental-type awakened ones to contract with." Of course, Gu Qingyan's unique abilities are an exception, as spatial abilities are indeed a rare anomaly. "I have a contract here that I've been meaning to give you for a long time." Signing this contract with this little creature is meant to be a lifesaver. Uncle, is this little guy really that precious? Yi Qinglin looked up at Su Yi. Su Yi nodded candidly, saying, apart from the things I gave Gu Qingyan, once you make a contract with this little guy, remember, you owe Gu Qingyan a favor. In fact, when leaving, Su Yi felt a bit regretful, thinking that his divination might have been wrong. After all, the stars in the sky only hinted that there was a good chance something valuable would appear. However, when Gu Qingyan brought this little creature over, Su Yi was quite pleasantly surprised. Therefore, he was willing to put aside his pride and indirectly ask Gu Qingyan to let someone else have this opportunity. Not only would he owe Gu Qingyan a big favor, but once Yi Qinglin made the contract, he would also owe Gu Qingyan a favor. The spirit-storing mouse has the ability to contain spirits. Why is it considered the most suitable beast for element-type awakeners? Because its ability to contain spirits means it can accommodate all elemental powers. Even spatial elements can be somewhat tolerated, which is why the spirit-storing mouse is also precious to Gu Qingyan. You are currently sealed at the 5th level, and once the spirit-storing mouse is contracted with you, even in your sealed state, it can still utilize power around the 3rd level. If you encounter an emergency and need to unseal, the part of the power you can't handle can be transferred to the little guy. You can't be under our protection forever, so I've prepared a life-saving means for you. Or rather, I should prepare sufficient life-saving means for you, Su Yi said, patting the young man's head. Whether as an uncle or an astrologer, one of the guides of Shenzhou, he must protect this seed, as it is his duty. Yi Qinglin looked up at his uncle, his eyes showing a maturity beyond his years. After a moment, he nodded, took the contract, pricked his finger, and placed the contract on the spirit-storing mouse. The little mouse, which had fainted from fright earlier, lifted its head and blinked its big eyes, seemingly dazed as it rubbed its head with its tiny paw. Then, it looked up at Yi Qinglin, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It jumped onto Yi Qinglin, thinking to itself, this person makes me feel so close. It then skillfully climbed up Yi Qinglin's arm and nestled into the pocket on his chest, poking its little head out, looking quite adorable. Su Yi turned to see his 3 students eagerly watching him. He paused for a moment, feeling a bit drained. All right, everyone will get their share. Although it's hard to find something as rare as the spirit-storing mouse, I will definitely prepare your contracted beasts in advance. Rest assured. The 3 little ones nodded in satisfaction, unfazed by their earlier attempt to extort their teacher, just happily nodding. Nangong Qianyu chuckled softly on the side. Ever since he decided to take the 3 as his disciples, Su Yi had prepared quite a lot, with Nangong Qianyu often present during the preparations. The nation of Shenzhou has a unique understanding of the relationship between teachers and students, a bond that might be difficult to find elsewhere on the Blue Planet. Before the revival era, students would visit their teachers during holidays. Even if those teachers, from elementary or middle school, might not recognize the changed students, they could still recall anecdotes that the students themselves had long forgotten. Even after achieving great success, when meeting a former teacher, one might subconsciously shrink back while raising a hand not out of fear, but as a deeply ingrained reflex, a gesture etched in memory. While memories may blur over time, past experiences continue to float in the river of time, indelible. As one grows older, the relationship between teachers and students may simplify to just calling someone teacher. However, teachers who truly pass on their knowledge often keep in touch years after graduation, occasionally calling to check in, asking if you remember what they taught, or if you need their help. This became particularly evident after the revival era. Although Su Yi didn't spend much time in school, her homeroom teacher and counselor would occasionally call her. Now that she has returned to teach at the academy, there is less need for small talk. On this foundation of teacher-student relationships, Shenzhou also has a more formal master-apprentice relationship. A master is not just a teacher, but someone willing to take responsibility for a disciple's future, impart all their knowledge, and serve as their support. This relationship is not a recent Shenzhou custom, but a tradition dating back thousands of years to the sage Confucius. If a respected person claims a notorious individual as a friend, Shenzhou people usually do not tolerate it. But if they say this person is their disciple, the first reaction is often, could a disciple of such a person really do such things? The master-apprentice relationship is solemn and serious in the hearts of Shenzhou people. This is why, in the inheritance system of the pioneer organization, besides direct relatives, there is also the option of a direct disciple. Many awakened ones may never find love in their lifetime, but the legacy within them often leads them to have at least 1 or 2 disciples. Su Yi spoke up. Currently, the so-called incomplete copies mainly fall into 2 categories. The first is those who didn't have the chance to take on disciples, or haven't found suitable ones. The second is those whose disciples were unworthy and unable to learn the skills. She looked at her 3 companions, her tone tinged with helplessness. It's not that I don't intend to take you as disciples, nor am I deliberately keeping you in suspense. Have you heard of the theory of destiny? Su Yi sat in front of the 3 young ones, his expression serious as he said, you must understand, Becoming my disciples is not an easy fate. With your current cultivation, you may not be able to withstand such an influence. If you're not careful, you might end up being nothing more than my followers for the rest of your lives, and I don't want to see that happen." His gaze swept over the three of them before continuing. "Among you, Wei Su is the only one I can be sure won't be affected by me. The path of the Mountain Lord is extremely difficult, and once you embark on it, there's no turning back. This is why I waited until you reached the third stage before considering you as disciples. The third stage signifies that you have embarked on your own paths, and regardless of the level, your cultivation will differ from mine, which is sufficient. However, we can discuss these matters later. I have prepared some things for you today." Suyi paused, then took out 4 boxes from his coat and opened them one by one. In the first box, there were 3 vials. The first vial contains the essence blood of the mountain tiger, Wei Su. You should remember, you've used it many times. The second vial has the essence blood of the Qi Jia bird, for Huang Qi. This bird specializes in manipulating airflow, and while different from a Qi master, it can be quite enlightening. The third vial contains the essence blood of the illusionary spirit fox, for Qian Sixian. This essence enhances mental strength, suitable for formation masters. At this point, Suyi showed a pained expression before opening the second box. "These are 3 pills, and no, they weren't made by your mistress. Jinyu isn't at that level yet. These pills come from the Pill Emperor, 7th grade washing marrow pills, known to be the most neutral, easy to absorb, and effective pills in the world. You will take them later. I've arranged a quiet room for you." Although the Pill Emperor is Nangong Qianyu's master, the cost of these pills is extremely high. Gathering the materials for these 3 pills took a lot of effort and nearly depleted my points. He opened the third box and gave each of the 3 a card. These are membership cards for the Crescent Moon Merchant Association, each with a credit of 8 million Shinzhou coins, for you to use as you wish. At my stage, aside from the merchant sequence, money has become less valuable. Finally, Suyi hesitated for a moment before opening the 4th box, which contained 3 small tokens. He sighed. "These are 3 tokens, and technically, I should give them to you after you officially become my disciples, but I've decided to give them to you now. You just need to know that if an awakened being above the 5th stage tries to harm you, show them this as proof of your identity." With a heavy sigh, as if a burden had been lifted from his heart, Suyi stood up and said, "All right, next I'll demonstrate a divine power for you. Then you can go to the quiet room to take the pills and meditate." The young man extended his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, as a green glow emanated from his fingertips, shining like a rainbow, unbroken for a long time. The eyes of the young one sparkled with a blue-green light, full of life, as if capable of suppressing all evil. In this way, they became the point of Tsang. Shenzhou, Chang'an City. As one of the oldest capitals in Shenzhou, Chang'an bears the legacy of thousands of years of cultural heritage. The most mysterious place in Chang'an City is undoubtedly the mausoleum of the first emperor. At the beginning of the revival era, sounds resembling war cries often emanated from the mausoleum, causing hesitation among those considering the establishment of the Chang'an-based city. Ultimately, while the city itself was not abandoned, part of the mausoleum was relocated outside the city and placed under strict surveillance. It was not until over a century into the revival era that the mystery of the mausoleum was unveiled, with the emergence of an unprecedented ruler in Chang'an City, Ing Qingming. Originally just an ordinary student in Chang'an, he possessed an extraordinary past. The legendary tales of emperors are often exaggerated in historical records, and Ing Qingming's story was no exception, reminiscent of the folklore surrounding the slaying of the white serpent by the Han founder. However, the true legend began on the day Ing Qingming awakened. As a ritualist of sequence 050, he was connected by bloodline to Qin Shi Huang, Ingzheng. Shenzhou's history is not short of emperors who were ritualists, such as the founder of the Han dynasty and Emperor Wu of Han, who passed down their power to descendants. After inheriting the first emperor's legacy, Ing Qingming exuded a confidence unmatched by anyone before, embodying the aura of a true emperor. In the 2nd month after his awakening, he advanced to the 3rd tier and found his direction. By the 4th month, he broke through to the 4th tier, achieving a leap in his life level. By the 5th month, he reached the 5th tier, claiming to have had a dialogue across millennia with the first emperor. In November of the following year, during a beast tide outbreak at a southeastern-based city, he unexpectedly found himself on the front lines. Although as a 5th-tier individual he was not particularly prominent among the awakened, he stood at the forefront, declaring resolutely, "I alone shall defend this city." Subsequently, the aura of a true dragon descended from the heavens, granting him a second sequence 008, the aura of imperial sovereignty. Thereafter, his cultivation level soared to the 7th tier, successfully suppressing the root of the beast tide, resolving the calamity, and becoming part of one of Shenzhou's top cultivation sequences. 3 years later, he officially broke through to the 8th tier, becoming the Emperor Absolute among the 7 sages and 3 absolutes, before secluding himself in an attempt to reach the 9th realm, a feat yet to be achieved. Today, the first sage of Xinzhou, Formation Absolute, evaluates Emperor Absolute Ing Chengming as his grandeur rivals that of any emperor throughout Xinzhou's history, perhaps even surpassing them. The aura of imperial sovereignty is the most unique among the top 10 sequences, as its bearer is destined to be the most suitable leader and emperor of their era. Formation Absolute's words are not mere flattery. Without exceptional grandeur, Ing Chengming could not have gained the recognition of the aura of imperial sovereignty. Ing Chengming himself believes the aura of imperial sovereignty is his rightful possession, questioning the need for any test. As for what would happen if he were to lose the aura of imperial sovereignty, his response is, delaying my breakthrough by a few years, what's the harm in that? It's just a favorable wind in my life, but the path is right under my feet and won't divert because of a breeze. I've never doubted my ability to reach the end. It's just a matter of speed. It was this person who, within the secret chamber of the first emperor's mausoleum, suddenly opened his eyes. He was a man with a slightly delicate appearance, yet his brow conveyed authority. He reached out and took a modern smartphone, which looked quite out of place with his black dragon robe. Speaking fluently to himself, he said, "A message from old man Jinjue? Do they need me to take charge in Chongqing City?" Despite his remarkable aura, Ing Chengming appeared approachable, as he was known to be easygoing. Moreover, the safety of his nation was always on this emperor's mind, so he was particularly attentive to matters of security. After being in seclusion for 3 or 4 months without seeing much progress, he thought it might be better to go out for a while. For the matters in Chongqing City, he could ask Gu Qingyan to open a space portal, which would be more convenient. Ing Chengming's seclusion was not very long, and he knew the prodigies of this generation at Chang'an Academy, including Gu Qingyan, who was a space element practitioner. With a single step, he appeared outside the first emperor's mausoleum, and with another, he was in an office at Chang'an Academy. Wang Huanyu, the principal of Chang'an Academy, a 7th-level fully awakened scout, sequence 052. Almost the instant Ing Chengming appeared in the office, Wang Huanyu reacted, turned to see who it was, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Chengming, when did you come out of seclusion?" "Just now." Ing Chengming was polite to the old principal, showing respect despite his higher cultivation. "Senior Jinjue informed me to go to Chongqing City. I'm here to borrow Gu Qingyan for a quick trip." "Gu Qingyan, huh?" Wang Huanyu paused, and then said, "He's in Qingqing City now, teaching some kids, mainly there for one of them. Otherwise, even with fewer tasks, pioneers wouldn't be so idle." "What kind of child?" Ing Chengming asked with interest. "Born extraordinary, with ice attributes." "If it were just that, Gu Qingyan wouldn't go. The important thing is, the kid is Su Ye's nephew," Wang Huanyu explained. Ing Chengming raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and said, "Principal, are there any flights to Qingqing City soon? I'm quite free and too lazy to go there myself." "Jinjue is said to be in Chongqing City within 3 months, and the message was sent a month ago, so there's no rush. Go see the kid," Wang Huanyu replied. "Check the flights yourself, not here. I have a lot to deal with, unlike you with all your free time," Wang Huanyu said, tapping Ing Chengming's head, "and change out of that dragon robe." "Okay," Ing Chengming replied. At the airport in Qingqing City, a seemingly easygoing man disembarked from the plane with a girl who looked about 15 or 16. Ing Chengming, a man in his early 30s, muttered under his breath, "I really don't like bringing kids along." The girl beside him, however, waved excitedly and asked, "Ing Senior, we're here, where do we go next?" "We're going to find your brother," Ing Chengming replied reluctantly. "Why did the principal suddenly want me to bring you along? Maybe there's something he needs from my brother?" The girl blinked, her gaze landing on a handsome young man at the arrival gate. Excitedly, she bowed to Ing Chengming, saying, "Xinzhou, Su Yi, here to see your majesty." "Hey, you, don't get too formal. It's only been a short while since we last saw each other and you've become so refined," Ing Chengming said helplessly, glancing at the young man before him. He placed a hand on Su Ye's shoulder and handed him the suitcase he inexplicably hadn't put into his spatial bracelet. "Come on, find me a place to stay for a couple of days. Is old Zhao around these days?" "The principal went out a few days ago. Currently, the 7th tier stationed in Qingqing City is Su Qieli," Su Yi replied. "Oh, one of the pioneers from batch 019, I remember. He's a gourmet, quite knowledgeable about food." Ing Chengming nodded with interest. "It's a pity I'm not that passionate about food. Otherwise, I'd be curious about what kind of delicacies this guy has discovered." "All right. Even though I'm not too fussed about food, if you don't treat me to a good meal upon my arrival, I'll definitely have a word with Senior Jinjue," Ing Chengming teased. Su Yi glanced at the girl beside Ing Chengming, a suspicion forming in his mind. "And who is this?" "Gu Qingyan's sister, Gu Chang'an," Ing Chengming replied. "Honestly, I feel like these siblings should switch names. It might sound more fitting." "Ah, it's Chang'an." Su Ye's lips curled into a smile as he skillfully reached out to pat the girl's head, then flipped his hand to reveal a pendant. "I've heard quite a bit about you from your brother. Consider this a gift. It's not something of great value. This is a water attribute pearl from a 5th-tier river clam beast. known for its calming and soothing effects. It has a protective enchantment of at least the 5th tier, and it could probably sell for 6 million. But given its rarity, it would typically be priced at 8,888,888 for good luck. Suyi, you call this not valuable? The girl looked at him helplessly. The true value of everything lies in the people who give and receive it, in the memories the item represents, Suyi said cryptically. Well then, I'll accept it with peace of mind, the girl said, her lips curling into a smile. She removed the pendant she was wearing and replaced it with the one Suyi had given her. I'll introduce you to my student later. She might find you quite interesting, Suyi said with interest. All right, let's go. I'm sure you can find a good spot. Ying Chengming patted Suyi on the shoulder. I'm a bit hungry. Technically, an 8th level awakener shouldn't feel hunger, so you're just craving something. You just said you didn't have anything that tasty, Suyi said nonchalantly. Moments later, in a private room of a restaurant, a group of people sat around a large table that could seat 20. 5 little ones had been called over from class, and 3 more had been brought in while learning divine abilities. The 4 members of Pioneer 020 Siming Squad, along with Ying Qingming and Gu Chang'an who had just arrived from Chang'an City to Qinqing City, were also present. Teacher, is this the big shot you mentioned? He doesn't seem that special, Huang Qi whispered to Suyi, straightforward as always. Suyi paused briefly, teasingly keeping them in suspense, and then glanced at the 8 youngsters seated below. He continued, you can respectfully call him Emperor Zhu, or in the past, you might have called him Your Majesty. Ying Qingming nodded, picked up an old-style homemade liquor that Suyi had found, slapped the seal open, and then looked at the kids in front of him, waving casually, not at all putting on imperial airs. Speaking of which, among Shinzhou's top combat forces, Emperor Zhu is fond of drinking, a Ray Master loves to prank his disciples, Martial Saint enjoys sparring everywhere, Fire Saint surprisingly loves cooking, Time Saint likes to wander around and bully juniors, and the strongest 7th level Sword Emperor loves fishing, much like a group of retired old men. After Suyi finished speaking, the little ones around the table were momentarily stunned, then looked up. Wei Su and Qian Sixian exchanged a glance, and almost simultaneously took out their notebooks. Emperor Zhu, can we have your autograph? Their fan-like enthusiasm made Ying Qingming a bit uncomfortable. He scratched his head and first made them promise not to sell his autograph. Seeing them nod, he took the pen and notebook, signing his name with impressive calligraphy, clearly practiced. 8 people, plus Chang'an makes 9, which makes it tricky for me, Ying Chengming said helplessly, glancing at everyone. He then took out 3 small beads and 6 talismans from his space bracelet. The mirage beads were given to the 3 college students, and the remaining talismans, being life-saving items, were best kept for themselves. As Huang Qi accepted the gift, he muttered something under his breath, his expression full of dissatisfaction. So you could tell he was thinking these gifts weren't as good as what the teacher gave. He just shrugged, not really expecting Emperor Zhu to give these kids anything too valuable. All right, let's eat before it gets cold, Zhang Yongping interjected, smoothing things over. By the way, Senior Ying, what's brought you out this time? Oh, the old array master asked me to oversee Chongqing City. I was planning to find Gu Qingyan to open a space channel for me. But since Gu Qingyan wasn't in Chang'an City, I thought I'd swing by Qinqing City first and bring this little girl over. Principal Wang suggested seeing if she could stay and learn with those other kids. Ying Qingming explained, glancing at Gu Chang'an, who was seated between Qian Sixian and Gu Qingyan, blinking curiously. Gu Chang'an is Gu Qingyan's younger sister. As Ying Qingming mentioned, the name Gu Qingyan was originally intended for a girl, while Gu Chang'an was meant for a boy. Their father hoped for a gentle daughter, so he prepared a more feminine-sounding name in advance. However, when Gu Qingyan was born, his father, too lazy to come up with another name, decided to use it anyway since it sounded nice. As Gu Qingyan grew up, his mother became pregnant again. Since Gu Qingyan was well-behaved and sensible, their father wished for another son with the same qualities. Therefore, he chose a more masculine name, Gu Chang'an, for their daughter. Eventually, Gu Chang'an was born. Though it's still uncertain whether Gu Chang'an will awaken to the same legendary spatial abilities as Gu Qingyan, one thing is clear. She has a great business acumen and has successfully managed her brother's shop. More importantly, neither sibling is concerned with appearances. Gu Qingyan came from an ordinary family and once sold spatial bracelets to help with household expenses. After learning about this, Gu Chang'an quickly helped her brother register a shop, turning the sale of spatial bracelets into a legitimate business. Even as a non-awakener, Gu Chang'an helped Gu Qingyan craft spatial bracelets in an assembly line fashion. By the age of 12, Gu Chang'an had, in just 3 years, helped Gu Qingyan establish specialty shops for spatial bracelets across 4 base cities, showcasing her business genius. At this point, Gu Chang'an had already prepared personalized gifts for each of her friends. The gifts perfectly matched their personalities, clearly showing careful thought. Nangong Yujin received a weapon, Yi Qinglin got ancient books, Su Si received a new skateboard, Zhang Lingsu got a new Taoist robe, Zhao Liheng received a wooden dummy, Qian Sixian got a storybook, Wei Su received a new military knife, and Huang Qi got a set of training clothes. Though not expensive, these gifts touched each person deeply. Even Su Yi and the others didn't know that Nangong Yujin liked weapons or that Su Si was a skateboarding enthusiast. Despite not having prior knowledge of her new friends, Gu Chang'an still prepared gifts. Yi Qinglin took out a pair of sunglasses from his spatial bracelet and handed them to Gu Chang'an. Surprised, Gu Chang'an smiled and put them on, then extended her slender hand and introduced herself. Chang'an City, Gu Chang'an. Yi Qinglin, with a calm expression, shook her hand and replied, Qinqing City, Yi Qinglin. The four friends nearby felt a slight sense of betrayal. Nangong Yujin muttered, maybe we should buy this young lady a cup of milk tea as a welcome gift. Zhang Lingsu sighed. All right, I'll order. We've tried all the milk tea shops around here. Today, I'll show you a place my uncle recommended. Su Si eagerly took out his phone and, upon seeing drinks priced at 50 yuan each on the menu, exclaimed, that's expensive. He decided to order one anyway, stating he would cover the cost. Just then, a voice chimed in, seemingly out of nowhere. It was Gu Chang'an, wearing sunglasses and smiling slightly, as if in a good mood, saying, I'm curious about what kind of place food critics praise for good taste. Su Yi stood by silently for a moment, thinking to herself that Gu Chang'an was too smart to be her sister. Gu Qinggan rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction and asked, my sister, I know what you're wondering about. I'm not sure about her talent, but she should awaken without any issues. She definitely won't have your level of talent. Su Yi glanced at Gu Qinggan and said calmly, that's enough. With me here, I don't want the girl going to the battlefield. She's much stronger than you think, even exuding a kind of imposing aura. Like an emperor, right? Ying Qingming had somehow joined the group and commented. Not quite. Su Yi shook her head and turned to Ying Qingming. Senior Ying, you should sense it too. She doesn't have that aura. There's no unique spirit master energy, nor does she have an emperor's aura. She just naturally seems to have a commanding presence. Ying Qingming stroked his chin, offering an objective assessment. Gu Qing'an's lips twitched slightly, reluctant to admit it, but the description of imperial surprisingly suited her sister. Su Yi remarked, we'll see after she awakens. Many things are uncertain, so there's no need to rush. She felt indifferent about it. Awakenings often come with surprises, and who knows, maybe Gu Chang'an's talent would turn out to be exceptional. Uncle, do you want a drink? Yi Qinglin waved at Su Yi. Oh, just get me whatever. I'm not picky, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. Beside him, Ying Chengming raised his hand, requesting a drink with only a third of the usual sugar. Thanks, I don't like overly sweet things. The imperial presence remained approachable and easygoing. Gu Chang'an easily blended into the small group, and Gu Qinggan breathed a sigh of relief. I bought the place next door. Let your sister stay there, he said. In 2 weeks, Ji Qianming will probably bring his sister over to stay with Chang'an. Su Yi casually mentioned that she wasn't concerned about arranging accommodations for Ji Qianming, thinking a young master from the Ji family didn't need her attention. She muttered softly, seemingly a bit displeased. Su, the creature on your head, if I'm not mistaken, has divine beast bloodline? Ying Chengming paused, looking at the jade creature on Su Ye's head. It should, but it hasn't been activated yet, Su Yi nodded. Ying Qingming then revealed a small golden snake from his wrist, which upon closer inspection, had horns and 5-clawed talons. It was a dragon. This was Ying Qingming's contracted beast, a 7th tier Huanglong. Interested in true dragon blood? Freshly harvested, 7th tier. Ying Qingming raised an eyebrow. Of course I'd love some. While I have plenty of blood essence, 7th tier true dragon blood isn't easy to come by, Su Yi replied. Do me a favor, and I'll give it to you, Ying Chengming said with a slight smile. For now, let's not worry about what Ying Chengming needs from Su Yi. The small room has somewhat gained a new student, albeit with a slight drawback. At this moment, the young Taoist nervously raised his hand, a hint of anxiety on his face. Among the group, his gaming skills were the weakest, so being kicked out wouldn't be surprising. His knowledge of his friends made him a bit apprehensive, especially considering Zhao Liheng and Nangong Yujin, 2 playboys who might easily prioritize girls over friends. Well, it's not entirely fair to say they'd forget their friends for a girl, as teenage boys often want to show off in front of girls their age. My rank is too high to play with you guys, Gu Chang'an shrugged naturally. Huh. The 4 of them leaned in synchronously, then saw Yi Qinglin nodding in agreement, finding the statement quite reasonable. That's normal. If I weren't using my sister's account, I couldn't play with you either, Yi Qinglin responded. You two are kind of insulting us. Gu Chang'an said, dissatisfied. Chang'an, come with me, Nangong Qinyu beckoned. I'll help you set up the room next door. Remember, keep your distance from these boys, they're up to no good. Huang Qi quietly folded the letter and placed it into an envelope, handing it to the Swift on his head, while also ordering a cup of milk tea. Qinglin, a piece of ice, please, Huang Qi requested. Yi Qinglin nodded, and with a slight gesture of his finger, conjured a blue ice cube. Watching the Swift depart, Huang Qi seemed relieved. Do you write letters every day? Wei Su asked, sitting nearby, a bit exasperated. Not every day? It's every 2 days, thank you very much. Huang Qi glared, full of displeasure. Wei Su shrugged, reaching for the milk tea, only for Huang Qi to snatch it away and take a sip himself. You, with your physical training, should drink less of this stuff. Leave it to me. Gu Chang'an glanced at the two playfully bickering and then turned to Nangong Qianyu. Sister Qianyu, are they always like this? The girl named Gu Chang'an blinked. Oh, you'll get used to it. Boys' friendships are always strange, and I think these two picked up some bad habits from that Suyi kid. Nangong Qianyu squinted slightly, seeming quite pleased. All right, come with me. Don't mind them. Qian Sixian quietly read a book, standing out in the noisy room. Hearing Nangong Qianyu, she nodded, stood up, and followed the two out the door. Meanwhile, Su Yi and Ing Qingming seemed to have reached some kind of understanding, walking arm in arm and chatting happily, as if their age gap of several decades didn't matter at all. Just then, the wristbands of Su Yi, Zhang Yongping, and Gu Qinggan vibrated simultaneously. Normally, non-urgent tasks wouldn't be communicated through the wristbands. Even if a task came up on New Year's Eve, it would be mentioned briefly. Notifications through the wristbands were generally reserved for urgent tasks. 3 hours later, head to the East Seashore to prepare for an overseas mission, Zhang Yongping announced. Su Yi rubbed her temples and looked up at Zhang Yongping with urgency in her voice. Captain, your information needs to be more specific. Where are we going? Zhang Yongping's expression was grave, and he spoke in a low tone. The Sahara. The foreign trade team from Xinzhou has been detained there, taken deep into the desert. Every second counts. His words instilled a sense of tension in everyone present. Who dares to detain our trade team these days? Su Yi cursed internally, while Zhang Yongping calmly replied, You'll get the details soon. He scanned the young people around him with a determined look. Understood. Su Yi immediately grasped Zhang Yongping's meaning and turned to Wei Su, Huang Qi, and Si Xian. Take care of these youngsters for a while. If anything happens, go to Suqieli. We're heading out on a mission. Looking at the information sent by Zhang Yongping on her wristband, Su Yi couldn't help but curse. These bastards. Rockwell from the enforcement department would accompany them, lead the way, and meet them in Hanhai City. Although Xinzhou could rely on planes for internal travel, international transport mainly depended on sea routes, which were safer because of the Yunhai god whale. Ing Qingming quietly observed and, after a moment, chuckled softly, Come back safely. Su Yi responded with a thumbs up, and the three of them opened the door, already clad in their standard battle attire. With a shift in space, they left the scene, leaving behind a speechless Huang Qi who had just stood up. Teacher, they've left suddenly. What about our studies? Huang Qi pointed at Yi Qinglin and the others, looking confused. However, Yi Qinglin shrugged indifferently. We're basically self-taught. What we learn isn't from textbooks anyway. Might as well take a break while our mentors are away. Ing Chengming stood by, his mouth twitching slightly, and eventually chuckled helplessly. All right, you all manage yourselves. Since your mentors are gone, I should also be on my way to Chongqing City to oversee things. The situation in the South Sea isn't looking too good, so I was just passing by to check in. He glanced at the group, feeling a tinge of regret. It's a pity. I wanted that kid Gu Qingyan to open a space portal for convenience. With that, Ing Chengming left, leaving a group of teenagers exchanging confused looks. Meanwhile, on Xiangyu's back, the four of them wore serious expressions. We need to bypass the South Sea as quickly as possible, then go by land. It will take about 15 hours to reach the Sahara, Xiangyu analyzed. Though the Yunhai god whale is fast, it needs to avoid territories of other 8th level beasts. If we go directly by land, we would face at least 4 8th level beasts. In 8 hours, we can reach Africa and then accelerate towards the Sahara. If we're fast, we might reduce the time to 12 hours, she said with a firm and clear voice. But it requires you, Xiongyu, and Ji Qianming to take turns flying us. This mission's biggest challenge comes from the Viper organization, a terrorist group deep within the Sahara, she added. That's the main concern. The rest is in the documents. Review them yourselves. After the revival era, the official core of Xinzhou was roughly divided into 4 departments: the Law Enforcement Department, the Exploration Department, the Military Department, and the Logistics Department. The Law Enforcement Department handles human-related issues and unexpected spatial channels, including terrorist organizations and various wanted criminals, and is led by Sun Miaoqing, who is at the peak of the 7th tier. The Exploration Department focuses on exploring the secret realms and undeveloped areas within Xinzhou, with Minister Wu Qinyu also at the peak of the 7th tier. The Logistics Department is led by Xue Qi, the president of the Alchemist Association, who is also at the peak of the 7th tier. The Military Department is responsible for guarding various dangerous areas and borders, with Minister Zhuge Si, a mid-8th tier, at the helm. The Pioneer Organization, independent of these departments, handles emergency responses besides its secretive duties. When there is insufficient power, Pioneer teams are dispatched to handle emergencies. However, this arrangement is quite puzzling. 100 years after the revival era, foreign trade gradually resumed, and Xinzhou has always valued trade with Africa and the West. It would be expected that at least a 6th-tier team would lead such overseas missions. In theory, the 6th-tier strength of the Siming team would be inadequate for this task. In contrast, the Tianyu team, 5 years older and with 7th-tier strength, would be more suitable for the job. Yet, it was the Siming team that was dispatched, indicating that the elders believed only Su Yi could handle this matter. The young man named Su Yi spoke confidently, and those around him did not seem surprised, but rather nodded silently. Zhang Yongping rubbed his temples as if pondering something, and finally sighed. Stop guessing randomly. Su Yi remained silent for a moment, looking up at the sky, seemingly trying to see the endless stars beyond the white clouds. Meanwhile, in Qinqing City, Gu Chang'an, having organized her things, returned to the house with Qian Sixian and blinked upon hearing that school had just started and was already on break. Then, as if remembering something, she took out her phone and suggested, since we have a short holiday, are you interested in going out for some fun? Like those adventure travel groups, with a 5th-tier awakened as security, taking ordinary people on a tour. Her suggestion piqued the interest of the group, and Nangong Yujin was the first to ask. It sounds fun, but how much does it cost? 200,000 per person for 4 days and 3 nights, Gu Chang'an said, scrolling through the poster on her phone, noting that this travel group seemed quite reputable and was based in Qinqing City, ensuring safety. If it weren't safe, such adventure groups wouldn't be officially recognized. It's a rare chance for ordinary people to see the world beyond the city walls. What do you think? The group simultaneously checked their pockets, showing a look of helplessness. I'll treat everyone. It's not that much anyway. A certain wealthy girl said nonchalantly, given that Gu Chang'an's space bracelet business was managed by her. Hooray! The carefree young Taoist cheered, and the group of young men exchanged glances, nodding vigorously and raising their hands in excitement, shouting, Great! Gu Chang'an, however, found it hard to understand why the most excited ones were Wei Su and Huang Qi, the awakened ones who had ventured beyond the city and explored secret realms. Was it because someone was treating them, or was there another reason? Gu Chang'an turned to look at Qian Sixian, just in time to see her step forward and give each of the 2 boys a playful punch. Keep it down, you two. The boys immediately quieted, even though Qian Sixian's punches weren't as painful as imagined. Gu Chang'an blinked, momentarily at a loss for words, as she had never seen such a scene growing up. Until Qian Sixian came over, she finally spoke. Thanks for treating us, Chang'an. Besides those 2 rich kids, the rest of us are pretty broke. Sis Sixian, that's slander. My money was taken by my dad. Nangong Yujin protested. Zhao Liheng shrugged helplessly. I'm broke too. My grandfather used to give me pocket money, but he's away now, so I'm out of cash. Qian Sixian turned to Gu Chang'an, and after a moment of silence, simply said, That's generous of you. Gu Chang'an showed her the balance, and Qian Sixian's eyes widened. Gu Chang'an continued, Money is just a number. Once your awakened level increases, money won't matter as much. Even though my brother has me handling these things, we're not that wealthy. In your team, without a doubt, your teacher is the wealthiest. Brother Su's wealth is hard to gauge, as astrologers have a unique ability to develop resources and foresee events. Anyway, you probably won't need to worry about resources for a long time. Brother Su seems quite well off. She paused, seemingly unsure of how to describe the situation with their teacher. All right, let's go. Wei Su suddenly stood up and reminded them. Did you 2 forget we have class this afternoon? And it's Mr. Sun's class. If we're late, not even the teacher can help us. With that, the 3 college students hurriedly got up, realizing they still had class. The room was left with 5 young men and a young woman. After a moment of silence, Gu Chang'an suggested, How about we go out for a meal? The 5 young men eagerly nodded, seemingly recognizing the benefits of having a generous friend. Meanwhile, in Hanhai City, the Siming team had finally gathered and was seated on the back of the Cloud Sea God Whale, heading towards Africa. There were 8th-tier beasts in Africa, so the Cloud Sea God Whale couldn't enter freely, as it could trigger a beast uprising, endangering the few base cities there. Therefore, they could only transport the Siming team to the coast, which was sufficient. On the back of the Cloud Sea God Whale, Zhang Yongping spoke up. This is our 4th mission overseas. No need to be overly tense. Let's rest while we can before we arrive. Su Yi, Qianming, come over here, let's plan our next steps. In Chongqing City, Nanhai, in the mystical land of Shenzhou, Nangong Qian sat in a quiet room, looking up at the emperor before him. Nangong Qian greets Emperor Zhu, he said. The elderly man appeared respectful, yet he held onto his teacup firmly. Chengming, the emperor, poured himself a cup of tea and approached casually. Senior Nangong Qian, you've guarded the South Sea for nearly 200 years. Why so formal? We've met before. There's no need to act like strangers. Emperor Zhu, Chengming, remarked with a hint of helplessness. You still place too much importance on levels 8 and 7. Power is merely a level of awakening, not a hierarchy. Chengming sighed, though he said no more. The old man before him murmured, If only I were at level 8. If only I could have reached level 8 back then. With that, a long silence fell between them. Meanwhile, in Qinqing City, It was common knowledge that there were only two types of love in the world: open and secret. Open love meant everyone knew you liked her, while secret love meant everyone knew you liked her, except you thought no one did. A girl named Qian Sixian was speaking confidently, seated across from Bai Yueqi, a once popular figure in their class. Su Ye's classmate, an aspiring blacksmith with above-average talent, was expected to reach level 2 about a month and a half later than Qian Sixian and others. Before that, Bai Yueqi and the rest of the students often relied on the four little ones. After all, apart from a few prideful classmates, everyone felt proud to have some standout students in their class. Even their class president could be a topic of conversation, right? Among them, Qian Sixian was the most popular. Initially, not everyone was convinced of her appointment as class president by the counselor, until the recent arrival of an exchange student from Northern Europe. The president remained steady, like an unwavering wall. Later, during the Lin incident, she didn't hesitate to lead the group to protect others, showcasing her reliability as a support. As for why she brought this up in front of Bai Yueqi, it was because, so, your liking for Yu Xine isn't much of a secret among us girls, Qian Sixian mentioned, taking a sip of the bubble tea Bai Yueqi had offered. Yu Xine was a girl from class 127, with wood-based abilities. Compared to Qian Sixian and Wei Su, her strength was quite lacking, placing her around the middle in the class. She barely reached level 2 during the winter break. At Qinqing Academy, her level was considered average, with a good chance of reaching level 4 eventually, thanks to the resources and teaching available there. Of course, unexpected opportunities could lead to changes in talent or fate. The former wasn't too difficult, given the abundance of high-level natural treasures that might be encountered. However, changes in fate had only been recorded 7 or 8 times in Shenzhou. Fate was inherently elusive, but that wasn't what Qian Sixian intended to discuss today. To be honest, she didn't quite understand matters of the heart, nor did the four little ones, except for Huang Qi, who was a romantic at heart. Thinking about this, Qian Sixian paused and nodded. Why don't you go find Huang Qi? He knows more about this than I do. However, Huang Qi was already well known in their circle for being overly eager to please, and Bai Yueqi couldn't help but chime in. Yeah, he's famous for that at the entire Qinqing Academy. Qian Sixian retorted. At least I'm better than you, a coward who doesn't even dare to pursue a girl. Just then, Huang Qi, who had heard the conversation, rolled up his sleeves, seemingly ready to take a swing at Bai Yueqi, but Wei Su, standing behind him, stopped him. In truth, it was unlikely that he would actually hit Bai Yueqi. It was more like playful banter among teenagers. All right, you too. Qian Sixian sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration before walking away. You guys talk it out. I'm leaving. This has nothing to do with me. Conveniently, a class had just ended, allowing these fellows to gather. Otherwise, given the personalities of Wei Su, Huang Qi, and Bai Yueqi, they would likely be in the training hall, pressure chamber, and forging room, respectively. These large classes provided a rare opportunity for students to relax and chat. After all, the tasks Su Yi assigned them were much more difficult than those at the school. Just then, the classroom door opened, and Huang Qi, in the middle of a conversation, poked his head out. Sixian, could you buy me a bag of candy? Yulan said she's been under a lot of training stress lately. Qian Sixian thought to herself, what could she say? She might as well offer her blessings in advance, treating it like a gesture for Shenzhou Lake Heart Island. The young swordswoman Yi Yulan, with a lollipop in her mouth, swung her sword and chopped down the wooden stake brought by the Sword Emperor. The burly middle-aged man standing nearby was the fourth senior brother of the Sword House. Yi Yulan initially thought the fourth senior brother would be like the third, a gentle young man, but it turned out he was a kind yet strict middle-aged uncle, with a heavy sword on his back that was broader than her body. Moreover, he was even stricter than the Sword Emperor Master, with the only solace being the lollipop in her mouth, the slight sweetness masking the bitterness of training. Let's call it a day for training, said the fourth senior brother, named Su Wuwei, rubbing his hands and scratching his head. Little junior sister, could you help me look after my daughter? Fourth senior brother, if you want to go out with sister-in-law, just say so. I quite like little Yo-Yo, and I could use a half-day break. Yi Yulan seemed a bit resigned. Among the senior brothers and sisters, the fourth senior brother was the youngest, yet the only one married, with a 4-year-old daughter named Su Yuyu. Since his wife was not a swordswoman but a member of the law enforcement department, they only had about a week each month to spend together. Their relationship was strong, a testament to the genuine connections of this era. Whether due to external threats or the atmosphere, emotions among people were often sincere. As they spoke, a swiftlet suddenly descended from the sky, delivering 3 or 4 bags of candy and an envelope into Yi Yulan's arms. A slight smile appeared on Yi Yulan's face, perhaps due to the letter or the candy. She then nodded at the fourth senior brother. Bring Yu to me after lunch. Su Wuwei paused, glanced at the letter, and rubbed his chin, wondering who had sent it. However, the swiftlet seemed to belong to the third senior brother, so he planned to ask him later. Since the revival era, Africa has largely become a haven for exotic beasts, except for a few base cities established with the support of Shenzhou. Compared to Shinjo, this land is almost in a primitive state of survival of the fittest, with its base cities and tribes relying on the protection of these beasts. Although Shinjo has made efforts to establish some base cities, it is still dealing with its own challenges and cannot be expected to assist others. When the wealthy help the poor, it is called charity, but mutual aid among the poor, while commendable, can be seen as overambitious from a national perspective. Helping others is difficult and costly when one's own survival is at stake. Therefore, Shinjo's support for Africa is limited to trade, not seeking huge profits, but merely sustaining their survival and the continuation of civilization, aiming to slightly improve their lives. At this moment, on the African coast, the enormous cloud sea divine whale set down Su Yi and his team. Su Yi transformed into a giant, three-legged golden crow, carrying the entire Siming squad towards their target. Xiongyu, sitting on the master's head for the first time, was chattering excitedly until Nangong Qianyu grabbed her and placed her on his head, calming her down. As they were at the southeastern corner of Africa, the flight would take at least 5 hours. To maintain combat readiness, Su Yi and Ji Qianming each flew for half of the first 3 hours, while Qiongyu was responsible for the last 2 hours of flying. The Sahara, a desert of death, harbors at least 7th-tier beasts, with rumors of even 8th-tier ones. This area is far larger and more treacherous than the Tian Shan Mountains. What if they encounter an 8th-tier beast? They won't venture deep into the Sahara. Their mission is to deal with a so-called terrorist organization on the outskirts. Even the organization itself doesn't dare to venture deep into the Sahara. If they do encounter an 8th-tier beast, rest assured, they can still escape. Su Ye's voice echoed in each Siming squad member's ear. Master has given me plenty of life-saving items, so even stalling an 8th-tier beast temporarily won't be a problem. The team seemed relieved, knowing that Shinjo wouldn't send them to their deaths, but even the fearless Siming squad didn't want to die without reason in some unknown place. Meanwhile, in Qinqing City, in 2 days, a 7-day holiday was approaching, perfect for a getaway. Gu Chang'an said, even if we don't have school, Sister Suxian and the others still have regular classes. Based on my information, my brother's overseas mission will take at least a month, so during this time, what will you do? A voice suddenly came from behind. Turning around, it was Su Qieli, arms crossed, chewing gum and occasionally blowing a bubble. Uncle Su, Gu Chang'an blinked. Although Gu Qinggan called Su Qieli his brother, it wasn't inappropriate for the younger Gu Chang'an to address him as uncle. Su Qieli didn't mind much and watched as Gu Chang'an picked up his phone and unhesitatingly showed him their plan. The River Basin Exploration Team was indeed a registered team with the Exploration Department, with a decent reputation. They had been organizing tours for several years, so their experience was considerable. There were safety measures in place, but this time, the expedition was to a small hill that once had a mineral vein and was excavated by the official Shinjo authorities. Su Qieli nodded and said that as long as they paid attention to safety, it would be a rare short holiday. Su Yi and the others had also gone out, so it would be good for the kids to have some fun. Qian Xixian's 3 are going along, right? Then there shouldn't be any problems. He thought if anything went wrong, Yu Yin could bring them back. It wasn't far from Qinqing City, and the group had about 40 people, which met the official team size limit. All standards were met, and Su Qieli felt reassured, deciding to support their trip. He flipped through the information on his phone, confirming that there was no issue with the exploration group. After all, it wasn't their first time participating in such a trip. Staying home, doing nothing during the holidays was less appealing than letting the kids go out and play. He used to love adventures himself. If it weren't for work commitments, he might also feel the urge to go on a thrilling expedition. I've checked, and there are no issues with the tour group. If you want to go, just go. Do you need money? Su Qieli glanced at his balance, and then at Gu Chang'an. Forget it. I don't have as much money as you. Being a gourmet doesn't earn money. It just spends it. Although Su Qieli had accumulated considerable wealth, he had temporarily stepped back in recent years, waiting for the Tianyu team to break through to the 7th tier before returning to work. With fewer tasks, there wasn't much money. Gu Chang'an nodded with a smile. My brother is in the space sequence, so he definitely earns more. Meanwhile, at a certain base in the Sahara, a burly man pointed to a room holding 4 or 5 Shinjo people and questioned, are you sure Shinjo will send someone to save these oddballs? They will, of course, they will. The other person replied in fluent local dialect, though his appearance was typically Shinjo. I admit, you know a lot about exotic beasts and how to survive in this desert, but you seem to misunderstand Shinjo. The black man squinted at the Shinjo person in front of him. You seem to know Shinjo well, but then again, you are Shinjo yourself. In Shinjo, someone like you is called a traitor? Traitor? Wrong. I should be the leader of a new era, not those pioneers who protect the world, the Shinjo youth said with a crazed expression. A leader leads, charges forward regardless of the cost. It's absurd to be called a pioneer, yet act as a protector. Kaltu, just wait and see. I will use the blood of those cowards in our country who pretend to protect to advance the world and fulfill my life's grand plan. Kalta looked at him and couldn't help but curse softly. Madman. Being with a madman might not be a good thing, but he had already decided to tie himself to this guy. In Shinjo, wanted criminals are generally classified into 3 levels. Those who commit violence against awakeners within Shinjo are categorized as Class C. Those who target ordinary people are Class B. Treason, without a doubt, is designated as Class A, the highest level of wanted criminals in Shinjo. Since the revival era, very few have been labeled as traitors, and Lee Mo is considered the most dangerous among them. She is the primary target of the Siming squad this time. In response to Ing Chungming's curiosity, Elder Jinju sent him this information. Although Lee Mo hasn't reached the 7th tier, that's just on the surface. Having been on the run for many years, it's unlikely she would be easily captured by a 6th tier squad. It would be foolish to involve Shinjo's foreign trade squad, as it holds no value for her. Emperor Ju remained silent for a moment before speaking. I don't know, which is why I sent Su Yi. We are concerned that a typical 7th tier might not handle it, but an astrologer is different. Zhenju replied. No one trusts that child's abilities more than I do, and no one is more indifferent to the level of danger than you are. Emperor Ju squinted slightly and asked, Elder Zhenju, when did you become like this? Zhenju merely smiled, seemingly reminiscing, and then put down his phone. Emperor Ju quietly put away his phone, a hint of helplessness on his face as he gazed into the distance. As a pioneer, facing danger is almost routine, but the importance of returning alive cannot be overstated. Meanwhile, in Africa, for hours had passed. The 10 members of the Siming squad, along with Lok Wei from the law enforcement department, were sitting on Xionyu's back. They expected to reach the Sahara within 40 to 50 minutes, and the signal from the foreign trade squad had disappeared at the southeastern edge of the Sahara. There had been fluctuations 3 hours prior. Lok Wei spoke, holding an instrument, unsure if they had found the signal themselves or if it was released by the Sandfox organization. If it's the former, that's one thing, but if it's the latter, he sighed. The chances of the foreign trade squad surviving are slim. Human nature is far more terrifying than those exotic beasts, and I deeply agree with that. Ji Qianming, the young master from the capital, interjected. Lok Wei remained silent for a moment, eventually sighing helplessly. He was leading the team primarily because the foreign trade squad had been in constant contact with him. In other words, most of the squad members were his friends. According to the records, this team carried only 3 unique resources from Shinjo on their journey. First, the liquid of nature provided to African brothers, capable of artificially creating oases, a masterpiece of the 7th tier awakener, Senior Sun Huang. Second, water from the Kunlun heavenly pool in Shinjo, mainly used for healing. And third, a formation disc from Master Jinju. Suyi looked at Lok Wei, puzzled. Who is the Kunlun heavenly pool water being traded with? Is there a significant figure here who has been seriously injured? The entire official power in Africa consists of only 6 7th tiers, not even a single 8th tier. At this level of development, who is qualified to use the Kunlun heavenly pool water, a treasure at the pinnacle of the 7th tier? Is this thing not meant for humans to use? Lok Wei surprisingly nodded. Although the mysterious source of the Kunlun heavenly pool's water remains unknown, everyone is aware that it has healing properties. However, for certain mythical beasts, it can even assist in their advancement. Suyi paused before saying, it seems that the water from Kunlun Mountain's heavenly pool has a special ability for feline creatures, helping them to evolve. Suyi was silent for a moment, recalling the 3 deities mentioned by the Tianshan mountain god in the Kunlun Mountains. The Queen Mother of the West, described in the classic of mountains and seas, has a leopard tail, tiger teeth, and is known for her howling. Feline creatures are under her influence. Lu Wu has a tiger body, 9 tails, human face, and tiger claws. Feline creatures are under his power. Kai Ming is as large as a tiger with 9 heads, all with human faces. Feline creatures are under his dominion. Suyi looked up at the sky, suddenly understanding why the Kunlun heavenly pool water has such a special effect on feline creatures. Then, he looked down at Lok Wei's map and asked, so, in Africa, how many top-tier mythical feline beasts do we know of? The trading partners for this foreign trade team include a 7th-ranked black panther, as well as the desert lynx and caracal living in the Sahara Desert. These seem to be their targets. Suyi patted Xionyu's head, gripping the map, and pointed to a gathering place for large mythical beasts. He said, Xiongyu, fly directly to this location. We're going to meet the desert lynx and see if we can communicate. After all, we come from Shinjo, and any creature with a bit of intelligence wouldn't be foolish enough to attack us. Are you so sure? Lok Wei seemed doubtful, but when the Taoist behind him gently patted his shoulder, he paused for a moment and nodded. He thought for a moment, taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket before stopping, noticing the group of young people, and putting them away. So he flipped through the documents in his hand. The patron of the Sand Fox organization is a 7th-ranked desert fox mythical beast, and its relationship with the caracal is not harmonious. The Sand Fox organization would never hand over seized items to the caracal unless this wanted criminal, named Liamo, was orchestrating everything. Suyi hadn't heard of this name before, perhaps because Liamo was already in his 40s or 50s and not from his era. Liamo, born in the year of revival 174, never attended an academy, and is a scientist with the serial number 057. In the year of revival 204, he conducted experiments on ordinary people, was wanted by Shinjo, defected the following year, fled Shinjo, and remained hidden for 20 years until recently appearing in Africa and attacking the foreign trade team, Lockway said. A typical mad scientist, he continued. Honestly, I don't think he can do anything that would surprise me. You're wrong, Senior Locke, quite the opposite. It's precisely someone like him who can lead this situation. Suyi squinted, as if recalling something, and began writing and sketching on the paper. After a long while, he looked up at the sky, muttering to himself. I knew it. This is why the Xi-Ming team was sent here. Master, you're not playing fair. In the city of Qinxing, within the realm of Shenzhou, Zhao Liheng lay sprawled across the desk, sighing in frustration. Why do I have to wait until tomorrow to go out and have fun? I'm so bored. He felt tired of playing games, and with no teachers around, he was left with nothing to do, feeling like he was melting into the desk. At this moment, everyone seemed occupied except for Zhao Liang. Su Si had yet to return from skateboarding. Yi Qinglin was quietly reading a book, Gu Chang'an was busy answering call after call, and Nangong Yujin was fiddling with his new weapon, while the little Taoist was engrossed in reciting scriptures. Clearly, Zhao Liheng was the only one feeling particularly restless and bored. Hearing Zhao Liheng's complaint, Yi Qinglin looked up, and the spirit mouse on his shoulder also raised its little head. Yi Qinglin suggested, if you're bored, why not read a book? If you can't get into this one, try a novel. He advised Zhao Liheng to check his room for something to read. So, Zhao Liheng got up and headed to his friend's room, where the atmosphere was unexpectedly calm. Just then, Su Si pushed open the door, carrying his skateboard and wearing a slightly awkward expression. I brought back some grilled skewers. Anyone want some? He glanced at the handful of skewers in his hand, thinking he might not have brought enough. Gu Chang'an and Yi Qinglin, both holding books, responded. No thanks, Sis Yin said she'd bring me some after school. Yi Qinglin added. Same here, Brother Huang Chi has been treating me to meals lately. He paused and shrugged. Gu Chang'an put down his book and began to chatter. All right, has everyone packed their things? Even though most stuff can go in the space bracelet, you should still carry a bag. Basic food, drink, and essentials should be in your backpack. We might encounter emergencies outdoors, and the space bracelet might fail. No need for suitcases, they don't hold much anyway. Just pack your clothes and food in the backpack. Keep the space bracelet hidden, don't flaunt your wealth. The River Basin Exploration Team has a good reputation, but we shouldn't let our guard down. Gu Chang'an continued. Everyone take this item. If anything happens, just crush the crystal on it. Even if you're not an awakener, a bit of force will do. This is a badge my brother left me, capable of spatial teleportation. The teleportation point is in Qinxing City, serving as an extra safeguard. As long as we're in the same space without interference, it can be used. You didn't come unprepared, did you? He glanced around at everyone, his tone laced with exasperation. Nowadays, these travel groups that take us out of the city are meant for thrill-seeking. You can't expect them to prepare everything for you. Have a little sense of vigilance, friends. Gu Chang'an seemed a bit resigned as he said. You can't completely rely on me, can you? Even though none of us have trained, aren't you all a bit too lax? Yi Qinglin replied calmly from the side. And what about you? What have you prepared? Gu Chang'an shook his head. I haven't prepared anything either. After all, I don't know what's coming. Yi Qinglin candidly said, I have no idea about these things, so naturally, I didn't prepare. As for why I'm so calm, it's just in my nature. Gu Chang'an was silent for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words, and could only sigh helplessly. Then, Yi Qinglin was the first to stand up and head to his room. The others quickly followed suit, getting up to gather their belongings. Can we bring weapons? Nangong Yujin asked, holding a red sword that Gu Chang'an had given him. Although the sword wasn't particularly valuable, it was very attractive in appearance, merely a low-level spiritual weapon at best. Gu Chang'an replied, sure, bring them. It's fine. I've seen people bring guns on tours before. For 4th or 5th year awakeners, these things are basically useless. Exploration teams undergo assessments before setting out, and if personal records don't pass, weapons aren't allowed, so don't worry. Before Gu Chang'an finished speaking, Zhao Liheng pulled out a handgun and said with a smile, I got this from a sniper I know. It's just for self-defense. I think it's pretty normal, just a handgun. Like you said, Chang'an, it's not much use against 4th year awakeners. Gu Chang'an waved his hand helplessly. Bring it, bring it. So, Zhao Liheng took out 5 more handguns from his space bracelet and handed one to each person. Yi Qinglin then produced a red flag from somewhere unknown. Yujin, my uncle wanted me to give this to you before he left. I don't know what it's for, but since my uncle's an astrologer, maybe he foresaw our departure. Nangong Yujin took the flag, examined it, and seeing nothing special, put it in his bag. Yi Qinglin paused for a moment, thinking the explanation made some sense, then looked at the blue crystal in his palm. This was another item given to him by Su Yi. Although its purpose was unclear, He was told to keep it and that its use would become apparent when the time came. With that in mind, Yi Qinglin carefully stored the crystal and turned to look at his companions. We'll be leaving at 7 in the morning. Someone will come to pick us up, Gu Chang'an said. The energetic youth seemed to have no objections, but when this news reached Huang Qi, he was quite dissatisfied. Leaving at 7 in the morning is just too painful. I can stay up late, but getting up early is too hard. A certain college student expressed his discontent indignantly. In the Sahara Desert, Africa, a massive sandworm suddenly interrupted the progress of the Siming squad. To be honest, whether it's the pioneer team or other teams from Shenzhou, the most despised creatures are these exotic beasts. Typically, exotic beasts of the 6th rank or higher can be negotiated with, but creatures like sandworms retain only their wild instincts and an insatiable hunger, even after becoming exotic beasts. To make matters worse, this was a 7th rank sandworm. Suyi, how did you mess up your astrology? This route was supposed to be the most cost-effective and fastest, with only one sandworm. We don't have much time to waste here, so we must quickly reach our destination. Suyi, sitting on Xiong Yu's head, gently patted it and commanded, ascend. The giant bird swiftly took flight and let out a cry, with crimson flames gathering in its beak, aiming for the sandworm's mouth. Strangely, the flames lacked any heat. Unexpectedly, the sandworm froze in place, glaring angrily at the bird but not moving forward. Xiong Yu didn't actually possess fire abilities, it was merely Xiong Yu's saliva. This desert was occupied at every corner, making random movement impossible. The sandworm had stopped at the edge of its territory, not daring to step into another exotic beast's domain. Suyi remained calm, though whether his teammates could do the same was another matter. For instance, Lian Zhongxing, who was ready to abandon Su Yi at any moment, crossed his arms and looked at Su Yi with a threatening expression. We are now within the territory of the Caracal. Su Yi suddenly stood up and turned to look at Ji Qianming behind him. Ji Qianming instantly understood Su Yi's intention and stepped forward. Yi Xiao, prepare the mechanical bird. Xiong Yu, shrink down. The wooden mechanical bird caught everyone as they descended. In the desolate desert, a grand sun suddenly appeared, followed by a majestic 3-legged golden crow and an ancient azure dragon. Their explosive aura filled the entire area, and the endless sand blown by the wind transformed into an elegant yellow cat. The caracal, a carnivorous feline animal, has a slender body, thin limbs, fur that is mostly yellow-brown or red-brown, a thin black line from the corner of the eye to the nose, large black ears, and a long tail. Sitting on the mechanical bird, Yi Xiao closed the animal encyclopedia in her hands, her expression somewhat strange. Easily tamed? In theory, yes. Zhang Yongping, beside her, added. But a caracal living in the wild, as an exotic beast, is naturally not the same as the caracals known before the revival era. The majestic 3-legged golden crow flew forward, about to speak, when a melodious female voice reached everyone's ears. Ugly 3-legged bird, step back a bit. Let the pretty little blue snake come forward. Suyi, okay? We've encountered a cat with a preference for beauty, and besides, the 3-legged golden crow is indeed handsome, right? Suyi quietly stepped back as Ji Qianming flew forward, a hint of pride showing in her indifferent dragon eyes. Suyi thought to herself, it's just a cat's opinion. Why are you so proud? She sighed and urged. All right, hurry up and ask her some questions. Ji Qianming approached, and perhaps because of her fondness for appearances, the fierce cat surprisingly cooperated and answered her questions. Oh, a few days ago, some people came asking if I wanted to break through to the 8th tier. Of course, it would be great to advance, the fierce cat said with a hint of disdain. But they showed me pictures of Lu Wu and Kai Ming. Sure, they're handsome, but too rugged for my taste, so I declined. As everyone watched the elegant yellow cat lick its paw, Suyi suddenly remembered something. She pulled out her phone and sent 2 pictures to Ji Qianming. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Qianming used her spiritual energy to show them to the fierce cat. The images depicted an incredibly elegant, leopard-like creature, with a humanoid female figure in the background. This one looks great. The fierce cat blinked excitedly and asked, can you really make me look like that? If so, breaking through might be worth it. Ji Qianming was taken aback. It was confirmed. This cat was indeed obsessed with appearances. The 2 pictures Su Yi sent included a modern depiction of Shi Wangmu and a version from a comic. Although no creature had yet used the Kunlun Heavenly Pool's water to break through to the 8th tier, among feline creatures breaking through to the 7th tier, males often resembled Kai Ming or Lu Wu, becoming imposing, while females leaned towards the image of Shi Wangmu. However, transforming into a human form was something 8th tier beasts could naturally do, if they chose to. This is the method those people offered to help you break through to the 8th tier, Ji Qianming explained. But they likely assumed you were male. Before she finished speaking, the fierce cat angrily slammed a paw into the sand pile and roared. How dare they think such an elegant cat like me is male? Unforgivable. Seeing the fierce cat inexplicably agitated, Ji Qianming couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The fierce cat then naturally jumped onto the true dragon's head and resolutely declared, "Let's go to my place to pick someone up. Then I'll lead you to take down those guys' lair." Hearing this, Suyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The goal was achieved. Since they could provoke Shinjo, it proved the Sand Fox organization had some means to shield against divination or fate manipulation. He might be able to break through, but it was unclear how long it would take. At this stage, time was of the essence, and there was no better ally than the fierce cat, who knew the area well. Because of the Kunlun heavenly pool's water, Suyi speculated that these people had likely approached the fierce cat. This significantly increased the chances of the fierce cat finding the Sand Fox organization. Suyi relaxed and adjusted his mindset. The upcoming battle would be tough. Even if they could persuade the fierce cat to act, this was, after all, the stronghold of the Sand Fox organization, and the enemy would surely be on guard. Ensuring a foolproof plan was the top priority. The Caracal's home is a palace. "This is my place," it purred. "In the early years when the world was beginning to change, I sheltered a group of people who helped me build this magnificent palace. However, decades ago, your human-based city was established in the north, and they moved away, leaving only a few young women to serve me here." As the Caracal proudly lifted its head and led the group into the palace, several women, clad only in gauzy fabric, greeted them, clearly delighted by the Caracal's return. The Caracal then transformed into a small cat and leapt into one of the women's arms. Suyi glanced at the woman, squinting slightly as he thought. "Yes, I was one of the people from Shinjo who came to Africa decades ago to help build the base city, and I've lived here with the cat since then." The woman spoke with surprise, not expecting to see someone from Shinjo after all these years. Zhang Yongping asked her, "Have you never thought of leaving?" The woman fell silent for a moment, gently stroking the caracal that was playfully snuggling in her arms, and replied, "Why leave? The cat treats us well, and there's no scheming here. You can't understand the base city here. It's completely different from Shinjo. Have you never thought of returning to Shinjo?" Zhang Yongping continued. The woman remained silent, softly petting the caracal in her arms, understanding in her heart that it was too far. She was only a fourth-tier awakener. The fourth tier is the first threshold for awakeners, and crossing it means most can live to be over 150 years old. It's not that she doesn't want to go home. It's just that the cost is too high. In this era, she's imbued with the Caracal's aura, and if she leaves this territory, other seventh-tier lords of the Sahara might target her. Besides, her family came to this land with her decades ago and are now buried here. They have no regrets, just occasional homesickness, but when they think about it, they realize there is no real home left. Zhang Yongping was silent for a moment, then spoke with determination. "We can take you back." Hearing this, the caracal in her arms lifted its head, holding her tightly with its paws. The woman, however, remained unexpectedly calm, softly saying, "You see, the cat and the girls can't do without me. I manage most things here, and if I leave, who knows how chaotic the cat's territory will become. I have no home anymore, but isn't this place my home too?" She chuckled softly, gently stroking the caracal's head. Zhang Yongping and the previously silent monk Shirkong felt the emotion. Shirkong clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and softly said, "Great kindness." At that moment, Suyi suddenly approached the woman, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "Are you a musician?" The woman looked surprised. "How did you know?" Suyi smiled faintly. "I could sense it from your aura, and besides, apart from the musician sequence, I can't think of anyone else who would carry an ancient instrument in a place like this. There happens to be some time. Why not play a piece for us young folks?" Suyi suggested. Sequence 047, the musician. The woman took a deep breath, glanced at the lynx, and seeing that the little kitten remained unresponsive, gently moved the lynx aside and placed the guqin on her lap. At this moment, Suyi was absorbed in the melody, and Ji Qianming frowned slightly, feeling Su Ye's hand resting on his shoulder. "If you don't listen, some people might regret it for life." Suyi paused, casting a glance at Shirkong, the monk sitting cross-legged nearby. She reassured herself that the subsequent plans would not be affected. Ji Qianming glanced at monk Shirkong, then at Suyi, seemingly understanding something, and finally nodded. As the music began, all members of the Siming squad froze, then sat cross-legged one after another. The sound of natural resonance? Was this the power of a fourth-tier musician? Natural resonance, which involves harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, typically only appears with seventh-tier musicians, and there are very few seventh-tier musicians in all of Shenzhou. Musicians only occasionally play a few pieces at the critical moment of breaking through to the eighth tier. The sound of natural resonance is extremely rare, and even the members of the Siming squad had never heard it before. As the strongest battlefield and cultivation support among all current sequences, a musician's melody can, to some extent, be considered a miracle. This is evident from the scene of everyone sitting cross-legged. Only Su Yi and Zhang Yongping remained standing. Zhang Yongping, having already heard the sound of natural resonance from a seventh-tier musician at Longhu Mountain, was particularly calm. The effect of natural resonance is most pronounced when heard for the first time. Su Yi, however, was different. Monk Shikong was about to break through. Zhang Yongping suddenly spoke. This small sound, surprising the woman. She looked up at the two before her. She quickly realized that Zhang Yongping had already heard such music. However, Su Yi was different. As she approached him, nature seemed to celebrate and fear him simultaneously. Out of curiosity, this mere fourth-tier musician tentatively manipulated the Guqin sound, and an infinite starry sky instantly unfolded before her, causing the strings to snap and a bloodstain to appear on her fingertip. Monk Shikong closed his eyes and frowned, as the opportunity to break through seemed to be blocked. Su Yi furrowed his brows, sighed, and took a step forward, extending his hand. The sound of natural resonance was drawn back by him, transforming into a melody that gently poured into Monk Shikong's ears. Behind him, Zhang Yongping glanced at Su Yi, noticing the blue pendant on his chest flickering with a faint light. The young Taoist's mouth twitched slightly. Aren't you going to keep up the act? As Monk Shikong's aura broke through, the monk stood up, pressing his palms together, gratefully saying, "Thank you for your music, which helped this humble monk successfully break through." Su Yi, however, spoke from the side. "All right, now that it's over, Big Cat, lead the way. It's time to head to the Sandfox organization." The lynx seemed reluctant, awkwardly raising its paw. "I'm not called Big Cat." In the city of Shenzhou, a bus resembling an armored vehicle came to a steady stop at the north gate. Standing beside it was a striking woman holding a tour group flag. With the advancement to the fourth tier of awakeners, impurities were almost entirely expelled from their bodies, leaving few unattractive individuals. Upon learning the situation, Su Qieli, who initially planned to take a taxi, decided to drop them off at the north gate and then left. However, the tour group woman didn't notice this and instead enthusiastically waved her flag, comparing the people to the photos on her phone. At that moment, a woman even more beautiful stepped forward from behind the 8 youngsters and gently patted Qian Sixian on the shoulder, nodding with a bright smile. Qian Sixian was taken aback, recognizing her as Lu Shiji. Lu Shiji pointed to Yi Qinglin and then to herself, smiling as she said, "Don't worry, I'm just an ordinary person without any special abilities, following you to prevent any trouble." Qian Sixian slightly raised an eyebrow, understanding that Su Qieli, or rather the officials and academy of Shenzhou, clearly didn't trust Yi Qinglin to travel alone, at least not without a guardian. After all, extraordinary individuals hold immense value to Shenzhou, and it's only natural to worry about any mishaps along the way. At this time, Miao Yu, the deputy leader of the river exploration team, warmly approached the group under the bus. "Hello everyone, I am Miao Yu, the main person in charge of this trip. Our destination is Pingling Mountain, north of Qinxing City, a developed and relatively safe area." She skillfully took the backpacks from Qian Sixian and Gu Chang'an, continuing, "This is a commercial armored vehicle produced by the Crescent Chamber of Commerce, modified to accommodate 70 people. Including our 12-member team, there are currently 40 of us in total. Rest assured, all regulations are compliant, as Shenzhou's laws are comprehensive and leave no loopholes." The girls' luggage was modest, indicating they had travel experience. Backpacks could simply be placed on the luggage rack, while suitcases would be temporarily stored. After arranging seats for the 9 individuals, Miao Yu pulled out a microphone from somewhere. As the 9 settled in, a young man in the adjacent seat lit up and stood, offering a business card to Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an quickly responded, "Sorry sir, my sister is still underage." Qian Sixian instinctively blocked the card with his hand. Before the young man could finish speaking, Qian Sixian unhesitatingly tore up the card and pinned a badge to his chest, the emblem of Qinxing Academy. The young man suddenly fell silent, wanting to say something but held back when he caught Wei Su's sharp, tiger-like gaze, accompanied by a slight smile. "What's the matter? Can't a student from Qinxing Academy go out and see the world during the holidays?" The young man quietly withdrew his hand, abandoning the idea of striking up a conversation. Although those who can afford such trips often have some background, students from Qinxing Academy are indeed unique. In a way, the academy is like another sect. If any student is harmed, a few burly men will undoubtedly come to seek justice. Seeing Qian Sixian's school badge and Wei Su's strong demeanor, even the seemingly napping boy nearby was enough to make others wary. The guy who started dozing off as soon as he got on the bus looked completely non-threatening. After a night of training, Huang Qi sneezed in his sleep. Meanwhile, a few youngsters pulled out their phones, seemingly ready to play games, and the girl who had tried to strike up a conversation earlier sighed helplessly. "Put your phones away. There won't be any signal once we leave the city," Gu Chang'an said with a hint of resignation. The 4 youngsters looked at their newly launched game, and then at their assembled teammates, their faces showing a mix of frustration and helplessness. "We'll be departing in about half an hour. The vehicle still needs some adjustments," Miao Yu said, his tone tinged with helplessness. The game didn't seem to be a problem, so the 4 youngsters breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting nearby, Yi Qinglin glanced over, sighed, and turned to take out a book. I still have some things to finish. How can I play first? Seeing this group unhesitatingly dive into gaming left him feeling a bit disappointed. Yi Qinglin shook his head and accepted another book handed over by Gu Chang'an. A guide to wilderness survival, he mused, wondering if such a book would actually be useful. Not really, but it's a fun little relic from before the revival era, a nice way to pass the time, Gu Chang'an replied casually. Starting a fire by friction? Do we really need to use this? Yi Qinglin's mouth twitched slightly, but he continued to flip through the book with interest. We'll arrive at our destination in about 4 hours, around 11:30 a.m. Once there, we'll hunt a beast for lunch. You can choose to have us prepare it or do your own barbecue. We provide the cooking utensils and various seasonings, Lu Shiji said, blinking. The travel group seemed quite accommodating, but students from Qinqing Academy always brought their own seasoning packs. What seasoning could compare to the skills of the school cafeteria's chef sequence? The destination is Pingling Mountain, where the featured beast is a type of rabbit, roughly at the 2nd tier in strength, with low combat capability, so everyone can rest assured. We'll ensure everyone's safety on this trip, Miao Yu promised confidently. The driver in the front, the captain of the Liu Yu team, silently sipped his tea. To prevent boredom on the road, we've equipped the vehicle with a karaoke system. You can sing along, or we can play movies. The entertainment options are quite comprehensive. Pingling Mountain, a small hill developed at the beginning of the revival era, gained attention due to its small spiritual stone mine. During the early revival era, resources were extremely scarce, and Xinzhou temporarily abandoned sustainable development, opting for ruthless exploitation of some mines. Pingling Mountain was one of them, and its spiritual stone vein had long been exhausted. Because of this, even after 100 years, it hasn't been claimed by large exotic beasts and has instead become a haven for smaller, relatively weaker creatures, making it a popular destination for tour groups. After a 4-hour trek, the group finally arrived at the picturesque mountain. Pingling Mountain resembled more of a series of hills, where the former presence of the spiritual stone mine had caused some positive mutations in the vegetation. To them, the scenery seemed like the natural landscapes depicted in textbooks from before the revival era, which was exhilarating. Nangong Yujin excitedly took out a camera, snapping photos left and right. Everyone was curious about where he got the camera since it was said that most of his money had been confiscated. Oh, it's from my aunt, Yi Qinglin explained. Apparently, it was used by my uncle before and left in our place, so Yujin just picked it up. At that moment, Nangong Yujin suddenly shouted for help. Everyone looked up to see a rabbit with horns on its head, at least a meter tall, hopping out. It glanced at Yujin and leisurely nibbled on grass. This rabbit was a unique exotic beast of Pingling Mountain, the Linjiao rabbit. Yi Qinglin remarked. It isn't very aggressive, but it will gently nudge unfamiliar scents with the horn on its head. Although this gentle nudge was only a level 1 attack, it might at most leave Yujin with a superficial injury, so it wasn't a big deal. However, Huang Qi yawned and walked up to the Linjiao rabbit, pressing its head down with one hand. Then, a young man appeared, extending his hand before pulling it back. Young man, you've got some skills, the young man said, slightly embarrassed, seemingly trying to create excitement by appearing at the last moment to show their importance, making tourists aware of the dangers in the wild to prevent them from wandering off and encountering unfortunate incidents. It's fine, are we having this thing for lunch? Huang Qi asked, holding the big rabbit by the scruff. We could, but the Linjiao rabbit's flavor is very mild, and it's quite tricky to prepare. Our chef's skills aren't that great. They usually handle another type of creature, the salt-horned sheep. Huang Qi blinked and turned to his team. Qinglin, Su Si, can you handle it? The two nodded. Yi Qinglin, used to taking care of his sister at home, was already accustomed to it, while Su Si, having a foodie uncle, was reasonably skilled. Wei Su shrugged nonchalantly and said, why bother with all that? Just sprinkle some seasoning and grill it over the fire. I brought some seasoning my uncle made. It's a bit sweet, but the flavor is quite good. Su Si raised his hand silently, and everyone turned to look at him, thinking to themselves, seasoning made by a 7th-tier gourmet is definitely worth a try. Meanwhile, the peaceful scene at Pingling Mountain contrasted sharply with the tense atmosphere in the Sahara. The wildcat, now looking like a small kitten, perched on Ji Qianming's shoulder, frowned and said, this is the place, meow. It sensed an unpleasant presence, like that of a scorpion. Su Yi, frowning nearby, asked, are there powerful scorpions in the Sahara? The wildcat nodded, confirming that there were indeed 3 scorpions whose strength was not inferior to its own, but the presence it sensed now seemed more like a 6th-tier scorpion, the one that had stolen things multiple times. The wildcat licked its paw, a predatory gleam in its eyes, thinking, this time, I can deal with this creature. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that neither the Sand Fox organization nor Li Mo himself had the strength of a 7th tier. If the wildcat was willing to help, this operation would become much easier. However, Su Yi was also aware that the scorpion would soon break through to the 7th tier because he had great trust in his country's talents. Just like when Shui Yongxiu managed to produce an eighth deer, Shinjo had been prepared, sending Li Taisui and the martial sage to prevent any unexpected events. This time was no different, and Suyi was almost certain that Li Mo could produce a seventh-tier scorpion. Yet he was puzzled as to why the Tianyu team wasn't dispatched, and instead, their team was sent. This implied that the Tianyu team couldn't handle this matter. In the Siming team, he was the most unique, and Suyi wondered if Li Mo could really come up with an eighth-tier creature. He frowned, contemplating whether to try first, relying on the astrologer's foresight, to see if they could obtain the Kunlun heavenly pool water. As long as the Wildcat also broke through to the 8th tier, there would be no major issues. In reality, the Kunlun heavenly pool water didn't guarantee a breakthrough for feline creatures, but the Wildcat had a high affinity with it. If breakthroughs were that easy, Shinjo wouldn't only have the 7 saints and 3 absolutes today. The nature of Shinjo's people is such that if they could rely on resources alone, there would be no 7th tier peak. Awakened ones all would be 8th tier. The Wildcat's high affinity with the Kunlun heavenly pool water was crucial, and Suyi also knew that the Wildcat had already comprehended the rules of sand. One of the hard conditions for breaking through to the 8th tier is comprehending rules. Only on this basis can heavenly materials and treasures accelerate the transformation. However, the vast majority of awakened ones are stuck at the step of comprehending rules, like his senior sister, who has been stuck for nearly 100 years. This is why those born extraordinary are highly valued, as they are naturally able to comprehend rules. Putting aside why Suyi understands the rules, the lynx has already sensed the presence of the base. However, to avoid alarming anyone, it would take at least another half an hour to reach it. Suddenly, Suyi spoke up, asking, "Lockway, why did you join the enforcement department?" She recalled that 3 years ago, Lockway was just a team leader of an exploration squad. Lockway paused, contemplating for a moment before answering. Exploring is like having your head on the line. It's too dangerous. Although I've left behind quite a few things, my parents wouldn't know how to use them if something happened to me out there. So, I chose to join the official enforcement department of Shinjo, where the risk is relatively lower. Plus, the compensation from the enforcement department is higher than that of the exploration department. The risk of combat with others at the same level far exceeds facing wild beasts, which is why the compensation in the enforcement department has always been the highest among the departments. This was decided after much debate, possibly due to past incidents. Suyi understood this. Although the enforcement department seemed less dangerous, it actually had the broadest scope, dealing with space channels, wanted criminals within Shinjo, external communications, and the safety of Shinjo citizens traveling, even handling issues like foreign trade problems as they were now. All right, enough chatter. Lu Tianqin, conceal our presence. Zhang Yongping interrupted their conversation. Lu Tianqin nodded, a glow enveloping everyone, achieving an optical invisibility effect. Despite awakening a light attribute ability, which is completely opposite to that of an assassin, she had developed a unique path. The light she manipulated was almost instinctive rather than energy-based. Assassins have the ability to conceal their presence, making it nearly impossible to detect them by spiritual sense or the naked eye. She had essentially reached the level of a 7th-tier assassin, achieving a state of being undetectable. It is said that the ultimate goal of an assassin is to exist outside the 6 realms. Whether Lu Tianqin could achieve this remains unknown. Once we reach the vicinity of the base, Su Yi, Ji Qianming, Lian Zhongxing, and Shikong, you 4 will handle the frontal engagement. Lu Tianqin, Yi Xiao, and Wei Siwei, you 3 will take the lynx to search for the Kunlun heavenly pool water. Such a treasure can't be stored in a space, so it must be kept in a relatively secure location. Nangong Qinyu, see if you can take care of all the small fry in the base. Qingyan, cover me while I set up the altar. Even if they bring out 2 7th-tier beings, I'm willing to give it a shot. Zhang Yongping glanced at the 300-year-old peachwood sword and the incense ash from Longhu Mountain in his spatial bracelet, looking confident. Let's get it done. I'm afraid that won't work this time, Suyi interjected. At least, I can't be one of those handling the frontal engagement. I have more important responsibilities, and if I get injured before fulfilling them, there's no chance I'll make it back alive. Suyi pointed to her eyes, where the starlight in her pupils had nearly vanished, leaving only a deep night sky. She then gestured to the pendant on her chest. Zhang Yongping paused for a moment and finally sighed, understanding that Xiongyu could take her place in holding the front line. Suyi next pointed to the little creature on her head and produced a bottle of blood. This was a gift from Senior Dijua, the blood of a 7th-tier true dragon, capable of awakening the divine beast bloodline within Xiongyu, allowing the little creature to break through the 6th-tier threshold and gain the ability to hold the front line. Zhang Yongping looked at the little creature on Su Ye's head, wondering about Xiongyu's bloodline. She replied, Chongming, the Chongming bird. It resembles a chicken, yet sings like a phoenix. It molts its feathers and flies with flesh wings. It can battle fierce beasts like tigers and wolves, preventing evil calamities from causing harm. It feeds on Xionyu's essence, intimidating all beasts. and possesses the ability to foresee the future and observe the past. Zhang Yongping nodded seriously after hearing this. Meanwhile, in the Pingling Mountains of Xinzhou, a group had just finished a picnic when a first-tier wild boar suddenly appeared. This allowed the Liuyu team to complete their original plan, keeping everyone alert to the presence of exotic beasts and nature, thereby reducing the chances of an accident. Otherwise, if the group wandered around at night, it would be impossible to protect everyone. Moreover, the entire Liuyu team had only one fifth-tier awakener, who was not like Nangong Qinyu with mastery over the breath of nature, but just an ordinary fifth tier. If something unexpected happened, this beast transformation awakener wouldn't be able to locate everyone immediately. Finding people is the most important thing. As long as everyone stays within sight, problems are less likely to occur. The team leader nodded with satisfaction, and then everyone slowly disappeared from view. Led by Yi Qinglin, the group reacted quickly, holding each other's hands. This was the power of space. Lu Shiji, from a distance, shouted to a few small creatures sitting together, "Stay where you are and wait for me." Gu Chang'an frowned, familiar with the power of space, realizing it was more a secret realm descending than simply space manipulation. Qian Sixian raised his array disc and quickly positioned it around the group, explaining, "Yes, it's a secret realm descending." Wei Su nodded, and once the space stabilized, he transformed into a towering tiger lord, standing guard around them. The descent of a secret realm can be divided into 3 types. What we encountered before was the passage type, with only one channel connecting to Blue Star. There are 2 other types, temporary descent and the coverage type, which is what we're facing now, Qian Sixian reassured. "Don't worry, in a normal secret realm, as long as we don't wander off, we can still protect you," he explained while tossing array discs around. "So we don't need to worry about spirit beasts below the 4th tier?" Nangong Yujin timidly asked, raising a hand. Qian Sixian replied helplessly, "Above the 4th tier? Either wait for death or run faster. You don't think the 3 of us at the 2nd tier can handle 4th tier exotic beasts, do you?" He shook his head. "Rather than taking defensive measures, we should just clasp our hands together and hope Sister Lu Shiji finds us soon. Having a 5th tier awakener nearby gives at least some sense of security." As a mysterious and unfamiliar realm emerged, Lu Shiji surveyed her surroundings. Although it was called an overlay secret realm, its terrain was entirely different from before, as if it was a brand new space, only covering a large area. Suddenly, a vine lashed towards her. With a furrowed brow, Lu Shiji waved her hand, summoning a gust of wind blades that cut through the vine, revealing a massive tree demon. It didn't resemble a tree spirit, but more like some kind of ghostly creature. Frowning, Lu Shiji, the leader of the exploration team, drew on her extensive knowledge. The appearance of such a creature, combined with the darkening sky, suggested a ghost-type secret realm. She murmured to herself, then extended her hand, unleashing a fierce wind that shattered the tree demon's outer bark, revealing its dark purple ghostly form. It was an early 4th-tier tree ghost. Without hesitation, Lu Shiji eradicated the spectral entity and vanished swiftly. She needed to find the young ones quickly. This realm was too dangerous for them. But why had such a secret realm suddenly appeared? As Lu Shiji flew, she paused, seeing dozens of towering trees before her. They stood silently for a long time. All were 5th-tier spirit beasts? This implied that the highest level in this realm was at least 6th tier, and if unlucky, even 7th-tier spirit beasts could be present. Moreover, this secret realm was at least 500 kilometers away from any city in Shenzhou. Even at top speed, it would take 2 to 3 hours to receive reinforcements. Shenzhou wouldn't prioritize developing such a distant realm immediately, although authorities would quickly notice the overlap with the travel group's destination due to the fluctuations here. Within 2 to 3 hours, facing 6th-tier or 7th-tier spirit beasts, these 5th-tier ones were beyond her capability to handle. Meanwhile, among the 9 young ones, 6 decisively crushed a jade talisman. Although Gu Chang'an had previously given them a spatial teleportation crystal, it was now useless as this place no longer belonged to the same space as Blue Star. However, the jade talismans they carried were for summoning, each corresponding to Su Yi, Zhang Yongping, Gu Qingyan, Su Qieli, Zhao Xinsu, and Nangong Qinyu. Zhao Xinsu was Zhao Muji's eldest son and Zhao Liheng's father, a top-tier 6th-level warrior. The 3 college students nearby looked at their jade talismans and then at the decisive youngsters, remaining silent for a moment. Their talismans were all given by Su Yi, and since Yi Qinglin had already crushed his, theirs would be of no use. Meanwhile, Su Yi and the others, who were preparing for battle, also paused. Nangong Qinyu, Su Yi, Gu Qingyan, and Zhang Yongping simultaneously took out a jade talisman. "Something happened to Eugene and the others?" Nangong Qinyu asked with a frown. Su Yi reassured, "Don't worry, I left them something earlier. I've calculated that this is both their trial and opportunity. Besides, only Qinglin has crushed a talisman, indicating the danger isn't too extreme yet. Otherwise, Sixian and the others would have crushed theirs too." Su Yi spoke with a seemingly indifferent tone, yet her hands clenched unconsciously as she silently urged, "Hang in there, little ones." She gritted her teeth, her gaze resolute as she faced the impending crisis. She first secured the jade talisman, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. The jade on her head transformed into a magnificent divine bird. Gu Qingyan and Zhang Yongping exchanged a glance, biting their lips, while Nangong Qinyu also put away her jade talisman. She sensed Su Ye's tension but understood that worrying was futile at this moment. Instead, she needed to trust the astrologer's judgment and the little one's fortunes. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of Pingling Mountain, 7 or 8 travelers found the formation established by Qian Sixian and quickly took refuge within it. Qian Sixian naturally deduced that they hadn't strayed too far apart, but as she noticed the formation becoming chaotic, her brow furrowed. At this moment, the panicked ordinary people were almost defenseless, filled with fear, unlike the calm composure shown by the 6 young ones she brought along. Except for the worldly wise Gu Chang'an, only Yi Qinglin managed to stay relatively composed among the other 5. Nangong Yujin, despite being born into a prestigious family, seemed the most anxious, huddled in a corner, unable to speak. Yi Qinglin stepped forward, pointing at the second and third tier spirits floating outside, and reminded, "Yujin had an encounter with ghosts when she was young. While other creatures might not scare her, she is particularly afraid of ghosts." "Got it, Qinglin. Can you handle those people?" Qian Sixian asked. Yi Qinglin shook his head and pointed at himself. "I'm just a 15 or 16-year-old boy. In the eyes of these adults, I have no authority. Even you, Sister Sixian, don't have much say. Simply put, you're too young." He sighed, unwilling to admit it, but adults, especially those unfamiliar with the real world, are often conflicted. They are willing to trust awakened individuals, but not young awakened ones, believing youth equates to inexperience, a sign of ignorance. Although Qian Sixian and the other 2 were powerful, they were only considered strong within the second tier, and their abilities, like the formation set by Qian Sixian, couldn't intimidate those adults. In chaos, people won't calm down and listen unless it's someone they absolutely trust. Otherwise, all conflicts will erupt, with arrogance and fear exposing the worst of human nature. Yi Qinglin pointed to a newly arrived young man, who was nearly collapsing on the ground, a typical depiction of ordinary people. If it were before, they might have been the same. If the enemy outside weren't ghosts, the situation might be different. They can prevent extreme actions, but Sister Sixian, you must understand why so many people rushed in so quickly. It's because ghosts below the 4th tier lack attack power, but they feed on fear. The greater the fear, the stronger the creatures they attract. And now, more and more people are gathering here. A cry echoed across the edge of the Sahara Desert, followed by a sudden breach in the base. A massive black scorpion, about 4 or 5 meters tall, slowly crawled out. Right behind it, a majestic yellow lion leaped forth. Among Africa's 5 7th-tier lions, this was one of them. Gu Qingyan quietly muttered, "Honestly, with the lynx absent, I'm not sure who among us can hold him off." Su Yi paused, turned to look at Shirkong standing beside him, and saw the young monk with his hands clasped together, his expression calm, as he nodded slightly. "After reaching the 6th tier, I have mastered the Buddhist golden body and am no longer afraid of ordinary 7th-tier attacks. With Lian Zhong's assistance, we should have no problem holding back the 7th-tier lion." As the 7th-tier lion appeared, the Chongming bird, transformed from Qiongyu, fixed its gaze on the shattered opening. At this moment, a 5th-tier black goat emerged, carrying a 6th-tier strongman. The Chongming bird raised its head and let out a cry, its radiant light flickering as it charged towards the strongman without hesitation. It was not driven by impulse or hatred, but by duty to expel evil and beasts. In its eyes, the middle-aged strongman was the greatest threat on the field. Ji Qianming glanced at the lion, then at the scorpion, and shrugged. His golden dragon eyes revealed a rare fighting spirit, and he transformed into a pale azure true dragon, lunging at the menacing black scorpion. It is well known that true dragons are among the most prideful of all known creatures. Though Ji Qianming usually got along well with the pioneer team, the arrogance of the true dragon ran deep in his veins. The sharp dragon claws scratched against the scorpion's shell, producing a harsh screech. The azure dragon scales were caught by the scorpion's tail, but they held firm. In contrast, the dragon's eyes showed a hint of disdain, inciting immense anger in the peaked 6th-tier black scorpion. In the next moment, the black scorpion saw the true dragon open its mouth, spewing scorching dragon flames that burned the scorpion's shell. There was little to worry about on Qianming's side, given the suppressive power of the true dragon's bloodline. Rather than concern for him, attention was better directed elsewhere. Zhang Yongping patted Gu Qingyan's shoulder, pointing to the other side where various objects were laid out on a table. The Sandfox organization naturally had more than just their leader, Chardu. There were a number of 4th and 5th-tier subordinates. Although their strength wasn't insignificant, in this situation, they had no opportunity to act. While not injured, Su Yi, another top-tier long-range artillery like Nangong Qinyu, sat beside Zhang Yongping, launching stars with diameters of at least 3 meters, formed from star power, one after another. At the spot Zhang Yongping pointed to, a monk stood with hands clasped, exuding a gentle golden light and an indescribable aura of Buddhism. Arhat golden body. The true Arhat golden body is vastly different from the previous incomplete form. As one of the supreme divine powers of Buddhism, due to his affinity with the element of gold, Shirkong had already cultivated his golden body to a minor achievement. Upon officially breaking through to the 6th tier, Shirkong's Arhat golden body advanced from a minor to a major achievement, transforming into the Arhat golden body. Even when faced with a 7th tier attack, he could withstand it. More importantly, Zhongxing, have you forgotten the wounds we've endured together on the front lines? The divine power I practice has always been one of combat and destruction. The young monk's eyes suddenly opened, and his golden pupils flickered with a red glow. The golden light of the Arhat golden body gathered instantly into his palm. Zhongxing, somewhat panicked, controlled the earthen armor on Shirkong and watched as the monk took a step forward. A murderous aura inexplicably gathered in his palm, and with the might of the golden light, he struck down with an indescribable sharpness. It was as if a colossal Buddhist Arhat had raised a sharp, demon-subduing staff, crashing it down upon the beast before him. This move was called Slay the Thief. It severs the delusions of the 3 realms, hence the name. It is one of the supreme offensive divine powers of the Buddhist Academy, Shumi, with power comparable to any top-tier Buddhist divine power. With his 6th tier cultivation and perfected Arhat golden body, Shirkong completely abandoned defense, entrusting his life to Zhongxing, and delivered this strike. Just this one strike caused the winds and clouds to change, and the 2 battlefields engaged in combat simultaneously looked up to see the massive Arhat phantom that appeared. The blood-red demon-subduing staff struck heavily, sending the lion flying. What followed were successive blows from the blood-red Arhat. Zhongxing frowned, sensing the situation was getting out of control. At that moment, a young Taoist appeared, his fingertips glowing like droplets of water. He gently touched Shirkong's forehead, whispering, "Calm your mind. Let your heart be as clear as water." The breeze does not stir, and the waves remain calm. Sitting alone in a secluded bamboo grove, the long whistle sounds from the zither. This was the Taoist's tranquil heart incantation. Zhang Yongping frowned, handing the unconscious Shirkong over to Zhongxing, puzzled. What exactly happened? Even if affected by Slay the Thief, it shouldn't be to this extent. And since earlier, he couldn't seem to calm himself either. The young Taoist glanced at the lion in front of him, abandoning his plan to prepare the altar further. He stepped forward, raising the peachwood sword in his hand. Though he lacked the strength to break it, it was worth a try. Zhang Yongping turned to look at Su Yi, then stepped forward reassured, murmuring, "The Heavenly Emperor commands, summoning the Thunder God, connecting the highest heavens, capturing the underworld." Yin and Yang converge, moving the Big Dipper. With might and awe, the thunder strikes. The 3 realms obey, the sun and moon align. Mist rises, rivers and seas roar. I summon generals, urgently descending. Come to the altar, heed the command, and slay the evil spirits. Mountain demons and ghosts, turn to dust. Move mountains, tilt peaks, success and perseverance. The Fire Will God General, do not delay. Wherever the talisman reaches, act with urgency, swiftly as the law decrees. This was the Taoist's 5 thunders commanding incantation. The young Taoist took a step forward, his peachwood sword pointing towards the lion being frantically attacked by Shirkong. Shenzhou, Pioneer Team 020 leader Zhang Yongping, at your service. Immediately, thunder descended from the sky, striking directly at the lion's head. Shenzhou's Zhang Yongping, personally taught by the old heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, leader of the Destiny Squad, and the foremost combat force on the surface. The secret realm of Pingling Mountain. Yi Qinglin was right. Spirit beasts of the ghostly category are indeed the most unique among all known exotic, spiritual, and magical beasts. They sustain themselves on only 2 things, life and fear. Almost all ghostly spirit beasts primarily feed on fear, but for someone like Lu Shiji, who is powerful and brimming with vitality, yet nearly devoid of fear, these beasts become covetous of their life force. However, there are currently over 20 ordinary travelers here, whose life energy is insufficient to attract the ghostly spirit beasts. Fear, on the other hand, is entirely different. It is the best nourishment for ghosts to grow, and even the most formidable ghost would not refuse even a faint trace of fear. Therefore, Yi Qinglin couldn't help but worry. Qian Xixian's formation can gather spirit energy and fend off spirit beasts below the 4th tier, but it cannot stop the spread of fear, which serves as bait for attracting stronger ghosts. At that point, Qian Xixian's formation would be unable to protect them, unless they can quickly find the members of the Liuyu team or simply locate Sister Lu, though the chances are slim. At this moment, Huang Qi walked around within the formation, sensing the fluctuations in the nearby airflow, with notable disturbances to the north and northwest. Although much smaller compared to the airflow caused by the giant mountain python they first encountered, it was definitely a battle of the fourth or fifth tier. Sister Lu and the members of the Liu Yu team are likely engaged in a fierce battle. More importantly, Huang Qi paused and discovered two colossal tree-like entities of the fourth tier heading their way. Fourth tier. Yi Qinglin was silent for a moment, glancing at the ceiling pendant given by his uncle around his neck, and resolutely raised his head. I can take them down. Before he finished speaking, Wei Su smacked him on the back of the head. What are you thinking? Do you think it's time to play hero? Anything involving Senior Lu is at least a fifth-tier tree demon. If you expose a fifth-tier aura, all the ghosts will sense our intense fear. What then? Walk to our deaths. Fear had already begun to spread, and they couldn't just sit and wait for help. Everyone knew that even the nearest city, Qinxing, was 3 hours away. Uncle Su was one of only two seventh-tier powerhouses in Qinxing City, and it was uncertain whether he could leave the city. What they needed wasn't to eliminate all the ghosts in the secret realm, but a time gap, a window for the official forces of Xinzhou to arrive, and that window was just over an hour. Yi Qinglin spoke, his eyes unexpectedly firm. More importantly, we have a way to address the fear of these ordinary people. Qian Sixian looked at him and felt a familiar sensation, a confidence reminiscent of his own teacher. So he quietly awaited Yi Qinglin's response, thinking to himself, relying on Eugene, or more precisely, the surname Nangong. Xinzhou, Chongqing City, the Nangong family. Uncle had left Eugene a flag, which you might not fully understand. However, I sensed energy fluctuations from that flag. It is well known that before awakening, ordinary people cannot touch items that inherently contain energy, as it affects the subsequent awakening process. The last person to receive a crystal before awakening was me. 3 days after obtaining the crystal, I awakened on my own. You mean? Qian Sixian widened his eyes and looked over. Nangong Yujin, frightened by ghosts, huddled up, appearing quite unreliable. It requires courage, as the boy named Yi Qinglin remarked. Meanwhile, at the Sandfox organization's base, Lu Tianqin led a few people to quietly search for traces of the Kunlun heavenly pool water. The reason they were certain the water was still at the base was twofold. It couldn't be placed in a space bracelet, and its unique properties meant it couldn't be moved by anyone who hadn't been pre-baptized. The water was contained in a stone basin, and exporting it required significant resolve. Equivalent to an NPC, Lockway explained. Previously, the Sandfox members could only use spiritual power to forcibly transport it to a safe place. Forcibly moving it, the Kunlun heavenly pool water couldn't possibly be moved by anyone below a 7th-tier awakener. Yi Xiao, known for her numerous techniques, was already attempting to manipulate the mechanism by hand, while Wei Siwei, also known for his methods, watched the surroundings warily. Despite the fierce fighting outside, those absorbed by the Sandfox organization were at least 3rd-tier awakeners, yet he could always sense a peculiar aura that made him uneasy, even under Lu Tianqin's protective ability. Liamo. Wei Siwei lowered his head, puzzled. According to intelligence, Liamo was just a 6th-tier awakener and a scientist not skilled in combat. How could he make this resourceful magician feel uneasy? At that moment, a black spear suddenly pierced through the air above his head. Had he not been bowed in thought, the spear would have impaled his head. The aura it carried meant that even with his mastery of the immortality cultivation method, Wei Siwei would instantly lose combat capability. The group quickly stood their ground, then saw a middle-aged man emerge from the shadows. Moonshadow. Yi Xiao frowned, alert. This man was the leader of another African terror organization, with a rank equivalent to Tianqin, both being assassins. But why was he here? Just then, the figure suddenly lunged forward, thrusting a spear. Although it was unusual for an assassin to use such a weapon, the optical assassin Wei Siwei had seen it before and was accustomed to it. Lockway also drew a spear, calmly stating, "You guys handle the rest. I'm a 6th-tier too, so we'll block this guy." The three exchanged glances, ready to agree, when a ferocious cat extended its paw and smashed the figure in front of them into a pulp. The small yellow cat yawned indifferently. What's the holdup? Lead the way. The group nearly forgot they had this powerhouse with them. In fact, the leader of a terrorist organization is a peak 6th-tier awakener. Although awakeners in the Pioneer organization generally have superior abilities compared to other awakeners, dealing with such an individual is still challenging. When the fierce cat made a move, it only took one strike, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. They had only seen two individuals with peak 7th-tier combat power before. The first was a giant serpent in the mountains south of Qinxing City, which didn't reveal its true form and was there to be beaten. The second is the fierce cat now perched on Lu Tianqin's shoulder, much like the mountain serpent, has grasped part of the rules and is halfway into the 8th tier. As for the old mountain god of Tianshan, although he broke through the 7th tier long ago, his strength has waned significantly due to age. The 7th tier lion currently suppressed by Zhang Yongping has only just stepped into the 7th tier. It can be said that the gap between 7th tiers is much more pronounced than between the 6th and 7th tiers. In his prime, Zhao Muji, the old master Zhao, might have been able to suppress the fierce cat, but Su Qieli, who has only recently broken through, would likely be easily defeated by the fierce cat. However, none of this is the most important thing right now. The truly important thing is that I sense what you all mentioned, something extremely useful to me. The fierce cat sniffed the air, eyes narrowing slightly, before jumping down from Lu Tianqin's shoulder and breaking through the left wall with a single strike. Behind the wall was a stone basin filled with crystal-clear water, inexplicably exuding a pleasant fragrance. Shouldn't the Sandfox organization have safeguarded this thing properly? Why is there no security measure at all? Wei Siwei frowned. Yi Shao pointed to a nearby door and explained, "That's one of the highest achievements of the Free Federation's vault, made of 7th-tier Qiyu alloy. Under normal circumstances, even a 7th tier would take more than half an hour to break through that door. But the problem is, the one we brought doesn't follow the usual path and directly smashed through the wall." Yi Shao shrugged helplessly. Wei Siwei was silent for a moment before asking, "In this wall? 2nd-tier materials?" Yi Shao nodded. Wei Siwei's mouth twitched slightly, seemingly struggling to comprehend. "So, they built a room with 2nd-tier materials, put a 7th-tier door on it, and then placed 8th-tier materials inside." "Yes, that's about right." Yi Shao tilted his head and nodded. Just then, the fierce cat was about to pounce on the stone basin when Lu Tianqin called it back. Lu Tianqin turned to look at Wei Siwei, who took out a bottle from his spatial bracelet. The fierce cat frowned. "What's this?" Wei Siwei bowed slightly with respect. "Previously, we didn't have absolute trust in you. Only after passing through your territory and seeing our compatriots could we barely trust you. Now, it seems there is no other way. You might be our only hope to resolve the situation. This is the blood of an 8th-tier mythical beast from the tiger god of Changbai Mountain. It significantly increases your chances of breaking through with the help of Kunlun Heavenly Pool water. This is our final gesture of sincerity, and we hope that after your breakthrough, you can help us deal with the external threat." The lynx glanced at the people around her, then at the bottle in Wei Siwei's hand. Having lived for many years, she was not lacking in insight and understood that this group's trust in her mainly stemmed from the woman from Shenzhou, who had always taken care of her. "If it's just those guys outside, I can deal with them before making my breakthrough," the lynx said after a moment of silence, eventually nodding in agreement to trust Shenzhou one more time. She had had contact with Shenzhou before, and despite her nature as a mythical beast, which involved killing, Shenzhou's uniqueness gave her pause. Shenzhou maintained a watchful stance towards mythical beasts that did not act against it, while eradicating those that dared to. This protective sentiment influenced the lynx to some extent. All the mythical beasts in the Sahara knew that the lynx's domain was the safest. So, the lynx picked up the small bottle, bit off the top, and swallowed the drop of tiger god's blood. The blood was as hot as fire, flooding her body with the vitality of an 8th-tier creature. This blood significantly boosted her breakthrough success rate because it allowed her to briefly feel the power of an 8th-tier level. She then jumped into a stone basin, where a pale yellow cocoon of light enveloped her and the basin, and her aura grew increasingly profound. The results would be evident in a few minutes, but Wei Siwei turned his head, holding a playing card. "Dr. Liamo, aren't you coming out?" As soon as Wei Siwei finished speaking, a young man in a lab coat emerged, clapping as he approached. The young man, named Liamo, looked at the group and glanced around, seemingly realizing he had forgotten to process the walls. "Does Shenzhou's leadership underestimate me by sending a team of mere 5th-tier individuals to capture me? I've been a top fugitive for decades now. Surely you don't think I have no backup plan?" Liamo said, eyeing Wei Siwei and Lu Tianqin, then glancing at the 6th-tier Rockwell and Yi Shao nearby. "Of course not," Wei Siwei replied after a moment of silence, taking out a piece of cloth. "I've seen magicians' tricks before. Someone like you, in the end, is just a 5th-tier. What kind of waves can you stir?" "Who said it's my trick?" Wei Siwei smiled slightly, covered his head with the cloth, and then transformed, reaching out to remove the cloth. A young man with eyes as deep as the night sky stood before them. "Allow me to introduce myself, Shenzhou, Su Yi, at your service, Dr. Li," he said as starlight began to shimmer around him. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.